Countdown to the arrival of the multiverse begins. All eligible individuals between the ages of 16 and 56 on Blue Star will soon enter the multiverse killing battlefield. The multiverse killing battlefield exists in an extra-dimensional space, offering infinite resources, but death here means permanent erasure. All resources on Blue Star are sealed off. The battlefield is filled with countless resources and opportunities scattered across major and minor worlds. Claim them if you dare. Countdown, 59, 58. As the cold, ethereal voice echoed in the minds of billions of eligible individuals on Blue Star, panic and chaos swept across the planet. At a scrapyard in Dragon Country, a scrawny school-uniformed teenager named Zhao Hao was sweating profusely as he unloaded junk from a tricycle. The burly boss stood frozen in place before letting out a shocked, blood-curdling scream, "What the hell?" Zhao Hao froze mid-motion. Did the boss lose his mind? Was all the hard-earned scrap about to go to waste? Before he could utter another word, a flash of light engulfed the boss, and he vanished into thin air. The next moment, Zhao Hao's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. No way. Am I transmigrating again? I haven't even fully adapted to this world yet. When he came to, Zhao Hao found himself in a shabby little wooden cabin. The wooden walls were weathered and patched, and the cramped space was dimly lit by two small windows. The room was completely barren, not even a chair in sight. Despite the sudden transmigration, Zhao Hao had grown somewhat accustomed to such situations. He calmly scanned his surroundings. The icy voice in his mind returned. Novice Village ID, 9527. Initial population, 1000. Personal property, permanently bound Novice cabin. Note, the cabin is protected by encryption rules and is bound to you. You have sole access and can freely enter and exit. While inside, you are immune to all attacks. Note, the cabin is indestructible and has basic healing and recovery functions. Note, Novice guidance is about to conclude. Please begin operating the killing survival system on your own. As the voice faded, a light wave swept over Zhao Hao's body from head to toe. A transparent interface materialized in front of him. He reached out to touch it, watching as his fingers passed through the translucent panel without resistance. It followed him as he moved, floating steadily in midair. Even when Zhao Hao closed his eyes, the interface remained visible, as if projected directly into his mind or onto his retinas. It didn't obstruct his vision or interfere with his actions. The interface displayed three icons, a silhouette labeled personal information, a symbol resembling a chat app marked chat channel, and a pouch-like icon labeled inventory. Drawing on his extensive gaming experience, Zhao Hao quickly grasped their functions. Using his thoughts, he selected the silhouette icon. The screen shifted, revealing a detailed personal stats page. Name, Zhao Hao. Level 1, 0/100 XP. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Constitution, 7. Mental power, 30. Innate talent, none. Skills, none. Class, none. Title, none. Combat power, 1. Looking at the data, Zhao Hao examined his own frail body. A strength stat of 7? That was clearly below average. Years of malnutrition had left him with less than half the stamina of a normal adult. From this, he deduced that the baseline for attributes was likely around 15, with a peak of 20. However, his mental power was an astonishing 30, far beyond the norm. This anomaly puzzled him. Could there be something special about this body? He set aside the personal information for now, returning to the main menu and selecting the chat channel. The bottom right corner showed the channel's capacity was full, 1000/1000. This surprised Zhao Hao. Was the population here capped at 1000? He clicked to view the details, and the screen was instantly flooded with countless avatars. Men, women, young and old, it was a diverse mix, though most were unfamiliar to him. Having few acquaintances in this world, he couldn't determine if the group was randomly assembled. Switching to the chat interface, Zhao Hao saw a massive scrolling feed of messages. Each avatar was accompanied by its corresponding message, and clicking on one revealed a full-body holographic projection of the sender, complete with detailed stats like age, height, and weight. When Zhao clicked on his own avatar, he saw a projection of himself in his school uniform, a skinny figure against a shadowy backdrop. This must have been captured by that mysterious light wave earlier. He carefully pieced together all available clues, trying to make sense of his current situation. Shifting his focus back to the rapidly moving chat messages, Zhao discovered he could control the refresh rate with his thoughts, making it easier to read at his own pace. He could slow down the updates to closely examine interesting messages or speed them up to filter out irrelevant chatter. Is anyone there? Where are we? What's going on? Idiot, can't you tell? We've been thrown into the multiverse killing battlefield. For average major worlds like ours, this is par for the course. Someone help. I heard there was a major world where everyone was wiped out. Not a single living soul was left behind. I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die. Stay calm. There's no changing things now. Just survive and stick together. This is amazing. The battlefield of the multiverse connects countless small and grand worlds, brimming with resources and no rules at all. This is the perfect stage for us heroes to shine. Is anyone next door? I'm knocking on the wall, I heard a response. Don't panic, we're all followers of the almighty Daybreaker God. He'll protect us. Get out of here, you dead ghost. I'm a proud citizen of the great Korean underworld empire, the strongest in the universe. Shut up, I'm your daddy. Buzz off. How dare you take advantage of us? Idiot, I'm from the Lighthouse Nation's embassy, in charge of green card issuance. Daddy, I was wrong. The chat channel was a complete mess, totally useless for gathering any valuable information. Shouldn't this be the time for everyone to exchange messages, analyze the situation, and figure out a way out? Instead, they're putting on some weird father and son reunion drama. Zhao Hao was utterly speechless. He wanted to exit the channel but found another one labeled World Chat, though it was grayed out and unavailable for now. Looks like he was stuck with this group for the time being. Watching the chaotic chat with no practical use, Zhao Hao couldn't help but ask, has anyone figured out how personal stats and combat power are calculated? My combat power is 1. What about you guys? Same here, 1. 1 gang, reporting in. 1 + 1. Looks like everyone's at 1. Not me, I'm 1 plus and close to 2. For real? 1 plus big shot, what are your strength, agility, constitution, and spirit stats? Strength 20, agility 14, constitution 14, spirit 8. Holy crap, 20 in strength? Mine's only 12, and I thought that was decent. How'd you manage that? Could it be the legendary expert? Must be a special forces soldier or martial arts master. Don't flatter me. Call me Lu Hong. I'm a Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, athlete, so I've trained more than most. Looks like our initial stats and combat power are tied to our physical fitness. Wonder if we can improve them later. Damn, my strength is only 6. I'd trade 50% of my IQ for 10 more points in strength. Who knew we'd have such beasts in the starter village? Starting at 1 plus combat power, I'm so jealous. From the chat, Zhao Hao confirmed his guess, strength maxed out at 20 points. No one in the village exceeded that. Except his spirit stat, which soared to a staggering 30 points. While his other stats were weaker than most, the majority of people had average stats hovering around 10 points. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. After the countdown ends, the first talent awakening will begin. Awakening level depends on personal stats, hidden genes, and soul compatibility. Talent levels range from F to SSS, with SSS being the strongest. Talents above S grade require a powerful soul essence. SS grade and above talents are unique. Countdown begins, 59, 58. The announcement caused the chat to blow up instantly. So we actually have to awaken talents? I thought we'd be born with them. I'm so pumped. I wonder what talent I'll get. Does anyone know what it means for talents above S grade to require soul essence? No clue. Maybe it's related to someone's charisma or mental strength? Could even tie to career interests. Excitement filled Zhao Hao as he speculated about his potential awakening level. When the countdown ended, an invisible light surged into his body, stirring his very soul. It felt as if something deep within him had awakened. Congratulations, you have awakened the SSS grade talent, recycle and reset. What the hell? An SSS grade talent. The strongest tier. But recycle and reset? The name sounded so plain. What did it even do? Recycle and reset, capable of reclaiming all resources, reorganizing their structure, altering their form and state, and repurposing them through decomposition and recombination. Although the description sounded insanely powerful, Zhao Hao couldn't shake the feeling that this ability seemed oddly familiar. To console himself in the past, he had referred to his job in waste collection as paid end-of-life resource management and advanced processing of recyclable materials. This was literally identical to his awakened talent. After all this, was he just destined to be a glorified trash collector? As Zhao Hao silently grumbled, a sudden, intense tremor erupted deep within his mind. This awakening felt even stronger than the last, like a force erupting from the deepest recesses of his brain. He froze. Could someone actually awaken a second talent? Congratulations, you have awakened the SSS grade special racial talent, cultivation. Zhao Hao stared blankly at the screen, stunned at first. Was it actually possible to? From disbelief to shock, and finally to tears of joy. A racial talent for planting? Isn't this the hallmark of our flower-growing nation? He thought he would have nothing to do with his homeland ever again in this life, but at this moment, a familiar wave of emotion surged through his heart. No matter where you are, you can't forget the talents of your homeland. It seems that he was able to awaken two talents because, after crossing over, the original owner's soul still lingered within the body. The first awakening, recycle reset, was actually etched into the very bones of this frail young man, Zhao Hao. Due to poverty and the need to survive, he was always on the lookout for anything recyclable. He even got into an accident while picking up a water bottle, which led to his crossing into this world. But what truly belonged to him was the planting talent before him. Zhao Hao excitedly checked the talent description. Planting, SSS-level unique talent, capable of planting in harsh environments with a 100% survival rate, increased yields, and shortened growth cycles. As expected, the talent of the flower-growing nation is truly extraordinary. Curious about what talents others had awakened, he calmed his emotions and opened the chat channel. The 1,000-person channel was filled with laughter and lively discussions. Haha, I awakened E-level physical enhancement, doubled my physique, and feel amazing. I awakened E-level speed enhancement, double the speed. I awakened D-level flame manipulation. No need to carry a lighter anymore when going out. Damn! My awakened talent is D-level plant affinity. I can sense plants' emotions. What's the use of this lame skill? Why is it even rated D-level? Bro, I've got it worse. I awaken taste enhancement, a 10-fold increase in taste sensitivity. What the heck is that even for? Same here. Smell enhancement. My nose is 10 times more sensitive now, but it's still not as good as a dog's. I awaken rubber body, so I can stretch my body parts at will. Brother above, I'm a 21-year-old single lady, never married, sweet and flexible, interested in dating? Your talents are all decent compared to mine. I got voice modulation, which lets me change my voice. But any voice-changing app is better. You guys are still better off than me. I can freely change genders. I seriously don't know how this ability is even useful. Whoa, bro, you're unbeatable. No need to marry anymore. Or maybe we should call you sister? I can't hold it in anymore. In the chat channel, some were happy while others were upset, and everyone was sharing their talents. The atmosphere was lively. Just then, a cold, robotic voice interrupted. Notification: Talent Awakening in Novice Village number 9527 is complete. F-level awakenings, 648. E-level awakenings, 279. D-level awakenings, 71. C-level or above awakenings, 2. Notification: after awakening, the unlimited protection in the novice village is removed, transitioning to secondary protection status. What? Zhao Hao was stunned. Out of over 1,000 people in the novice village, the majority only awakened F and E level talents. There were only 73 people with D level or above, and just 2 with C level or higher. Was the novice village just too weak? Or perhaps the overall talent level on this planet wasn't as high as he had imagined? Or maybe he was just too overpowered, making him stand out like a sore thumb. The chat channel instantly exploded. Out of 1,000 people in the novice village, only 73 have D level or above? And no one awakened an S level talent? Global S level talents must be ridiculously rare. S level talents? Virtually impossible to awaken out of billions on Earth. The odds are astronomical. Ordinary people can barely awaken B or A level talents. Only those like elite soldiers might have a shot. Awakening D level is already impressive. The C level powerhouses, could they all be special forces? Who are the C level powerhouses here? Come on, reveal yourselves. Big boss, you're the strongest in our novice village. Give us a shout so we can worship you. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the chat. Hello everyone, I'm Lise. I awakened the C-level talent, metal manipulation. What the hell? Metal manipulation? That's insane. Sounds like Magneto, he's basically a god anywhere there's metal, someone exclaimed. That's incredible, I'm so jealous, others chimed in. Big bro, take me under your wing. I can cook, clean, and bring you tea and water, someone begged. Lise, I'm 18 years old, 36, 32, 38, want a date, one girl boldly confessed. The chat channel was in complete chaos, with everyone showering Lise with compliments. Lise, in turn, responded warmly, quickly forming alliances and receiving countless invitations to team up for adventures. By the way, who's the other C-level powerhouse? Yeah, come on, reveal yourself, big boss. Tell us about your talent. Let us be amazed. Zhao Hao merely observed quietly, without reacting. Are you kidding? If he had awakened an A-level talent, he might have said something. But an SSS-level talent? That's way too overpowered. There probably aren't even a handful of such talents in the entire world. Yes, he has it. Although his talent is extraordinary, when it comes to combat strength, he's absolutely not among the top in this group. In fact, he might even be at the bottom. If a fight were to break out now, plenty of people could easily take him out. This isn't some sightseeing trip, it's a bloody battlefield. Having such high talent can actually be a disadvantage, as it often attracts jealousy and hostility. His two talents aren't suitable for charging into battles, they're more suited for slow survival and development. That's why he has no intention of showing off or revealing his identity in the chat channel, inviting unnecessary trouble for himself. Just then, the cold, mechanical system notification sounded again. Notice, you have entered the secondary protection phase of the novice village. The novice village domain is now open. All players can leave their huts to explore and engage in battles to earn spirit energy and level up. The secondary protection phase of the novice village prevents foreign invaders and high-level monsters. Protection lasts for 7 days. Newcomers who fail to reach level 10 within 7 days will be expelled and lose protection. The first 100 players to reach level 10 will receive treasure chest rewards. The novice village contains creatures such as wild beasts, ferocious beasts, and demonic beasts. Killing them will reward you with spirit energy. Basic starter resources have been distributed. As soon as the notification ended, a white glow appeared next to everyone. Within the glow were a dagger, a water bottle, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a dull gray backpack. Novice grade standard dagger, attack power +1, made of low-quality iron, tier 0 equipment. An attack boost of just 1 point wasn't much, but it was better than being empty-handed. Zhao Hao excitedly grabbed the dagger and gave it a few light swings. It felt well balanced, though the handle was a bit rough. He ran his thumb along the blade and found it slightly dull, with uneven coloration, a clear sign of poor craftsmanship. Suddenly, his talent ability activated, displaying a prompt. Would you like to recycle and enhance the novice grade standard dagger? Recycling will yield rust and slag, allowing you to upgrade it into a sharp steel dagger. He hadn't expected his talent to come in handy so quickly. Thrilled, Zhao Hao activated his ability and focused on the dagger. In an instant, a layer of brownish material formed on the dagger's surface. He shook it off, and the blade gleamed coldly, now much sharper and more polished. Sharp steel dagger, attack power +5, 1% armor penetration, forged from refined steel, tier 1 equipment. Looking at the newly improved dagger, Zhao Hao couldn't help but smile. As expected of an SSS grade talent. Recycling reset not only increases attack power but also adds armor penetration, and the equipment rank is upgraded by 1 level. As long as you keep extracting, turning a common dagger into a legendary weapon in a short time is not a dream. He tried to use recycling reset again. But when he aimed at the dagger, a prompt appeared. Whether to recycle the refined steel dagger can be reset to a piece of tempered steel and 3 grams of iron slag. Zhao Hao was stunned. Resetting again will only turn it back into raw materials, unable to further improve the quality, so it must be abandoned. However, this dagger is already far ahead now, with its attack power increased by a full 5 points. He was unwilling to give up and turn to other equipment. The water bottle can extract water and iron chunks, but he wouldn't do such a pointless trade. The novice backpack can also extract 10 separate spaces, but it would turn into cloth and silk threads, making recycling not cost-effective. It seems that choosing the right target for recycling and resetting is necessary to make it worthwhile. At this moment, Zhao Hao noticed some movement outside the cabin. He looked out through the window and saw a group of people curiously surveying the surroundings. In a row of cabins opposite, a girl was also looking this way through a window. Their eyes met, but neither of them said a word. He recognized at a glance that she was a beauty, with smooth black hair, gentle and calm eyes, and well-defined features. Her lips were naturally rosy, her nose petite, and her skin fair and smooth. She was a girl who cared about her appearance. Her cheeks and collarbone revealed a slender figure, but definitely not too thin. Only her upper body was visible, the slightly exposed curves both upright and full, estimated to be 34D. Her eyebrows and eyes looked original. Overall rating, 89, leaving a strong impression at a glance. Zhao Hao took a quick glance, then carefully concealed the sharp steel dagger inside the wide sleeve of his school uniform. He silently walked out. Although everyone was a novice, one always had to beware of someone going on a killing spree. As a transmigrator, Zhao Hao instinctively remained alert for safety, accustomed to this cautious and vigilant lifestyle. The entire novice village consisted of only 2 rows of bare wooden houses, with a small path in the middle leading outside the village. Outside the village was shrouded in thick fog, where trees, grass, and several small trails could be faintly seen. Brother, the system says this newbie village has level 2 protection, so there won't be any strong monsters, only some fierce beasts and wild animals. We have to kill monsters to level up. Yeah, the system is clearly forcing us to go out and fight monsters. Once the 7-day protection period is over and there's no shelter, a large number of ferocious monsters will flood in, and we'll all die. This is basically a killing field. Did they bring us here just to watch us all die? This system must be in existence similar to Tiandao. It won't be boring or have a twisted sense of humor. It definitely wants to filter out people who meet its needs. We are now in the killing battlefield of all heavens, going out to kill is our mission. That's right, the system gives us basic supplies just for waging war. But we are all civilized people, with no experience killing chickens or fish, never even held a knife before. How can we fight? I'm the same, so scared, afraid that as soon as I step outside, I'll be taken down by monsters. Anyone want to team up? Strength in numbers, we can look out for each other. I'll go with you, anyone else? The more people, the safer. Zhao Hao observed his surroundings while quietly squeezing through the crowd, unobtrusively edging toward the periphery. Everyone was gathered around a huge transparent protective shield, presumably the newbie protection zone. Beyond the shield's range, monsters and various terrifying attacks awaited. Hundreds had already gathered around the shield, debating anxiously, but no one dared to take a step forward. No one knows what exactly happened outside. Now, someone needs to step forward. No one is foolish, everyone is waiting for someone else to be the first to take the risk. Going out recklessly is a death sentence. What kind of monsters are outside? The system says there are ferocious beasts, even demon beasts, terrifying enough to make people want to censor it. I've played games before, at most encountering some basic beasts like chickens and rabbits, which should be easy to handle. Really? Then if we get lucky and kill a few chickens, we can level up. How about we team up and go scout first? The earlier we kill monsters, the sooner we level up and get rewards. Don't be impulsive, let's observe first. This isn't a game, if you really die, it's over. At that moment, the crowd suddenly got noisy. Zhao Hao looked back and saw a burly man come out shirtless, muscles well developed, with especially exaggerated pectorals. It was actually him? Zhao Hao had been following the chat channel and knew this man's strength was terrifying. Zhao Hao's eyes darkened, he quietly took a half step back and slipped into the crowd. Women, move aside, don't block my leveling up. Who is this? So awesome? He wouldn't kill people often, would he? The burly man gave a casual shove, and a nearby novice villager, completely unprepared, was pushed to the ground, sliding several meters on his butt, lying on his back with his legs in the air. The villager clutched his chest, unharmed but terrified. Especially Li Zhe, who has a sea-level talent, became the most sought-after target. The frightened girls surrounded Li Zhe one after another, crying and begging to form a team, clinging to him as if they couldn't let go, each trying to win his favor. Zhao Hao moved quietly through the crowd, seemingly looking for teammates, but in fact avoiding questions. Forming a team required revealing talent attributes, and he was unwilling to expose himself easily. Zhao Hao's attributes were already extraordinary, and his talent was even more astonishing. His strength had not yet been fully revealed, and he did not want to show his trump card easily. Soon, the crowd split into more than 100 teams of various sizes and set off in full force. After all, not all experts were willing to take those mediocre beginners with them. So many beginners with poor talent had to rely on numbers to make up for it. Only the low-key Zhao Hao and 3 timid beginners remained in the square. 2 of them returned to the beginner's wooden hut in frustration, while the other tightly gripped a dagger and gazed longingly outside. As the fierce fighting and monster screams grew louder outside, this person was so scared that he fell to the ground and scrambled back into the hut, dropping the dagger. Zhao Hao shook his head, these 3 were doomed to die within 7 days. Without the ability to level up, they would sooner or later perish in the brutal battles. Without the courage to even search for food, they were beyond saving. He picked up the dagger from the ground and casually reset it, obtaining a sharp fine steel dagger. The coward no longer dared to hold it. Soon, the fighting noises outside gradually became intermittent and finally stopped. With their numbers overwhelming, those beasts were only dispersed outside the village, they couldn't all be blocking the village entrance. The noise disappeared, and the environment became unusually quiet. Zhao Hao stretched his body, took a deep breath, and walked out of the light barrier holding the dagger. The light barrier was intangible, and he passed through it easily. Outside was a dense grassland, with small hills, forests, and a river in the distance. Beneath his feet was a muddy path trampled by novices. The weeds and bushes grew thickly, the tallest over a meter high short people could hide by bending down. The air was filled with a strong stench of blood. He focused on the footprints that were most numerous on the ground and quietly walked in that direction. After a few steps, there was a corpse lying by the roadside, Lu Hong. Lu Hong's eyes were wide open, mouth agape, clothes tattered. His chest bones were shattered, heart missing, and multiple parts of his skin and flesh were torn, his abdomen ripped open, a gruesome sight. This scene made Zhao Hao's scalp tingle, his hair standing on end. He took a deep breath, crouched down to examine the body, hoping to find something recoverable. Lu Hong's clothes were already filthy and worthless. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy suddenly flowed from Zhao Hao's palm. Damn! This can be recovered too? Power frenzy. So profitable. Zhao Hao was overjoyed. This recovery ability was simply omnipotent, able to retrieve even others' talents. Could it be that he had gained another talent? He quickly checked his talent list. Talents: Recovery Reset, SSS, Planting, SSS, Berserk Strength, D. Berserk Strength can triple the strength attribute, and it can instantly double again when used. Originally, his strength was only 7 points, but in an instant, it became 21 points, matching or even surpassing others. Using the skill can temporarily boost strength to 42 points. With the steel dagger, Zhao Hao's confidence greatly increased. This is the true power of Recovery Reset. He had originally planned to pick up some scraps, but found that the novice backpack, dagger, water bottle, and compressed biscuits on Lu Hong had already been taken by others. Other novices weren't foolish, they didn't waste any resources. Only a piece of torn clothing remained. But no one noticed that Lu Hong had an undiscovered treasure, his talent. Zhao Hao looked at the corpse, shook his head with a sigh, and continued searching for other targets. Lu Hong was a Sanshou enthusiast, strong and skilled in fighting. But his body was covered in wounds torn by the red-eyed rat, indicating that the level 1 beast's attacks were extremely fierce. Strength alone was useless, speed and defense also needed to be improved. As he was thinking this, Zhao Hao noticed a huge beast's corpse in the grass ahead. Approaching it, he was stunned. A rat nearly a meter long, as big as a dog. Gray-black fur, blood-red eyes, a slender tail, sharp claws stained with blood and tattered cloth, and sharp teeth still clinging to strips of flesh and fresh blood. Is this damn thing a rat? Could the beasts here have all mutated, their bodies massively enlarged? Zhao Hao recalled the mutated rats and dogs after nuclear radiation in sci-fi movies from his previous life, fiercely aggressive. It seems that on this battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, even ordinary beasts like rats, rabbits, and chickens can become deadly. He must stay alert. Lu Hong had clearly died at the hands of this rat, but the rat's own death was also brutal. Both hind legs were broken, one front paw fractured, its body covered in burns, frostbite, and slashes. It was obviously killed by a group attack. In Zhao Hao's mind, dozens, even hundreds of people surrounding a single rat, unleashing various powerful moves flashed through, making him chuckle. He squatted and placed his hand on the red-eyed rat. Buzz! A white light flashed, and a force surged into his palm. Recycle reset completed, strength +1, agility +1. Seeing this message, Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy. Recycle reset could be used not only on people but also on beast corpses to gain attribute points. Strength and agility each increased by 1, making up for his shortcomings. He decided to try again. No recyclable resources, target reset to meat +2 kilograms, sharp claws +2, beast hair +0.01 kilograms, beast bone +4. The corpse of the red-eyed rat suddenly disappeared, and a pile of supplies appeared beside Zhao Hao. The meat was cut into uniform cubes, looking fresh. But since it was meat from a mutated rat, he wasn't sure if it was edible. Zhao Hao stored it in the beginner's backpack, unwilling to waste it. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he extracted all the remaining resources from the red-eyed rat's body, truly digging 3 feet deep and plucking feathers from a wild goose. It seems that recovering a large number of corpses in a short time not only grants attribute points but also yields basic resources, ensuring one's own safety. By now, others must have killed quite a few beasts as well, so this area is temporarily safe. Zhao Hao proceeded along the road with the most foot traffic, as it was safer. Others might hope to encounter monsters and choose different routes, but he took this path instead. After only a few steps, the system alert sounded. Alert, newbie Zhang Chang in this village was killed by a level 1 beast long-tailed pheasant. Zhao Hao's heart jolted. Another newbie died within a short time. Just now, everyone was moving in teams, no one alone, and still, someone was killed, with the killer being a pheasant. This proved his earlier inference correct, even ordinary beasts in the newbie village are extremely dangerous. Zhao Hao stared at the footprints on the ground and ultimately chose the path with the fewest footprints. He wanted to reclaim Zhang Chang's talent ability. When he previously recovered Lu Hong's corpse, he had gained a talent, but when recovering the red-eyed rat's corpse, he only obtained strength and agility points. The system had said that ferocious beasts might have talents, while wild animals do not. Clearly, recovering human corpses was more worthwhile. He didn't know where Zhang Chang was, but he definitely wouldn't be on the path with the most human tracks. Being killed by a level 1 wild beast indicated weak strength or a small number of people. If he had been on that path, the situation wouldn't have been like this. Zhao Hao was only guessing. Clutching his tempered steel dagger, he carefully advanced along the trail, aware that dangers might lie ahead. He hadn't gone far before the system alert sounded. Newcomer Li Li from this village was killed by a level 1 wild beast long-tailed wild chicken. Another death, and still by the wild chicken. It couldn't be a coincidence, it was likely the same group. It seemed the wild chicken they encountered was not an ordinary one. Qin had noticed that those leaving in groups had at least 3 people. This indicated these wild chickens could kill 3 novices. After hesitating, Zhao Hao decided to press on. Now much stronger, he also obtained a D-level talent, which can double his strength in critical moments. With a sharp dagger, he can still fight even when in danger. Wealth comes from risk. Taking the lead at the start is very important. Zhao Hao needs talent to enhance his combat power. He moved through the bushes, staying hidden, following footprints. Safety comes first. Without a person, talent is useless. Not far ahead, Zhao Hao noticed water traces among the bushes, resembling a swampy wetland. He slowly approached and saw faint bloodstains in the dirty water. He slowed his pace and hid behind the bushes to observe. In front of him was a clearing, in complete disarray. Footprints were everywhere, battle marks obvious. Bushes were trampled, cut down, and there were even burn marks. 2 shattered corpses lay on the ground. One was a tall man, with a grim death appearance, multiple bullet holes all over his body, his face unrecognizable, eye sockets hollow and black, his eyeballs missing. Not far away, a woman wearing a skirt lay on the ground, her skirt torn, body covered in bloodstains, bones exposed, and the air thick with the strong smell of blood. Seeing the 2 corpses, Zhao Hao felt relieved, guessing he had found these 2 unlucky victims correctly. He didn't rush to collect the bodies because he hadn't yet seen the monster that killed them, nor their companions. Zhao Hao calmly observed and noticed a clear set of footprints extending in another direction, likely where the companions had gone. It was unknown whether they were hunting or fleeing. On the other side, next to some bushes, stood a huge monster. Zhao Hao stared at the ferocious beast, stunned. Could this be the legendary long-tailed wild chicken? The monster was over a meter long, with wings each more than a meter wide, covered in gray-white feathers. It had a bright red comb on its head like a fleshy ball, dripping fresh blood. One of its eyes was blind, and its red sharp beak was stained with blood. Its sharp claws still hung with strands of flesh and strips of cloth, clearly the murder weapon that killed those 2 people. Most striking was its tail, over a meter long, feathers brilliantly colored but with signs of breakage and burn marks. Its body was covered in wounds, one wing was broken and hung limply on the muddy ground, and one foot was severely injured, forcing it to stand on one leg like the golden rooster standing alone. It tried to flap its wings but couldn't fly, only managing to struggle to maintain balance. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up as he stared at this level 1 long-tailed pheasant, extremely excited. The 2 unlucky guy's companions hadn't returned yet, so he decided to kill this monster first. Although it was also a level 1 beast, it looked much stronger than that level 1 red-eyed rat. The red-eyed rat was known for its speed, while this long-tailed pheasant had huge wings that clearly allowed it to fly. For beginners, monsters with flying ability were almost invincible, no wonder they suffered heavy casualties. If the long-tailed pheasant wasn't injured, Zhao Hao might have had to take a detour. But now its wing was broken, its strength greatly reduced, one eye blind, and severely wounded, making it hard to fight. The opportunity had come. He could definitely win this fight. At this moment, because Zhao Hao possessed the talent of berserk strength, his total body strength had already reached 24 points. After using the active skill, his strength instantly surged to 48 points. With the sharp steel dagger and the armor-breaking effect, he was fully capable of fighting. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao tightened his grip on the dagger and quietly stepped closer behind the long-tailed pheasant through the bushes. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. When it was only 2 meters away, the long-tailed pheasant seemed to sense danger. It suddenly twisted its neck at an odd angle and cautiously scanned the surroundings with its other eye. Zhao Hao remained calm and took a piece of fresh meat out of his backpack. With a slap, he threw it out, and the meat landed right in front of the long-tailed pheasant. The bird tilted its head in confusion, clearly not understanding where the meat had come from. Zhao Hao examined the wounds of the two, judging that the long-tailed pheasant is omnivorous but has very high requirements for the meat, only eating soft tissue. This piece of meat was recovered from the red-eyed rat. Its texture is tender and extremely fresh. He wondered if it would eat it. The long-tailed pheasant cautiously looked around, not sensing any danger, then lowered its head to pick up the piece of meat, swallowing it desperately bite by bite. At that moment, Zhao Hao gripped the Vajra dagger tightly and suddenly charged out from the bushes, swinging it towards the long-tailed pheasant's head. The long-tailed pheasant's neck twisted nimbly, its sharp beak striking the dagger at a strange angle, sparks flying everywhere. It actually blocked the strike with incredible speed. Zhao Hao remained expressionless, and the next moment, crack! He grabbed the long-tailed pheasant's neck fiercely with his left hand, instantly activating a berserk power mode, doubling his strength explosively. The long-tailed pheasant's neck was twisted and broken by him in one swift motion. Normally, its neck is short and flexible, usually tucked in, but this time, its greed for food costed its life. Truly, humans die for money, and birds die for food. The long-tailed pheasant emitted a strange clucking sound from its throat, then suddenly collapsed with a bang. This powerful pheasant, which had consecutively killed 2 novices, died so unjustly at Zhao Hao's hands. At this moment, some transparent blue light dots suddenly appeared on the long-tailed pheasant's body and slowly merged into Zhao Hao's body. Killed a level 1 beast, long-tailed pheasant, gained psychic energy plus 30. Zhao Hao suddenly felt incredibly refreshed all over. The moment he focused his mind, the level bar instantly appeared in his mind. Level 1, 30/100. Unexpectedly, by killing a level 1 beast, Zhao Hao immediately gained 30 spirit energy points. As long as he killed 3 more, he would reach level 2. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed his hand on the long-tailed pheasant. Recovery complete, gained agility plus 2, strength plus 1. Agility increased by 2 points. It seems that the long-tailed pheasant is fast and agile. The 3 attribute points it dropped clearly make its combat power stronger than the red-eyed rat. Zhao Hao activated recovery reset again. Target reset, meat, excluding inedible, plus 6 kilograms, sharp claws plus 2, drumsticks plus 2, wings plus 2, long tail feathers plus 5, down feathers plus 40, sharp beak plus 1. The corpse of the long-tailed pheasant disappeared. Zhao Hao quickly packed the items into his backpack, instantly filling up the novice backpack space. To be safe, he hurried over to the 2 novice bodies nearby, placed them on the female corpse first, and activated recovery reset. Buzz, a flash of white light. Recovery successful, obtained, E-level talent, speed enhancement. Speed enhancement, doubles agility, increases movement speed by double. With doubled agility, Zhao Hao finally caught up to the other's attribute gap. With the speed increase, both fleeing and chasing became much easier. Then, he approached the tall male corpse and activated recovery reset again. Recycle successful, obtained, F-level talent, hearing enhancement. Hearing enhancement, hearing increased by 10 times. Unexpectedly, this time it was the lowest level F talent, but Zhao Hao was very happy. Tenfold hearing made his perception sharper, allowing him to detect dangers in advance and more effectively gather information. He could sense any slightest movement in the novice village. Although the combat power increase was limited, it was very meaningful to him. Zhao Hao also casually picked up 2 novice daggers, 2 backpacks, compressed biscuits, and a water bottle. No one was taking these supplies, probably because the battle wasn't over yet and others had no time to clean up. Zhao Hao didn't hesitate and packed everything into his backpack. As for the other resources on the corpse, he did not collect them. Unlike beasts, human corpses upon respawn only yield tissues such as meat, bones, hair, and blood, which he chose to forego. Zhao Hao couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless. Otherwise, how would he be any different from those beasts? He glanced at the 2 unlucky newcomers and slowly retreated into the bushes. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped. Faint voices and sounds of creatures came from a distance. The auditory enhancement talent was indeed powerful. He wondered if this talent could become even stronger, perhaps reaching the legendary level of clairvoyance and clairaudience. He roughly estimated the group was still a few hundred meters away, but their voices were as clear as if right beside him. So frustrating, we ran into level 1 beasts, yet our team ended up facing flying long-tailed wild chickens. Who can handle that? Our team is strong enough, killing level 1 beasts should be easy, but these long-tailed wild chickens appear as a male and female pair each time, catching us off guard. It's a pity, Lili and Zhang Chang both died, our strength has greatly diminished. Alright, learn from this lesson, don't go to such remote places again. Gather the gear off Lili and Zhang Chang so nothing goes to waste. Leave the final blow on that injured long-tailed wild chicken to me. We must hurry and produce a level 2 strong warrior, or else it's only a matter of time before we're done for. Okay, boss. Zhao Hao listened to the footsteps and judged that there were 6 people on the other side. With the 2 dead, it was an 8-person squad. An 8-person team was very common, too many people were hard to command, too few lacked combat power. Their team gathered various talents such as perception, attributes, elements, and control. In theory, their combat power was strong, but since they had just formed the team and lacked tacit cooperation, many hadn't figured out their own talents yet, so their performance was limited. Zhao Hao continued to quietly retreat, using the bushes for concealment to maintain distance. Lacking strength, avoiding conflict was best. Soon, several angry shouts came to his ears. Who did it? The bastard who stole my loot. Boss, does a long-tailed pheasant run away by itself? I didn't see a corpse. Don't be stupid, chickens run away and still let us collect gear? Boss is really wise. Then, who exactly did it? Right, kill that bastard. In the distance, Zhao Hao listened to these angry shouts and calmly shook his head. This group of rookies really had bad luck. If there was a luck attribute, they were probably at 0. But Zhao Hao didn't feel guilty. This is the battlefield of all heavens, the only rule is slaughter. There are even more brutal tests awaiting them ahead. Here, it's survival of the fittest, strength above all. Soft-heartedness will only bring harm to oneself. Everyone can only desperately try to survive. Zhao Hao remembered that newbies who did not reach level 10 within 7 days would be removed by the system. For now, the beasts they encountered were just ordinary wild animals, not fierce beasts or demon beasts. This was because there was a level 2 protection. Wait until the protection period ends, even killing a level 1 beast will require an ambush. By then, those who haven't reached level 10 will probably die. This is just the first round of the newbie selection. There will be more to come, and no one can guarantee survival until the end. As a rabbit from the Flower Nation, although the Blue Star Dragon country is very similar to the Flower Nation, it is after all not home. Zhao Hao just wants to survive now. He quietly retreated, listening to the surrounding sounds, and finally hid in a safe thicket of bushes. Here, there were only faint sounds of insects and ants, with no other noises. Zhao Hao took out the spoils. 2 beginner daggers, directly recycled and reset. Instantly transformed into 2 first-level sharp refined steel daggers, greatly increasing their value. But he already had 4 such daggers in his hands. Holding onto too many useless items, maybe they can be exchanged for some supplies? Then, he took out 2 level 1 novice backpacks. He had tried using his talent ability to reclaim storage space from backpacks. Zhao Hao reclaimed and reset the backpack, successfully gaining 20 units of space. Then add this space to your own novice backpack. The new backpack space has been increased to 30 units. Then reset the abandoned backpack to cloth and rope. This is the power of recycling and resetting. Others cannot extract extra space even if they have extra backpacks. They can only carry a few more backpacks. But Zhao Hao's beginner backpack has no limit on space. In the future, it might even be able to hold something as big as a city. Zhao Hao packed all the resources into his backpack and continued searching for corpses. He slowly tracked along the footprints left by the novices. He observed the battle from a distance and, after the fight ended, quietly approached to retrieve the bodies. The main task for novices was to kill monsters and gain psychic energy to level up, so corpses were often neglected. Like the red-eyed rats, most corpses were abandoned on the spot. After all, they were ugly rats who would care about the germs they carried? No one liked their meat. But some monster corpses could be utilized. Zhao Hao had seen serrated rabbits, with teeth sharp like saw blades, large bodies, and strong hind legs. He noticed one rabbit's hind leg had been chopped off, indicating someone had taken the meat as a resource. Nonetheless, as long as the corpse existed, Zhao Hao could extract attribute points and use skills to reset the leftover flesh, gaining more meat chunks. His skill could recombine the meat on the rabbit into fresh chunks. Other novices had to skin and cut meat themselves with daggers, which was time-consuming and dangerous. The harsh environment outside left no one with spare time to deal with corpses. Zhao Hao, taking advantage of the cover provided by the bushes, discreetly retrieved the bodies. Around him, the novices formed teams, nervously hunting wild beasts. 3 hours passed, and he didn't feel tired, only a bit hungry. His physical fitness had improved, with enhanced endurance and stamina. He found a spot in the bushes to sit down, took out compressed biscuits, and ate while drinking water. During this time, he collected more than 10 wild beast carcasses, including not only red-eyed rats, but also sawtooth rabbits, long-tailed wild chickens, red-horned sheep, strong forest ducks, and blue-eyed green snakes. Zhao Hao kept moving, circling behind the giant snake, his berserk power instantly erupting, doubling his strength. The other dagger stabbed down fiercely, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blue-eyed green snake's scales had decent defense, but Zhao Hao's steel dagger had armor-piercing effects, breaking through the protection. The giant snake painfully stretched out its head, lunging to bite Zhao Hao once again. Zhao Hao easily leapt beneath the large bluestone, and the giant snake missed its strike. Its fat body dragged it down, making it difficult to leave the bluestone. Zhao Hao took the opportunity to leap onto the bluestone, one hand gripping the edge, the other stabbing with a dagger, blood splattering once again. The giant snake was furious, stretching its head under the boulder to attack Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao had already circled to the other side, leapt onto the bluestone, and stabbed continuously with both daggers. The giant snake was covered in fresh blood, its head weakly turning to lunge forward. Zhao Hao turned quickly to dodge, stabbing the dagger straight into the vital spot. Snake blood sprayed wildly, the giant snake's head fell heavily to the ground and twitched before becoming still. Zhao Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time killing a level 1 beast alone, perfectly utilizing several innate abilities, showing great improvement in strength and combat skills. Translucent blue light spots appeared on the blue-eyed green snake's body, slowly merging into Zhao Hao's body. Killed level 1 beast blue-eyed green snake, gained 40 plus spirit energy points. Zhao Hao was surprised, originally thinking that a level 1 beast's spirit energy value was fixed at 30 points, but this one gave 40 points. Level increased to 170/100. This blue-eyed green snake was even stronger than the long-tailed pheasant he had killed. It seemed that there were also differences in strength among level 1 beasts, and it was a rare strong one. It looked like he only needed to kill one more level 1 beast to easily reach level 2. Leveling up was not as difficult as he had imagined. But this was just Zhao Hao's luck. Nowadays, most beginners can only team up to hunt beasts. No one has multiple talents like Zhao Hao. For example, his enhanced hearing and vision allow him to detect enemies from a distance. Those with similar abilities in other teams barely have any combat power and need protection. In the recent battle, Zhao Hao's speed enhancement was crucial. Without it, he couldn't easily dodge the giant snake's attacks, let alone severely injure it. But speed alone isn't enough, a strong power talent is also necessary. Zhao Hao possesses a rare D-grade power talent. Additionally, ordinary weapons struggle to pierce the giant snake's scales. Only a sharp, refined steel dagger like Chen Dong's can break its defense. Otherwise, the team must have someone who has awakened an elemental attribute talent to provide extra damage. To kill this blue-eyed green snake, at least 5 novices with different talents must coordinate smoothly. The attacks of these 5 people must flow like that of a single person. But since these newcomers have just met, that is impossible. Therefore, even an 8 or 9 person team finds it difficult to kill a level 1 wild beast. Not to mention, the spiritual energy gained from a team kill is distributed according to damage, so no one can claim it all. Naturally, leveling up is slower. If Zhao Hao had posted what he just said in the chat channel, he would definitely have been heavily criticized. Do you know how difficult leveling up is? At this moment, Zhao Hao squatted down excitedly and placed his hand on the giant snake's head. A white light flashed. Recycle successful, obtained, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Strength +1. Level 1 beasts are indeed powerful, with a full 4 attribute points. He used the Recycle Reset skill again. Discovered a recyclable resource, 1 male corpse. Recycle? Zhao Hao was stunned. How could there be other recyclable resources on a snake's body, and it's a corpse? He recalled the blue-eyed green snake's swollen belly, its movements sluggish during the battle, seemingly weighed down by something inside its belly, unable to leave the bluestone slab. Could it be that? Thinking this, Zhao Hao immediately used the Recycle Reset skill. Recycle successful, obtained, 1 male human corpse. At this moment, the giant snake's belly was already shattered. A human corpse covered in transparent mucus suddenly appeared at Zhao Hao's feet. He couldn't help but gasp sharply. The corpse had obviously been dead for a long time, with the skin corroded beyond recognition. It was unclear whether it had been swallowed after death by the green-eyed blue snake or devoured alive by it. If it's the latter, how desperate must this person have been? This world of slaughter is truly perilous, where one could die without even a trace of their remains at any moment. Zhao Hao thought to himself, wondering if he could recover the talent from this corpse, and decided to give it a try. He crouched down and placed his hand on the corpse. Recycle successful, obtained F-level talent, vision enhancement. He was taken aback, he actually obtained another F-level vision enhancement talent. But he already had this talent, so this recycle might have been a waste. At this moment, the system prompted. F-level vision enhancement +2 has been reset to E-level talent vision transcendence. Vision Transcendence, Perception Talent, Vision enhanced 20 times, equipped with Night Vision, adds basic illusion breaking. Illusion Breaking, Special Evolution Talent, can see through the essence of things, perceive the truth. Zhao Hao immediately became excited. 2 F-level talents can actually be combined into 1 E-level talent, and it even brings new abilities. Is this special to his own recycling reset skill, or can everyone evolve like this? Curious about what the illusion-breaking ability could specifically do, he tried using it to look at a strange plant in front of him. Category: Spiritual Plant. Product name: Red Fruit. Grade: First Grade. Effect: Enhances physical fitness, improves toxin resistance, can be used to make advanced medicine. Zhao Hao's heart raced, he didn't expect Po Wang to also have an identification function. In the future, when encountering unfamiliar resources, there will be no need to worry about distinguishing between real and fake. Most plants in this deadly world are dangerous, ordinary people simply dare not pick them. But the red fruit before his eyes is not only non-toxic but can also enhance physical fitness. Physical fitness has always been his weakness, and this discovery made him extremely excited. He approached the edge of the bluestone slab and smelled the faint delicate fragrance emitted by the red fruit. Just as he was about to reach out and pick it, a notification flashed through his mind. Swish! Zhao Hao quickly withdrew his hand. Fortunately, he possessed the evolved Breaking Illusions ability, which told him that this red fruit had to wait until the last leaf fell for the best effect. If picked hastily, it would only yield moderate benefits, truly a waste. It turns out that the conditions for picking these red fruits are so strict. No wonder that blue-eyed green snake has been guarding them for so long without eating. Obviously, it is also waiting for the red fruit to fully ripen. Zhao Hao decided to wait patiently. Taking advantage of this gap, he turned around and used the recycling reset skill to process the corpse of the blue-eyed green snake on the ground, obtaining resources such as meat, snake skin, snake gall, snake scale armor, and snake teeth. The corpse then disappeared without any waste. He stared at the red fruit in front of him, unsure of how much longer he would have to wait. If it took 10 days or half a month to ripen, he would have to keep watch the whole time. The blue-eyed green snake had once swallowed a person, indicating that others might be approaching this place, and if he left, it would be a big loss if the red fruit fell into someone else's hands. So, Zhao Hao waited quietly. Gradually, the leaves at the top of the red fruit began to wither and yellow, and the last leaf silently drifted down. The red fruit became bright red and dazzling, like a flickering flame, emitting a sparkling glow. Zhao Hao unhesitatingly plucked the red fruit and took a gentle bite. There was no flesh, the fruit melted instantly in his mouth, turning into a sweet and cool liquid that slid down his throat. The cool sensation spread through his belly, emitting warmth that spread throughout his body. Physique improved bit by bit, with prompts appearing 3 times in a row. In the end, Zhao Hao gained a total physique increase of 10 points. His body's resistance to poison strengthened by 1%, and his resistance to snake venom sharply increased by 50%. Zhao Hao didn't expect that a single red fruit would not only greatly enhance his physique but also significantly boost his poison resistance. Next time he encounters the venom attack of a green-eyed blue snake, he won't have to worry at all. Wherever venomous snakes roam, there is always an antidote within 5 steps. This red fruit herb happened to grow beside the habitat of the green-eyed blue snake, naturally possessing detoxifying properties. Zhao Hao looked at the now barren strange plant with great expectation, wondering if the fruit would grow again after harvesting. He once again used the delusion-breaking skill to scan the plant's information. Category: Spirit Plant. Name: Red Fruit Grass. Grade: First Level. Effect: Withers after picking, turning into nutrients. Zhao Hao sighed, what a pity. He originally wanted to try transplanting, after all, he had planting skills. But the red fruit grass withers automatically after being picked, making it difficult to preserve. Curious whether the red fruit grass had seeds or roots, he tried using the Recycle Reset skill. The screen displayed: Recycle completed, obtained plant essence +1, spiritual soil +0.5. Reset completed, red fruit grass turned into red fruit seeds. Red fruit seed, a special spiritual plant that requires spiritual soil, essence of plants and trees, and advanced planting skills to cultivate. Seeing this, Zhao Hao showed a crazed smile. Planting skills, wasn't this exactly his strongest expertise? Whether in the desert, on the moon, underwater, or on Mars, as long as there was soil, he could grow something. He excitedly put the materials he obtained into his novice backpack, then returned to the cabin and found an empty patch of land to start planting, a place where no one would come to destroy it. After a 10-point improvement in physique, his attribute panel displayed. Name: Zhao Hao. Level 1, 70/100. Strength 33, D-tier strength frenzy times 3. Agility 28, E-tier speed enhancement times 2. Physique 32, poison resistance +1%. Spirit 30. Talents: Recovery Reset, SSS-level, Cultivation, SSS-level, Hearing Enhancement, F-level, Vision Enhancement, E-level. Skills: Delusion Break, Night Vision. Combat Power Assessment, 2+. Reputation, 0. Seeing these stats, Zhao Hao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Almost all attributes had reached above 30, 2 new skills had been added, and the combat power assessment was close to 3. Combined with his talent, his strength was nearly at a 4 level. Now he was full of confidence, believing that even when facing 2 peak-state blue-eyed green snakes, he could easily defeat them. With the newly acquired 50% resistance to snake venom, plus continuing to hunt powerful snakes, his level would quickly rise to level 2. Just as he was immersed in joy, his expression suddenly changed. What is this? Zhao Hao tilted his ear to listen. A faint sound came from afar, but it didn't resemble an animal's, it sounded more like a human voice. He tightened his grip on the tempered steel dagger in his hand and silently searched toward the direction of the sound. With his greatly improved vision, he noticed some strange marks in the bushes, trails left by the green-eyed cobra as it slithered through the grass and on the ground. The direction of the traces and the sounds matched, so Zhao Hao quickened his pace to track them. Soon, he heard clear sounds of fighting. He climbed up a small hill and hid behind some bushes, looking down. In a low-lying area, 7 or 8 people were attacking a wild beast. That beast was precisely the familiar blue-eyed green snake. With his eyesight enhanced 20-fold, Zhao Hao could see clearly even from hundreds of meters away. Leading them was a tall, handsome young man in his 20s, radiating heroic energy. Zhao Hao recognized him. He was one of the few who awakened D-level talents in the beginner village, named Lei Jun, who controlled lightning. Lei Jun is the village's prominent figure, with many newcomers vying to join when forming a team. He selected an elite team of 8, with excellent coordination. The blue-eyed green snake couldn't hold out long. Zhao Hao was secretly pleased and prepared to retrieve the body. Lei Jun stood at the front to face the battle head-on, while the team members scattered around to attack. The blue-eyed green snake wildly whipped its body, kicking up dust and grass fragments. Lei Jun reached out and pointed a finger, blue electric arcs sparking from his palm. The blue-eyed green snake immediately trembled all over, stiffening on the spot as if struck by high-voltage electricity. Taking advantage of the moment, the 7 rushed forward in a swarm, slashing the giant snake with daggers. The scales were hard and emitted a cracking sound. Although there was a flash of white light, it failed to severely injure the blue-eyed green snake. The numbness quickly faded. Ignoring the surrounding attacks, the blue-eyed green snake angrily lunged straight at Lei Jun. It knew that it couldn't survive without killing Lei Jun, the one controlling the lightning. Lei Jun calmly retreated, giving it no chance. The others took the opportunity to attack fiercely. Whenever the blue-eyed green snake tried to counterattack, Lei Jun immediately released lightning that paralyzed it, allowing the group to continue their assault. The group coordinated smoothly, and the blue-eyed green snake gradually weakened, its speed and attacks slowed down. Zhao Hao judged it was about to collapse. Suddenly, a red glow flashed on someone's body, and a stream of fire struck the blue-eyed green snake, making it roar in pain. Taking advantage, the group hacked wildly, and the blue-eyed green snake twitched a few times before falling to the ground. Flash! A blue light lit up, turning into particles of various sizes that flowed into everyone's bodies. Lei Jun gained the most spiritual energy, causing exclamations among the group. Someone received 5 points of spiritual energy, attributing it to the critical damage from the flames. Another got only 3 points, complaining about the hardness of the blue-eyed green snake's scales. Yet another got just 1 point, questioning the system's allocation. Someone explained that the system automatically distributes points based on contribution, which was correct. Support talents like vision and hearing enhancements had low ratings because they lacked combat power, making upgrades difficult and relying on the team. Spiritual energy was distributed by damage dealt, so support roles seldom earned high spiritual energy. Unless someone deliberately gave up their contribution, but teams prioritized cultivating damage dealers first to form strong combat power. In the distance, Zhao Hao watched everything, silently analyzing the pros and cons of team combat and various tactics. Although he was a lone wolf who could, thanks to his special talent, rival an entire team by himself, that did not mean he did not need to learn teamwork. After all, in the future, he would likely come into conflict with team-oriented novices. After comparing, Zhao Hao found that teamwork had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was increased survival rates and easier monster hunting. The disadvantage was that each person received fewer spirit energy points. Killing a level 1 beast meant everyone got single-digit spirit energy points, whereas Zhao Hao could kill a blue-eyed green snake by himself and gain 40 points at once, an enormous difference. At that moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed from Lei Jun's body, leaving Zhao Hao stunned. Could it be that Lei Jun had awakened a new talent? The white light quickly disappeared, and Lei Jun's face was full of joy. "Boss Lei, what happened just now?" "Nothing, I just leveled up, this is normal." "You guys will have the chance too," he said confidently. The whole crowd cheered. "Boss Lei is amazing. Leveled up to level 2. Our group will become the strongest in the village. Boss Lei has a D-level talent, I'm so jealous, I'm only level 1. Zhao Hao in the distance looked at everyone's reactions and was quite surprised. Finally, someone leveled up. How much would their strength increase? Judging by Lei Jun's proud expression, he must have gotten a lot stronger. Thinking this, he used the broken delusion skill to probe Lei Jun's information. Race, human. Level, 2. Strength, 21. Agility, 22. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Talent. Skills. Combat power, 2. Zhao Hao frowned. Is this the strength of a level 2 human? With such low attributes, the combat power is only 2 stars. He is much stronger than Lei Jun, especially since Lei Jun's multiple talents give his mental attributes a very high starting point. The strength attribute comes from the strength berserk talent, agility is granted by the speed enhancement talent, and the constitution attribute has improved because he consumed the red fruit. Without these bonuses, his attributes wouldn't be this high at all. Lei Jun only has 1 talent. After leveling up to level 2, all his attributes can reach 20, which is already very impressive. However, compared to someone abnormal like Zhao Hao, he's still a bit lacking. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man in the crowd exclaimed excitedly, "Great! Boss Lei has reached level 2. Our strength has greatly increased. Not only can we avenge brother Xiao Ma, but we can also kill that blue-eyed green snake." Old Wan, the battle was intense just now, and you didn't explain clearly what exactly happened to Xiao Ma? Lei Jun asked. The tall and sturdy old Wang sighed and said sorrowfully, "Xiao Ma and I were scouting in a different direction. His talent for enhanced vision let him discover something, possibly a treasure. He originally planned to wait for us to regroup before investigating together, but he just wanted to take a closer look. If something felt wrong, he intended to leave immediately. I thought he was fast, and I'm pretty quick too, plus we had long-range scouting. No problem, so we followed him. Unexpectedly, not far after we started, we encountered that blue-eyed green snake. Xiao Ma was swallowed in 1 bite. Luckily, I ran fast. The snake's target was Xiao Ma, that's why I managed to escape." At this point, regret and pain were written all over old Wang's face. "It's all my fault. If only I had persuaded Xiao Ma better." Lei Jun patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't blame yourself, I'm also responsible for underestimating the dangers of the wild. From now on, no one can act alone, we must proceed steadily and carefully. When exploring and fighting monsters, we can't afford to lose any more brothers." Old Wang said with lingering fear, "This place is terrifying, full of man-eating monsters everywhere. I don't know if we can survive until the end." As soon as these words fell, the group's mood grew heavy, and the earlier joy instantly vanished. But Lei Jun showed a confident smile, cleared his throat, and everyone immediately focused their attention. Although the team had not been together long, Lei Jun had already become the core, and everyone trusted him. "Don't be discouraged, it's just a single blue-eyed green snake. Old Wang will lead the way, we'll kill it to avenge Xiao Ma. I won't take part in the final strike this time, you allocate the spiritual energy and increase your strength as quickly as possible. I believe everyone can survive." "Good." The crowd responded loudly, morale instantly soaring. Although Lei Jun was only in his 20s, both his strength and character were extraordinary. Although many of these people were older than him, no one disrespected his leadership. At this moment, Zhao Hao roughly understood the situation. The corpse recovered earlier from the belly of the blue-eyed green snake must have been that unlucky guy named Xiao Ma. Just then, Zhao Hao noticed the group walking straight towards him. His face stiffened, and he wondered what to do. Should he retreat now? But this was a small hill, and they were about to climb up. If they came up and he stepped back, he would definitely be spotted. Or should he simply greet them? After all, they were all human, meeting in the wild shouldn't be a big deal. But that could also cause trouble. After thinking it over, he decided to stay silent and wait for them to pass before retrieving the corpse. After all, proactively greeting them might lead to other problems. With that in mind, Zhao Hao lowered himself, pressed close to the ground, and was concealed by the bushes. Anyway, they would be gone soon. However, just as people were passing by, he had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly someone shouted, "Oh no! Someone's here!" "What's wrong, Bai Bing?" Lei Jun, the leader, immediately stopped, and everyone looked around alertly. The voice came again, "Boss Lei, I feel like there's a human presence in the bushes." Zhao Hao, hiding in the bushes, tensed up, thinking, they could detect me here? It seemed he had been too confident and hadn't considered their strange abilities. For example, Bai Bing's sense of smell, which could distinguish different people's scents to find him. Bai Bing's sense of smell is not wrong. Everyone be careful, someone's sneaking around. Come out quickly. Lei Jun shouted. After hesitating, Zhao Hao stood up from the bushes with a calm smile, brushing off the grass and dirt from his clothes. Captain, don't shoot, it's me. I'm just a passerby. He looked relaxed and not nervous at all. After all, Lei Jun and his team's strength was no threat to him. Is that you? A girl said in surprise, looking at him with eyes full of shock. Zhao Hao was momentarily stunned, realizing she looked very familiar. It was the girl he had made eye contact with back in the beginner's village earlier. Could she know him? But he didn't remember knowing her. Bai Bing, do you know him? Lei Jun asked. Bai Bing hesitated for a moment and said, his name is Zhao Hao, he's probably my classmate. His family isn't well off, he used to make a living by collecting scrap, and usually doesn't talk much. Hearing this, Zhao Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected to run into an old classmate here. The two of them came from the same city, the same class, yet by chance met here. It was really rare. It was just that he had no impression of the girl in front of him at all. After all, he had only been through the Transmigration for 2 weeks, busy every day just to survive, with no time to pay attention to other classmates. The boy who came through Transmigration had almost nothing and could only survive by scavenging scraps. After school, he always left hurriedly, with no chance to observe the people around him. Bai Bing looked at Zhao Hao, her expression complex, both surprised and tinged with a touch of pity. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, how did you end up here? Zhao Hao waved his hand and said, I was exploring alone in the wild. Passing by here, I saw you all had a large group and strong presence, so I didn't dare to show myself. Bai Bing stared at his thin figure, all alone, her heart filled with worry. Do you know how dangerous it is outside? There are many wild beasts, and exploring alone is very risky. One of our previous teammates was accidentally eaten by a beast. She looked toward Lei Jun, summoning her courage. Boss Lei, could Zhao Hao join us? Although his talent is average, he has good character and is quite honest. It's too lonely for him out there on his own. Old Wang also agreed, right, Boss Lei, Xiaoma just left, and we are short of people. Zhao Hao has been wandering outside alone for so long, he should have the skills to avoid danger and can take Xiaoma's place perfectly. Lei Jun nodded slightly, carefully observing Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao's expression was calm, although his clothes were a bit worn, there were no wounds, clearly indicating he hadn't confronted any beasts directly. He might have some scouting ability, allowing him to avoid danger in advance. The team is currently missing a scout like Xiaoma, with only 8 people. As everyone's strength improves, their influence will grow stronger. Lei Jun was just thinking about expanding his power. One more person means one more bit of strength. Thinking of this, he showed a slight smile. Lei Jun smiled and said to Zhao Hao, report your attributes and talents. Don't worry, even if you're very ordinary, for Bai Bing's sake, I'll still accept you. His tone carried a high and mighty confidence, and his eyes looked at Zhao Hao with a hint of pity. When Bai Bing heard Lei Jun nod, she immediately showed a happy smile. Zhao Hao, quickly show your talents and personal information. Bai Bing urged. Old Wang beside them also chimed in, you might not know, Boss Lei is already a level 2 powerhouse now. You're really lucky to join his team. The others all nodded in agreement. Thinking back to the beginner's village, everyone was desperately trying to show off themselves. It was not easy to be chosen by Lei Jun, so Zhao Hao was considered to have gotten a great bargain. Everyone was smiling, expecting Zhao Hao to be moved to tears by the news and obediently join them. But the next moment, they were all stunned. Zhao Hao just smiled slightly and said, thank you, I appreciate it. But I prefer to explore alone. Then he looked at Bai Bing, sorry, I don't remember having a beautiful classmate like you. But since everyone gets along well, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me, and I'll give you a hand. After saying that, he nodded and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Everyone was dumbfounded, exchanging stunned glances, completely bewildered. This can't be true, right? Did they hear wrong? This seemingly frail kid actually rejected Boss Lei's invitation. Doesn't he know that Boss Lei is already a tier 2 powerhouse, possessing the rare D-level lightning control talent? Such strength ranks among the top in the rookie village, is he out of his mind? Bai Bing watched Zhao Hao walk away, both surprised and angry. She didn't expect Zhao Hao to be so proud as to reject her goodwill. She thought Zhao Hao was too prideful to accept help. In the past, when someone in the class saw that his family was poor and wanted to help him, he always refused, saying he didn't want charity. Unexpectedly, when it came to the heavenly killing battlefield, this flaw of his hadn't changed at all. He didn't realize that when his life was at stake, dignity and face were meaningless. Lei Jun looked displeased, watching Zhao Hao leave, feeling both awkward and frustrated. He originally wanted to expand his influence by offering Zhao Hao a large sum, setting an example for others. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao rejected him so ruthlessly. Lei Jun quickly regained his confidence. He thought Zhao Hao was just overestimating himself and that he would eventually be killed by the beasts sooner or later, not worth getting angry about. Maybe he's a skilled player and doesn't look up to us, who knows? I guess he hasn't experienced the harshness of the wild, hopefully, he can come to understand that. Let's go. After saying this, Lei Jun led the way, and everyone followed, chatting among themselves. Is this guy crazy? Maybe he's been hiding in the newbie village all along, never dared to come out. Just now, coming out, he doesn't understand the dangers of the wild at all. That's right, it won't be long before we hear news of him being killed. The boss is right, he won't have a chance to understand any of this. Just reckless, no need to bother with him. Bai Bing glanced back at Zhao Hao and saw that he had already gone far away, shook her head, and followed the group. Soon, Lei Jun and his party disappeared from sight. From the bushes in the distance, Zhao Hao nodded slightly and quietly returned. Zhao Hao was unwilling to join Lei Jun's team, not only because he feared revealing his talent but also because the team was inefficient, he could kill beasts faster on his own and move more freely. He quickly arrived beside the corpse of the huge green-eyed snake. Lei Jun and the others had not processed the body because the green-eyed snake was venomous, killing it for experience was enough, and handling the body risked poisoning, so no one dared to eat the snake meat. Zhao Hao placed his hand on the snake carcass to begin recycling, a flash of white light appeared, recycle successful, gained constitution +2, agility +1, strength +1. He showed a pleased expression and used the recycle reset skill again, reset complete, obtained 0.4 kilograms of meat, 1 snake skin, 1 snake gall, 50 snake scales, 2 poisonous snake fangs. So far, Zhao Hao had obtained 3 snake gallbladders from the blue-eyed green snake. He hadn't dared to consume them before, fearing they were poisonous. Now that he possessed the delusion-breaking skill to identify items, he checked the effects of the snake gallbladders. Information appeared: snake gallbladder, produced by blue-eyed green snake, clears heat and detoxifies, brightens eyes and refreshes the spirit. After consumption, spirit attribute +2, vision improved by 1%, snake venom resistance +1%. Seeing this, Zhao Hao showed a delighted smile. This was the first time he had acquired something that could enhance his spirit attribute. Previously, whether scavenging corpses or eating red fruit, he had never encountered an item that increased spirit. He had thought spirit was fixed at birth and couldn't be enhanced. Although the specific effects of raising the spirit attribute were still unclear, the fact that it was so difficult to improve indicated it must be significant. With this in mind, Zhao Hao didn't hesitate and swallowed all 3 snake gallbladders. They were bitter upon entering his mouth, with a fishy taste on his tongue and throat, accompanied by a subtle coolness. After swallowing, Zhao Hao immediately felt a refreshing clarity and a coolness in his mind. His vision slightly sharpened, his thinking became agile, and his previous fatigue vanished completely. He hurriedly opened his personal information panel and found that his attributes had changed. Name: Zhao Hao. Level 1, 70/100. Strength, 36, D-level berserk strength *3. Agility, 32, E-level speed enhancement *2. Physique, 34, poison resistance +1%. Spirit, 36. Talent, recovery reset, SSS-level, planting, SSS-level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, E-level. Skills, break illusion, night vision. Combat power assessment, 3. Seeing this, Zhao Hao wore a joyful expression and decided to continue hunting alone. Relying on his enhanced vision and hearing, he quickly discovered no new corpses nearby. Even if there were any, they had been found and dealt with by rookie teams, leaving nothing of value to salvage. As group hunts by novices became increasingly frequent, the number of level 1 wild beasts in the area had already dwindled. Since he was capable of hunting alone, staying here to wait for others to hunt was too much of a waste of time. So, Zhao Hao headed toward the outskirts of the rookie village in search of new prey. Meanwhile, not long after leaving, at another location, Lei Jun and the others stood on the bluestone slab, looking at each other in confusion. They stared at Xiaoma's corpse, which was decayed with skin mottled and corroded by the bile of the blue-eyed green snake. There was no sign of the blue-eyed green snake at the scene, only some battle marks and bloodstains scattered on the ground. Old Wang, what happened? Why is there only Xiaoma's corpse? Didn't you say there was also a blue-eyed green snake? Lei Jun asked. Boss, this blood is snake blood, said the skinny, glasses-wearing youth Tang Runfeng. You mean the blue-eyed green snake is dead? Lei Jun's gaze grew serious. Yes, the blue-eyed green snake was killed by someone. Tang Runfeng stared at the marks on the ground, then looked around at the bluestone, his expression growing more and more shocked. Lei Jun couldn't help but ask, what did you find? Tang Runfeng looked around cautiously and said solemnly, the blue-eyed green snake is probably already dead, and it was killed by one person. There is only one set of footprints at the scene. Based on the amount of blood, it was seriously injured, lost too much blood, and ultimately died here. He pointed to a spot on the ground. There is a large amount of snake blood here, indicating it died right here. The volume of blood suggests it was directly pierced through the body. Only Xiaoma's corpse was found at the scene, no sign of the blue-eyed green snake's body, which means the mysterious expert took the corpse away. As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped sharply. Killed a level 1 beast alone? Impossible. What kind of expert would that be? Boss Lei only has level 2 strength, even he might not be able to do that. Could it be a level 3 expert? The green-eyed blue snake has extremely strong defense, I slashed it many times without hurting it. What kind of weapon could make it bleed so much and even pierce it? Lei Jun took a deep breath and said seriously, even I wouldn't dare say I could take on a grade 1 beast alone. Even if you kill it, you'd be seriously injured. Not to mention the blue-eyed green snake is highly venomous. If someone managed to kill it and dispose of the corpse, it means they didn't get hurt at all. They could truly be a level 3 expert. No other footprints were found at the scene, which also indicates this person is a lone wolf, Tang Runfeng said with a tone full of respect. A lone wolf? Boss, do you think it might be Zhao Hao? Bai Bing asked with doubt. Tang Runfeng's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, it seems possible. From the location, only Zhao Hao is the closest to here. Once the words were spoken, everyone was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Impossible, could it really be him? He seems to be the only one nearby, maybe it really is him. No wonder, Boss Lei said he's an expert and refused to join us. At this point, seeing Lei Jun's expression sour, the man immediately fell silent. Lei Jun's face was complicated, and Tang Runfeng whispered, actually, there's a simple way to tell if it's Zhao Hao. What way? Let's go back and see if the corpse of the blue-eyed green snake we killed is still there. That mysterious expert took the body away, he must be able to handle it, or the corpse is useful to him, so... Lei Jun's eyes lit up, and he fell into deep thought. Bai Bing's expression was complex, both surprised and happy, with a hint of subtle worry. At that moment, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. Notice, one person in this village has already reached level 3, and the level ranking channel has been activated. Only allowed to view the level ranking of this village, the leaderboard selects the top 100 novices. This message instantly spread through everyone's minds. Everyone was both excited and thrilled. Wow, the leaderboard has opened, let's go take a look. Only the top 100 can make it onto the list, I wonder if I can squeeze in? A level 3 expert appeared so quickly? And activated the leaderboard channel, who could it be? Could it be Zhao Hao? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, the level 3 expert is most likely Zhao Hao. Lei Jun, by Bing, and the others quickly opened the operation interface. Sure enough, the leaderboard channel had already appeared. They eagerly checked it, but all of them were stunned. Because the level 3 experts on the leaderboard were not Zhao Hao. And Zhao Hao's ranking was far beyond what they had expected. Elsewhere, Zhao Hao was walking aimlessly, casually searching. At this moment, a system announcement sounded in his mind. Zhao Hao casually opened the leaderboard channel. 9527 Beginner Village Level Ranking. First place, Li Zhe, Level 3. Second place, Ibe, Level 2. Third place, Maddie, Level 2. Fourth place, Renhu, Level 2. Fifth place, Zhu Pingfei, Level 2. Sixth place, Lei Jun, Level 2. 50th place, Zhao Hao, Level 1. Zhao Hao shook his head helplessly, not expecting to rank only 50th. First level strength can enter the top 50, which indicates that the other novices are not very strong. After all, he hasn't officially hunted beasts yet, he only casually killed 2 level 1 beasts. As for other team adventurers, except for the core members who can obtain a large amount of spirit energy, the others get pitifully little spirit energy. Zhao Hao curiously opened the chat channel, wanting to see everyone's opinions on the leaderboard and to gather information. The channel was already buzzing. Boss Li Zhe is truly amazing. The only newcomer with a C-level talent, and he's already level 3, simply legendary. Li Zhe is terrifying. I'm only level 1 with 10 out of 100, still relying on the team for psychic energy. I really don't understand how the experts level up. There are already 9 secondary level experts on the leaderboard, I'm really envious. I really want to join their team. Zhao Hao didn't expect that in just half a day, 8 secondary level experts had appeared. All 8 of these people came from those dozen or so experts with D-level talent. Zhao Hao felt a bit anxious. He had been busy finding corpses to extract attributes and talents, and hadn't even started officially hunting beasts. He didn't expect his progress to be so much slower than others. He had to quickly speed up his hunting. Now his attributes and talents were enough to support him fighting alone in the wild. At this moment, the system emitted another cold prompt sound. Notice, in view of the rapid improvement of novice strength, the upgrade reward criteria are now announced. The first to reach level 10 will be rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Rank 2 reaching level 10 rewards 3 silver chests. Rank 3 reaching level 10 rewards 2 silver chests. Rank 4 reaching level 10 rewards 1 silver chest. Rank 5 reaching level 10 rewards 3 bronze chests. The 6th player to reach level 10, rewarded with 2 bronze treasure chests. Rank 7 reaches level 10, awarded 1 bronze chest. Rank 8 reaches level 10, awarded 3 dark iron chests. Rank 9 reaches level 10, awarded 2 dark iron chests. Rank 10 reaches level 10, awarded 1 dark iron chest. Ranks 11 to 30 reach level 10, rewarded with 3 raw wood chests. Ranks 31 to 60 reach level 10, rewarded with 2 raw wood chests. Ranks 61 to 100 reach level 10, rewarded with 1 raw wood chest. Chest levels in order: raw wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, dark gold, purple diamond, epic, legendary, mythic. Note, the number of treasure chests is limited, and they will be automatically distributed after upgrading, while supplies last. The last sentence sounds like a big box store special promotion, and the system seems eager for everyone to hurry up and upgrade to get treasure chests. As soon as the news came out, the chat channel instantly exploded. Damn, this is awesome. Didn't expect extra treasure chests at level 10. Only the top 100 get it, the competition is too fierce. The first place is actually a golden treasure chest, so exciting. Forget it, I'll just focus on the log treasure chest, this chest obviously isn't meant for rookies like us. The big shots on the leaderboard definitely all get treasure chests. Not necessarily? Of course, those top players with great talent have a better chance, the treasure chests are only given to the top 100. I don't think so. Wild adventures change in an instant. One moment you're happy, the next you could be dead. I don't care about all that, leveling up to get the treasure chests is the hard truth. Level up. Level up. I want a rush too. Yes. I'm going into the top 100, even if it's just to get a black iron chest, I'll be satisfied. That's right, the chest is mine. The chat channel instantly exploded with excitement, filled with voices of determination and passion. Everyone was getting thrilled. Lei Jun and the others stood in place, having long since pushed Zhao matter out of their minds, their thoughts focused only on the leaderboard rewards and the glittering golden chests. Lei Jun said casually, "It looks like Zhao can't be that mysterious expert after all, we were wrong in our judgment." Tang Renfo nodded in agreement, "That's right, Zhao is only first rank, ranked beyond the top 50, completely impossible to have killed the blue-eyed green snake. That expert must be someone else." "Who could it be?" someone asked. "Maybe it's Li Zigan. He can control metal, perhaps he used a special metal weapon to kill the blue-eyed green snake," someone speculated. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tang Renfeng's analysis was very convincing, and it seemed to be the truth. Lei Jun nodded and said, "Forget about Zhao, there's no need to check the body. The priority now is to level up and grab the treasure chests. First come, first served, we can't let others get ahead." "Right." Old Wang said excitedly, "Brothers, let's give our spirit energy points to Big Brother Lei first so he can level up quickly. He's already ranked 6th, and with more strength, he'll definitely get a share of the golden treasure chest." Tang Renfeng's eyes lit up. "Instead of everyone grabbing the wooden treasure chests individually, why don't we prioritize Big Brother Lei getting the golden treasure chest first? What do you all think?" As soon as the words fell, although everyone had their thoughts, they could only agree. The scene erupted with voices. "That's right, I support it. I'm also happy to help Boss Lei enhance his strength. Boss Lei is the core of the team, we must protect the core. The boss is strong, and so is the team. Following Boss Lei is never wrong." Lei Jun looked at everyone, smiling heartily, and waved his hand, saying, "Rest assured, once I upgrade and get the golden treasure chest, if there's anything useful inside, I will share it all with everyone, no hiding anything. Boss Lei is really righteous. Boss Lei is the best. Boss Lei is forever the legend. Boss Lei's loyalty is unmatched." The atmosphere suddenly became very harmonious. At this moment, Zhao was walking alone on the barren plains. The bushes grew fewer, and wild grass and trees gradually became more numerous. He continuously enhanced his vision and hearing to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, Zhao stopped in his tracks and tilted his ear to listen. His expression froze. Faint noises came from afar, clearly indicating the movement of a living creature, but the sound was definitely not made by a human. It was very likely that he had encountered a monster, and this sound was something he had never heard before. It should be a completely new creature. Perhaps a level 2 beast. Zhao slowed his steps, carefully listening to the sounds ahead, cautiously approaching the direction of the monster. Reaching a high slope, he climbed a large tree and used enhanced vision to look into the distance. Soon, he saw a huge creature, over 2 meters long, resembling a dog but with a physique larger than a lion. The creature's 2 long canine teeth were exposed, sharp and gleaming coldly, with clearly visible muscles on its back and thighs. Zhao used the delusion break skill to check its information. Fierce beast, wild dog. Level 1. Combat power 4+. Talent. Skills. Traits, brutal and bloodthirsty, quite intelligent. Drop rate 1%. I didn't expect it to really be a dog. The creatures here are abnormally large, the mice are as big as rabbits, the rabbits are as big as calves, and now even the wild dogs are stronger than lions. If he were to actually encounter a lion or tiger, how powerful would that be? Zhao looked at the information, feeling a bit worried. Although the difference between ferocious beasts and wild beasts is just 1 character, the gap is huge. A level 1 ferocious beast has a combat rating above 4 stars, roughly equal to his own level. After leaving the outskirts of the newbie village, he finally encountered a stronger monster, not a level 2 wild beast, but a level 1 ferocious beast. No matter what, he would not back down. A monster is a monster, the stronger, the more exciting. Besides, this ferocious beast has a 1% drop rate, which is tempting. Thinking this, Zhao jumped down from the tree, clutching his steel dagger, cautiously observing its movements, then crept toward the grassland. When there were still more than 800 meters away, the wild dog suddenly stood upright, twitching its nose in confusion as it sniffed toward Zhao Hao's direction. Then it lowered its head, snarled, and instantly charged at him wildly. Its speed was astonishing, like a black whirlwind. Damn! Zhao Hao was stunned. Just judging by its speed, it had surpassed his enhanced top speed. This ferocious beast was truly ruthless. Zhao Hao tightly gripped two sharp daggers, lowered his body, his steps seeming to retreat, but his toes suddenly kicked off the ground. The fierce wild dog from afar lunged forward at an astonishing speed. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing two sharp canine teeth, looking terrifying and savage. The wild dog fiercely lunged at Zhao Hao with a bite. Zhao Hao was well prepared and exploded with extreme speed. Swish! He slid close to the ground, his dagger slashing upwards across the wild dog's abdomen. With full strength unleashed, this strike carried tremendous kinetic energy. With a clang, a blood streak appeared across the wild dog's abdomen. The wild dog rolled to the ground, gasping heavily, its eyes filled with surprise and fear. Then, it took a deep breath, a savage gleam flashing in its eyes as it growled low, ready to fight again. Zhao Hao gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze resolute. The strike just now had perfect speed and force, any other beast would have died or been seriously injured. But this wild dog remained tough, causing a headache. Zhao Hao stepped back, watching it cautiously. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in the wild dog's eyes as it charged forward. This time, it did not leap to bite, but instead stretched out its sharp claws and swung fiercely at Zhao Hao. The sharp gust of wind cut through the air, causing severe pain on Zhao Hao's face. He turned sideways to dodge the dagger's fierce stab. The wild dog was cunning, its second claw swiftly swung toward the gap at Zhao Hao's chest. A crack sound rang out as the clothes on Zhao Hao's chest were torn open, revealing a layer of emerald green scales beneath. These scales were scratched by the sharp claws, but Zhao Hao's body remained completely unharmed. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This ferocious beast was actually so cunning, far from an ordinary wild animal. Just as the wild dog swung its paw again, Zhao Hao's other dagger had already stabbed out, piercing straight into the black dog's heart. The sharp steel dagger, with armor-piercing effect, struck the target fiercely. With Zhao Hao's skillful strategy, the sharp blade of the dagger directly pierced into the wild dog's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. He quickly retreated, the dagger sliding from his chest to his abdomen, blood spurting, intestines spilling out. The wild dog howled in pain, tucking its tail and dragging its wounded intestines as it tried to flee. But it was slower than Zhao Hao, and with severe injuries, it simply couldn't escape. Zhao Hao accelerated forward and delivered a slash. Just as it was about to bite, the wild dog suddenly turned around and fiercely snapped its canine teeth at Zhao Hao's wrist. But it bit nothing but air. Zhao Hao didn't move at all, he just stared at it coldly. Such a ferocious beast wouldn't flee easily. There must be a hidden motive. The wild dog's wound was ripped even deeper, blood flowing more rapidly, its hind legs beginning to tremble. Zhao Hao swung his knife again. The wild dog was too weak to fight back, only able to drag its torn belly forward as it fled. But how could it escape Zhao Hao? Soon collapsed to the ground and could not get up. Dense blue light rose from the corpse and instantly merged into Zhao Hao's body. Prompt: kill a level 1 ferocious beast wild dog. Obtained: psychic energy plus 100. Tip: level up, current level 2, 70/300. Tip: strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, attribute points plus 5. A prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. Zhao Hao felt the light inside his body fade away, replaced by a warm power flowing through his limbs and bones. His whole body felt comfortable, filled with a sense of strength. After the glow disappeared, he clenched his fist to feel the strength, solid and full of energy, his body also becoming more solid. He did not expect the upgrade to bring an increase of 10 points to all attributes, and additionally gain 5 attribute points to freely distribute. Just as he was about to collect the corpse, he suddenly saw a faint blue light flash, and a dark iron box appeared at his feet. Notice: killing a level 1 ferocious beast triggered an extra drop rate, obtained black iron treasure box ×1. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up, unable to believe that this first-level ferocious beast actually had a 1% chance to drop a treasure chest, and this time he hit it. I seriously suspect now that I have gained a lucky attribute. What exactly is hidden inside this black iron box? Zhao Hao tried using the break delusion skill, aiming at the black iron treasure chest in front of him. A line of information quickly popped up on the screen. Black iron treasure chest, special item, randomly grants resources, equipment, weapons, and combat skills. What you get depends entirely on luck and charm. In other words, opening the treasure chest is purely a matter of luck. Zhao Hao placed his hand on the treasure chest and gently applied a bit of force, and the chest immediately opened. Obtained, Zanmadeo +1. Obtained, Common Hemostatic Medicine +2. Zanmadeo, Tempered Steel, Hard and Sharp, Attack +20, Armor Penetration +30%, Critical Rate +10%. Common Hemostatic Medicine can temporarily stop bleeding, but cannot heal wounds. Zhao Hao casually put the hemostatic medicine into the beginner's backpack. Then he touched the machete. The blade was long, and the handle was wide, spacious enough to hold with both hands. The blade was thick and heavy, looking very sturdy. This great sword required a lot of strength. People with little power would find it hard just to carry it. But when swung, the damage is absolutely off the charts. Compared to the sharp dagger in hand, although sharp, it relies too much on close combat, which is obviously a disadvantage against monsters with high defense. This machete perfectly compensates for the single attack method's shortcomings. Then Zhao Hao squatted down and continued to salvage and reset the level 1 fierce beast's corpse. Acquired, Agility +3. Acquired, Strength +2. Acquired, F-rank talent, Enhanced Sense of Smell. Zhao Hao was stunned instantly. What's going on? It's not surprising that 5 attribute points were added. After all, it's a ferocious beast, so it makes sense that it has more attribute points than an ordinary beast. But this wild dog actually has a talent? Scent enhancement, perception talent, sense of smell increased tenfold. In other words, it has an extremely strong dog nose. No wonder it could detect me from afar. It turns out it has a talent blessing. But all ferocious beasts have talents, or is it that this wild dog was born with such a keen nose that it reached F-level? Zhao Hao thought for a moment, if even ferocious beasts have talents, what about those humans with poor talents? Could there really be people living a real-life version of worse than dogs? He smiled and continued crouching down to tidy up the corpse. Acquired, Sharp Canine +2. Acquired, Sharp Dog Claw +4. Acquired, Dog Whip +1. Obtained, Dog Tail +1. Obtained, Life-Saving Dog Head +1. Obtained, Dog Hide +1. Obtained, Meat +5 kg. Then Shendong also started using the Recycle Reset skill on the iron box. Obtained, Iron Chunks +6, Iron Nails +4. After dealing with the supplies, Zhao Hao happily opened his personal information to check. Name, Zhao Hao. Level, 2, 70/300. Strength, 66, D-rank Strength Berserk *3. Agility, 54, E-rank Speed Enhancement *2. Constitution, 44. Spirit, 46. Talents, Recycling Reset, SSS-level, Planting, SSS-level, Hearing Enhancement, F-level, Vision Enhancement, E-level, Smell Enhancement, F-level. Skills, none. Lu Peng did not reply with a single word, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. At this moment, someone else suddenly shared the news. Boss Liang is dead, our entire team was wiped out, I'm the only one who escaped. Mom, I want to go home. Are you from Liang Fifen's team? Yeah, that wild boar was terrifying. Liang Fifen is a level 2 powerhouse, but he couldn't block a single strike and was killed by the boar's charge. If I didn't have a speed talent, I would have died too. A level 2 powerhouse died from just one charge? That's an exaggeration. You haven't seen that wild boar, it's about the size of a young elephant, with 2 tusks that are intimidatingly long, over a meter. If you're impaled by them, you're definitely dead. So terrifying. It looks like the plan to hunt the ferocious beast has to be put on hold. Hunting wild beasts is safer. The survivor continued sending messages. I'm injured and alone right now, the forest is too dangerous, I'm afraid I won't make it out. Is there any experienced team recruiting? Can someone take me along? Where are you? Where is the wild boar? I'm on a small hill at 10-mile slope east of the newbie village, there's a forest, very obvious. Are you coming, big shot? I'll wait in the forest. I just want to know where the wild boars appear, so I can avoid them as much as possible. The chat channel suddenly went silent, even the newbie who called for help stopped speaking, obviously already hopeless. Zhao Hao quietly watched the chat channel, his eyes lighting up. The small forest on Don Chilipo? With such a clear target, it's practically a delicious meal served on a silver platter. Killing a level 1 ferocious beast not only lets you extract attribute points, but there's also a high chance of obtaining talents and treasure chests. Even more importantly, that wild boar just killed 4 humans, and finding their bodies will allow the extraction of new talents. Killing a level 1 wild beast gives a maximum of 40 spirit energy points, but a level 1 ferocious beast can give 100 points. Take a detour to hunt ferocious beasts. Although it takes more time, leveling up will be faster. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao hurriedly ran toward the east side of the Novice village. At the same time, by the small river outside the Novice village, 3 people stood by the river, at their feet lay a giant frog as large as a car tire. The frog was entirely yellow-brown, ugly beyond belief, with bumpy lumps all over its back. The frog was already dead, its belly snow-white, and the lumps on its back oozed a thick yellow-green liquid. The liquid dripped to the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding the weeds, and the air was filled with a foul stench. Standing next to the frog was a tall young man with a proud face, Lise. He was the only one in the 9527 rookie village to awaken his C-level talent and also the first to surpass level 3 as a strong player. On the left was the burly manhwaedit, a retired soldier who awakened the D-level power berserk talent. On the right was the hulking Renhu, a former professional basketball player who awakened the physique berserk talent. The group of 3 was the strongest team in the village, with great strength. They had power frenzy and physique frenzy, plus Lise's metal control, making their monster killing efficiency extremely high. With fewer people, the psychic energy value is not dispersed, so the leveling up speed is fast. On the leaderboard, Lise is first, AI Bay is second. Renhu acts as the meat shield, taking a lot of damage with relatively low output, ranked 4th. Hey, the level 2 beasts give a lot of psychic energy. Renhu looked at the stats with satisfaction. I just gained 15 points of psychic energy, already level 2, 270/300. Killing 2 more level 2 beasts will let me reach level 3. Ibe, how's your progress? I'm already level 2, 295/300. Ibe replied. Then kill 1 more to reach level 3. Renhu laughed. Your speed is really enviable. What's the big deal? No match for big brother Lise. The gold treasure chest from the newbie upgrade reward is definitely his. As long as we keep up this momentum, getting a silver treasure chest is no problem. Lise shook his head, his expression serious. Ibe and Renhu looked at each other, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lise sighed. The 3 of us teamed up to fight level 2 beasts, but Zhao Hao killed a level 1 fierce beast. This Zhao Hao who suddenly appeared might be the biggest dark horse. What's so special about a level 1 ferocious beast? It's only level 1, not much stronger than a level 2 beast, right? Not the same. Lise said in a deep voice. Zhao Hao's ranking has risen very quickly. After he killed a level 1 ferocious beast, he gained 100 points of spiritual energy. What? 100 points of spiritual energy? Ibe and Renhu exclaimed in surprise. Killing a level 1 ferocious beast can earn 100 spirit points? That's too exaggerated. At this rate, Zhao Hao will soon surpass us and even catch up to Oldly. Renhu was anxious. Why don't we go hunt ferocious beasts too? No. Lise shook his head firmly. Hunting ferocious beasts is too risky and could cost us dearly. Right now, we're more efficient hunting level 2 beasts. When you reach level 3 and I reach level 4, then we'll hunt ferocious beasts. Although Runhu felt reluctant, he trusted Li Zai's judgment in hunting. All right. But we have to speed up, or we'll really be caught up. Good. Kill the monsters. I'm eager to level up to 3. Runhu said impatiently. Ibe sighed, it's a pity none of us have the perception talent, otherwise, finding monsters would be faster. There are pros and cons. Having teammates with perception talent makes finding monsters easier, but they are weaker in combat and will slow progress, Li Zai said. The 3 of them resumed searching for beasts, with only the lonely corpse of a giant frog left on the ground. This giant frog is highly poisonous all over its body. The 3 of them dared not take it with them, and anyway, it couldn't be eaten. Meanwhile, Zhao quickly arrived at Shalipo, 10 miles east of the newbie village. With the talent for speed enhancement, he traveled quickly, but slowed down upon reaching here, always ready to deal with ferocious beasts and extra cautious. Zhao moved slowly, continuously using his heightened sense of smell and hearing to detect movements around him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, a strong smell of blood came from a distance. Although there were corpses lying still, the scent could not be concealed. Zhao followed the smell of blood and soon saw a frail male corpse lying on the ground. Zhao placed his hand on the body, preparing to recycle and reset. Recyclable target with F-level talent, enhanced vision. Current level is below E level, unable to obtain directly. Reset? Just as he was about to use the skill, he received feedback. Didn't expect it to be like this. The visual enhancement of this corpse is only grade F. And he had already extracted 2 F-level vision enhancements and synthesized 1 E-level vision evolution. Therefore, vision enhancements below E-level could no longer be possessed. Although you can no longer obtain an F-level talent, you can reset it to something else. The options are double vision or add 5 points to mental attributes. The F-level vision enhancement instinct increases vision tenfold, but after resetting, it is only doubled. Adding 5 points to mental value is very valuable in the long run. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao decided to switch to Spirit plus 5. After all, his current vision was sufficient, and doubling it further wouldn't make much difference. He confirmed the reset. Gained Spirit plus 5. Then, he took 2 pieces of equipment from the novice dagger in the corpse's hand and the backpack. Not far away, another corpse was found. Zhao continued to use the recovery reset skill. Acquired an F-level talent, enhanced sense of smell plus 1. He already has 2 F-level olfactory enhancements on him, which can be combined and upgraded. Zhao directly chose to reset. Automatic reset of F-level talent olfactory enhancement plus 2. Reset successful, talent upgrade failed. Acquired, mental plus 1. Zhao was stunned. How could it fail? It wasn't mentioned earlier that there was a success rate. If he had known he would fail, he would have preferred to directly increase his spirit by 5. The upgrade failed, only gaining 1 point in spirit. He felt a bit disappointed, touching his face, thinking how unlucky he was. But he didn't get discouraged and planned to try several more times, believing he would eventually succeed. He picked up the dagger and backpack from the corpse and continued to look for the next body. The corpse was leaning against a large tree about 10 meters away, with a shattered chest, clearly killed by a tremendous force impact. The corpse was a burly man, dead in a gruesome manner. Zhao used recycle reset again. Obtained E-level talent physical enhancement. Zhao finally did not disappoint himself and obtained a new talent, an E-level one. He let out a long sigh of relief, the gloom on his face completely lifted. Now he had the D-level talent of berserk strength, combined with the attack power of the blade, his output was already powerful enough. There is also an E-grade speed enhancement talent in terms of speed. However, his physique is rather thin and weak. Although eating the red fruit improved him somewhat, he still appears fragile compared to fierce beasts. Last time when he killed the wild dog, it was thanks to the piece of snakeskin padding on his chest, the scales blocked most of the attacks. The wild dog's claws were sharp, but the scales could still somewhat withstand them. But seeing the terrible scene of that burly man being killed by the wild boar, one could understand how terrifying the impact of the wild boar was. The scales could prevent external injuries, but that kind of impact could shatter the internal organs. And now, the body-strengthening E-level talent just happens to make up for the deficiency in his life. Zhao Hao casually took the novice dagger and backpack from that man. He reset the 3 novice daggers into first-level sharp steel daggers. The 3 novice backpacks were also reset, recovering 30 storage units, which he put into his own backpack, increasing its capacity. Then he continued to search the remaining corpses. Through the chat channel, he learned that the leader of this team of novices was Liang Fifan, a level 2 fighter with a D-class talent. He was curious about what kind of Class D talent he would receive and eagerly began searching. Using his enhanced sense of smell and hearing talents, he carefully examined his surroundings but found no movement. Zhao Hao patiently searched and finally found signs of a battle in a patch of grass. After moving forward for a while, he caught a strong scent of blood. By intuition, the smell of blood came from several hundred meters away. He was puzzled. Based on the time posted in the chat channel, the 4 should have died very close to each other, at most a difference of a dozen or 20 meters. How could the positions of the bodies be hundreds of meters apart? He followed the smell of blood forward. Soon, a novice dagger stained with blood was found next to the root of a large tree. He put away the dagger and carefully examined the marks on the ground. He discovered drag marks on the ground. It seemed the corpse had been dragged through here by something, brushing against the tree and leaving more scattered bloodstains. Could it be that the wild boar killed Liang Fifan and dragged the body away? Do wild boars eat people? This filled Zhao Hao with doubt. Zhao Hao suddenly thought, pigs are omnivores, they eat everything. Holy shit! Could it be that this wild boar is gnawing on Liang Fifan's corpse? No way, that's a rare D-level talent. He immediately drew his saber and swiftly pursued along the traces on the ground. Hopefully it hasn't started on the thighs, so there's still some intact body left, otherwise, there'll be nothing to salvage. As they trekked forward, the forest grew denser, blocking out the sky and sun, making it difficult for any sunlight to penetrate. The grass grew taller and taller, the path became harder to walk, and the temperature gradually dropped. Zhao Hao slowed his pace, cautiously following the dragged tracks. He arrived at a clearing and found a wall covered densely with vines. Looking closely behind the vines, there was a large hole about 2 or 3 meters high, resembling a natural cave. Pushing aside the vines, the inside of the cave was pitch black, without a trace of light. He enhanced his sense of smell and detected the stench of blood and rot. Is this a wild boar's den? That's right, pigs like to live in caves, so this must be its old lair. But should I go in? Zhao Hao hesitated a bit. After all, he didn't know how many wild boars were inside. If he happened to run into a group of pigs feasting, that would be terrible. He carefully observed the footprints at the cave entrance and found traces of only one wild boar. Could this pig be alone? However, there were traces of other creatures inside the cave, especially snake-like crawl marks on the ground. Wild boars also hunt snakes? Since there is only one boar, it shouldn't be that scary. Zhao Hao decided to go in and take a look. He tightened his grip on the saber and stepped into the cave. Relying on his night vision ability, he saw the environment inside the cave clearly. The cave was dark and damp, water dripping from the stone walls, puddles on the ground, fresh wild boar footprints, and drag marks. The cave was silent, with only the sound of his footsteps remaining. Suddenly, he stopped, gripping his knife and focusing intently. A rustling sound came from afar, the sound very familiar. Sounds like a blue-eyed green snake crawling? Could there really be a live blue-eyed green snake in the cave? Suddenly, a pungent fishy smell came from ahead. A red light flashed, quickly swimming along the cave wall. It was a giant snake 7 or 8 meters long, identical in appearance to the blue-eyed green snake. The difference was that its eyes were blood red like lanterns, flickering with a strange light in the darkness. This giant snake was much thicker than the blue-eyed green snake Zhao Hao had hunted before, as thick as a bucket, yet its speed remained exceptionally agile. With a thought, Zhao Hao activated the illusion break skill. Ferocious beast, mutant blue-eyed green snake. Level 1. Combat power 5. Skill, venom spray. Characteristics: brutal and bloodthirsty, highly venomous and fierce, likes to devour prey. Drop rate: 1%. Status: controlled, no sensation of pain. Zhao Hao looked at the prompt before him, surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. This snake is indeed a green-eyed blue snake, but it has mutated into a ferocious beast with a combat power of 5 stars. He was originally here to find fierce beasts, so he became excited instead. After all, the drop rate for this ferocious beast is still only 1%, so killing it might get him a big bargain. Although its talent is unknown because it hasn't been actively used, it can be revealed after extraction. Zhao Hao was filled with anticipation. But he did not take it lightly. This snake was much stronger than the wild dogs he had encountered before. Not only was its combat power high, but it also had the skill to spray venom. What made him even more cautious was that there seemed to be a wild boar hiding not far away, ready to appear at any moment. There was one more thing that puzzled Zhao Hao: why was this ferocious beast marked with the status controlled and no pain sensation? The wild dogs encountered before did not have such a status. However, this did not affect Zhao Hao's confidence. His strength far exceeded that of ferocious beasts at this level. Name: Zhao Hao. Level: 2, 70/300. Strength: 66, D-level strength berserk times 3. Agility: 54, E-level speed enhancement times 2. Physique: 88, E-level physique enhancement times 2. Spirit: 52. Talents: Recovery Reset, SSS-level, Planting, SSS-level, Hearing Enhancement, F-level, Vision Enhancement, E-level, Smell Enhancement, F-level. Skills: None. Combat Power Assessment: 4. Reputation: 3. The newly acquired physique enhancements gave him more confidence. Just as Zhao Hao was about to make a move, his expression changed sharply, and he tilted his ear to listen. Sounds of other creatures moving came from deep within the cave. Damn, this snake has backup. No wonder it didn't attack immediately. The ferocious beast is indeed cunning. Zhao Hao's face darkened, he gritted his teeth, tightly gripped the horse-slaying machete, and was the first to launch an attack on the ferocious giant snake before him. Relying on enhanced hearing, he noticed that 3 more monsters were rapidly approaching. In this narrow cave, being surrounded would mean certain death. Zhao Hao's speed suddenly increased, swinging his knife to strike the giant snake, the blade cutting through the air with a cold gleam. The giant snake abruptly raised its head and swiftly spat out a ball of blue venom. Zhao Hao was well prepared and unfolded a huge snakeskin shield. The venom hissed upon hitting the snakeskin but failed to penetrate. He quickly threw 2 steel daggers, aiming at the giant snake's eyes. Although the daggers had enough force, they missed the target due to his lack of throwing knife skills. The giant snake lightly turned its head to dodge, but Zhao Hao took the opportunity to rush in front of it. The berserk strength talent activated, instantly doubling his power. The heavy cavalry saber swung down, striking heavily on the giant snake's tough scales. The blade, with its armor-piercing effect, carved a deep wound, blood gushing out. The giant snake angrily whipped its tail, striking Zhao Hao's chest with a heavy thud, causing his face to change drastically from the pain. Zhao Hao did not retreat but advanced instead, cutting off one of the giant snake's heads with a slash of his horsecleaver. Blood spurted out, the scene was fierce. At this moment, 3 monsters with glowing red eyes rushed out from the corner of the cave. Zhao Hao fought desperately to kill the giant snake, fearing being surrounded and attacked by the remaining 3 monsters. After killing the giant snake, he finally got a clear look at the 3 ferocious beasts in front of him. The 3 fierce wild animals were a serrated rabbit, a red-eyed mouse, and a wild boar. Their eyes were blood red, radiating a savage aura. The serrated rabbit and red-eyed mouse, originally weak in strength, were now unusually ferocious. Zhao Hao scanned them using the delusion-breaking skill and was surprised to find that they were all level 1 ferocious beasts. The wild boar had a combat rating of 5 stars, while the serrated rabbit and red-eyed mouse were both 4 stars. They were all mutated and being controlled. Zhao Hao felt puzzled. Normally, snakes are natural enemies of mice and rabbits. Mice and rabbits could never coexist with snakes. But here, there were snakes, wild boars, rabbits, and mice, yet they lived peacefully together. This might be understandable in a zoo, but this was a wild killing ground, making the situation truly bizarre. Deep in thought, Zhao Hao gripped his saber tightly and stared at the three ferocious beasts. He half-squatted, placing his hand on the mutated green-eyed snake he had just killed. The system notified him that he gained 110 spirit energy points from the kill, and Zhao Hao's level rose to 2, with only 2 more ferocious beasts to kill before reaching level 3. Facing the attack of the 3 ferocious beasts, he quickly used the Recycle Reset skill, gaining +2 to Strength, Agility, and Constitution each. The mutated blue-eyed green snake provided attribute values even higher than those of the previous wild dog. Unfortunately, neither a talent nor a treasure chest was triggered, so it seemed the 1% drop rate didn't hit. Perhaps the hidden mechanism was triggered during the first kill of the wild dog. Zhao Hao continued recycling. After the blue-eyed green snake's corpse turned into snakeskin, venom fangs, and other materials, it completely disappeared. The 3 ferocious beasts in the distance were stunned by this sudden disappearance. Although controlled and numb to pain, they were not unconscious. Seeing their companion vanish without reason, they were utterly shocked. Taking advantage of their daze, Zhao Hao decisively struck. Zhao Hao suddenly accelerated, fiercely slashing at the sawtooth rabbit in front of him with his machete. Among the 3 wild beasts, the strongest is the wild boar, but Zhao Hao cannot guarantee a one-hit kill. To avoid being surrounded and attacked, he must quickly take down one first. The easiest target, of course, is the sawtooth rabbit. The sawtooth rabbit is strong, and its sharp sawteeth are powerful, but it is not as fast as the red-eyed mouse, nor does it have the tough skin or attack power of the wild boar. Powerful but not comprehensive, lacking any advantages. When Zhao Hao rushed forward, the 3 ferocious beasts reacted simultaneously and pounced on him. Zhao Hao did not hesitate, fiercely striking like splitting a mountain, slashing straight at the serrated rabbit. The serrated rabbit was, of course, unwilling to back down. With a strong kick of its hind legs, it leapt high and its massive serrated jaws bit fiercely toward Zhao Hao. A rabbit in a hurry will even bite people, let alone with teeth this sharp. The serrated rabbit thought that Zhao Hao would dodge, allowing it to avoid the blade and lure him into the encirclement of the other 2 beasts. But Zhao Hao did not dodge, he just slightly tilted his head. The serrated teeth of the rabbit precisely pierced his chest. The snakeskin armor on Zhao Hao's chest shattered, 2 serrated blades piercing his chest. The blade could not avoid it either, the saber struck the serrated rabbit head. Crack! The rabbit's head broke off, blood gushing out. Zhao Hao remained expressionless, pulling out the rabbit head still embedded in his chest, flesh and skin flying, blood flowing non-stop from his chest. He quickly took out an ordinary hemostatic pill from his backpack and applied it to the wound. The bleeding stopped immediately, the pain remained, but his combat effectiveness was unaffected. Pain was nothing, life was the key. At that moment, attacks from the red-eyed rat and the tusked wild boar also came rushing toward him. The red-eyed rat was the fastest, fiercely pouncing with claws swinging. Although the wild boar was a step slower, its massive body created a strong gust of wind. Zhao Hao swung his fist and hit the red-eyed rat, which let out a shriek and retreated. A blood groove appeared on his arm, a claw mark from the red-eyed rat. Immediately, the boar charged forward like a tank. Zhao Hao gripped the cavalry saber with his right hand in reverse, pressing the hilt firmly under his armpit, aiming the tip at the charging boar, standing steady and clenching his teeth. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Hao's body was thrown backwards. The cavalry saber slammed to the ground, Zhao Hao fell heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After coughing a few times, he struggled to get back up. If he hadn't taken the red fruit beforehand and had the physique enhancement talent, this blow would have already ended his life. Even so, he felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart in pain. Fortunately, he withstood the boar's attack, and the chance to counterattack had come. A small hole appeared on the wild boar's head opposite, fresh blood slowly flowing out. The machete was hard and sharp, although the wild boar's hide was tough and its flesh thick, it was seriously wounded. The wild boar showed no pain, only roaring angrily as it charged at Zhao Hao again. Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He didn't expect that among the few ferocious beasts, the only one to give a treasure chest was the mutated red-eyed rat. If he had known, he wouldn't have let it die so miserably. He reached out and pressed his hand on the red-eyed rat's corpse, continuing to use the recovery reset, watching the body turn into chunks of flesh and sharp claws. Then, he picked up the black iron treasure chest, pressed it lightly, and obtained dog skin plaster making recipe ×1. Black iron chest ×1. Dog skin plaster is a low-level wound healing medicine that can stop bleeding and slowly restore injuries. It is simple to make and low in cost. Zhao Hao rummaged through the treasure chest and found nothing else except this recipe. He thought to himself, this is a black iron treasure chest, and it only gives me a recipe? He was somewhat disappointed and reset the black iron chest into iron blocks and iron nails, then threw them into the novice backpack. His gaze fell on the thick silk cloth, wondering what material it was made of. This recipe looked ancient, inscribed with the names and shapes of several herbs, along with the secret preparation method. The name was straightforward, it was called dog skin plaster. The method was simple: crush several herbs and boil them, then apply the mixture on dog skin to make the ointment. The medicinal herbs needed are clotting herb, white medicine, panax noto ginseng, and safflower, all commonly used for treating bruises and injuries. But these wild herbs are hard to find. This place not only has mutated animals but even the plants have changed appearance. Even an experienced traditional Chinese doctor wouldn't dare to be sure if the herbs collected are poisonous. Therefore, the herb images on this recipe are especially important. Zhao Hao kept the recipe safely, thinking he might need it later. Although he obtained a black iron treasure chest, what it contained would still depend on luck. After clearing the battlefield, Zhao Hao listened carefully, holding his machete, and followed the injured wild boar's blood trail further into the cave. The deeper he went, the more damp and dark the cave became, and there were even chills of cold wind blowing through. Could the cave have another exit? After walking 400 or 500 meters, the wild boar's trail suddenly disappeared. There were no footprints or bloodstains here. Using his enhanced sense of smell to search, Zhao Hao stopped in front of a rock wall. The wild boar's trail ended right here. He touched the cold stone wall, which was covered with moss but showed no abnormalities, no openings or vines. Zhao Hao looked around in confusion. Could it be that the wild boar really vanished into thin air? He calmly thought it through. The injured wild boar had desperately fled here, so there must be a way out here. It was being controlled to escape, then who was controlling it? With this in mind, Zhao Hao's eyes narrowed as he activated the break illusion skill to focus on the stone wall. Suddenly, a strange light screen appeared on the wall, like a transparent mirror, or a shimmering lake surface, flickering with various colors. He withdrew the break illusion skill, and the stone wall returned to normal, but a piece of information popped into his mind: barrier, special space barrier, entrance to a small world fragment. What does this mean? It turns out there is a special space hidden behind this stone wall, a place full of wonders. With a thought, Zhao Hao reached out to the stone wall again. The texture felt real, not illusory. He tried to extend his hand but found his arm couldn't pass through the wall. After thinking for a moment, he took 2 steps back and charged forward suddenly. Whoosh! It was like plunging into a lake, an invisible pressure enveloping his entire body. The next moment, a sudden flash of light dazzled before his eyes, and the dark, damp cave instantly disappeared. He had arrived at a bright little valley. Tall walls rose all around, like the bottom of a great mountain valley. Strange flowers and exotic plants filled his view, and the air was thick with the rich fragrance of vegetation. Zhao Hao looked around in amazement and tried to use his illusion-breaking skill to observe. The bizarrely shaped flowers and plants on the ground turned out to be rare medicinal herbs. Hemostatic grass, panax noto ginseng, ginseng, 7-leaf clover, qingxing grass. Not only were there common herbs, but there were also spiritual herbs present. Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could this be a paradise? At this moment, a line of notification flashed in his mind. Space barrier detected, entering small world fragment space, chat channel and leaderboard channel have been disabled, normalcy will resume after exit. This sudden prompt stunned him. Could it be that he had already left his original world? Zhao Hao was no stranger to small worlds. Blue Star is a small thousand world. The universe contains countless large and small thousand worlds, and at the connection points between these worlds exist special spaces, small worlds. They vary in size, some able to contain an entire country, others no larger than a bedroom. Small worlds have vastly different environments. Some have yielded mysterious opportunities and treasures from powerful beings, while others are terrifying spaces filled with magma. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently entered a small world fragment within the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens. For Zhao Hao, who is not a native of Blue Star, this felt more like a dungeon instance. The feeling reminded him of the strange experiences from his previous life. Looking around, he saw the large wild boar lying on the ground, convulsing all over. Nearby were two corpses. One was short and slightly overweight. Zhao Hao recognized him as Liang Fifan, one of the few D-level talent holders in the beginner village, someone he had a slight impression of. Next to Liang Fifan lay another corpse, a tall man with dark skin. Zhao Hao was stunned. Recalling the 9527 newbie village, there were Dragon Country people, Lighthouse Country people, Nanbang people, Sakurajima people, and Tianzhu people, but there didn't seem to be any dark-skinned Uncle Black like this. Zhao Hao was the last person to leave the newbie village, and he was certain that there was absolutely no Uncle Black there. So how could there be a corpse of Uncle Black before him? He cautiously took 2 steps forward and used the illusion breaking skill to scan the body. Race, human, deceased. Status, novice, ID 456 novice village. Reputation, 0. Combat power 2. Level 2. Talent ***. Skill ****. Zhao Hao didn't expect that this corpse actually came from another novice village. He remembered the system had warned that there is protection between novice villages, so strong players cannot enter, and 2 novice villages will not encounter each other. It seems this place is a fragment space between the 2 novice villages, connecting them. This unlucky guy must have accidentally broken into this space from the 456 novice village. In other words, another beginner's village also had similar caves connected to fragment spaces. Although unexpected, Zhao Hao didn't pay it much mind. 1 more corpse meant 1 more talent to acquire. This black uncle was already a level 2 expert, with at least an E-level talent. But Zhao Hao didn't rush to absorb the talents of the 2 corpses because he noticed a huge wild boar nearby acting strangely. The boar was trembling all over, as if consuming something strange. Its wounds began to heal, and a deep red glow grew in its eyes. Suddenly, the previously weak, collapsed boar stood up, staring fiercely at Zhao Hao and letting out a low, guttural roar. Only then did Zhao Hao realize there was another corpse behind the boar. It was a mummified corpse sitting cross-legged, with gray hair and wearing bizarre ancient clothing, like costumes from the Dragon Kingdom's illusion drama. The body was dried up, skull exposed, and the clothes covered in dust. Zhao Hao was unsure if attributes could still be extracted from this corpse. After all, they had been in the multiverse killing battlefield for less than a day, and this corpse was definitely not one of their group. Could it be a native of this place? He used the illusion breaking skill again to lock onto the distant corpse. Race, human, deceased. Identity, evil thief, extra-dimensional battlefield. Reputation, 4. Combat power 2-5. Level 1-9. Talent ****. Skill ****. Status, the physical body is dead, the remaining soul clings to the corpse, possessing strong spiritual power and the ability to manipulate, able to control creatures with weak wills. Zhao Hao's face changed drastically, he quickly retreated, staring at the mummy from afar, his heart filled with fear. Fortunately, he had always been cautious. After obtaining the break delusion skill, he would take it out from time to check. He never expected that the corpse before him would still have a lingering soul. Judging by the appearance of the corpse, it had been dead for several years, yet a soul still remained. The person must have been extremely powerful before death. Level 19. What kind of strength is this? How many attribute points does it have? This corpse must be the strongest existence Zhao Hao has ever seen. Even more outrageous, it can control other creatures. The wild boar and the red-eyed rat seen earlier were obviously under its control. At that moment, the corpse suddenly moved. Crackling sounds, its skull trembling slightly, 2 bursts of red flames flickering in its eye sockets. The strange red light, accompanied by an eerie rhythm, made Zhao Hao's head heavy and drowsy. From his consciousness came a wave of unwilling anger and struggle. Zhao Hao bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. In desperation, he activated the breaking delusion skill and stared at the corpse again, only then did the discomfort fade. He was still shaken, breathing heavily as he looked across. What kind of terrifying ability was this? He had almost been caught. The red light in the corpse's eyes flashed, showing unwillingness. Impossible. Such a weak novice, just entering the heavenly slaughter battlefield, how could he break free from my control? Could he not be an ordinary person? His mental strength is very strange. Damn it! My remnant soul has been trapped here for too long. I accidentally discovered this small world fragment back then and hid inside, but I couldn't heal my injuries and eventually died. Fortunately, the cultivation method I practiced was special and left behind a remnant soul. This small world fragment has never been entered by anyone, only some wild beasts occasionally break in. Their intelligence is low, making them easy to control. I had them consume herbs to forcibly turn into ferocious beasts, planning to use them to capture a human and borrow their body to reincarnate. But beasts are still beasts. Although I can control them in this space, the farther they go, the weaker the control becomes. Most of them kill instinctively and attack anyone they encounter. The bodies they bring back are all completely dead. Just when I was despairing, someone actually came, and they might have a special constitution. Great, finally a way out. I will seize their body. But this rookie's spiritual power is outrageously strong. It's a bit strange. It's okay, as long as we cripple the opponent and control it, we can slowly wear it down. Gaga gaga. A strange sound came from the mummy's body. In the next second, the wounded wild boar roared and charged madly at Zhao Hao. Its eyes were filled with madness, completely irrational. With his increased strength, Zhao Hao was naturally not afraid of a wild boar. But his expression changed abruptly. A large group of red-eyed rats and serrated rabbits suddenly surged out in the valley. It hadn't rotted after such a long time. Zhao Hao kept trying but couldn't find a beast pill formula. He used the retrieval reset skill to process the dried corpse's clothes and obtained ice crystal threads and golden silk threads. The clothes turned into threads. The ice crystal threads are fireproof, waterproof, and tough, suitable for making clothes. Unfortunately, he didn't know tailoring. He put the threads into the newbie backpack. Suddenly, he noticed dust falling from the dry corpse. Inside the chest was a strange pouch-like object. After opening it, Zhao Hao obtained a spirit treasure bag. This spirit treasure bag can store items and even living creatures, making it essential for disciples of the beast control sect. Although he had a beginner's backpack, it could only store resources, not living things. With the spirit treasure bag, he could store plants and animals, making travel more convenient. After confirming that there were no more usable resources from the dry corpse, he shook the body and threw it into a corner of the valley. Then, he checked the bodies of the 5 fierce beasts he had just killed, gaining 24 attribute points and decomposing various meat, bones, and fur. Unfortunately, no talents or treasure chests appeared. Zhao Hao suspected this was because the fierce beasts were dry corpses catalyzed by beast pills, thus lacking talents. Except for the wild dog that had talents in the wild, the other fierce beasts had none. He looked regretfully at the ground full of dry corpses, unable to extract attributes, but being thrifty, he didn't let any corpse go to waste. Even without attributes, there are at least bones and fur, right? Zhao Hao withdrew all the mummies, then returned to the place where he first discovered Liang Fifan to continue collecting. Acquired, D-rank talent, flame manipulation. He raised his eyebrows and showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had gained another rare D-rank elemental talent. After picking up Liang Fifan's novice backpack, Zhao Hao walked over to the Black Uncle's corpse and used Recycle Reset. Acquired, D-level talent, Speed Mania. Notice, current E-level speed enhancement automatically replaced by Speed Mania. Speed Mania, agility attribute increased threefold, movement speed increased threefold. As expected, those who can reach level 2 are not weak. This Black Uncle also has D-level talent. Zhao Hao's agility immediately increased significantly. These are not all the gains. His gaze turned toward the strange flowers and herbs on the ground in the valley. There are quite a few medicinal herbs here, some of which are needed to make dogskin plasters. There are also many precious first-level spiritual herbs. Common medicinal materials like Hishowu, Sanqi, Mahuan, and Zisu were all collected by Zhao Hao, roots and soil included, into the Lingbao bag. However, the Lingbao bag only has 10 units of storage space. He reclaimed the storage space from the Novice backpack and reset it into the Lingbao bag to expand its capacity. But the new space cannot temporarily sustain living things, which gives him a headache. The remaining spiritual herbs are more valuable, such as scorching sun grass, moonlight grass, and heartflow grass, all excellent materials for beast refining pills. If he pulls them out now, they will probably wither by the time he refines the pills. The Lingbao bag's space is limited, and leaving them there risks them being stolen by others. Not to mention there are beasts here. Once no one is guarding, the spirit herbs are very likely to be destroyed. In the past, there were mummies controlling the beasts, so the situation was still manageable. Now it's uncertain. Do I really have to guard this place myself? Zhao Hao looked at these medicinal herbs with regret. They were probably planted by that evil thief himself and later neglected, ending up damaged by wild animals. The climate here is suitable, with spring-like weather all year round, making it an excellent place for growing medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, I can't stay here every day, nor can I install security doors on the small world fragment. It would be great if I could just take this small world fragment away directly. Although they can't be taken away, this is still a rare planting ground. So Zhao Hao took out the red fruit seeds he had obtained before, ready to plant them here. Zhao Hao wanted to see how long it would take for the red fruit to mature. If it didn't work out, he would transfer the planted red fruit into his Lingbao bag. He immediately began planting. The conditions for the red fruit seemed quite demanding. First of all, the soil must be spiritual soil, that's not a problem. Secondly, it must use the essence of plants to survive. He had already prepared this when he previously collected red fruit. Even if not, he can now extract the essence of plants from the spiritual grass in front of him. Spending some time planting these flowers and plants was not a waste to him. Zhao Hao knew that his current level was far ahead in the novice village, no one could catch up. During this period, he repeatedly killed fierce beasts, and his spirit energy soared, leveling up as fast as riding a rocket. Because in the fragment space, he was uncertain about others' progress. But one thing is certain, no one could have killed so many ferocious beasts in such a short time. Especially when in a team, the points have to be shared with teammates. So Zhao Hao was not anxious at all. At this moment, Lu Peng's avatar suddenly moved in the chat channel of the 9527 beginner village. Ha, I leveled up to 3, back in the top 10. Impressive, a D-level talent boss is truly something else. So jealous. Will you take me as a junior, boss? Another level 3 big shot appeared. Are the top 10 all level 3 now? Yeah, 10 level 3 big shots. The rookie village really has a lot of talent. Not just that, there's also Zhao Hao. Although he dropped to 11th place, he's also a level 3 powerhouse. Zhao Hao is definitely level 3, but his level hasn't changed for a long time, and his name and avatar have turned gray. Maybe he's dead. Impossible, he died a long time ago and has already been removed from the rankings. He's also disappeared from the group. The only reason you can still see him now is that his avatar has turned gray. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It's so strange. Could it be that he's close to death but still hanging on? Who can hang on so long near death? I think he might be poisoned, or maybe frozen. Anyway, Zhao Hao is a rare level 3 expert in the newbie village. It would really be a pity if he dies. I was still planning to cling to him. Zhao Hao's level and information hadn't changed since the moment he entered the fragment space. This abnormal situation caught everyone's attention, and they started to discuss it. At this moment, someone's avatar suddenly moved again. If Zhao Hao hadn't died early, he would have appeared sooner or later. What's the use of you all guessing here? Aren't you going to level up? Wow, it's actually the second-ranked Big Shot, Ibe. Big Shot, take me under your wing. Big Shot, let me cling to your leg. Ibe laughed and said, cling to whose leg? I'm the one being carried by others right now. What a joke. You're the second place, whose thigh are you holding on to? I'm relying on the thighs of Lise and Renhu. The three of us explore together, all thanks to them leading the way. Wow, no way, Lise is the first place? This team is too strong. Lise is very low-key, he hasn't said anything in the group chat since the adventure began. I also want to join your team. Are you guys still short on members? I'm about to reach level 3. By the way, Big Boss Ibe, how is Big Boss Lise's progress now? Yeah, let us little players see it too, so everyone can get motivated. Ibe smiled and said, since you want to know, he's currently level 3, 400/600. In an instant, the group chat exploded. Wow, no wonder he's the top boss, leveling up so fast. At this rate, Lise will be level 4 in no time. That golden treasure chest reward is definitely going to Lise, the big boss. Yeah, he's incredibly talented. If he gets another treasure chest, he'll be absolutely unbeatable. I really want to latch onto a big shot. Too bad the big shots have such high standards for taking disciples. Only third-level big shots like Ibe and Ren who can become their followers. Even if I can't be a follower, I can be the big shots woman. Brother Lise, do you need a girlfriend? I'm 18 this year. You again? Stop being shameless. Do you use the same line on every man? You think you deserve to steal Brother Lise? He is mine. This woman almost says the same thing to everyone in the group chat. The profile pictures and holograms in the group haven't been photoshopped, the system wouldn't be that idle. Her appearance combines the best features of Xiao Biluo and Teacher Gua. But she herself is still stuck in the era of beauty apps and skin smoothing filters. She always thinks of herself as a goddess, full of charm. Everywhere she goes, she wants to hit on big shots. But when you check her profile picture, everyone is discouraged. She has probably lived in a dream for too long and hasn't yet come to terms with reality. Her words sparked public outrage, and the group chat immediately exploded, women arguing in a mess. You women only know how to want things without effort and bully, but I'm different, I only know how to care for. Lise is mine, don't be shameless. Look at what you yourselves look like, and you still dare to snatch MY. Stop arguing, when has Master Lise ever replied to a girl's message? I feel like the master prefers men on top of men. Master, are you there? If you like, your little brother is ready to offer anytime, super brave. Even men joined the competition, making Lise the #1 big shot in the newbie village, with countless fans. Just as the newbie village was in chaos, a sudden announcement flashed through the chat channel. Tip, number 456 Newbie Village activates a wager order targeting 9527 Newbie Village for a resource wager. Resource wager, the losing side's resources are halved, 20 attribute points deducted, the winning side obtains all resources and attribute points after a 20% commission deduction. Boom! As soon as the news broke, everyone was shocked. The channel of 9527 Newbie Village was silent for 3 seconds, everyone repeatedly looking at the system prompt. What does this mean? Why is there suddenly a wager? Who is the 456 rookie village? Why choose us? Seeing the disastrous defeat, everyone panicked. The system's cold voice came again. Rule, the first rookie to reach level 5 wins. Reward, the first to reach level 5 will receive an additional 20 free attribute points and a bronze chest. The bet begins, both parties' chat channels will be linked, countdown 59, 58. As soon as the countdown ended, the 9527 newbie village was in an uproar. What the hell, what's going on? Why did a betting order suddenly appear? 456 newbie village is too much, treating us like this? Resources are halved when we lose, can't even run into beasts outside. And they deduct 20 attribute points, how are we supposed to kill monsters and level up? We're doomed sooner or later. Whoa. I'm only level 1 now, and my attribute points add up to just over 30. If 20 points are deducted, can I still survive? Yeah, if too many basic attributes are deducted, does that mean you'll just die outright? Woo, it's not fair. I didn't do anything, I wasn't killed by beasts, how could I die in this random bet? Don't panic, we haven't lost yet, why are you crying? At this moment, a top 10 ranked level 3 expert stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere among everyone. Don't be afraid, in gambling there are wins and losses, the result isn't out yet, don't be too pessimistic. This time the bet is on which newbie village will produce a level 5 newbie first. Don't forget our village's big shot Lize is about to reach level 4, he's currently level 3 with 400-600 experience, he will definitely level up today. Right, with big shot Lize leading the team, we will definitely win. After winning the 456 newbie village, all the deducted resources belong to us, and we can enjoy a huge increase in attribute points. This is awesome. Just as he was speaking, the system notification sounded. Notice, during the betting period, the level rankings for the 456 and 9,527 newbie villages are temporarily hidden and will be restored after the bet ends. As soon as this news came out, the group exploded. What's going on? Why block the leaderboard? What's the point of blocking the leaderboard? I guess the system doesn't want everyone to know each other's upgrade progress to make the betting more exciting. A player wearing glasses, who looked like an intellectual, explained. The chat channels of both sides will soon be merged. If the leaderboard isn't blocked, everyone will be playing with open cards, and the outcome of the match will be predictable. After blocking, no one knows how fast the opponent is upgrading. No one dares to relax, everyone can only upgrade frantically. It might also cause mutual confusion and deception, dampen morale, and one side might directly surrender or lose their composure. His analysis caused a sensation. Damn, hearing you say that really enlightened me. I used to do international affairs analysis. Don't worry, our village's top player Lize is a secret, don't tell the other side. If the other side's top player is very high level, we will downplay Lize's level to shake their confidence. If their level is much lower than ours, we will hype up Lize's level to the sky to intimidate them. Amazing, no wonder you're a tactics expert, impressive. Everyone listen to me, the only way to win now is to fully support Big Brother Lize's upgrade. Let's help him find high-level beasts so he can level up quickly. This concerns the fate of the entire newbie village, I hope everyone participates. That's right, if we win everyone benefits, if we lose everyone suffers together, at times like this we must unite. Exactly. We support Big Brother Lize. Right in the 9527 newbie village chat channel, everyone was full of passion, ready to fully support Lize. At this moment, the countdown ended. The chat channels of the two villages had already connected. Everyone noticed that a new chat channel option for 456 Rookie Village had appeared under the Slaughter operating system. They quickly switched over, although they couldn't speak, they could see the other side's chat content to gather intelligence. My God, can someone tell me what happened? Who issued this wager order? Why didn't they ask for our consent? The notice said it was initiated by Baron Louis Heffes. Oh my, is that the noble lord of the old European White Banner Heffes family? No, it's Baron Heffes of the Free Nation Lighthouse country. Damn it! This is outright dictatorship, so stupid, I have seen too many acts like this. Oh my God, if Hefe causes us to lose, I swear, I will kick him hard with these custom-made deerskin shoes. Screw you! Who gave you the right to challenge on our behalf? Yes, we oppose. We want freedom, we want bibimbap. Forget it, the challenge is already in effect. We can only pray, may God bless us. No! This is a trampling of freedom and a desecration of justice. And the Lighthouse Nation will never accept such a result. We want a national referendum, not a decision made by one person. Damn it, I want to protest and march against this behavior. Oh my God, I can barely breathe. I need a zero-cost purchase. It turns out that the 456 newbie village was full of Westerners from the Lighthouse country and a few Nordic countries. They were not united internally, even launching challenges was full of contradictions and disagreements. At this moment, an avatar in the chat channel moved. Yo! Let me bring you some news. I just personally checked out the chat channel of the 9527 newbie village and found something interesting. Mr. Hanfu Lai, we can't wait to hear it. I guarantee you won't believe it, 99% of the people in the 9527 newbie village are from Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Oh, you mean those shorties with narrow eyes? Great, if they're the opponents, the challenge will definitely be interesting. No, sir, you might not understand. Dragon Kingdom is a country with a long history, full of mysterious legends and beautiful poetry, with an ancient civilization. What a joke! This is the battlefield of slaughter in the heavens, no art, no culture, only killing. The people of Longwa are all weak, sick men. But they have many gold medals. No! Those were all won by cheating. I think, you might be talking about the non-Bang people? At this moment, in the chat channel, someone's avatar finally moved. Louis Heathus, dear subjects, feeling your anticipation, welcome your noble baron. Damn Heathus, you dictator, executioner, you'll go to hell sooner or later. That's right. You arrogant guys from the New World dare to call yourselves barons. Titles are granted by Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a bunch of uncultured upstarts. Louis Heathisi, ha, what is a queen? My baron title was personally bestowed by the Emperor of the White Banner Empire. I am a noble bloodline, having lived for hundreds of years, back when there were no queens. As soon as this was said, the chat channel exploded. What? Bloodline? Damn. So you're a vampire. Quickly use crosses, holy water, and garlic to strangle him, burn this blasphemer. Friend, I understand your excitement, but a reminder, angering the noble bloodline in the world of killing is not wise. Yeah, vampires' power far exceeds humans, their lifespan is long, and more importantly, killing here is unstoppable, allowing them to continuously strengthen. The battlefield of slaughter is literally a vampire's paradise. But he's just a baron, the lowest rank of vampire. Why should we believe him? Even the weakest vampire is stronger than a human. The most important thing now is to win the duel. As long as he can help us win, vampires are fine, right? That's right. As long as we can win, even if it's with the devil, we're willing to cooperate. Hephaestus said, dear people, I don't like being called a vampire. Call me the noble blood clan or baron. Trust me, follow me, and I will lead you to victory. Baron, what level are you now? Hephys replied, level 4, 20/1000 experience, I'll be level 5 very soon. Wow, a level 4 expert? That's incredible. With that, our victory is almost guaranteed. That's right, this victory is unprecedented. For a moment, the 456 rookie village was buzzing. Everyone was excitedly discussing the various benefits after the gambling victory. Suddenly, a person's avatar moved. No, Mr. Hephisi, although everyone supports you, I oppose it. Why? Hephaestus asked. Because you're suspected of racial discrimination. What? You vampires have pale skin and promote white skin, isn't that racial discrimination? I oppose it. Damn it, vampires have pale skin because they can't be in the sun and can only be active at night, naturally, their skin is pale. No, it's you who don't accept vampires with dark skin. Yes, we demand diverse aesthetics, there must be black vampires. And brown vampires too. Hyphus shouted angrily, are you crazy? Don't you want to win, to have more attributes and resources? No. We want equality, diversity, democracy, and freedom. The entire 456 newbie village fell into chaos. Hyphus sighed helplessly, tell me, what exactly happened over these years? Why are there so many fools? Baron, they've fallen for the zero-cost purchase trap. Don't pay them any mind. The most important thing now is to level up quickly and bring us victory. Yes, the number 1 powerhouse from the 9527 newbie village is already frantically hunting beasts. Hephisi laughed, don't worry, the night is the true stage for the Blood Clan. I can solo level 4 beasts, and soon I'll reach level 5. Oh my, a level 4 baron can solo level 4 beasts? The Blood Clan is too strong. This is unbelievable. I understand. Baron deliberately chose to propose the wager just as night was falling because this place will soon become your home court, right? Hephaestus smiled and said, "Exactly, you're very clever. Believe me, I will definitely win. Afterward, I will lead you to continuous victories. The future belongs to us." Great! Baron, you really are the guardian of our 456 newbie village. Yes, to be in the same beginner village as Baron Sama, we are really lucky. Hephaestus added, "Don't worry, I will keep updating my level progress at all times. Even if the leaderboard channel gets blocked, don't panic, I will let you see the dawn of victory." Awesome, ha ha ha. Long live Baron Sama, we will follow you. 456 newbie village was instantly filled with laughter and joy, as if victory was already assured. At the same time, the 9527 newbie channel was filled with anxiety and unease. Everyone, don't panic. The strongest player in 456 newbie village turns out to be a powerful vampire, already leveled up to 420/1000. What should we do? Listen to me, the former tactics master stepped forward. This might be a smokescreen from 456 village to undermine our confidence. Who levels up to 4 so quickly, a vampire? Is this a movie? But I see everyone in village 456 celebrating without any hurry, it seems they are very confident. Don't be afraid, even if they are strong, we still have Big Boss Lise. That's right, this time it all depends on Big Boss Lise. Whether the rookie village wins or not is up to him. Our future is all in his hands. At this moment, Lise, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Everyone, rest assured, I will do my best, but my strength alone is limited. From now on, I hope you can help look for traces of level 2 or level 3 beasts. Level 1 beasts have too little spiritual energy and level up too slowly. If you find any beast traces, notify me immediately. Great idea. We'll all help Boss Lise find the beasts together, that will be the most efficient. Listen to me, those who are too low level might be in danger during the search. Novices of level 2 and above should act together, level 1 with perception talent can help too, but others shouldn't take risks. I'm level 2, heading to help Lise find beasts right away. I'll report as soon as I find anything. Although I am level 1, my perception talent is enhanced vision, so I can help too. I'm going too. Soon, the 9527 Novice Village united as one, working together to help Lise quickly reach level 5. Striving to win this wager. Lise said excitedly, "Great. As long as we unite as one, we will definitely win." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes. Never give up, victory will definitely be ours. Victory is certain. Victory is certain." At this moment, Zhao was inside a small world fragment, staring at the plant before him that looked like wheat seedlings, sighing. This is the red fruit. Although it has been planted, its growth is too slow. Zhao possessed the unique talent of the flower planting family, which could accelerate plant growth. The red fruit takes 1 day to root and sprout, the second day to grow leaves, the third day to bear fruit, and after fruiting, one must wait for the leaves to fall before harvesting. The time was too long, Zhao couldn't wait. He couldn't just stay here waiting for 4 or 5 days, after all, the brutal purge would come in 7 days. There is another method: adding plant essence. 1 unit of plant essence can save 1 year of growth time. Zhao approached a purple grass. This magical herb is poisonous and not very valuable. He directly recycled and reset it, obtaining 1 unit of plant essence. Then add the essence of plants to the red fruit sapling. Soon, the tender shoots began to grow leaves. Zhao found another useless spirit herb and continued to extract the essence of plants. Soon, red fruits hung from the branches, glowing bright red. After continuously adding botanical essences, the red fruit finally ripened. Zhao picked one and couldn't wait to consume it. Gained, Constitution plus 10. He possessed the talent for Constitution enhancement, so the effect was doubled, feeling extremely great. At this rate of improvement, his physical constitution would soon become astonishing. However, accelerating the ripening of red fruit consumes a large amount of plant essence, and there isn't much spirit grass here, some of it also needs to be used for refining beast pills. After extracting the spirit grass, little remains. Zhao Hao selected some valuable spirit grass and transplanted it into the spirit treasure pouch. If you want to quickly grow red fruits, relying solely on finding spirit herbs yourself is far from enough. There's not much value here, it's almost time to leave. Zhao Hao looked at the empty valley, feeling a bit reluctant. This small world fragment is a good place to cultivate spirit herbs. Unfortunately, he will sooner or later have to leave the newbie village and may never return. At that moment, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He walked to the exit of the small world fragment, ready to try recycling and resetting, to see if he could extract anything useful. In theory, the recycling reset skill can recover all valuable items. Does this small world fragment count? Zhao Hao was uncertain. He stood alert facing the exit, ready to flee at any moment. After all, this is a special fragment space, located in another dimension. A slight mistake could be fatal. Prompt: recyclable target detected, risk present. Recycle? Sure enough, there was a target. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. Should we risk recovering it? The warnings all say it's dangerous. Zhao Hao wasn't afraid at all. Who knows when he might encounter such a small world fragment again. He steeled his heart and immediately clicked to recover it. In an instant, the space began to twist and distort, like a crystal ball being squeezed to the point of breaking. An unstable sound came from the space, as if glass were cracking. Zhao Hao saw cracks appear, and a large nearby rock suddenly vanished. Usually, recovery is completed instantly, but this time it seemed to be dragged out indefinitely. He could only wait quietly, feeling anxious and uneasy. Cracks were beginning to appear at the exit, and Zhao Hao was ready to run at any moment. Just at this moment. Recycling successful, obtained, world origin, fragment, +1, independent space +1. A distortion sound came from the exit, and the small world fragments shattered like broken glass. The mountain peak collapsed, the ground twisted, and the sky cracked open. Is it going to explode? Zhao Hao hurriedly rushed out of the exit. Just after stepping outside, a huge energy wave erupted with a roar, unleashing chaotic energy. The originally peaceful little world instantly turned into a chaotic turbulence. Pop! Zhao Hao fell to the ground, rolling over twice in a shabby manner. Spitting out the grass in his mouth, he rubbed his body and stood up. Ha! How did it get dark already? Looking around, the bright scene from before had been replaced by the pitch-black forest. Wait. Where exactly am I? Shouldn't the exit be in the cave? The small world fragment has no day or night, so why has the exit location changed? Could it be that the fragment space becomes extremely unstable after recycling, causing an error when he exits? Zhao Hao was still unsure whether he had returned to the beginner's village. If he strayed too far and left the protection zone, he would be in trouble. The most important thing for Zhao Hao was to confirm his position. Although everything around him was dark, he quickly locked onto a direction using his night vision ability and hurried toward a mountain with higher terrain. Standing on high ground, he could roughly see the layout of the beginner's village to determine his location. But after just a few steps, his figure suddenly stopped. A faint rustling sound came to his ears, definitely not made by a human. It was clear that a wild or ferocious beast was approaching. Zhao Hao became alert, gripping his horse-slaying saber tightly, ready to face the unknown danger. Suddenly, a small mound of earth in front exploded, and a long thorn, black and thick with a curved hook, shot towards Zhao Hao like a spear. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao swung his blade in a chop, sparks flying everywhere. The thorn left a white mark, and a strong rebound force came from the blade. The speed was so fast it startled him. Strangely, the creature disappeared, and the ground returned to calm, as if everything just now had been an illusion. But Zhao Hao's sharp gaze fixed on the ground, staying constantly alert. With his enhanced hearing, he caught the subtle movements hidden underground. Before he could react, another patch of soil cracked open, and a thick tail thorn stabbed towards him. It was the stinger of a huge jet-black scorpion, shining with a cold glint, definitely venomous. The scorpion was as big as a wash basin, its giant pincers like fists. Zhao Hao leapt aside to avoid the tail thorn, while fiercely slashing the midsection of the thorn with his saber. The stinger was cut open, purple-black liquid spraying out. He quickly retreated. The scorpion brandished its giant pincers and charged at him wildly. The scorpion's tail sting is its strongest weapon. Daring to attack head-on was simply giving him an easy shot. Zhao Hao's eyes sharpened, suddenly accelerating, skillfully dodging two pincers, leaping into midair, and driving the saber straight down. Tui! A sound as the blade pierced the scorpion's body. The saber precisely cut into the venom sac on the back of this giant poisonous scorpion. Purple-black venom instantly burst out, splattering everywhere. Zhao Hao rolled over and easily dodged the venom. The injured scorpion struggled in pain, its body wavering and weak as if intoxicated. At this moment, Zhao Hao finally had time to check the scorpion's information. Beast, Scorpion. Level, 7. Combat Power, 11. Characteristics, highly poisonous, skilled in underground stealth attacks, tail sting causes severe damage. Talent, none. Skill, breath control technique. Unexpectedly, this ugly poisonous scorpion is actually a level 7 beast. But a level 7 beast is actually this weak? Completely overwhelmed by Zhao Hao. In fact, although Zhao Hao is only level 4, his strength exceeds 200, his total combat power from the 4 attributes surpasses 14, and with various innate skills, his strength far exceeds appearances. This scorpion is indeed extraordinary. It can crawl underground, and its breath-hiding technique conceals its trace, making it almost undetectable to those without talent. But Zhao Hao, who has the talent for hearing, easily sensed it. The scorpion's tail sting is highly venomous, and its body is as hard as iron. Without a saber capable of breaking its defense, resistance is impossible. Its speed is extremely fast, and its poison deadly. Only a freak like Zhao Hao can easily defeat it. So it wasn't that the scorpion was weak, but that Zhao Hao was too strong. Seeing the scorpion weak and powerless, Zhao Hao showed no mercy and swung his blade again, cutting off the scorpion's head. The scorpion twitched a few times and completely lost its life. A burst of blue light surged out from the scorpion's body and merged into Zhao Hao's body. Hint: kill level 7 wild poisonous scorpions. Reward: synergy plus 570. Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect an ordinary poisonous scorpion to grant 570 synergy points. Is leveling up really this easy? He casually used the recycling reset skill and gained strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, agility plus 4. As expected, the attribute points on a level 7 beast far exceed those of a lower level ferocious beast. At this moment, Zhao Hao's attributes changed to Name: Zhao Hao. Level 4, 580/1000. Strength: 231, D-level strength frenzy times 3. Agility: 168, D-level speed enhancement times 3. Constitution: 206, E-level constitution enhancement times 2, poison resistance plus 1%. Spirit: 172. Zhao Hao casually transformed the venomous scorpion into various materials, then quickly made his way to the top of the mountain. He saw the cave on the slope on the other side, where there was a larger patch of forest about 3,000 meters away. It seemed the small world fragment space had ruptured, causing his exit position to shift, but fortunately, the deviation was not large. Now, his position was closer to the outskirts of the Novice village, and the environment was more dangerous. Having confirmed his location, Zhao Hao no longer worried. The wild beasts here posed no threat to him, and no one would venture deep enough to disturb him. He pondered how others had progressed during his time in the small world space. When he tried to check the level leaderboard, he found he couldn't open it. The fragment had clearly appeared, so why was the leaderboard still blocked? He tried opening the chat channel and was immediately stunned. The avatars in the channel kept flickering, and the conversation was unusually lively. The chat channel was so active at midnight? Ranhaxing excitedly said, "Family, Big Brother Li Zhe just killed a level 3 beast and is about to break through to level 4. Someone exclaimed, "Already reaching level 4 so quickly? Awesome, keep it up, boss. We're going to win the bet and beat the idiots from the beautiful country. Boss Li Zhe, come quickly. I found a level 3 giant horned goat and I'm dragging it." Brothers, well done, we'll be there soon. Boss Lise, I found a level 3 red feather chicken, didn't dare to disturb it, watching from afar. After killing the giant horned goat, I'll come immediately. Suddenly someone shouted urgently, bad news, Hafizi from Newbie Village 456 just killed a level 4 wild beast. What? Level 4 beast? How is his level progression now? Still not revealed. Zhao Hao was completely confused. How could there be another novice village? Could it be that the small world fragment shattered and connected two novice villages together? But the timing didn't add up. These things seem to have happened before he stepped out of the fragment space. Chat records are permanently saved and can be reviewed at any time. Zhao Hao quickly checked all the chat content since entering the small world. After reading, his expression was complicated. What is going on? I just happily changed my profession, planting various flowers and eating red fruits. After coming out, someone is proactively handing over attribute points? From Zhao Hao's perspective, Hafizi was basically giving away attribute points for free. This gamble was simply a windfall. He immediately clicked open the chat channel of the 456 newbie village and found the village in an uproar. The Great Baron hits too hard, I love you so much. Unbelievable, to be able to single-handedly fight a level 4 beast, this strength is amazing. Hephaestus, I'm crazy about your power. This might sound offensive, but I can't wait to make love to you. Hephaestus replied, as you wish, once I win, I'll personally embrace you and make you a noble vampire. Baron, is this true? I can't wait to throw myself into your arms immediately. Baron, excuse me, the people from the Dragon Kingdom just killed 2 more tier 3 beasts. The efficiency of the Dragon Kingdom people cannot be underestimated. They all united and went out in full force to help a guy named Lise find beasts. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. Where did this Zhao Hao come from? No way, he quietly leveled up to level 5? So sudden, such a surprise. Notice, all members of Novice Village number 456 have 20 free attribute points deducted, and all resources in Novice Village number 456 are reduced by 50%. Notice, all members of Novice Village number 9527 receive 16 free attribute points, and all resources increase by 40%. Notice, newbie Zhao Hao completed the resource wager, gaining +2 reputation, +20 attribute points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Rumble. As the notice ended, Novice Village number 9527 underwent a huge transformation. The sky's light distorted, and beams of translucent light poured down onto everyone. Everyone instantly gained 16 free attribute points. At the mountain peak, Zhao Hao quietly looked down at the newbie village. At his feet lay the corpse of a giant spider. A beam of light descended from the sky, entering Zhao Hao's body. He calmly watched as 16 additional attribute points were added. Immediately after, another flash of light appeared, granting 20 free attribute points. The third beam of light descended, and a bronze treasure chest shining with silver light appeared before him. At this moment, Zhao Hao finally showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Last time, opening the black iron chest only yielded a dogskin plaster recipe. What surprise would the bronze chest bring this time? And the changes in the newbie village were far more than just these. Outside the village, the earth cracked and the stream's flow was cut off. New peaks rose abruptly from the ground, and rivers appeared out of nowhere. Rare minerals, exotic flowers and fruits, and magical herbs have all emerged, and the number of wild beasts has surged dramatically. After all, wild beasts themselves are valuable resources. As a result, the overall resources in the 9527 beginner village have increased by 40%. The chat channel was filled with joy. This is awesome. Directly increased 16 attribute points. Didn't do anything, just lying at home and still leveled up. 16 attribute points, averaging 4 points in the 4 stats, so powerful. Big Boss Zhao Hao was really amazing. To be honest, I almost peed my pants at the last moment. The system prompt popped up suddenly, Boss Zhao Hao descended from the sky, and we actually won. I wet my pants several times. Brother upstairs, I suggest you get your prostate checked first. Ha ha ha. Didn't you see? A big mountain suddenly grew in front of me, full of medicinal herbs. Our team was fighting serrated rabbits when a giant serrated rabbit suddenly appeared nearby. What a coincidence! This is all because we won the bet. The newbie village's resources have greatly increased. Everything was turned around by Big Boss Xiao Hao. He's amazing. Big Boss Xiao Hao, I love you. From now on, I'm a die-hard fan of Big Boss Xiao Hao. I'm so excited. Brother Xiao Hao is really so handsome. He's literally a legendary hero unparalleled in the world. I even want to have monkey babies with him. That's right, long live Boss Xiao Hao. I totally admire you, boss. I want to stick with you. At the same time, inside Novice Village 456, the system alert sound rang out. Rumble. In the sky, black light instantly enveloped all the novices. In an instant, everyone's attributes dropped by 20 points. The chat channel immediately filled with laments. Unbelievable. Where did my attribute points go? Oh my god, I lost a full 20 attribute points. Now I only have 3 points of spirit left. I feel weak all over and have no strength. My god, what do we do? Damn it. I'm only level 3, chasing a red-eyed rat. Suddenly my stats dropped by 20 points, I was almost killed, and I even broke a leg, all because of Heifizi. Lord, have you abandoned us? God, I am guilty. I am willing to repent. Please save me. Where the hell did Xiao Hao come from? How did he suddenly reach level 5? Could it be that the panic among the people of Longwa was deliberately meant to lull us into a false sense of security? Is this their tactic? No, I can't believe it. Those people from Longwa are weak to death. How could they possibly win? Damn you, Heifizi, you useless idiot, losing to someone from Longwa. Hathis, you demon, vampire, killer, you have destroyed our hope. Exactly. If it weren't for Hephaestus forcefully challenging us, we could all level up peacefully. Now that we've lost 20 attribute points, what am I supposed to do? At the same time. Rumble. Another roar echoed, and the trees, mountains, rivers, beasts, and flowers of the 456 rookie village all disappeared. A massive loss of resources. The entire village became dilapidated and ruined. Oh my god, the river in front of us has been split in two and disappeared. This must be divine punishment. Damn it. I injured a giant horned goat and was about to finish it off, but it vanished into thin air. My god, we've lost so many resources, what should we do? How are so many people supposed to reach level 10? It's all Heifizi's fault. You demon, you've ruined us. Yeah, we must punish you on behalf of God, go die. Even those who used to flatter Hegism and say they wanted to become vampires began to curse him wildly. Malicious words poured down like a storm, all directed at Hephiz. Hephiz roared, "You idiots, I will drain your blood and send you all to meet Satan. Each of you just lost 20 attribute points, and you still dare to insult me? Don't think I'll let you off. I will turn you all into lower-class bloodsuckers, becoming tools for me to hunt beasts. You despicable vampire. No matter how strong you are, you're only one person. How dare you threaten us? We will burn you to death." Yes. Everyone join forces to burn this hateful vampire to death. As a loyal servant of God, I will never let the vampire desecrate this land. I will pierce you with the cross. No. I oppose this. We should hold a meeting first, then a nationwide referendum, only then can we decide how to deal with the vampire. That's truly civilized. At this moment, Hephiz began to panic. He knew that strength lies in numbers. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, I actually belong to a sexual minority group. Wanting to burn me to death is discrimination against me. We oppose it. We firmly oppose burning Hephiz to death. Yes. We want to protect the rights of sexual minorities." Hephiz continued, "Actually, I'm a feminist. My first embraces were all given to women. The men who want to burn me are just jealous. We are against burning Heifizi. And I am half black, my father used to do trade in Africa back then. We oppose racial discrimination against Heifizi." That's right. Hafizi's life matters too, he is about to be burned alive. Hafiz added, actually, I'm also a vegetarian. The vegetarians were momentarily stunned. Although they felt offended, upon careful consideration, Hafiz's words made sense. He was a vampire who only drank blood and didn't eat meat. Plus, he often stayed locked in a coffin, sleeping for hundreds of years, practically making him a non-eater, perfectly aligned with the vegetarian and environmental protection philosophy. In this way, the vegetarians also sided with Hafiz. It must be said, this ancient vampire was surprisingly quick to integrate into the cultural features of Lighthouse Country, stacking buffs at a rapid pace. With these buffs, Hafizi completely disrupted the 456 newbie village. Various forces attacked each other, incessant verbal battles broke out, and protest marches occurred one after another. And just when everyone was arguing uncontrollably, Hafizi had already slipped away secretly. The onlooking people of the Dragon Kingdom were baffled, a typical Lighthouse Country style, even on the battlefield of slaughter, this habit couldn't be changed. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Notice, the resource wager has ended, chat channel parallel connections between Newbie Village 9527 and Newbie Village 456 have ended, and the leaderboard channel unblocking has been lifted. As for what later happened in the 456 Newbie Village, the people of the 9527 Newbie Village had no idea. This did not affect their joyful atmosphere in the slightest. Zhao Hao stared at the bronze treasure chest in front of him, full of anticipation as he chose to open it. Last time, that black iron treasure chest only gave him a dogskin plaster recipe, so he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This time, the bronze treasure chest was clearly of better quality, and the chances of getting good stuff were higher. But what exactly would come out still depended on luck. Sometimes, the items in the bronze treasure chest were even as good as those in the black iron treasure chest. As a pleasant prompt sound rang out. Obtained, iron bow +1. Obtained, iron arrows +30. Obtained, bronze chest +1. Iron bow, tier 1 equipment, sturdy longbow, attack +10, attack speed +10%, penetration +10%. Iron arrow, tier 1 equipment, durable standard arrow, recyclable, good penetration. Zhao Hao picked up the pitch black iron bow in his hand, feeling its weight. The bowstring was made of thick threaded iron wire, this was a solid straight pull bow. In the early stages, the bow and arrows are good equipment that can greatly improve hunting efficiency and help avoid head-on battles with monsters. When combined with special terrain or tools, it can exert tremendous power. Looking at the iron bow, Zhao Hao had an idea. His previous novice dagger was also made of iron. After recycling and resetting, removing rust and iron debris, it turned into a sharp steel dagger. I wonder if the iron bow can also be recycled and reset. He once tried to recycle and reset the saber, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a recyclable target. It can only be reset into an iron block, and Zhao Hao is unwilling to waste this armor-piercing weapon. He tried to use the recycling reset on the iron bow. Discovered recyclables, obtained, iron slag 0.01 kilograms, iron filings 0.04 kilograms, rust 0.03 kilograms, furnace slag 0.003 kilograms. Obtained, steel bow +1. Steel bow, tier 2 equipment, hard and sharp, attack +20, penetration +20%, range +10%, attack speed +10%, critical rate +5%, critical damage +10%. It really works. Zhao Haoxing excitedly tried again to recycle and reset the steel bow, but there was no recyclable target. He could only completely reset and dismantle it, which was obviously wasteful. He put away the steel bow and turned to the iron arrows in front of him. Also made of iron, they should be recyclable too. Obtained, steel arrow +30. Steel arrow, tier 2 equipment, penetration +20%, flight speed +20%. Suddenly, a prompt flashed. Steel arrow can be reset to steel feathered arrow, tail feathers need to be added. Tail feathers? Zhao Hao recalled that the long tail feathers he had obtained earlier were from a long-tailed pheasant. At that time, his backpack had plenty of space, so he didn't want to discard these tail feathers. These feathers were originally just for decoration, he didn't expect them to come in handy now. Zhao Hao took out the feathers and directly chose to add them. Soon, 10 steel-tipped feather arrows appeared before him. The rest were not reset because there weren't enough tail feathers, but since tail feathers are easy to obtain, Zhao Hao wasn't in a hurry. Steel feather arrow, Tier 3 equipment, penetration plus 40%, speed plus 40%, critical hit rate plus 20%, stability plus 20%, recyclable. Looking at the prompt, Zhao Hao's lips curled into a smile. After adding the tail feathers, the arrow not only flew faster but was also more stable. Arrows in flight are easily affected by the wind, which impacts their speed and accuracy, reducing their lethality. Now his feather arrows had greatly increased lethality. The ordinary Tier 1 item from the bronze chest, after being processed by the recycling skill, directly became Tier 3 equipment. Its quality could probably rival items from the silver chest. The recycling and reset skill was indeed powerful, truly an SSS rank. Meat, processed, premium ingredient, edible, rich in fat and protein. Consuming after processing can quickly restore physical strength and energy. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Hao was a bit surprised. No problem. This meat is completely edible. Although it says the effect is better after processing, eating it directly is also fine. Zhao Hao could never figure out exactly how Lu Yong died. He sat down, picked up the piece of meat in his hand, ignited a flame with his fire-controlling talent, and began slowly roasting the meat. He adjusted the size of the flame as he controlled it, and gradually, the meat turned golden brown, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Zhao Hao cut a small piece of red-eyed rat meat with his dagger, hesitated for a moment, then carefully put it into his mouth. Even if there was a problem, eating such a small amount wouldn't endanger his life. The meat was tender and elastic, with a subtle juice and delicious flavor. After eating, he felt warm all over, with no discomfort whatsoever. At this moment, the system notified him that he had obtained 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat. This roasted meat scored 82, classified as high-quality food, capable of quickly restoring energy and stamina, and providing a strong feeling of fullness. Zhao Hao also received his first reputation reward for making roasted meat. Everyone in the group chat exploded when they saw the message. You can farm reputation just by making roasted meat? That's way too fast. You need both meat and fire to roast. Fire isn't something you can easily get. You can't eat monster meat directly, it has to be cooked well. People were eagerly discussing roasted meat and reputation. Zhao Hao is really lucky, he gets reputation as soon as he unlocks a recipe. Now all the newbies in Dragon Country are going to be awesome. You get reputation the first time you make each new recipe. With so many delicious recipes in Dragon Country, won't reputation be easy to farm? Exactly, Dragon Country is going to flourish. Everyone excitedly discussed, looking forward to future possibilities. With this rule alone, everyone in Dragon Country can insanely farm reputation. Yeah, with so many cities in the Dragon Kingdom, and so many delicious foods from all corners of the land, bringing out the recipes is definitely enough to share. Exactly, this recipe reputation system is practically tailor-made for our Dragon Kingdom. What kind of delicacies do the Lighthouse Nation or the Nordic 8 banners have? Don't make me laugh. The Zhangbai Banner Foundry Nation doesn't have much either. That Foundry Feast is just seafood risotto, isn't it? But it's not easy to make those recipes. Yeah, the raw materials are hard to find, not to mention the various ingredients and seasonings. At that moment, someone's words instantly ignited the chat channel of the 9527 Rookie Village. Family, I discovered it. Monster corpses, after special processing, can be turned into edible ingredients. Really? How do you do it? Teach me quickly. I've been cutting fish at RT Mart for 10 years. I just dissected a swamp carp carcass, and after testing, finally got usable meat chunks. The key is to completely separate the blood, no scales or hair, and don't cut the internal organs during dissection. If the organs are pierced, the meat around them must be trimmed off, otherwise it's dangerous to eat. The bones must also be cleaned thoroughly, which tests your knife skills. Only then can you get safe meat. Damn, this is way too complicated. Not complicated. Oh, and be careful when handling it, don't cut your finger, or the toxins in the meat could infect you and cause poisoning. This is too difficult. Besides professional slaughterhouse workers or those who understand anatomy, who can handle this? Maybe Big Boss Xiao Hao works at a slaughterhouse. No, he's in scrap recycling. Boss Lei Jun, how did you know? Zhao Hao narrowed his eyes. Was Lei Jun specifically asking by Bing? Was it because I am currently the number one in the newbie village? But the person by Bing remembered was too different from me, so it wasn't very useful as a reference. At this moment, another person from the materials channel spoke up, and everyone temporarily forgot about Lei Jun. There are quite a few people in the village who handle meat. Everyone gathers the corpses, and they process them uniformly. That way, we can get usable ingredients. The fishmonger at RT Mart sent another message. But my talent isn't suited for combat at all. If I spend all day just breaking down corpses and killing monsters, my level will improve even more slowly. This won't work. I can only spare a little time each day to handle this, but the corpses must be brought to me. Running back and forth is too troublesome. That's right, I can also handle corpses, but this will slow down leveling. You guys need to pay some compensation. Don't worry, the person above. Everyone's efforts won't be in vain, payment won't be a problem. So how do we complete the transaction? Everyone is not in the same place, are we supposed to carry the beast's corpse running around? Why not return to the newbie village every night to trade, how about that? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Hint, newbie progress detected to be accelerating, strong trading demand, trading channel activated. Note, items for trade must be evaluated and confirmed to have value by the system. The current channel is limited to internal trades within the newbie village. Everyone got excited as soon as they heard the news. Wow, this system is so thoughtful, it even opened a trading channel directly. Not bad, I wonder what can be traded. Can my chastity be traded? Bringing it here is probably useless. The news says that maybe in the future they will open a bigger trading channel, allowing transactions across the entire multiverse battlefields. Makes sense, I need to study this carefully. Zhao Hao was also tempted, so he opened the control panel. A trading channel option appeared in the bottom right corner. Clicking in, it looked like a simple online store, with categories such as weapons, items, materials, food, and special objects. Some gray icons weren't lit up, probably indicating more categories will be available in the future. At the moment, the channel was empty, and no items had been uploaded yet. Zhao Hao held the golden roasted meat in his hand. The rating was pretty good, it should be tradable, right? He placed the roasted meat on the food market and a pop-up appeared to set trading conditions. After a moment of thought, he set the requirement as beast carcasses, demanding them to be intact, with damage not exceeding 70% and no restriction on level. His settings were carefully considered. If the conditions were too strict, no one could meet them. Beast carcasses were troublesome to handle, prone to poisoning and contamination, and no one was willing to waste time and effort dealing with them. Using his talent, Zhao Hao quickly reset and remade the roasted meat, making it very profitable to sell. He listed the roasted meat on the trading market and also put up the extra sharp refined steel daggers. Suddenly received a notification, 0.5 kg of roasted meat sold, obtain level 1 beast sawtooth rabbit corpse +1. So fast? Zhao Hao thought. There was only one portion posted just now, everyone was watching curiously, and it just so happened that someone had a beast corpse, so the trade went smoothly. Immediately, the system sent a message, ID 9527 Novice Village Xiao Hao completed the first trade with Novice Lei Jun, both gained 1 reputation point, this achievement is unique. The chat channel exploded, you can get reputation from your first trade? That's ridiculous. The only achievement, gone afterwards. I saw it, but no beast corpse, couldn't buy it. I was one step too slow, missed it. You can get reputation from buying things, Lei Jun got it for free. Lei Jun laughed, I was quick-eyed too, benefiting from Zhao Hao. Does Zhao Hao still have barbecue? I'm hungry, there's a beast carcass. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Zhao Hao found an open space, gathered branches to make a simple bonfire, and also made a barbecue rack. Light the fire and slow cook, there's no time to constantly manage the flames. Taking the opportunity to recycle and reset the sawtooth rabbit carcass from the earlier transaction, gaining 2 strength points. Dismantling the carcass into meat and fur, a few pieces of roasted meat were quickly prepared. The color wasn't that golden, with slightly burnt edges, but the meat quality was very good. He hung the roasted meat back up in the market. Soon, the roasted meat was sold again, and the system prompt appeared: roasted meat 0.5 kilograms transaction completed, gain level 1 beast corpse +1. The 5 kilogram transaction was completed, exchanging for a level 1 beast corpse. Although a level 1 beast corpse can only increase 1 or 2 attribute points, having many of them results in a considerable cumulative effect. More importantly, this kind of trade hardly costs anything, as even the ingredients for the roasted meat were obtained this way. Normally, a beast of average size can yield 2 kilograms of roasted meat, but Zhao Hao only needs 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat to exchange for 1 beast. The profit is very substantial. What's even better is that he doesn't have to find the beast carcasses himself, others voluntarily bring them over, making it a win-win situation. In a good mood, Zhao Hao casually glanced at the chat channel. Those trading barbecue in the channel all praised, "Big Boss Zhao Hao's barbecue smells amazing, I didn't expect wild beast meat to be this delicious. This is the best barbecue I've ever eaten, the meat quality is excellent, Big Boss Zhao Hao must have run a barbecue shop before." That's right, the meat was handled well and grilled perfectly, definitely a barbecue expert. Others listened with mouths watering. After a day of battle, most people were extremely hungry, and even those with stronger mental strength could only rest first, but resting only intensified the feeling of hunger. Someone asked, "Boss Zhao Hao, do you accept anything else? Do you only take beast corpses?" Zhao Hao thought for a moment. Indeed, beginners didn't have much good stuff in their hands. So he made another batch of roasted meat and hung it on the trading market, setting the trading condition to a beginner's dagger. To be honest, the quality of the novice dagger is quite average and isn't very effective against beasts unless you hit a weak spot, like the eyes. Otherwise, it can't hurt heavily armored monsters at all. Moreover, many novices have awakened elemental or special talents and don't even carry weapons, mainly focusing on control or reconnaissance. So many people have useless novice daggers. It's a pity to throw them away, so they just keep them. Seeing Zhao Hao trade roasted meat for a dagger, many people rushed to make exchanges. 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat transaction successful, received novice dagger ×1. 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat transaction successful, received novice dagger ×1. These novice daggers, after simple processing, can be reset by Zhao Hao into sharp steel daggers. Although the names differ by only 1 character, their performance is worlds apart. Zhao Hao continuously prepared grilled meat for sale, exchanging it for beast corpses to recycle and reset, enhancing attributes, then breaking them down into ingredients, repeating the cycle. Before long, he had gathered 20 beast corpses and 6 novice daggers, earning a considerable profit. Zhao Hao reset all the novice daggers into sharp steel daggers. The sharp steel daggers not only increased attack power but also had armor-piercing effects. It is very effective against low-level beasts and can also cause considerable damage to fierce ones. Now, everyone longs to possess this weapon. However, he has the skill to dispel illusions, confirmed that the spirit fruit is non-toxic, and eating it can even boost his energy. But for ordinary people, eating this kind of fruit is basically gambling. You simply don't know if you'll die right after eating it. After all, if you get close and smell it, the odor is so fishy and foul it's indescribable. Normal people wouldn't have the courage to eat it. On top of that, the news of Lu Yang's tragic death scared many people. No one would casually eat things picked up outdoors. Compared to unknown fruits, a first-level piece of equipment has many tangible and visible benefits. It seems that trading a first-level piece of equipment for a spirit fruit was truly the right decision. Only when others dare not eat it now can I pick up this bargain. When everyone's strength improves, they will definitely realize that spiritual fruits, which can increase attributes, are more valuable than equipment. Unfortunately, the other party only gave the fruit, not the whole plant. If I had the whole plant, Zhao Hao could even harvest the seeds. But he's not as twisted as that, he wouldn't uproot everything. At this moment, another notification appeared. Notification: Tier 1 Equipment Sharp Steel Dagger Trade completed, obtained, Tier 1 Equipment Black Iron Ring +1. Zhao Hao was stunned. What's going on? Did someone trade their first level equipment for his equipment? He opened the trading page and selected the items to trade. A flash of white light and a pitch-black ring appeared on the hand. The ring style is simple and rustic, resembling black iron, but it doesn't feel cold to the touch. Strange patterns are engraved on it. Checked using the delusion breaking skill. Black iron ring, Tier 1 equipment, increases finger dexterity by 100% when worn. Reduces fatigue, increases friction, and protects fingers from wear. Zhao Hao's face looked strange. At first glance, this equipment seems useless. It cannot add attributes or enhance attack power. It can only protect the fingers and improve sensitivity. Sounds like it's generally not very useful. But Zhao Hao couldn't stop smiling. The value of an item depends largely on who uses it. Equipment in someone else's hands might be useless, but Zhao Hao's steel bow was completely different. After modification, the bowstring was replaced with tempered steel, making the tension stronger and the arrows far more powerful. However, the bowstring became hard and sharp, causing hand injuries and finger soreness after prolonged use. Fortunately, the black iron ring not only protected the fingers but also improved flexibility, enabling faster shooting speed and greatly reducing fatigue. It was practically tailor-made for Zhao Hao. This deal was definitely worthwhile for him. The lucky recipient was probably delighted, clutching a tempered steel dagger. On the surface, exchanging a broken ring for an equipment piece that both increased attack power and pierced armor was a great bargain, truly a mutually beneficial trade. Besides this message, there was no other notification of successful trades for the time being. First-level equipment and spiritual fruits and herbs were very rare, ordinary people hardly carried them, and even if they did, they mostly used them personally. Zhao Hao was in no hurry to sell. If he listed them on the market, someone would eventually buy them. Now, Zhao Hao needed to improve his strength. Originally, he planned to hunt high-level ferocious beasts directly to gain a large number of attribute points and treasure chests. But he decided to practice archery first, choosing beasts of slightly lower levels to hone his skills. After all, having a good bow doesn't mean excellent archery. Technique and talent require long-term training. Directly attacking high-level ferocious beasts is like a rookie playing ranked matches, either lose or fail miserably. Most of the beasts in his area were level 7 to 8, with spirit energy values between 570 and 740, perfect for skill practice. Using his auditory and olfactory talents, Zhao Hao began searching for prey. Night came, and the beasts active during the day disappeared, while reptiles and insects appeared frequently. Soon, he spotted a level 7 black spider, agile and sharp-mouthed, capable of spraying poisonous, paralyzing silk. In the night, Zhao Hao used his enhanced vision to lock onto the spider's trail. Standing on a small hill, he raised his steel bow, with a fine steel feather arrow already nocked and ready to shoot. Relying on his vision enhancement talent, the distant black spider appeared exceptionally large and clear to Zhao Hao. He aimed at the spider's small head, drew the bowstring fully, and released. Under the massive tension, the steel bow propelled the fine steel feather arrow swiftly into the shadows. Bang! With a loud bang, the arrow precisely struck a tree trunk not far away, the fletching vibrating continuously. The black spider was frightened and quickly moved, scrambling to the other side. Zhao Hao awkwardly stared at the still vibrating bowstring, thinking, I clearly aimed well, so why did it shoot so off target? However, it was certain that the killing power of the steel bow combined with the refined steel feather arrow was indeed astonishing. Even that thick tree was pierced through. If it hit the spider, it would surely cause severe injury or even be fatal. Unfortunately, the hit rate was not ideal. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Hao took out another arrow and continued aiming. The black spider was now alert, looking around with its small eyes, its body trembling constantly. Zhao Hao adjusted his aim, focusing on the spider's lower body, and drew the bow to shoot again. Bang! Sparks flew as the arrow deeply embedded itself in a large stone beside the spider. The spider shook its whole body in fear, crawling around nervously while spinning silk. Watching the spider spinning silk in the distance, Zhao thought that if he shot a few more arrows, it would definitely scare it to death. Staring at the arrow stuck in the stone, Zhao felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that I truly have no talent for archery? With enhanced vision, an easy draw, and the aid of the black iron ring, why was his shooting always off? He suspected it might just be bad luck. Luckily, he had been practicing on weak beasts first, otherwise, confidently taking a steel bow to challenge high-level ferocious beasts might have made him prey early on. Taking a deep breath, Zhao swiftly moved to the right front and knocked another arrow. This time, he clearly saw the black spider beneath the stone. The spider, frightened by the previous two arrows, dared not come out and press tightly against the stone without moving. Zhao continued aiming, drawing the string tight but did not rush to release the arrow. He adjusted his breathing and realized his hurried breath during the last shot had affected his accuracy. Holding his breath, he remained perfectly still. Silently counting, 3, 2, 1. The fingers naturally released, and the arrow shot out swiftly. The left hand held the bowstring firmly, without the slightest tremor. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Bang! The black spider hiding behind the large rock barely moved when a steel-feathered arrow precisely nailed into its body, firmly pinning it down. It struggled but couldn't free itself. Zhao let out a breath, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Finally hit it. The power of the steel feather arrow was indeed extraordinary. He picked up another arrow, recalled his previous movements, and adjusted his breathing. Whoosh! The second arrow also hit accurately. The black spider twitched a few times before falling completely still. Zhao stepped forward, pulled out two arrows, then retrieved two more from the tree and stone, using a retrieval skill to clean the grass debris and bloodstains from the arrows. The 4 arrows still gleam with a cold light, of high quality. Hint: kill the level 7 wild beast black spider. Reward: psychic energy plus 580. This spider's psychic energy is much higher than the previous poisonous scorpion, and its strength is greater. Zhao used the recycle reset skill to extract resources from the corpse. Gained: strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, agility plus 4. His attributes became strength 288, agility 255, constitution 250, intelligence 192. Talents and skills remain powerful. Just need to kill 2 more level 7 beasts to level up, getting one step closer to the golden chest. After collecting the materials, Zhao continued searching. Soon, he stopped, his right ear twitching slightly. The sound of rapid movement came from the forest, moving at a speed far faster than the red-eyed rat. He pricked up his ears and his nose twitched slightly. A strong stench hit his nose, making him feel nauseous. Following the scent, he advanced slowly, scanning cautiously. In the distant grass, a red figure came into view. That thing should be a fox. A fiery red fox, about the size of a calf, lay in the grass, tearing into a jackrabbit. It chewed heartily, its fur beautiful, resembling a flickering flame in the night, especially eye-catching. Sharp claws easily tore apart the rabbit's flesh and bones, and the canine teeth effortlessly bit through the bones. This fox is quite powerful. Zhao used the skill Pawang to lock onto it, and soon the information about the firefox appeared before his eyes. Fierce beast, firefox. Level 5. Combat power 12. Skill, fox charm. Traits: cunning and ruthless, skilled in schemes, with considerable intelligence. Drop rate 2%. Level 5 fierce beast. Its strength has already surpassed that of a level 10 wild beast. What's more important is that this kind of fierce beast often has talents and skills. This firefox also has the fox charm skill. Zhao felt it had another skill, biochemical assault. Because it emitted a strong, pungent foul odor that grew more intense the closer he got. Ordinary people might not notice it, but Zhao had a keen sense of smell and could distinguish 3 layers: musk, stench, and fishy smell, all stacked together, overwhelmingly acrid. The smell made him both angry and hateful, so much so that he didn't dare get closer. He could only hide behind a big tree, gripping his steel bow tightly and aiming at the firefox. Suddenly, the firefox stopped biting the rabbit, perked up its ears, its eyes darting around, alert and scanning its surroundings. Zhao Hao secretly admired its alertness. He held his breath, released his fingers, and the steel-feathered arrow whistled out. The firefox moved extremely fast, rolling on the spot to dodge, the arrow grazing past its body. The firefox let out a few pained cries, its hind legs bleeding, but it avoided a fatal blow. Zhao Hao felt a pang of regret. He had clearly aimed at the head, but it was dodged, whether due to poor archery skills or the firefox's agility, he couldn't tell. He aimed again, but the firefox leapt and dodged, its movements agile and swift, making it nearly impossible to hit. Zhao Hao tentatively aimed at the firefox and shot another arrow. The arrow abruptly lodged into the nearby grass. He frowned, sheathing his steel bow and drawing his horse-cutting sword instead, deciding to engage in close combat. It seemed he was simply not suited for ranged attacks. Gripping the horse-cutting sword, he quickly charged at the firefox. As he closed in, he accelerated and swung a heavy strike down. The firefox suddenly turned around, letting out a chirping laugh. It pressed its body to the ground, shaking its head, squinting its eyes into a slit, licking and swaying its tail. Its eyes flashed red light, exuding a strange and enchanting charm. A faint smile curled on Zhao Hao's lips. This fox was quite amusing, behaving so obediently, making him somewhat reluctant to strike. Could it be that he had been single for too long and was beguiled by the fox? But immediately, he bit his tongue and came to his senses. The recent feelings were all caused by the foxfire's charm skill. A shiver ran through his heart as he felt grateful for his strong mental power. Having just eaten the concentration fruit, his mental power reached 192, preventing him from being mesmerized. A fierce gleam flashed in Foxfire's eyes, and its sharp claws extended like blades. Zhao Hao gripped his knife and prepared to fight seriously. With a roar, he swung his broadsword down. Foxfire cried out and jumped aside to evade. Zhao Hao did not relent and pressed forward, swinging the blade again. Foxfire rolled and scrambled to dodge, seizing the opportunity to slash at Zhao Hao's leg with its claws. A chill brushed Zhao Hao's feet, he quickly withdrew his blade. Foxfire's claw struck the broadsword, sparks flying as a shallow scratch appeared on the blade. Suddenly, Zhao Hao's left hand flashed out with a sharp dagger, aiming straight at Foxfire's head. The firefox quickly dodged backward to avoid the strike. The next moment, Zhao Hao swung the Zamadeo again, the berserk power instantly doubling. The firefox hastily raised its claw to block, but a sharp piercing crack was heard. One of its sharp claws was broken, blood splattering. The firefox let out a sharp, screeching cry. With a broken claw and an injured hind leg, the firefox knew it couldn't escape. Instantly, its bloodthirsty instincts were ignited. It opened its blood-stained fangs wide and fiercely bit towards Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao swung his sword to block and simultaneously delivered a strong kick, hitting the firefox's abdomen, sending the firefox flying. Just as it landed, Zhao Hao swung his cavalry saber down, precisely cutting off the firefox's throat. The firefox's head drooped limply. Zhao Hao exhaled slowly. This firefox was really troublesome, able to be both cute and fierce. Tip: kill level 5 firefox, psionic energy plus 800. White light flickered around his body, leveling up to 6. Level up, current level 6, April 2100. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, attribute points plus 5. Zhao Hao felt the light flow through his entire body, then disappear after a moment, feeling refreshed. Looking at the firefox's corpse, he eagerly began to recover and reset. He wondered if the firefox had any talents or skills. Acquired, agility plus 5. Acquired, strength plus 2. Acquired, constitution plus 2. Acquired, F-rank talent, charm enhancement. Charm enhancement? What kind of talent is this? Charm enhancement, special talent, increases charm by 10 times, greatly enhances attractiveness and allure. Could this possibly turn me into a national bane? No wonder it's a fox spirit, the enchanting power is really strong. But I don't know if it helps with combat power. Zhao Hao crouched down and continued collecting. Obtained, sharp canine plus 2. Obtained, Shark Beast Claw +4. Obtained, Firefox Fur +1. Obtained, Beast Tendon +2. Obtained, 5 kilograms of meat. After handling the supplies, Zhao Hao opened his personal information to check. Name, Zhao Hao. Level 6, April 2100. Strength, 324, D-level strength frenzy ×3. Seeing this message, Zhao Hao couldn't help but sneer. Just now, he killed a level 5 ferocious beast, so why is the reputation only 1 point? Isn't this just a waste of effort? Level 5 and level 1 can't be the same. The system is becoming more and more unreliable. Could the message be wrong? Zhao Hao didn't notice, the chat channel instantly erupted. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. This is too exaggerated, Master Zhao Hao just killed a level 1 ferocious beast, yet he directly took down a level 5 one. I can't believe it, am I seeing things? This is outrageous. If it were a level 5 beast, I could accept it, since teams can handle level 4s. But this is a ferocious beast. Does Leader Zhao Hao know how terrifying ferocious beasts are? Exactly, Leader Li Zhe and his team only managed to kill a level 1 ferocious beast, and they only got a black iron treasure chest. Zhao Hao kills a level 5 ferocious beast, how big would the reward be? Seeing this news, Zhao Hao felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. A black iron treasure chest, I want one too. So jealous. Boss Zhao Hao was so fierce, he directly skipped levels to grind level 5 fierce beast reputation. None of us have even killed a level 2 fierce beast. I heard Boss Li Zhe and his team have already gone to hunt level 2 fierce beasts. Not sure if they succeeded? Renhu laughed and said, we succeeded, we took down a level 2 fierce beast. Wait, why was there no reputation notification after killing the level 2 fierce beast? What is going on? Maybe the level 2 fierce beast first kill achievement was completed by someone earlier, so the reputation isn't updating? That's right, who did this? Our newbie village didn't even hear a system notification. I guess someone from another newbie village completed it first. Looks like that's the case, so the reputation we can get will be even less. Don't you realize this is actually a good thing? What do you mean? This shows that our newbie village is much stronger than the others. He angrily swung his saber. The green-eyed blue wolf was too slow to dodge and fell to the ground severely wounded. A pale blue light rose from the corpse. Notice, killed level 5 ferocious beast green-eyed blue wolf, gained plus 800 spiritual energy. Zhao Hao listened carefully to the distant sounds, crouched down to hold the wolf's body, and began to recover and reset. Power +2, agility +4, constitution +1. Unfortunately, no treasure chest dropped, so he casually dismantled the corpse into various materials. Zhao Hao took out his steel bow and cautiously aimed at the nearest green-eyed blue wolf. The wolf heard the cries for help and rushed over at lightning speed like a blue lightning bolt. Zhao Hao pulled the bowstring to its full extent and released it effortlessly. The steel arrow pierced through the night, shooting straight at the wolf's neck. The green-eyed wolf, pierced by the arrow, froze instantly, rolled several times due to inertia, and finally fell motionless. The arrow's penetration was extremely strong, its power further enhanced by the wolf's high-speed movement. Zhao Hao quickly nocked an arrow and aimed at another giant wolf. Unexpectedly, several green-eyed blue wolves charging at high speed suddenly changed direction in unison. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two green-eyed Chang wolves rapidly ran from the left and right sides, trying to surround Zhao Hao from front and back. The three green-eyed Chang wolves directly ahead kept changing directions, no longer charging straight on. Zhao Hao's eyes narrowed. The skill description of Breaking Illusions said these wolves excel at team hunts and are cunning and resourceful. Now it seems they really have high intelligence, know how to use tactics, and can adapt on the fly, almost like an elite army. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the stronger its intelligence. Previously the firefox would use fox charm to confuse people's minds, now the green-eyed blue wolf can coordinate in combat. Zhao Hao remained calm and steady, continuously shooting refined steel feather arrows from his iron bow, only to disrupt the charge rhythm of the three wolves. Although the hit rate was not high, the arrows significantly slowed their speed. As a result, one unlucky wolf was hit in the hind leg. Zhao Hao originally aimed at the one next to it, but the arrow veered off. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao swung his blade and charged at the three wolves, determined not to be surrounded. Given the wolves' hunting skills, once they closed the circle, it would be trouble for him. He aimed to break through the three in front first, hoping to kill one or two to ease the pressure. Zhao Hao suddenly accelerated, swinging his great saber in broad, powerful arcs toward the three wolves. One wolf leapt high in front of him, opening its gaping maw to pounce. With experience, Zhao Hao slashed from top to bottom across the wolf's belly. The wolf twisted and dodged desperately but was still cut in the groin, blood dripping down. The other two wolves charged in from the left and right. Zhao Hao spun around, the light of his saber flashing as he fiercely slashed at the two giant wolves. After driving back the two giant wolves, Zhao Hao took an arrow step and rushed toward the injured green-eyed Chung wolf. As long as he dealt with it, he would only have to face the remaining two. Compared to its two companions, this injured green-eyed Qing wolf moved noticeably slower. Facing Zhao Hao's lightning-fast strike, the green-eyed Qing wolf knew it would surely die. Its fighting spirit exploded, and without dodging at all, it lunged at Zhao Hao, trying to sacrifice itself to buy time for its companions. The saber brutally pierced its abdomen, but relying on the momentum, it got close to Zhao Hao, its sharp claws grabbing his shoulder. Zhao Hao's half-sleeve was torn off, the mutated blue-eyed green snake's scaly skin was ripped and falling off, and blood was streaming down his shoulder. He drew his horse-cleaving saber, didn't look back, and swung the blade towards the two green-eyed green wolves behind him. With one hand swinging the saber and the other wielding a sharp steel dagger, he disrupted the enemy's rhythm. Taking advantage of the green-eyed green wolves dodging the dagger, Zhao Hao exerted force and slashed with his saber. His active skill activated, and his strength surged. The horse-cleaving saber struck one green-eyed green wolf's lower back. With the sound of armor breaking, half its body instantly shattered. The green-eyed green wolf let out a miserable scream as Zhao Hao's blade twisted inside it, spilling its entrails and blood. Drawing his saber back, Zhao Hao looked toward the last green-eyed green wolf. Two wolves lay fallen on the battlefield. Although Zhao Hao was battered and covered in blood, he showed a satisfied smile. A flash of white light, level up. Having consecutively killed 3 green-eyed green wolves, he gained 2,400 spiritual energy points, reached level 7, significantly boosted his attributes, and his body gradually recovered. Seeing the last green-eyed green wolf retreating with its tail between its legs, Zhao Hao understood it was trying to buy time for its companions. The ferocious beast was indeed clever. With a cold snort, he pulled out his steel bow, ready to pursue. Aiming at the sprinting green-eyed blue wolf, tightened the bowstring. The next moment, the steel-feathered arrow swiftly shot into the night sky. Thud! With a muffled sound, the green-eyed blue wolf fell heavily, twitching a few times before lying still. At such close range, it was so focused on escaping that it practically gave itself away. This is the battle of tactics against archery. At this moment, 2 green-eyed blue wolves charged over from the left and right. However, all the companions who originally besieged Zhao Hao had already been killed. They had been on a long-distance sprint, carrying a strong impact, moving at a speed that was hard to withstand. Eager to refine the medicine, Zhao Hao reset the 2 black iron boxes into iron blocks, then recovered and reset several green-eyed blue wolf corpses, gaining plus 15 strength, plus 20 agility, and plus 5 constitution. The remaining 5 wolf corpses could only be decomposed into meat chunks, fur, and claws. Suddenly, he remembered that the blood wolf armor is forged using the essential blood of blood wolves. The more essential blood used, the stronger the defense. He wondered if the blood of the green-eyed blue wolves might also be useful, so he decided to try it. Zhao Hao attempted to recover from a green-eyed blue wolf corpse, and when prompted whether to recover the wolf blood, he chose to recover it, obtaining 1,800 milliliters of green-eyed blue wolf blood. The blood was enveloped in a glowing light, constantly surging. Then he removed moisture and impurities, obtaining 300 milliliters of concentrated blood, thick, bright red, and glossy. Repeated extraction finally yielded 1 point of green-eyed Qinglang essence blood. Although the quantity was small, its utilization rate was low. He injected this bit of essence blood into the blood wolf battle armor, and with a flash of red light, the defense increased by 0.1%. It seems that only 10 points of essence blood are needed to permanently increase defense by 1%. The number is small, but it is a significant improvement for Zhao Hao's massive health. However, at this moment, the wolf carcass on the ground had dried up, the blood drained, and the flesh turned into flesh pulp. Apart from the bones, the entire body was almost nothing more than a dried-out empty frame. Even the fur had withered and fallen off, shattering at the slightest touch. The wolf skin was also shriveled and desiccated, breaking into pieces with minimal effort. As a result, the mummified corpse could only be reset into simple claws and bones, with hardly any value. However, for Zhao Hao, the flesh and blood of these mummified corpses transformed into tangible defensive power, which was a gain. The hardness of the blood wolf battle armor on his chest brought a strong sense of security. Imagining continuously refining the essence blood to stack the defense power to 100% or even higher, making him nearly invincible. Then, Zhao Hao continued to recycle the bodies of the remaining few green-eyed blue wolves but found that not everyone could yield 2 drops of essence blood. The first one he killed lost too much blood due to severe injury, only extracting 1 drop of essence blood. It seemed that in the future, hunting green-eyed blue wolves must aim for one-hit kills to avoid excessive damage. Alternatively, he could buy green-eyed blue wolf corpses from others. But at his current strength, hunting level 5 fierce beasts was unrealistic. Especially since green-eyed blue wolves live in packs and have hunting tactics, an ordinary team was simply no match. He was still wondering whether the blood extracted from the bodies of ordinary wild wolves contained essence blood. If it did, he could buy more wild wolf corpses. After handling these, he rubbed the faintly aching scars on his shoulder, walked to the foot of a small hill, and sat down in front of a big tree. He took out the alchemy furnace he had just obtained and began to brew the first batch of dogskin plaster according to the recipe. Most of the materials needed to make dogskin plaster are common herbs, with only one portion of clotting grass being a level 0 spirit grass. Only the leaves of clotting grass are used, sanchi is ground into powder, red peony is roasted and dried, angelica is crushed, and codonopsis is added at the same time. Zhao Hao carved a small groove in a stone and used a small wooden hammer to crush the medicinal materials bit by bit. Using the recycle reset skill, he only extracted the medicine powder, filtering out the stone debris and dirt. Without the recycle skill, multiple siftings would be necessary. After properly handling the medicinal materials, add water and stir to blend into a lump of dark, thick liquid. Pour the liquid into the refining furnace, using the flame manipulation talent to precisely control the heat. Start with high heat, then low heat, repeatedly simmering to ensure the medicinal properties fully integrate. If you refine directly over a campfire, the flames are difficult to control, and the effect will inevitably be poor. As this was his first time refining medicine, Zhao Hao did not want to fail. When the time was up, he withdrew the flames from his hand and opened the refining furnace. Inside was a lump of sticky ointment, semi-gelatinous, emitting a cool medicinal fragrance that made the whole body feel comfortable. Though the appearance was not good, the taste was excellent. He took out the dogskin previously obtained from the wild dog and used a trimmed small wooden stick to scoop up the ointment, spreading it evenly on the dog's skin. The ointment was delicate in texture, black, glossy, and soft, making it easy to apply. Before long, the dog's skin was covered with ointment of various sizes. Zhao Hao carefully cut off the medicated plaster with a sharp steel dagger. The system prompted that he obtain 25 pieces of dogskin plaster. This is a second-level healing medicine that can treat internal and external injuries, has good hemostatic effects, continuously restores wounds, and is especially effective for bruises and contusions. He lifted the blood wolf battle armor and applied the plaster to the injured shoulder. Soon, the wound felt warm and cool, and the pain and swelling significantly reduced. Before long, he was able to move his shoulder freely, and the wound stopped bleeding. The dogskin plaster really works wonders. At this moment, a pleasant system notification sounded. ID 9527 Novice Village Zhao Hao successfully refined medicine, gained reputation +5, unique achievement. Successfully crafted dogskin plaster for the first time, gained +1 reputation. All first-time crafted homemade medicines receive reputation rewards. As soon as the news broke, other newbies exploded. Zhao Hao is amazing. Just started studying recipes, and now he's so good at alchemy too? Envious of Zhao Hao, reputation is easily boosted. He's practically omnipotent, he can do everything. I suspect he could even give birth himself. My wish to have him bear children is shattered. First time refining medicine and gaining reputation, I'm going to get rich. What do you mean? I have the drug mastery talent, which allows me to identify medicinal herbs in pharmacology. With enough herbs, I can research formulas. I used to think this talent was weak, but now it seems like a godsend. Brother, you're awesome. Everyone is showing off, but I'm just getting beaten up. Zhao Hao, how is this dog plaster's performance? Are you selling it or not? Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. Dog skin plaster is a second-tier medicine, quite valuable. Now that there is a divine medicine that can heal wounds, it's like having an extra life. Of course, it should be sold. There are more than 20 doses that I won't use myself. Besides, this medicine can be made again, and the cost is not high. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao took out 10 packs of dogskin plaster and hung them up at the trading market. Zhao Hao shouted, "Dogskin plaster, second-grade medicine, can treat internal and external injuries, stop bleeding and relieve pain, effective for bruises and injuries. Exchangeable with first-grade spiritual fruits, herbs, or first-grade weapon equipment. Other special items can also be negotiated. Limited quantity, first come first served." Although the price was high, who would mind paying for something that saves lives? After all, this medicine is unique now. At the same time, Zhao Hao posted another message in the group chat. Zhao Hao said, "Long-term purchase of dog corpses, wild beasts for 1 kilogram of roasted meat, ferocious beasts for 2 kilograms of roasted meat." Damn! Boss Zhao Hao is buying dog corpses again. Anyone wanting meat, come quickly. Looks like the boss is making dogskin plasters, focusing on alchemy and gourmet food lately, maybe also crafting weapons. I suspect he has awakened the life attribute talent. Everyone agreed that Zhao Hao's life skills were indeed impressive. But it doesn't make sense. If it's the life attribute talent, how could his level have risen so quickly? Maybe his life is just hacked. Anyway, it's good that the big shot is strong, it benefits us rookies. Zhao Hao sent another message. Long-term purchase of wolf carcasses, wild beasts exchanged for 1 kilogram of roasted meat, ferocious beasts exchanged for 2 kilograms of roasted meat, bulk discounts, unlimited quantity. I understand buying dog carcasses is for making plasters, but what are wolf carcasses used for? Don't know, but if the big shot wants them, they must be useful. Brothers, I'm going to hunt some native dogs. Anyone brave? I found 6 wild dogs living in a pack. Let's go take them out. Are you crazy? Wild dogs are first-class ferocious beasts. Local dogs aren't that tough. What's there to be afraid of? I have the boss's steel dagger and dog bomb. We can give it a shot without problems. You're really lucky. The conditions to trade for dog bomb aren't easy. I happen to have a sprig of spirit herb. It's useless to keep and I dare not eat it, so I'll trade it to the big shot who can refine medicine. From now on, wild spirit herbs can be exchanged for medicinal plasters. With healing plasters, we'll be more confident when killing ferocious beasts. Exactly, killing ferocious beasts not only levels you up quickly, but there are also treasure chests to be had. At this moment, Zhao Hao was carefully examining the sprig of spirit herb, which looked quite good. This guy is quite meticulous. When digging up the spirit herb, he dug up the roots along with the soil, which was still fresh. This Goda-cola, Zhao Hao had seen a similar one before in the fragment space of the small world. Although this one is not growing as well as that one, it is still considered a rare spirit herb. He casually transplanted it into his spiritual treasure bag. Now Zhao Hao's spirit treasure bag had undergone a huge transformation. Inside was a vast flower garden and medicinal field. The terrain here was very similar to the spirit herb land inside the small world fragment space, but there were no large valleys, and the sky was gloomy without sunlight. However, the spirit herbs were all growing very well. Zhao Hao used his spiritual power to sense the changes in the spirit treasure bag, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His Lingbao bag's space increased several times. The small world fragments extracted earlier were reset into the Lingbao bag, and the entire bag was transformed. Now calling it a Lingbao bag is not quite appropriate, it's more like a Lingbao space. This space is as large as a classroom. Besides the spirit herbs planted in the middle, the empty space nearby was also piled with various materials he had collected. Like materials decomposed from beast bodies, steel bows, refined steel feathered arrows, sharp daggers, and more. Moreover, the spirit treasure space could continue to expand. As long as Zhao Hao kept reclaiming storage space from the novice backpack and resetting it into the spirit treasure space, the range would increase. The spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits planted in the ground, although they can't fully mimic the natural environment, nor grow as quickly as in a miniature world fragment space. But with the power of the world origin fragment, and the life energy present in the space, the growth of the plants can be ensured and their cycles accelerated. It's just not that fast. Zhao Hao can also use the essence of plants to ripen them, a substance that can be extracted from useless spiritual herbs and medicinal materials. Looking at these lush plants, he knew many were ingredients for beast refining pills. Unfortunately, he had the medicinal herbs and the pill furnace but lacked the beast pill formulas. Otherwise, he could control beasts as easily as he did the dry corpses. He had no talent and couldn't perfectly control wild beasts like the beast control sect. But beasts' pills can enhance the strength and quality of beasts. Imagine refining an ordinary low-health beast into a ferocious beast and then killing it. The spirit energy and attribute rewards gained would be vastly different. However, Zhao Hao also knew that it was not easy to obtain the recipe for beasts' pills in the newbie village. He could only hope for a chance in the future. Currently, the dogskin plaster is selling well, and even some novices are able to obtain the elixir. This is all thanks to the doubled resources in the 9527 beginner village. Zhao Hao exited the Lingbao space and checked the current level rankings in the village. The first place was himself, level 7. Second place was Li Zhe, level 5. Next are Ibe, Renhu, Zhu Pengfei, and Lei Jun, all at level 4. Lu Peng, ranked 10th, is at level 3. It seems everyone is progressing quite quickly. Among the top 10, besides Zhao Hao at level 7, there is one at level 5 and 4 at level 4. There are still some people stuck at level 3, but the breakthrough is not far off. Even more pleasing is that all of the top 100 have reached level 2, and you can hardly see any level 1 beginners. Even more impressive, over 30 people have already reached level 3. Since winning the last bet, the attribute and resource rewards everyone received have propelled the entire village's strength to new heights. Hunting efficiency has also greatly improved. Zhao Hao glanced at the chat channel. Even late at night, many people were still teaming up to kill monsters, discussing monster weaknesses and resource distribution. Besides him selling roasted meat, others were selling raw meat as well. Although raw meat requires processing, it can be simply roasted over a fire. It's not easy to make fire, you have to drill wood to start one, but it can always fill your stomach. In the wild, people can take turns resting to recover their strength. Now everyone is desperately leveling up, aiming to reach level 10 within 7 days. No one wants to be eliminated. At this moment, an avatar flashed in the chat channel. Zhao Hao's expression changed slightly when he saw it was Lei Jun. Lei Jun was young, strong, and cunning, and had once tried to recruit Zhao Hao. But after witnessing Zhao Hao's strength, especially after he won the bet fight, his attitude changed, often praising him in the group and appearing to admire him. Lei Jun sent a message, "Is the great Zhao Hao here? We just hunted down a level 2 ferocious beast and obtained a special item, a resource wager order." As soon as the news broke, the group chat exploded. Damn, the resource wager token is so rare. Exactly, Heifizi used this thing to bet against us back then, which is how we came to be today. Boss Lei Jun quickly used the token to initiate the wager. Win one more time. If I win, I get extra attribute points. Resource surge, reaching level 10 is not a dream. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Resource gambling is risky, and losing could be disastrous. Damn. Saying that, who's looking down on whom? With Big Boss Zhao Hao here, who could possibly lose? That's right. Boss Lei Jun, are you planning to bet and have Boss Zhao Hao quickly level up? Lei Jun shook his head. No, I intend to use this resource to bet and trade something with Boss Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao asked curiously, what do you want to trade? Lei Jun smiled. Boss Zhao Hao, I want to use this token to trade for your dogskin plaster, how about it? Zhao Hao knew that the dogskin plaster was very attractive to beginners, but it took a long time to refine, which wasn't worth it for him. He hesitated for a moment. Okay, but you have to include the corpse of that level 2 fierce beast you just killed. Lei Jun readily agreed. No problem, the corpse is yours. Thanks, boss. Zhao Hao said, put it up on the market first. Okay, I'll hang up right now. Lei Jun responded. Zhao Hao opened the trading channel and saw that no one was snatching the resource wager order posted by Lei Jun. Everyone knew they had already made an agreement, and no one dared to offend the two big shots. Besides, Lei Jun himself didn't need it, so trading it for some medicinal plaster was more practical. Before long, Zhao Hao completed the transaction and obtained the token and the ferocious beast's corpse. The token was made of ordinary material, engraved with strange patterns. Resource wager token, one can be obtained from each newbie village, usable by the highest level player. Zhao Hao understood that Lei Jun couldn't use it himself, so he passed it on to him. This thing was practically handed to Zhao Hao for free. The corpse of a level 2 ferocious beast was enough to cover the cost of the dogskin plaster. Tip: resource wager orders can set targets, and will only take effect after system verification of reasonableness. Tip: user rewards and punishments are doubled, please use with caution. Punishment doubles after failure? Zhao Hao frowned. If he lost, others would only lose 20 attribute points, but he had to lose 40. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No wonder Heifizi didn't dare to be arrogant after losing the bet, he was afraid of double punishment. Losing a full 40 attribute points would severely weaken even a vampire. But if he won, the rewards would also double, not only the 16 base attribute points becoming 32, the extra 20 would turn into 40, for a total increase of 72 points. Much faster than killing a ferocious beast and looting its corpse. After winning the bet, the overall strength of the 95-27 rookie village greatly increased. Zhao Hao was already far ahead in the rookie zone, the improvements of others posed no threat to him. On the contrary, with everyone's strength rising and resources doubling, it became easier for him to obtain resources and he could buy large amounts of supplies from them. For example, right now, novice daggers are in high demand, and no one wants to trade for roasted meat. But after his strength improves, the value of novice daggers will drop, allowing Zhao Hao to buy a large number of daggers at a low price and reset them into sharp steel daggers. Moreover, currently others only provide level 2 beast or level 1 fierce beast corpses, and the quantity is small. After increasing his strength, he can get more and higher level fierce beast corpses, accelerating his strength growth. Right now, he has many good items on hand, but no one is buying in the market. If prices are low, he loses out. Only when everyone becomes strong and resources are abundant can business expand. Thinking this, Zhao Hao is eager to start resource betting. At this moment, a notification sounds: Dogskin Plaster +1 transaction completed, received first tier equipment +1, Dogskin Plaster +1 transaction completed, received first tier Spirit Grass +1. After selling 2 dogskin plasters, Zhao Hao received Moonlight Grass and a piece of hard leather armor. Moonlight Grass can accelerate the growth of plants, so he put it into his spirit treasure space. Although the leather armor offers effective protection, it is far inferior to his Blood Wolf battle armor, so he hung it back on the market. In addition, his posted transactions for buying dog corpses and wolf corpses are also very popular. Although there are no high-level corpses, many level 2 earth dogs and level 1 wild dogs were recycled and reset, gaining strength 4, agility 5, constitution 3. Zhao Hao disassembled the corpses mainly to obtain dog skin to continue refining dogskin plasters. In addition to being able to cook roasted dog meat, Zhao Hao also continued to use reclaim and reset on the 2 secondary grey wolves. Obtained, strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2. He also reclaimed 1,600 milliliters of blood from one of the grey wolves but didn't extract a single drop of essence blood. It seems that grey wolves, as low-level beasts, have an extremely low essence blood yield rate. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Hao repeatedly reset the corpse of another grey wolf. Finally, only a drop of blood the size of a cherry remained, thick and red, but it was still not the essence blood. He shook his head, mixed the blood of the 2 grey wolves, and then recovered and reset it again. Obtained, grey wolf essence +1. Zhao Hao showed a look of joy on his face. he had finally refined a drop of essence. Compared to ferocious beasts, the essence yield of grey wolves was too low, and its value was not high. He decided to continue purchasing wolf carcasses in large quantities, relying on volume accumulation to increase output. After resetting this drop of essence onto the blood wolf battle armor, Zhao Hao disassembled several wolf corpses. Holding the wager order, he prepared to notify everyone first in the chat channel, then initiate the resource wager. The choice of the newbie village was decided randomly. At this moment, the system alert sounded. Hint: 5 players in this newbie village have already reached level 5, activating the regional chat channel. Zhao Hao was stunned. 5 people reached level 5 in such a short time. He opened the leaderboard and saw: first, Zhao Hao, level 7. Second, Li Zhe, level 5. Third, AI Bei, level 5. Fourth, Ren Hu, level 5. Fifth, Lei Jun, level 5. Sixth, Zhu Pengfei, level 4. Other people's levels haven't changed much. Aibei, Ren Hu, and Lei Jun have just reached level 5. Lei Jun excitedly said in the chat, "Just bought dogskin plaster from Big Boss Zhao Hao. Finally dared to challenge the level 2 fierce beast hyena. Defeated 5 of them. So thrilling. The dogskin plaster saved my life at a critical moment." Ren Hu also said, "Just teamed up with Big Boss Li Zhe to hunt the level 3 fierce beast. I endured the damage to level up. If it weren't for the dogskin plaster, I'd have died early. Dogskin plaster, forever a god." It seems that Li Zhe and his team hunting high-level ferocious beasts have motivated their teammates to level up. Lei Jun led the team with the dogskin plaster to fight even stronger ferocious beasts, and their levels increased accordingly. After all, the spiritual energy provided by ferocious beasts is much higher than that of ordinary beasts. High investment yields high returns. Zhao Hao was actually pleased to see this, because in this way, the sales of his dogskin plaster would definitely improve. Now he was fully focused on the newly opened area chat channel. Note: sending messages in area chat consumes a small horn. One can exchange 1 horn per level each day, refreshed the next day. Note: every 1,000 novice villages are assigned to one area. The 9527 novice village belongs to Area 1. Note: area chat channel is now open, connecting to Area 1. One area actually contains 1,000 novice villages. Assuming 1,000 people per village, there are surprisingly millions of players. Although many villages are not fully populated, the number remains huge. Zhao Hao entered the channel with great anticipation. As soon as I entered, the regional channel was instantly flooded with messages. "It's midnight, isn't everyone asleep? Area 1 welcomes the 9,527 novice village. Another group of newcomers. Newbies, keep it low-key and don't waste your small speaker. You're only the 50th batch, average strength, don't get too arrogant. That's right, our village already has 6 level 5 experts, you only have 5. Although our village only has 6 level 5 experts, one of them is level 6. Don't provoke others, or be careful the next second a betting order will hit you on the head as a lesson." The atmosphere in the channel was fiery, but the arrival of the 9,527 village did not cause a big ripple. However, the villagers were filled with curiosity about the channel and started asking questions. "Which country is village 9527 from?" "We are from the Dragon Kingdom." "Are there any fellow citizens from the Dragon Kingdom here?" The Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom used to be our vassal state, but now they keep snatching our heritage. How shameless. I don't like the either, but I hate the people even more. I didn't expect the people to come into the channel. At this rate, is going to be caught up with. The people are weak and not fit for the battlefield here. Seeing other countries' hostility towards Zhao Hao and the people of village 9527 instantly became furious. "You guys, what grudge do you have against the Dragon Nation? Are you crazy? Did the Dragon Nation offend you? Don't be arrogant, the Dragon Nation has plenty of people, one spit could drown you all. So childish, that's just how the Dragon Nation people are. You might not know, but the 17th Dragon Kingdom newbie village to be entered has now completely lost its qualification, and it's estimated that now there are hardly any survivors left. That's right. That newbie village has faced 3 betting orders consecutively and lost each time, with the situation getting worse, and now it's probably become an abandoned village. What? Hearing this, the people of newbie village 9527 were terrified. Facing 3 betting orders in a row and failing all 3 times, what kind of treatment is this? Damn it, what grudge do the people of Dragon Country have against you? Hee hee, I don't know, we just don't like the people of Dragon Country. Oh. Are the people of Dragon Country feeling wronged? Who told you not to bow down? Exactly. Dragon Country is our biggest threat. Faced with this group of unreasonable foreign rookies, the people of 9527 finally couldn't hold back. You're only saying that because you're jealous of us. Disgusting. These Dragon Country people are way too arrogant. Who's going to teach them a lesson? Friends, leave it to us Indians. Modi the Immortal just happens to have a betting order in hand. Good. Let us whet the appetite of these Longwa people first. That's right, Asan is brave and is a model of Minju. This time, the opportunity to teach the Longwa people a lesson is handed over to you. Ha, this bunch of San brothers are both weak and playful, just like clowns. What does Uringwa Island mean? This is an insult to Asan in carrying mothers. Sorry dear Asan, sent it to the wrong place, thought it was the channel of my own village, bowing to you. So it was sent to the wrong place? Wait, you people from Sakura Island are cursing me behind my back, how hateful. Dad, Asan is bullying me. Forget it, give Dongbao some face. Let's put aside our disputes for now and unite against the Longwa people. No one understands betting better than I do. Alright, our village's Lord Modi will start the wager immediately, already at level 6, almost level 7. The winner is whoever reaches level 7 first. Great, they just arrived and their highest is only level 5. This time, the Dragon Kingdom people lost. Old Immortal Modi is progressing so fast, truly a deity. Didn't expect Old Immortal Modi to reach level 6, Asiba. He will be a great enemy for our Nanbang. Ha, Lord Modi is invincible under heaven, no matter how much you watermelon thieves make noise, you'll all be dealt with together. Just then, third brother, who had just spoken, sent another message. Damn it! Lord Modi's bet order didn't pass. The system judged that only leveling up to 7 counts as a win is unreasonable. Oh my god. It seems these people from Dragon Country are too far behind you all. Setting the bet as who reaches level 7 first is too unfair to them. The system has judged this wager to be unreasonable. Friends of Asen, your Great Mage D is powerful. Don't be so cautious, make the bet bigger, like reaching level 8 or 9 first. Since leveling up will take longer, the system won't judge it as unreasonable. Alright then, let these Dragon Country people bask in their pride a little longer. Zhao Hao looked at the proud Asen in the channel, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since the bet was about to begin, Zhao Hao no longer delayed and quickly headed towards the plain where the green-eyed Qinglang was discovered. The dangerous beasts in this area were clearly of a higher level, making monster killing more efficient and leveling up naturally faster. At this moment, a cold system prompt echoed in the minds of everyone in the 9527 newbie village. Notice, newbie village number 438 has activated a betting order, confirming the betting opponent is newbie village 9527, initiating a resource bet. Resource bet, the losing party's resources are halved, 20 attribute points deducted, and the winning party obtains all resources and attribute points after a 20% deduction. Bet rules, the first rookie from 438 rookie village and 9527 rookie village to reach level 8 wins, and the bet takes effect. Reward, the first to reach level 8 receives an additional 20 free attribute points and plus 1 bronze chest. Tip, the bet begins, countdown link to both parties' chat channels. 59, 58, 57. Both parties' leaderboard channels temporarily blocked during this period. Here it comes. The other side actually set the wager to level up 8 times first. As soon as this news broke, everyone in 9527 newbie village laughed happily. Ha ha ha, is that country out of its mind? How dare they bet with us on who reaches level 8 first? They definitely don't know the rank of Big Brother Zhao Hao. Yeah, that magic flute old immortal is only level 6 right now. Unless he really is a god, we're definitely winning this time. Ran Hu angrily scolded, Lu Peng, what you said is too discouraging. Lu Peng helplessly said, I'm just telling the truth. Even if we help Zhao Hao, so what? Old Immortal Modi's strength skyrocketed after drinking cow urine. I'll laugh for a bit first. That's right, Old Immortal Modi is invincible, we admit defeat. No. We can't admit defeat. We have to believe in Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao looked at the chaotic chat in the group and couldn't help twitching. This group of people acted so realistically, talking nonsense and creating all kinds of tension and conflict. If he didn't know the truth, he would have almost believed that the 9527 newbie village had already become a mess. The people from the Three Kingdoms must be laughing themselves silly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chat channel of the 438 newbie village was completely different. Guess what I just saw in the newbie village across the way? Spill it, do they have some kind of plan? No, those guys actually started giving up, ready to admit defeat, and are having a bonfire party with barbecue. Useless, the people of Dragon Kingdom really are all cowards. This time it was an easy win again. Lord Modi is definitely going to win. That's right, we can start celebrating. Each of the Indians was full of confidence and extremely excited. Meanwhile, the people from 9527 newbie village were holding their stomachs laughing heartily. Let me tell you some good news, Lord Modi encountered a level 6 wild beast ox, and got fresh cow dung and steaming hot cow urine. Oh my, cow dung and cow urine. That is a blessing from Lord Shiva, I'm so envious of Great Immortal Modi. Great Immortal Modi is truly noble, indeed blessed by the gods. I admire Great Immortal Modi so much, his magic is boundless. Old Immortal Modi, boundless in magic. In the chat channel of the 438 newbie village, everyone was praising Immortal Modi and his cow dung. Countless people envied him greatly. If only I could taste that steaming hot cow dung, maybe in the next life I could become a noble Brahmin. I only need to smell it to be satisfied. At this moment, Ajar's avatar twitched. Ajar said, the great Modi Immortal has already drunk cow urine and eaten cow dung, greatly increasing his power, and is preparing to challenge the level 6 grizzly bear alone. I really admire the old Immortal Modi. Yes, Modi the old Immortal is the true deity of our Asan country. Modi the old Immortal, boundless in magic power. Watching the excited and self-amused people of 486 newbie village, Zhao Hao stifled a laugh and exited the chat. Asan country is really a bunch of oddballs, what was supposed to be a serious bet has been turned into such a joyful affair by them. Zhao Hao ignored it and continued searching for signs of monsters on the plain. He advanced in the direction where he had previously spotted the green-eyed blue wolf. The plain was vast, with lush vegetation and dense forests. Along the way, he casually killed 2 lone gray wolves. Gray wolves are level 2 beasts, weak, and posed no threat to Zhao Hao. Suddenly, Zhao Hao stopped in his tracks, frowning as he caught a strange sweet fragrance in the air that was surprisingly enticing. The air was also tinged with a faint metallic scent, likely the odor of some large carnivorous beast. He followed the scent and continued forward. Ahead, the sounds of a monster could be heard. The noise echoed all around, and the monster before him was probably very powerful. Based on the sound, Zhao Hao judged that this guy was huge in size. A small animal definitely wouldn't make such a loud noise. Sure enough, when he climbed up the small hill and used enhanced vision to look out over the jungle, he saw a gigantic black bear crouching under a thick tree. The black bear was pitch black and glossy all over, with a silver sheen on its back, standing as tall as 6 meters. It kept rubbing its back against the tree, causing the leaves to rustle and the branches to shake violently. Zhao Hao felt a jolt in his heart. If this black bear applied a bit more force, the big tree would probably snap. How terrifying is the strength of this giant bear? It's definitely not easy to deal with. He activated the Bo Wang skill remotely, locking onto the black bear. Fierce beast, silverback black bear. Level 7. Combat power, 16. Traits, violent and irritable, loves honey, greedy. Talent, strength enhancement, grade F. Drop rate, 4%. Seeing this information, Zhaohao's heart raced. This black bear has incredible strength and a power-enhancing talent. If scratched by a claw, he wasn't sure if the blood wolf battle armor could withstand it. But the good news is, this bear has a 4% drop rate. The bad news is, there is more than one such silverback black bear. Judging by the sounds, there are at least 3 of these massive black bears. Zhaohao continued searching and discovered a huge stone cave not far behind a big tree, emitting the scent of honey and a foul odor. He listened carefully and confirmed that there were 2 more silverback black bears inside the cave. 3 huge black bears were gathered here, their strength not to be underestimated. We must find a way to divide and conquer them. Zhaohao noticed that the scent in the cave smelled like honey. It is well known that bears love honey. But this black bear was not enjoying it inside the cave, instead, it was outside, ramming into a tree. Could it have been driven out? Or is it simply not strong enough? Or perhaps the silverback black bear is intelligent and does not dare to expose itself to danger, sending companions to guard the cave entrance? Zhaohao observed its expression and increasingly felt that the bear was restless, its greedy eyes staring at the cave entrance, occasionally sniffing the air. Drool kept dripping from its mouth full of sharp teeth. Thinking of this, Zhaohao came up with an idea and immediately opened the chat channel. Zhaohao shouted, "Who has honey? I'm buying 1 portion of honey for 1 first-level equipment, first come, first served." Damn, why does Big Boss Zhaohao suddenly want honey? Not sure. I got it. It must be Big Boss Zhaohao coming up with a new barbecue method, coating the meat with honey to seal in the aroma. Exactly. He's researching a new recipe. These guys have really rich imaginations, but it does sound reasonable. We should try it later. Zhaohao added, "Those without honey, hurry up and find some. The quantity is limited, first come first served. 1 portion can be exchanged for a piece of first-tier equipment." Boss Zhaohao is really generous, so willing to spend on food. No wonder his barbecue smells so good, he's really dedicated. I'm going to get some honey. I have honey, Boss Zhaohao, I'm here to trade. So lucky. Ha, I accidentally found it in the wild. I originally planned to save it for a midnight snack, but now upgrading my gear is too worthwhile. Soon, Zhaohao and the rookie Wang Erxi completed the trade, and he even gave him a sharp steel dagger in exchange for a large piece of honeycomb honey. Although it wasn't as rich and sweet as the one from the cave, the color was golden, and the quality was pretty good. Zhaohao quietly walked away, placing half of the honey on the ground and hiding behind a small hill to observe. Before long, the silverback black bear that kept banging against the tree caught the scent, its eyes sparkling. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhaohao's mouth. Bears are extremely sensitive to the smell of honey, and it was obviously discovered. The silverback black bear hesitated for a moment, glanced at the cave, scratched its back, and sat by the tree, surprisingly not leaving immediately. Zhaohao recalled the greedy nature of the silverback black bear. This guy definitely couldn't resist. Sure enough, the bear irritably bumped the tree a few times, stood up, and crawled step by step toward the beehive. Right into the trap. The bear came to the beehive, first cautiously looking around to ensure safety, then greedily stuck out its tongue and carefully licked the honey. Zhaohao didn't rush to act and waited for the bear to eat a while longer. The best time for Zhaohao to strike was when the silverback black bear was completely relaxed. At first, the black bear lowered its head to lick the honey, later it simply sat down, holding the honeycomb with its paws, looking up at the golden honey flowing into its mouth, even closing its eyes to enjoy it. At this moment, the steel bowstring in Zhaohao's hand was pulled tight, with the dark iron ring lightly touching the string. Whoosh! The first steel feather arrow flew out, followed by him quickly drawing the bow again, shooting 3 arrows in succession. For arrows shot consecutively, even with Zhaohao's now powerful physique, he felt a trace of fatigue. The arrowheads accurately pierced into the silverback black bear's head, deeply embedding into the bone. The black bear let out a painful roar, clutching the honeycomb tightly with its paws. Then, 3 more feather arrows flew out. One was shot at the head but was deflected, while the other 2 precisely struck the chest, the shafts deeply lodged. Despite the severe injuries, the black bear did not fall, but instead let out a deafening roar of rage. Zhao Hao felt the bear's powerful vitality, knowing his archery was not precise enough, but the huge size allowed him to aim for the belly with little chance of missing. The black bear struggled, swinging its claws, its thick bare paws even smashed the ground, and if it hit a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the black bear stood unsteadily as if drunk, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Hao's mouth. The honey had long been secretly laced by him with venom from a poisonous scorpion's poison sac, which was finally taking effect at this moment. Howl! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the silverback black bear fell to the ground powerless, convulsing and struggling, with little time left to live. At the same time, the silverback black bear's scream startled the other two silverback black bears in the cave. Zhao Hao clearly heard their furious roars, the sound deafening, and they were already very close. He quickly stepped forward and stabbed the heart of the silverback black bear with a single strike. The silverback black bear immediately stopped struggling. A blue light surged into Zhao Hao's body, and a prompt showed that he had slain a level 7 ferocious beast, the silverback black bear, earning 1100 spirit energy points. Everyone in the Novice village heard a prompt simultaneously in their minds. Zhao Hao had gained reputation points and a black iron treasure chest. Zhao Hao didn't have time to think much. He held down the silver-backed black bear and gained increases in strength, agility, and constitution. As expected, the silverback black bear was powerful yet agile. He continued to collect spiritual treasures, obtaining sharp bear paws, tough bear skin, sharp bear teeth, animal fat, toxin-free meat, and the silverback black bear's gallbladder. He quickly stored all the supplies into the spiritual treasure space. At this moment, the ground trembled from the rapid movement of two silverback black bears. Zhao Hao took a deep breath and opened the black iron treasure chest, hoping to obtain powerful equipment. The box contained the crafting recipes for swift shoes, a black iron box, and a standard trap. Swift shoes are a tier 2 equipment that significantly increase movement speed, doubling speed when out of combat. Zhao Hao already had speed enhancement, and after putting on the swift shoes, it felt as if soft air cushioned his feet, making his whole body light as the wind. At this moment, two silverback black bears arrived. Seeing Zhao Hao and the residual arrow and bloodstains in the forest, they clearly sensed something was amiss. The blade sliced out a beautiful arc, activating the berserk power skill. Zhao Hao's strength surged wildly, and the blade fiercely cut through the black bear's head. The bear's head flew up with a snap, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Another injured black bear, seeing this, trembled in fear and, neglecting the fight, turned to flee. It was already slow in movement, and now badly injured, its stamina nearly depleted. It simply couldn't outrun Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao charged up fiercely and swung his blade down. Guillotine chop. The ruthless cavalry saber came down. Soon, the silverback black bear was unable to stand due to excessive blood loss. With a crash, its massive body fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Hao struck again with a blade, and with a soft sound, the black bear stopped struggling. A beam of blue light was absorbed into Zhao Hao's body, and immediately white light flashed on him. The physical strength consumed by days of running and fighting quickly recovered. A wave of pleasant sensations surged in his heart. This is the change brought by leveling up. Hint: level up, current level 8, 304/3600. Gained: strength plus 10, agility plus 10, health plus 10, constitution plus 10, attribute points plus 5. At this moment, cheers erupted in the chat channel of 438 Novice Village. A Jarl said excitedly, "My compatriots, Lord Modi just single-handedly defeated a level 6 grey bear and has reached level 7. Victory is in sight for us. Awesome. Old Immortal Modi is truly invincible. Old Immortal Modi is the only true god of our Indian nation. Old Immortal Modi, boundless in power. Friends, let's sing and dance together to celebrate. So cold, I'm playing with mud in the northeast. Although the northeast is not big, I have no home in Dalian." Meanwhile, someone was mocking in the channel of Area 1. "Ha, our Indian country is already dancing to celebrate the victory of the great Modi. You dragon country people can only wait for the punishment after losing. Modi has already reached level 7, victory is just around the corner. It seems Modi is really not a simple character." Lei Jun sneered, "Are you dreaming? Our village's Jiaohao started at level 7 and is probably almost level 8 now. You can't win. Renhu agreed, exactly. Big shot Jiaohao is about to reach level 8, stop pretending, huh? Someone angrily shouted, are you people from the Dragon Kingdom crazy? Just admit you lost. Yeah, the most hypocritical are the people of Longhua. They keep denying defeat, and when the punishment comes, they still deceive themselves. At that moment, everyone in the 438 Novice Village and 9527 Novice Village simultaneously received a notification in their minds. Notification: Jiaohao from 9527 Novice Village has reached level 8 and won the resource wager. Notification: Jiaohao has received 20 attribute points as a reward and obtained 1 bronze chest. Meanwhile, in chat channel 438, the Asans were happily singing and dancing. How cold is it? I'm playing in the mud in the northeast. Although the northeast isn't big, I have no home in Dalian. Everyone proudly shook their heads, imagining that after the victory of old immortal Modi, they would gain attribute points amid laughter. Is there anything more enjoyable than this? Suddenly, a cold and piercing alert sounded. Alert: Newbie Village number 9527 Jiaohao has reached level 8, Newbie Village 438 lost the resource bet. Alert: all members of Newbie Village 438 lose 20 free attribute points. Notice, all resources in Beginner Village 438 are halved. In an instant, the singing and dancing Indians all turned to stone. One Indian, who was wildly twisting, suddenly fell to the ground with a slap, staring blankly at the notice, his eyes hollow. The next second, wails erupted across the chat channel. Streams of black beams descended from the sky, striking the Indians, reducing their physical attributes by 20 points. Countless people began to curse and cry, unable to understand why they were just jubilant moments ago but had now fallen into the abyss. Isn't Modi the God-sent man? He even ate hot steaming cow dung, how could he lose? The earth rumbled, mountains abruptly disappeared, streams dried up, and green grass thinned out, as if hit by a hurricane. Why? I don't accept this, it must be a dream. Impossible, old Master Modi's magic is boundless, how could he lose? Don't mention him again, that liar cheated us out of our dung. You lowborn scum, how dare you insult the great old Master Modi? You're the real lowborn scum, I've awakened a D-level talent, I'll kill you bastards. This is the battlefield of the heavens, not Blue Star. We rise up to resist. Meanwhile, in the 9527 Newbie Village, a white light descended, and everyone received 16 free attribute points. Great, more attribute points, this time all into spirit. Awesome, getting 16 points for free, I want more. Why did 438 get 20 points deducted while we only got 16? Where did the extra attribute points go? Bro, you don't seriously think the system's rewards come from nowhere, do you? Scary when you think about it deeply. No way? The system is short on attribute points too? Actually, it's not a shortage, but the system can't produce unlimited attribute points, just like a country isn't short of money but can't just print currency arbitrarily. The system controls output to keep income and expenditure balanced, which is perfectly normal. In short, following Big Boss Jiaohao brings benefits every day. That's right, Big Boss Jiaohao is really amazing. Jiaohao ignored these imaginative guys in the chat channel. He stood beside the corpses of 2 silverback black bears, feeling his attribute points steadily increasing. Streams of white light flowed into the body. Acquired, free attribute points plus 16. Acquired, free attribute points plus 20. Jiaohao did not hesitate and evenly distributed these points. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 20. The remaining 6 points are added to spirit. At the same time, a bronze treasure chest slowly appeared before him. The surrounding environment changed drastically, the earth cracked and mountains split, golden light descended from the sky, and trees, minerals, spirit herbs, and beasts all appeared. Jiaohao squatted down and retrieved the 2 silverback black bear corpses he had just killed. Obtained, strength plus 12, agility plus 2, constitution plus 8. Then he disassembled the corpses and obtained sharp bear paw plus 8. Tough bear hide plus 2. Sharp bear teeth plus 24. Animal fat plus 10 kg. Meat plus 400 kg. Silverback black bear gallbladder plus 2. Silverback black bears produce an astonishing amount of meat. 400 kilograms of meat remains after removing inedible parts. Others trying to kill a silverback black bear are almost giving it away for free. Silverback black bear gallbladder has detoxifying and vision-enhancing effects. After consumption, it increases spirit by +5 and is a highly valuable medicinal material. Zhaohao is not in a hurry to consume it and plans to use it for alchemy, which will not only increase profits but also boost reputation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He placed the bear gallbladder and materials into the Lingbao space. At this time, Zhaohao checked his attributes. Name, Zhaohao. Level 8, 304/3600. Strength, 501, D-level strength frenzy *3. Agility, 453, D-level speed frenzy *3. Constitution, 340, E-level constitution enhancement *2. Spirit, 228. Attribute points, 10. Talents, recovery reset, SSS-level, planting, SSS-level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, F-level, charm enhancement, F-level, fire control, D-level. Skills, illusion breaking, night vision, demon hunting. Combat power, 22. Reputation, 25. Profession, hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100. Battle achievements, 1. Zhaohao's strength has greatly improved, already reaching level 8, just 1 step away from level 10. As long as he continues hunting high-level ferocious beasts, reaching level 10 in a day or 2 is not difficult. He has no need to worry about being removed by the system. Almost no one in the entire 9,527 newbie village fears not reaching level 10 within 7 days. Everyone is full of confidence about the future. After 2 victories in bets, all the newcomers in 9527 newbie village have gained 32 attribute points. Resources have also doubled, with beasts, herbs, and mineral deposits appearing endlessly. Those who were previously desperate or afraid to take risks are now eager to join the ranks of beast hunters. No one is willing to sit and wait to die, especially now that there is hope. Some beginners who originally had weak or strange awakening talents made up for their shortcomings with attribute points. As long as they team up, their levels steadily increase. Although it might be a bit slow, reaching level 10 is not a problem. Now the 9527 newbie village is full of beasts. As long as they avoid extremely dangerous wilderness areas, hunting beasts is enough to gain spiritual energy points. Zhaohao looked around satisfied, secretly marveling at the village's good fortune. Each newbie village has only 1 precious gamble token, yet the 9527 newbie village actually won it twice in a row, a truly rare blessing. I wonder if that unlucky Modi regrets stepping up to challenge now. Meanwhile, in the dense forest of the 438 Novice village, an old man knelt beside the carcass of a gray bear, holding cow dung in his hands, his body covered in strange cow dung patterns, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. His white beard fluttered, his complexion rosy, embodying an ethereal and Taoist aura, but at this moment his eyes were vacant as he murmured to himself, "Lost, actually lost." A black beam suddenly descended from the sky, deducting a full 40 points from his freedom attribute. As the initiator of the wager, the reward and punishment were doubled. This deduction was equivalent to losing attribute bonuses from 4 levels. This Modi immortal, who claimed to be the #1 god of the universe's strongest nation, watched in horror as the trees, grasslands, flowers, and ores before him gradually vanished, and the distant hills inexplicably shrank by half. This was the penalty for having the resources of the 438 newbie village, the price he paid for losing the wager. It's over, it's done for, Lord Modi. Our resources have been cut in half, everyone is going crazy, utterly desperate. Ajar, Modi's most loyal servant, said anxiously. I don't believe it. We actually lost to the Longwa people? Modi shouted angrily, clutching the cow dung in his hand. Lord Modi, it was the Longwa people who tricked us. That Zhaohao was already level 7 when the bet started. What? Zhaohao. Modi was shocked, damn. No wonder I set the bet at level 7, the system's judgment was unreasonable. Later I changed it to level 8, and the system reminded me that this was unfair to one side. Did I want to continue the bet? I thought it was because the Dragon Country people were too low level, and that was unfair to them, but I didn't expect it was actually unfair to us. Damn Dragon Country people. Modi was furious and heartbroken. He regretted not thinking it through at the time and being too careless. Ajar said anxiously, "Sir, what should we do now?" Everyone had 20 points deducted from their attribute scores, and many people can't even reach level 10. Moreover, most of them are high caste Brahmins, whose levels were originally below 2. On the other hand, the outcasts are used to hardship, their levels keep rising, and they continue hunting wild beasts relentlessly. The untouchables now have great talents and strong strength. At this rate, I'm afraid we can't keep them under control. Don't panic. Modi's eyes were bloodshot. We must shift the conflict and make everyone hate the Dragon Country people. Under no circumstances can they hate me or the high caste. Let everyone know that today's humiliation was brought by the Dragon Country people. Yes, sir. Agil said firmly, I will make everyone hate them, but hate alone won't solve the problem. Modi gritted his teeth, the people of Dragon Country ruined everything I had. I will definitely take revenge, revenge, revenge. So how should we take revenge? Ajar asked. Go to Channel 1 area. There is a strong beginner village from our Min Cook country. India lost, but Min Cook did not. Let other countries help us take revenge. Great, sir. I will go find the Deing beginner village in Lighthouse country right away. They will definitely help. That's right, we are all sauce-cooked countries, and Great Britain won't stand aloof. At this moment, in the Zone 1 channel, the newbie villages of Lighthouse Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Maple Leaf Country, Southern Stick Country, and Great Britain were in a fierce quarrel. Don't be arrogant, to tell you the truth, Dragon Country has already won the bet. Talk too much more, and you won't even have time to cry when the time comes. Yes, don't be happy too soon, the list is waiting for you. Ha, you people of Dragon Kingdom just love to deceive yourselves. The people of Asen are already singing and dancing to celebrate their victory, and you are still here deceiving yourselves. Yeah. That Ajarl said that Modi of Asen has already reached level 7, victory is just around the corner. I really love Asen songs and dances, they can dance anytime, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Seeing them mock the people of Longwood and worship the dirty feet of the Indian players, the Longwood players from Novice villages 71 and 81 couldn't help but fight back and started exchanging insults. At this moment, 3 more Novice villages joined the channel of Area 1, among which villages 71 and 81 were all Longwood people. People from village 81 are acting so arrogant right after arriving, can't you be a bit low-key? I'll tell you, village 9527 got targeted precisely because they were too arrogant. No matter how arrogant village 81 gets, let's make a bet and drain all your attribute points to make you regret it. Brothers from village 81, don't be afraid. Those guys don't believe it, but our big boss Jiahao has already won the bet. The people from the third country are crying their eyes out now. The brothers from village 9527 are really impressive, setting a good example. Our village is also strong. If you don't rein it in, get ready for the bet. Ha, truly worthy of our Dragon Country. Rest assured, we have a betting order too. Damn it. These Dragon Country people are way too arrogant. Don't rush, after they allocate their attribute points, our English team will immediately challenge them. We'll make sure those Dragon Country villages get beaten down. Exactly, after you guys have your fun, we'll take them on one by one. No matter how arrogant they are, it won't help. At that moment, Iyer entered the channel, his avatar flashing. Ajar, we lost, our India lost the bet. Boom. The whole audience was shocked. Lost? India lost? Modi actually lost to the Longwa people? How is this possible? The next second, the channel exploded. Oh my god, the bet just started, and Modi already lost? Only an hour and it's over, Ajel, are you kidding us? Ajar, no joke, we lost. Every person in our village got 20 attribute points deducted, resources halved, everyone was crying. Ashiba, why? Is the Dragon Kingdom really that strong? That useless Modi should apologize. So frustrating. Village number 71, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have finally won. Village number 81, awesome. So thrilling, really uplifting. Ajar said excitedly, allied friends, this defeat has dealt a heavy blow to our 3 countries of India. Many won't make it through the beginner's test. Those damn Dragon Kingdom people actually challenged the great Man-Cook nation to a bet, which is an insult to Man-Cook and a trampling on freedom. We must take revenge. At this moment, the old sage Modi also joined the channel. Modi, for 38, said, friends, although you may have little sympathy for the plight of the 438 newbie village, please think carefully. The resources of the 9527 newbie village have doubled, everyone's attributes have skyrocketed, and their strength will grow rapidly. Do you really want to see them get stronger and stronger? Heavens, if the Dragon Country people really become powerful quickly, that will be terrible news. Baka. We absolutely cannot let that happen. On Blue Star, we have long been suppressed, and on the killing battlefield, we still have to be suppressed. Ashiba. I'm reminded again of the fear of being ruled by the Dragon Country people. I don't want to see such a situation. Modi, for 38, said, that's right, while they haven't become completely strong, we must launch the betting order to weaken their attributes and resources, making them weaker and weaker. At this moment, a Briton named William stood up. William, 11, asked, Modi, who beat you? How did you lose so quickly? Modi, for 38, answered, it was a guy named Zhao Hao. He used a trick to win the bet. Before the bet started, he was already at level 7, so I lost quickly. William, 11, exclaimed in surprise, what? Are you sure? What exactly is Zhao Hao's talent level? How can he level up so quickly? Modi, for 38, said, Sir William, you are a Justice Knight with an awaken A-level talent. Zhao Hao might also be A-level, and in the future, he will become your formidable rival. You must stop him from getting stronger. William, 11, worried, but I just reached level 7. If I bet against Zhao Hao, I will probably lose most of the time. Modi, for 38, comforted, Sir, when initiating a wager, you can set the terms yourself. Although Zhao Hao levels up quickly, he may not be strong in other areas. You can choose other challenges to bet on. William, 11, suddenly realized, that's right, I should have thought of it earlier. Haha, I have an idea now. This time I will definitely take revenge on Zhao Hao and severely strike down the arrogance of the 9527 rookie village. Modi, 438, asked curiously, really? Sir, what kind of betting method did you come up with? William, 11, laughed, just now, I successfully made a grilled fish by the river, earning a rated recipe and reputation rewards. Daying is a traditional culinary country, and I am a famous food critic, so this reward is tailor-made for me. I can compete with Zhao Hao in making recipes. That's fantastic. Daying truly is our arson's real mother. I really love you, Sir William. With you taking action, the Dragon Country people are definitely going to lose this time. Long live Daying. Daying is a real dad, no, a real mom. But when the Indians were getting carried away, some people expressed different opinions. But I heard Longwei is also a food powerhouse, they have a wide variety of food, so this kind of bet carries quite a risk. As soon as it was said, it was immediately refuted by everyone. Do you know what you're saying? Can the food of the Dragon Country even be called food? I heard they actually eat chicken feet, it's really scary. Yeah, and also pig's trotters, pig intestines, pig blood. Unbelievable. Can that still be considered delicacies? William, this bet this time is in my favor. Modi, it's settled, guaranteed victory. At this moment, several people from the beginner villages of the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded by the cocky behavior of these people from England and the Indians. What's going on? That gourmet desert of England actually dares to compete with our Dragon Kingdom's recipes? This is utterly ridiculous. Damn! These people have no idea about Boss Zhao. Shoo, don't say anything. Let's quietly watch the show. He'll realize that the clown is actually himself. I really want to see what William and Modi's faces look like when they lose the bet. Yeah, betting is really not something you should compete with us at. Zhao Hao looked at William, who was acting arrogantly in the chat channel, his expression complicated. William actually thought that creating a recipe with a systematic review would earn him reputation points? He had no idea he had only made the first piece of food to be evaluated. But it was just a simple grilled fish, no different from the roasted meat he made himself, almost just cooked through. Zhao Hao didn't want to waste time on cooking at all, otherwise he could have produced countless different recipes. These days, besides hunting himself, he also bought various carcasses from others, extracted attributes, and broke them down into various raw materials. These materials are all ingredients, and there are high-quality fresh meat chunks on hand, reset using innate abilities. Chicken feet, chicken wings, pig trotters, pig heads, pig intestines, pig blood, rabbit heads, dog whips, lamb, pork belly, fat. Every ingredient can be used to cook, and for Zhao Hao, it was truly a fantasy that William actually dared to compete with him in recipes. The little hamster once asked, "What is paradise?" German workers, British police, and chefs from the Zhangbaiki blast furnace country. What is hell? The German police, workers at the Zhangbaiki blast furnace, and chefs from Ing. The skill level of Ing chefs is well known, only they hype themselves up every day. Then they ran into an Indian dude who was willing to play the sidekick, praising his disgusting feat daily. William's short-sighted action was like a dung beetle entering a restroom looking for shit. Zhao Hao felt like he had hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Village 9527 novices were in a frenzy. Everyone excitedly discussed their gains. Some said, "Woohoo, taking off. This time I increased my attributes by 16 points again. I feel so powerful, I really want to solo a level 2 beast for fun." Others sighed, "With my lousy awaken talents, there was no hope of reaching level 10 in 7 days, but who would have thought that after 2 betting rounds, reaching level 10 is just around the corner?" More happily said, "Our village has tons of beasts, killing them is really enjoyable. Yeah, at first we had to compete for monsters with others, but now we don't. The easiest to kill is the giant horned goat, although it's incredibly strong, one hit and you're done, it only charges in a straight line, so dodging it makes it much easier to kill. So awesome, I just killed a giant horned goat and I feel like I can level up again soon. All thanks to Big Shot Zhao Hao, he led us to win 2 betting rounds. Zhao Hao is truly amazing, I hope there are more betting rounds. With Zhao Hao around, we're not afraid of losing at all." At that moment, a cold prompt sounded in everyone's mind. Notice, Village 11 activates betting order, betting against Village 9527, bet valid, resource betting initiated, resource betting rules, both sides set a system-approved bet, losing side's entire team loses 20 attribute points and half their resources. Winning side gains attribute rewards after a 20% fee deduction and doubles their resources. This bet, both sides send William and Zhao Hao to compete for reputation by making rated dishes within the allotted time. Higher reputation wins. If tied, total ratings determine winner. Notice, winner additionally gains 20 attribute points and plus 1 bronze chest. Notice, Village 11 and Village 9527 chat channels linked. As soon as the announcement came out, everyone was shocked. Damn. Another wager? Wagering is fun, but it feels like Village 9527 is being targeted too much. How many times has this happened? What's there to fear? With Zhao Hao around, we're not afraid. Exactly, Zhao Hao is really strong. This time the bet is strange though, it's about competing by making food to gain reputation? Yeah, doesn't William know that Zhao Hao was the first to make food with ratings? He's basically giving it away for free. At this moment, Zhao Hao was in a spacious cave, excitedly observing his surroundings. The system prompt made him pause briefly, but he quickly smiled and didn't take it seriously at all. William doesn't know a damn thing about gourmet food. The most conspicuous feature of this cave was a huge beehive, dripping with golden honey. The beehive was several times larger than any Zhao Hao had seen before, and the scent of honey was overwhelming. There were also quite a few fungi growing in the corner of the cave, along with some green plants on the ground. Zhao Hao didn't expect that inside this den of a few silverback black bears, there would be so many unexpected gains. He activated his illusion breaking skill and aimed at a mushroom-like fungus. Straw mushroom, edible fungus, common ingredient, rich in nutrients, good taste, cannot be eaten raw. It turned out to be straw mushrooms, an edible ingredient. The cave was spacious and slightly damp. Silverback black bears often ate their prey inside the cave, and after their excrement and carcasses decomposed, they formed fertile soil, which is why the mushrooms grew vigorously here. These 3 silverback black bears were clearly not herbivores, which allowed the straw mushrooms to thrive. Zhao Hao casually picked all the straw mushrooms. Obtained, straw mushrooms times 86. Then he looked at another peculiar type of fungus. Matsutake, premium ingredient, unique flavor, rich in nutrients, requires processing before consumption. Another good thing, Zhao Hao also collected the matsutake. Obtained, matsutake times 34. Then he looked at the patch of lush green plants in the corner. Without the system prompt, he recognized them as rapeseed, common on Blue Star, except these were as large as Chinese cabbages, with thick, dark leaves. The plants and animals in the multiverse slaughter battlefield had mutated and could not be judged by previous experience. He activated the delusion breaking skill again, locking onto these rapeseed plants. Rapeseed, edible plant, rich in nutrients, tasty, highly adaptable, requires processing before consumption. Zhao Hao finished collecting all the rapeseed. Obtained, rapeseed times 16. Unexpectedly, the cave of the silverback black bear actually provided him with 4 kinds of ingredients. Apart from honey, the bear didn't touch the other 3 at all, which allowed Zhao Hao to collect them all. Now, with the bet against William, he felt even more confident. Then, Zhao Hao took something out from the lingbao space and placed it inside the cave. The item was over a meter tall, with 4 supports at the base, and looked like a square-shaped large box on top. There was also a row of drawer-like compartments on it. This is exactly the item Zhao Hao obtained from the bronze treasure chest. Strictly speaking, it is furniture or a tool. Multifunctional barbecue grill combines grilling, frying, pan-frying, and boiling functions in one, allowing multiple foods to be cooked simultaneously. Convenient and fast, a must-have for home and travel. At first, Zhao Hao was quite disappointed to see that the treasure chest only contained this thing. It couldn't be used for battle, nor could it enhance strength. But now it seems that this barbecue grill is very useful. Not only can it help him win bets, its comprehensive functions also make cooking simple and convenient. Food can not only earn a lot of reputation but can also be traded on the market for resources. He looked at the empty slot under the barbecue grill, drew his machete, and went outside the cave to chop some branches. He stripped the bark off, cut the wood into even strips, and used the recycling reset skill to drain the moisture. The wet wood immediately turned into dry strips that ignited with a single spark. He placed the wooden strips at the bottom of the barbecue grill and used flame control to ignite them. Zhao Hao first opened the side frying pan and poured in the animal fat extracted from the silver-backed black bear. There is no refined oil in the wild, but animal fat can also be processed into cooking oil. This is a traditional craft of the Flower Clan. He recalled a variety show he had watched before traveling through time, where chefs from the flower country competed against foreign chefs, with the restriction that both sides could use each other's ingredients. The foreign chefs grabbed the edible oil from the flower country, thinking it would stump their opponents. Unexpectedly, the flower country chefs rendered oil from pork fat and used it for frying, which made the foreign chefs so angry they wanted to report cheating. They never imagined that animal fat could be rendered into edible oil. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao missed the days in the Flower Clan even more. Since he couldn't go back, he used his own hands to create dish after dish of hometown delicacies. Perhaps the flavors could bring a sense of familiarity. After the fat melted, he used recycled reset to remove impurities, obtaining crystal clear edible oil. With oil, frying, deep frying, and roasting all became much easier. But the lack of seasonings was still a problem. He opened the 9527 Novice Village chat channel. Zhao Hao, does anyone have salt, chile, cumin, scallions, ginger, garlic, or other seasonings? I'll buy, no limit on quantity, exchanged for roasted meat and Tier 1 equipment. Damn! When Big Brother Zhao spoke, everyone got excited. Since he started purchasing ingredients, it meant the cooking officially began. Trouble, Big Brother Zhao doesn't have any seasonings. This isn't good, someone said anxiously. Don't keep it hidden, Big Brother Zhao's success or failure affects everyone's interests, hurry up and bring it out. Big Brother Zhao, I have some chili peppers here, I picked them in the wild. They're much bigger than regular ones and very spicy. Do you want some? Boss Zhao, can you relax the conditions a bit? Would wild beast carcasses be acceptable? Fierce beasts too. Zhao glanced over, he had just made 10 servings of honey-glazed roasted meat, not many in quantity. But he could still do more, the strength was there, and the progress of the game was not affected. So he sent another message. A portion of honey-glazed roast meat can be exchanged for the corpse of a level 2 or higher ferocious beast or the corpse of a level 4 or higher wild beast. Then he put all the honey-glazed roast meat up on the trading market. Then he made another serving of honey-glazed barbecue on the grill. He immediately started making the next new dish. To save time, he decided to use all parts of the multifunctional grill. First, he used the cooking pot in the upper right corner. Zhao blanched carefully selected long-tail wild chicken meat to remove the blood foam. Then he added the chicken pieces, scallions, and ginger. After the water boiled, he added straw mushrooms. Then he turned the heat to low and simmered slowly. In addition to this braised chicken with mushrooms, he also prepared several other soups. Matsutake, straw mushroom, and bok choy soup. Use old chicken broth and add matsutake, straw mushrooms, and bok choy, season with a bit of salt, nutritious and delicious. Also, wild boar ribs with bone and meat, add carrots, can be made into rib soup. Honey, bok choy, and carrots can also be cooked into a sweet vegetable porridge. This way, the space in the soup pot is fully utilized. The frying pan on the left is used for making meatballs, wild boar pork belly is minced to make fried meatballs, deep-fried meatballs, as well as grilled meatballs and meatball soup. The frying pan can also be used for stir-frying dishes like mushrooms with chili, mushrooms with meat, straw mushrooms with bok choy, and chili with meat, all of which can be made deliciously. On the upper layer of the steamer, Zhao prepared a grand dish, wild honeycomb sliced and placed on a cleaned black bear paw. Small holes were made in the bear paw, then steamed over high heat. The high temperature allows the honey to slowly seep into the bear paw, sealing the aroma and ensuring that the nutrients are preserved during steaming. On the grill tray are various barbecue items: grilled chicken cartilage, chicken wings, chicken legs, pork belly, beef skewers, beef tendons, shiitake mushrooms, pig trotters, chili peppers, pork intestines, beef sinew, kidney, brain. Zhao confidently said that as long as there is a barbecue grill, he can grill all kinds of ingredients. Just as Zhao was busy preparing the ingredients, the chat channel in 9527 Newbie Village exploded with activity. Why has it taken so long? Big Shot Zhao hasn't shown any signs at all? Yeah, after he made that honey-glazed roast last time, we haven't heard of any new dishes from him. He can make so many kinds of dishes just with barbecue alone. Why hasn't he produced anything for so long this time? Could it be that he made a new dish but didn't gain any reputation points, so the system didn't notify us? At that moment, the system notification sounded, and everyone heard. 9527 Newbie Village Novice Zhao completed the recipe braised chicken with mushrooms, score 98, gained reputation +1. 9527 Newbie Village Novice Zhao completed the recipe stir-fried mushrooms with meat, score 97, gained reputation +1. 9527 Newbie Village Novice Zhao completed the recipe tiger skin peppers, score 96, gained reputation +1. 9527 Rookie Village Newbie Zhao completed the recipe crystal pork knuckle, scored 97, gained +1 reputation. Damn! Is Big Boss Zhao crazy? Yeah, with so many brand new recipes, Big Boss Zhao is definitely going to win for sure. Truly a stunning debut, so awesome. Brothers, has anyone gone to Novice Village number 11 to see how they are doing now? At this moment, the people of Novice Village number 11 were doing their utmost to support William. Sir William, the flour you requested has been ground, made from wheat grains, entirely handmade. William nodded, very good, your efforts will not be in vain, winning the bet is the best reward. Here are the mushrooms you wanted. William laughed, wonderful, with these ingredients, I can make the most perfect pie. Sir, it seems that Longwa has created a new dish and even received a reputation reward. William asked, what dish is it? Honey glazed barbecue. William angrily said, what? Damn it! Cheating! My freshly made barbecue didn't score any points, which means others must have made it too. Grilled fish and grilled shrimp got no points either, but that guy from Longwa added honey and got points, that's too sneaky. Yeah, the people from Longwa are too devious. Lord William, we believe your pie will definitely crush theirs. William confidently said, exactly, my pie is the ultimate deliciousness, absolutely crushing everything. Are you going to make the legendary stargazing style? William laughed, yes, exactly that. Oh my god, I'm so emotional I could cry. Finally, I get to see the legendary king of cuisine. The characteristic of this style is that the fish head and tail are exposed, tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. Not only does it look good, but it also lets the fish oil flow back into the dish, making the taste unbeatable. Awesome, I can't wait. William, great, I've completed the stargazing faction. Long live. Long live Sir William. We've got this, great William, great stargazing faction. Notice, William from Novice Village number 11 completed the Dark Cuisine Stargazing Pie, achieving the Dark Cuisine achievement for the first time, reputation +1. Notice, the stargazing pie made by William from Novice Village number 11 is extremely dark and disgusting, with a subversive appearance, negative score, and a deduction of 2 reputation points. The whole village was stunned. William completely broke down, no. Impossible. There's foul play. This system is too unfair. The stargazing faction is so great, how could they get negative points? This system can't have been made by Dragon Nation Fantasy Company, specifically favoring Dragon Nation people. Fantasy is the industry of our ally, the Lighthouse country, it belongs to us. Then I just don't understand, how could such great art get negative points? William said firmly, everyone, don't give up, don't be afraid, the Celestial Star faction was just an accident. Maybe our food was too sophisticated, not suited to the theme of the killing battlefield. This time I will return to the traditional primitive style, definitely able to win the system's approval. Sir William, what dish are you preparing next? William said, I'm going to make our signature dish, fish poached eggs. This dish emphasizes simplicity and naturalness, returning to authenticity. It seems this multiverse killing system prefers minimalist style. That's great, Sir William, this time we will definitely win. Fish poached eggs is a traditional English delicacy, sure to conquer the system. That's right, the method for cooking fish with eggs is extremely simple, just boil the fish and eggs together without any seasoning, and blanch them. This pure flavor will surely suit the system's taste. Hooray, we've definitely won. At this moment, the people from 9527 Novice Village couldn't help but burst into laughter. Guess what the inventors from the neighboring British University came up with? They actually created the stargazing faction. Stargazing faction? I heard the dish is called Hell-Chanting faction. No, I heard it as Never Rest in Peace faction. Haha, Big Smart with an English name went way too wild and ended up making a dark cuisine. William even gained a bit of fame for creating the first dark cuisine dish, but the score was too low, and he lost 2 points directly. This is hilarious, all the Brits are talents, truly the motherland of Asins, bloodline inheritance indeed. Counted it, seems there are over 20 dishes. Boss Xiaohao's food rating is very high, crazy reputation boost, especially that steamed bear paw dish, the system even said it has healing effects, too exaggerated. Yeah, scored 99 points, top-notch deliciousness, really wanna have a bite. The atmosphere in the 9527 newbie village was cheerful, everyone felt no pressure and joked about Ying's dark cuisine. At this moment, in the newbie village chat channel of number 11. Sir William, those people from the Dragon Kingdom have made several dishes again. Is your fish egg dish ready? William replied, ready, this time there's definitely no problem. Tip: on the 11th, beginner village William made fish boiled eggs, rating -65, extremely disgusting, reputation -1. William broke down. Why? No. I can't accept this. He was completely stunned. God. This system definitely has a hidden agenda. It must be the Dragon Country people. Lord William, perhaps your dishes are just too artistic, too creative. The Dragon Kingdom people just made more than 10 kinds of barbecue: grilled chicken cartilage, chicken wings, kidneys, mushrooms, chili peppers, pig trotters. Every new grilling method earns new recipe prestige points. Damn the Dragon Kingdom people, they're too cunning, completely exploiting loopholes. Yeah, unfortunately, the things that can be grilled have almost all been grilled by the Dragon Kingdom people, so there's no way for us to take advantage. Exactly. Prestige points can only be obtained on the first refresh. Damn. The people of Longwa are simply cheating. Despicable. Sir William, grilling is our specialty against the English. Could you try to break through again? Exactly. The people of Longway can grill vegetables, so can we. Even if we don't have vegetables, we still have fruit. William, don't worry, this time I found a completely new grilling method, an unprecedented innovation that will definitely win. Great, we're counting on you to lead us to victory. Hint: newbie village William with ID 9527 completed the dark cuisine dish grilled banana, scored -34, strange appearance, reputation -1. William, who am I? Where am I? Sir William, are you alright? Sir William, I don't think grilled fruit is working out. How about trying something else? Yeah, if we don't gain reputation from new recipes, we're definitely going to lose. At the same time, Zhao Hao bit into the large kidney in his hand and glanced at the countdown at the top of the screen. 5 minutes left. Below the countdown, it showed that he had accumulated 32 reputation points. This bet allowed Zhao Hao to complete multiple recipes. Although some seasonings are limited and the taste is not as good as before, the ingredients themselves are more flavorful. Due to the small amount of seasoning used, the freshness and aroma of the ingredients stand out more. The plants from the mutated Omniverse slaughter battlefield have also undergone some changes in taste. For example, the steamed bear paw dish uses pure natural wild honey and silverback black bear paws, both rare and high-end ingredients. A simple yet delicious creation that not only heals wounds but also enhances cold resistance and prevents colds. Other foods have their respective effects as well. With this bet, Zhao Hao knew he was sure to win. He also knew about William's situation. The scallions, ginger, garlic, and carrots on hand were just about used up, and the rest were stored in the lingba space. So he didn't plan to make any new dishes. Having made so many, he hadn't really enjoyed them, and once they cooled down, the taste was off. So Zhao Hao ate barbecue while observing the chat channel of Novice Village number 11. It has to be said, the concept of dark cuisine was indeed thoroughly understood by Dai. Those confidently made dishes by William were all disastrous recipes. Not only did they fail to gain reputation, but they also lost a large amount of reputation points. William was on the verge of breaking down. What the heck is this system? Sir William, didn't you say we would definitely win? My cooking skills are top-notch in Mishima, but there is no oil here, so I can't make fried French fries and fried fish. But Zhao Hao from the neighboring village actually made fried meatballs, as well as fried bananas and fried apple rings. As soon as this news came out, the number 11 beginner village instantly went silent. Others get reputation for frying bananas, but when I bake them, my reputation is deducted. How is that fair? Zhao Hao over in Longwei no longer dares to do it, saying that tradition forbids shaving the head. Wait until you make the delicious food. What kind of nonsense tradition is this? The humiliation in William's heart surged up again. Is this the ultimate humiliation tactic of Longwa? He really wanted to spit blood and faint. At least he wouldn't have to endure this embarrassment anymore. This time Longwei is just lucky. You need oil to fry things. I have no oil and no fries, so failure is normal. I have potatoes here, I'll give them to you for free. Do you think you're very funny? At this moment, the system notification sounded. Zhao Hao gained 32 reputation, 95-27 newbie village win. Zhao Hao gained plus 20 attributes, bronze chest plus 1. William reputation minus 3, novice village number 11 lost. All members of novice village number 11 have 20 attribute points deducted, resources halved. Novice village number 11 fell into silence. Although some had anticipated their loss early on, no one gave up hope until the very last moment. Now, the system's cold prompt completely shattered all illusions. Lost, utterly lost. Damn you, William, you deceived us and betrayed everyone's trust. Yes. It's William, you hypocritical villain, using lies to win our support, yet destroying the glory of dying, someone roared. My God, how am I supposed to face this failure, someone despaired. God, have you abandoned your people? More people cried out. At that moment, the sky trembled violently. A black beam of light suddenly descended upon everyone in novice village number 11. Their attribute points were immediately deducted by 20 points. As the initiator of the bet, William's punishment was doubled, directly deducting 40 points. Immediately after, landslides, earthquakes, raging storms, and floods wreaked havoc. Resources rapidly disappeared, mountains sagged, and streams ran dry. Large areas of resources vanished from novice village number 11, leaving people heartbroken and wailing. It's all William's fault. He destroyed us. And Asen too. If it weren't for their provocation, why would we be betting against the Dragon Kingdom? Those Asans, unwilling to accept defeat, want to drag us down with them. Asans are just lowly untouchables, they shouldn't have been granted independence in the first place. Ungrateful white-eyed wolves, they turn around and betray us British. Meanwhile, the people of 9,527 Newbie Village cheered and celebrated. So satisfying. This is the easiest bet I've ever seen. Everyone's laughing like they're watching the Spring Festival Gala, so enjoyable. Bro, this is way better to watch than the Spring Festival Gala. The steamrolling matches are a bit boring, bring some pressure next time. Don't get carried away, this is all thanks to the great Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao is awesome. Who else wants to eat the delicious food made by the great Zhao Hao? William is really dumb. Why compare England to gourmet food, actually comparing culinary skills with our Dragon Kingdom? I never would have thought of that either. Inside the cave, Zhao Hao was happily eating roasted meat. The prompt sound played, and the increase in attribute points brought pleasure. He gained 36 attribute points, and also a bronze treasure chest. Zhao Hao didn't add any points for now, planning to save them for emergencies. His strength was enough to handle fierce beasts and wild animals, and keeping some points reserved allowed for quick adjustments based on the enemy's traits. For example, if a monster had great strength but low agility, attribute points could be directly added to agility, instantly boosting speed and making kiting tactics easier. If encountering a tough, thick-skinned monster with high defense, all points would go into strength. Zhao Hao placed his hand on the bronze treasure chest in front of him, hoping there would be something good inside. Now his Zhanma blade can no longer keep up with his strength. Facing powerful beasts, his defense-breaking ability is insufficient, so he especially hopes the treasure chest will bring surprises. Obtained, multifunctional agricultural product processor +1. Obtained, Li Minghua seasoning +1. Obtained, bronze chest +1. Seeing these two items, Zhao Hao was stunned. This processor was much larger than the multifunctional barbecue grill, featuring various belts, gears, and peculiar grooves. Zhao Hao curiously checked the details. Multifunctional agricultural product processor, Tier 2 equipment, special tool, capable of deep processing agricultural and sideline products, such as wheat husking and flour milling, corn peeling and oil extraction, extrusion puffing, cotton byproduct processing, fruit and vegetable processing, deep processing of livestock and aquatic products, microgrinding, tobacco and tea concentration, all in one multifunction. Note: advanced technology, stable performance, low energy consumption, strong applicability, reliable with no radiation or noise. Produced by the Refining Arts Sect, quality guaranteed. Note: usage consumes spiritual energy or requires drive from 5-element speeds. Oh my god, you little cuties, stop whitewashing that despicable Zhao Hao. I won't let him off. Baka, you Dragon Kingdom people are the root of all evil, I will wipe you out. My god, look at those evil Dragon Nation people, quickly bring down punishment and eliminate them. Asaba, the Dragon Nation people are shameless thieves who stole the honor and history of our Bangzi nation. Take down the Dragon Nation, Sumida. At this moment, a cold system notification sound rang out, instantly quieting the channel. Notice, number 9527 Rookie Village Zhao activated the resource wager order, starting faction wager mode. Camps bet, in the newbie village, the dividend blue camp and another camp bet against each other. The losing side has 80% of their resources deducted and 40 attribute points deducted, the winning side gains 80% more resources and 40 attribute points. Boom! As soon as the message came out, everyone was shocked. What? There's also a camp mode? The losing side actually has to lose 40 attribute points? Are the resources in the newbie village going to be cut by 80%? In some newbie villages, the total attributes of level 1 beginners don't even reach 40 points. Isn't this just a direct wipeout? With resources being reduced so drastically, who can still pass the level 10 assessment? Why is Zhao playing so big? Everyone was full of questions, discussing vigorously. The system prompt sounded again. Hint, red faction, 9527, 71, 81 newbie villages, blue faction, 11, 87, 186, 33, 911 and 18 other newbie villages. Hint, the blue faction can choose whether to agree to the bet, the red faction automatically agrees. Bet, both sides hunt monsters to accumulate points, the first to reach 1000 points wins. Points, level 5 Fierce Beast plus 1 point, level 6 plus 2 points, level 7 plus 3 points, level 8 plus 4 points, level 9 plus 5 points, level 10 plus 10 points, level 1 Demon Beast plus 100 points. Note, killing wild beasts and low-level fierce beasts does not count for points, methods are unrestricted. Damn! After reading the note, everyone was confused one by one. My head was buzzing. What exactly is Zhao trying to do? Is he crazy? The three of us from the rookie village actually dared to take on 18 people from another rookie village? This is too exaggerated, something bad is bound to happen. Although I also can't stand those guys and want to teach them a lesson, this is just too reckless. Exactly, it's simply outrageous. Brothers from the 9527 Novice village, isn't Zhao being way too domineering here? Although I know your 9527 rookie village is quite formidable, agreeing to the bet without even saying hello is a bit inconsiderate, don't you think? Yeah, I understand Zhao wants to pool strength from our two villages, but directly designating us as the red camp without prior discussion, if we lose, won't all our Dragon Country rookie villages be doomed together? On the blue camp side, the highest level players from each rookie village have received a prompt asking whether they agree to the bet. Everyone, what do you think? Should we agree to this bet? Let me think, I have a feeling there's something fishy behind this. The people of Longwo wouldn't give it to us for nothing. Don't overthink it. The system's bet is absolutely fair and just, no way to cheat. This is an opportunity based on strength, we can't miss it. But that Zhao is already level 8, he's too strong. Humph, what's so great about level 8? He's just one person, and we have tens of thousands combined from more than a dozen beginner villages. This is a team competition, not a one-on-one duel. Yes, no matter how strong an individual is, it won't help. This time it's practically a free opportunity. Besides, the system doesn't take a middleman fee. If we win, everyone gets a share. The key is this is a great chance to suppress the Long Kingdom people. Exactly, I have to emphasize, everyone must participate. Fewer people means a higher risk of failure, more participants means a higher chance of success. Although the resources each person gets may be less, the probability of winning is almost 100%. Facing this opportunity to attack Dragon Kingdom, Lighthouse Nation hopes no one will drop the ball, otherwise. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously hesitant newbie villages all compromised and could only agree. In an instant, all 18 blue newbie villages chose to agree. Hint, during the faction wager, accumulating 500 personal points will earn an additional reward. Reminder, the group wager has begun, team area chat channels are muted, countdown 59 seconds. Taking advantage of the last moments, the blue team's newbie village vented their emotions wildly in the area channel. "Ha, this is simply a stroke of luck from the heavens. Zhao Hao has gone mad, willingly throwing himself to his death. 18-3, we've got this in the bag. This is awesome, Zhao Hao is practically handing it to us on a silver platter. Amazing, I even suspect he's one of us from Nanbang. Perfect. I think Zhao Hao definitely made an operational mistake. He wanted to use the 3 novice villages from Longwei to deal with our few novice villages, but the system automatically assumed he agreed. Now he can only hope that we disagree. Yeah, Zhao Hao didn't expect that we had already seen through his scheme and instead took advantage of his mistake. Ha, this time the 3 villages of your dragon country are destined to lose, and you will have to pay a heavy price. Don't get too arrogant. The outcome of the bet hasn't been decided yet. That's right, you cried bitterly when you lost. Zhao Hao did this just to lure you in, and you actually fell for it. If you've got the guts, let's have a real fight. Heh, as soon as the bet ends, you won't be able to make a sound. Although the people in Dragon Country's newbie village were uneasy, their morale could not be lost. After the countdown ended, neither side could chat in the regional channel. The channel also included many other countries' newbie villages. Aside from the 21 villages in conflict, most were neutral villages. Soon, the chatting started up again sporadically. I really like the character of the people from Longwa. 3 villages dared to take on 18 alone, it's so awesome. If they survive, I will definitely drink vodka with them. That's right, the people from Longwa are really amazing, they are even more like a warrior nation than us. Ah, these Longwa people are too impulsive. Although I don't like them either, the most important thing now is to conserve strength and develop together. Impulsiveness is the devil, we must learn a lesson and keep a low profile. Yeah, those newbie villages in the pot-cooking countries always stick together. Whoever talks too much, they swarm around like hyenas. Luckily the chat channel is blocked, otherwise we wouldn't dare to speak. The people of Dragon Country are too stubborn, they'll suffer losses sooner or later because of this. Meanwhile, the chat channel in Newbie Village 71 fell into an awkward silence, with no one speaking for a long time. Do you think Zhao Hao accidentally screwed us over? We're all from Longwa, how could he treat us like this? I guess Zhao Hao wants to take out these 18 rookie villages in one go. If he wins, those 18 villages will be ruined, and the 3 of our villages can split their resources and instantly soar. I know Zhao Hao means well, but he's too aggressive, taking too big a step, which can easily cause trouble. How can the 3 of our villages take on 18? Even 3 against 1 is tough. Forget it, it's no use talking about this now. After all, we are all people of Longwa, and the matter is already decided. Saying more won't help. We can only fight hard to earn points and try to win this bet. But, how do we earn points? The minimum target is a level 5 ferocious beast, and with our current strength, killing a level 5 ferocious beast is too difficult. It's okay, everyone work together. I believe the rookie villages of other countries also find it hard to hunt level 5 ferocious beasts. Maybe this is Zhao Hao's intention. Forget it, don't overthink it. Just work hard and take whatever you can. I believe Zhao Hao must have his plan. Ah, I hope so. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the chat channel of Novice Village number 81 was tense. It's over, our village has only 5 people above level 5, the rest are too weak, completely useless against the powerful ferocious beasts. Even if the 5 level 5 people go to trap and kill a level 5 ferocious beast, it's still very risky. Yeah, level 5 ferocious beasts are far stronger than level 5 ordinary beasts. Unfortunately, Zhao Hao has ruled that killing beasts does not earn points. This is really troublesome. But Zhao Hao also has a point, he wants to win by relying on our advanced combat power. If killing beasts counts for points too, the other side has more people, making it even harder for us to win. That's right, the strategy is correct, it's just that the execution is too risky, the enemy is too strong. Exactly. If this continues, how can we win? Don't be discouraged. We can't give up now. We are people of the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 novice villages must fight for the Dragon Kingdom. That's right. For the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the chat channel in the 9527 Novice village also fell silent. Everyone was puzzled by Zhao Hao's actions, but due to his prestige and the victories he had previously led the village to achieve, no one dared to openly question him. Lu Peng, Boss Zhao Hao, did you click the wrong option? Our team only has 3 members, while the opponent has 18. The gap is too big, how are we supposed to fight? Renhu, I also think Zhao Hao is a bit radical, but I trust he has a way. Don't lose heart, believe in him. Li Zhe, Zhao Hao, you didn't really make an operational mistake, did you? Come out and say something, so we can figure out how to cut our losses. Lei Jun, brother Zhao Hao, the situation is so serious, it's all up to you. Quickly, tell us what's going on. Zhao Hao, don't panic, I haven't made a mistake, this is my plan. Trust me, we will definitely win. Renhu said urgently, Boss Zhao Hao, we all believe in you, what do you think we should do next? Yes, I trust you too. Boss Zhao Hao has led us to victory so many times, he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. As long as brother Zhao Hao leads, we can do anything. Boss, can you briefly explain your strategy? We want to have some confidence. Zhao Hao watched everyone discussing in the channel, knowing he had to first steady their hearts. If teammates dropped the ball at a critical moment, the consequences would be terrible. He said, don't worry, this strategy is simple. I need everyone in the newbie village to help provide resources to boost my combat power, and then I will personally go kill the level 10 fierce beast. What? Someone questioned. Big brother Zhao Hao, this tactic doesn't seem very reasonable. Our newbie village also has many experts, and if we join forces, our combat power will be stronger. There's no need to put it all on you alone. Yeah, the few of us who are level 5 experts teaming up can easily take down a level 5 vicious beast. There's no need to rely solely on you. Renhu added, I, Li Zhe, and AI Bei are all level 5 now. Teaming up to kill level 5 vicious beasts is easy. Zhao Hao understood that everyone was uneasy, so he continued, strong warriors above level 5 can freely team up for hunting. Stay safe. The rest, follow my orders, gather resources, and be ready to support me at any time. Don't worry, this time I will definitely lead us to victory. No problem, Boss Zhao Hao, we trust you. Who dares not to trust Boss Zhao Hao? If it weren't for your leadership, we would have lost everything a long time ago. We've already won twice now, what's there to be afraid of? Big brother Zhao Hao, tell us, what do you need us to do? Seeing everyone's morale rise, Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although it couldn't be guaranteed that the entire village would obey orders, as long as over 90% cooperated and gave their all, it would be enough. He knew that the key to winning the competition lay in his personal combat power. Although the blue camp had 18 rookie villages participating, there were very few experts who could actually kill level 5 ferocious beasts. He actually faced few opponents. Usually, it took a team of 4 or 5 level 5 strong players to hunt level 5 ferocious beasts, and there were risks involved in this as well. The rookie villages of the blue camp were an awkward situation. They gathered all the experts to hunt level 5 fierce beasts, but the efficiency was extremely low. So, they had no choice but to bring along weaker level 4 and level 3 beginners together. As a result, the death rate of these low-level beginners soared, which also dragged down the overall strength. Zhao Hao could single-handedly take on high-level ferocious beasts. High-level ferocious beasts grant a lot of points, especially level 10 beasts, which give 10 points per kill. So Zhao Hao was not worried at all, having more people was useless, fighting was not like eating. Under his arrangement, the 9,527 newbie village soon returned to laughter and became bustling with excitement. Wow! The strategy guide given by Big Brother Zhao Hao is so detailed. It not only includes the wild monster distribution in our village but also various weakness descriptions. Yeah, with this information, we have a better chance of defeating level 5 ferocious beasts. This strategy was compiled from countless battles by Big Brother, it's truly a valuable treasure. Big Brother also marked the ferocious beasts' talents and weaknesses. If we still can't take them down, that would really be shameful. With this map, We can avoid high-level ferocious beasts and focus on level 5, victory is near. The best part is, low-level newbies can also contribute. Exactly. The top players recycle a wide variety, spiritual herbs, corpses, equipment, all collected. And the recycling is at market price, not for free, really thoughtful. The big shots sell gear super cheap, a sharp steel dagger can be exchanged just with a beast carcass, making a killing. The dog skin plasters on the market are literally life-saving. With them, I'm not afraid of dying anytime when fighting fierce beasts. The hardest part is actually Zhao Hao. He's surrounded alone by high-level fierce beasts, all above level 8, we can't help. Forget it, carrying out the big shots orders is the biggest help. Brothers, I found a second-tier spirit herb, but there's a level 2 fierce beast guarding it, let's take it down first. In sharp contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the 9527 newbie village. Several newbie villages in the blue camp, especially the newbie village in Nanbang country. Damn! We're all level 5, without a single level 6 expert. How are we supposed to kill level 5 ferocious beasts? Although the 5 of us can kill 1 or 2 level 5 ferocious beasts, our efficiency is really too low. The key is that those low-level newbies are completely useless, really infuriating. Zhao Hao is too cunning. I have an idea, why not bring the whole village together and form a team to hunt the ferocious beasts? Are you crazy? Sending level 3 or 4 newbies to face level 5 ferocious beasts is just asking for death. Don't rush, our blue faction has 18 newbie villages, and the Beacon Nation occupies 3 of them. Failure would hit them the hardest, so they will definitely fight desperately. We don't need to take too much risk. Yeah, Park Dewan Diao is right. As long as we gather enough level 5 strong warriors to kill the ferocious beasts, our village contributing 1 or 2 points will count as completing the task. That's right, I believe Lighthouse Country will definitely create a miracle. With our strength in South Bang Country, achieving this is already pretty good. Exactly, slack off, Sumida. At this moment, old Immortal Modi was in the 438 beginner village, and everyone was extremely excited. Aja, Lord Modi, your plan has succeeded. The Dragon Kingdom has offended all the beginner villages. This time, using 3 beginner villages to challenge 18 gangs is bound to fail. Modi, they thought they won once, but this time I am going to take back everything lost. What's even better is that this battle at village 438 is completely free for us. Aja, what do you mean by that? Modi, I've reached level 7, but because the initiator of the bet suffers double penalties, my attributes have been significantly reduced. Everyone in our village had their attributes cut, and resources were halved, making it extremely difficult to kill ferocious beasts. But the advantage of faction wars is that even if you don't contribute, you still get a share of the resources in the end. Aja, what do you mean? Modi, since we've been nerfed so badly, this time we can blatantly slack off. As long as we win, our attributes and resources will be restored. By then, with my higher level, I won't be afraid of anyone. Aja, yes, there's no need to take risks, everyone will understand. Modi, yes. Let those brainless ones from Britain, the Lighthouse Country, and Sakura Island go take risks. We'll just wait for victory. To celebrate, everyone enjoys singing and dancing. Oh, singing and dancing, singing and dancing, singing and dancing. So cold, I'm playing with mud in the northeast. Although the northeast is very large, I have no home in Dalian. The 438 newbie village was instantly filled with laughter and joy, with festive songs everywhere. Suddenly, the mountain shook violently, and rocks fell one after another. The mountain rocks beneath the ancient tree cracked, and the sturdy ancient tree was uprooted and rolled down the cliff. Zhao Hao was shocked and silently exclaimed, "This earthquake skill is unexpectedly so powerful." He finally understood that the earthquake bull's level was as high as 8, its combat power extraordinary, and it was by no means an empty reputation. But one earthquake bull could not unleash such power. Obviously, they launched a combined attack, causing an earthquake-like cataclysm. The cliff trembled violently, cracks rapidly spread, rocks and soil tumbled down continuously, with deafening sounds. Zhao Hao was no longer arrogant and nervously stared at the rolling boulders. These giant stones, 1 to 2 meters in diameter, rolled down at high speed, and a slight misstep could mean being crushed. If crushed, even if not killed, one could be knocked off the cliff. Not to mention falling into the herd of enraged, nearly fire-breathing earth-fisher wild bulls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Relying on his agile speed and wearing swift walking shoes, he skillfully maneuvered between the cliffs, dodging the falling rocks. Suddenly, with a crack, a huge fissure appeared on the mountain wall behind the stone platform. The cliff beneath Zhao Hao's feet collapsed instantly, and he fell uncontrollably. With a tightening in his chest, he quickly stepped onto a fallen rock nearby and darted into the crevice. The horse-cutting saber stuck in the wall, sparks flying everywhere, he finally landed steadily on the stone platform. Although in a sorry state, he was unharmed. This crack forms a stable triangle with the stone platform, becoming a natural refuge. He hid here, safe and secure. After all, such a massive mountain peak wouldn't be destroyed by this slight tremor. After a moment, the shaking of the stone wall ceased, and scattered falling rocks slowly rolled down. Zhao Hao let out a long breath. This group of earthcrack barbarian bulls was way too irritable. At the slightest provocation, they smashed around as if to destroy the world. Under the high stone wall, many falling rocks crashed directly into the canyon. They aren't afraid of hurting themselves either, they really have a fiery temper. At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly noticed the flickering light within the cracks of the broken wall. In the dark crevice, some sparkling objects were glowing. He hadn't paid attention earlier due to nervousness, but now he curiously approached to take a closer look. It was a strip of black rock protruding from the stone wall, with a deep black surface dotted with golden light. What are the golden little dots? Zhao Hao activated the delusion-breaking skill to investigate. Refined gold and mysterious iron, rare or formed by the absorption of refined gold and mysterious iron or from heaven and earth, precious material for forging. Hard and heat-resistant, requiring repeated hammering to separate the refined gold. Seeing the introduction, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up as he discovered it was a rare refining material. Good stuff. That dark elongated piece is magnetite, and the golden specks are electrum. He took out a sharp steel dagger and gently scraped the golden, trying to remove some. But the surface of the dagger quickly became rough, losing all its sharpness. Zhao Hao finally scraped off a grain of refined gold and immediately used the breaking illusion skill to examine it. Refined gold, a rare forging material that can significantly enhance the sharpness of weapons. Ordinary mortal iron combined with refined gold can become a treasured weapon, and the weapon will possess a natural armor-piercing ability. Items without metal components cannot be made using refined gold. Damn, good stuff. Zhao Hao was thrilled inside. There must be a large amount of refined gold hidden within this huge refined gold and mysterious iron or in front of him. Thinking of this, he revealed a crazed smile, picked up a sharp refined steel dagger, and began chipping away at the stone wall bit by bit. He knew it was simply unrealistic to extract refined gold directly from the ore, but he could first break the ore down and then process it slowly. Clang! The ore fell heavily to the ground, where 3 daggers, already dulled and discarded, lay scattered. Zhao Hao casually used the recycling reset skill to recycle, retrieving a palm-sized piece of refined steel and a piece of iron, which he tossed into the spiritual treasure space. Facing the huge ore, he placed his hand on it and used the recycling reset again. His hand immediately had some golden sand like refined gold. Excited, Zhao Hao kept repeating the operation. Jingjin and Xiantai are only physically combined. As long as constant hammering continues, the Jingjin can be separated. Recycling and resetting can change the form of an object, but cannot change its mode of existence. For example, pure water and impurities can be recovered from muddy water, but oxygen and hydrogen cannot be obtained directly. Although Xiantai is hard, all the Jingjin inside has been recovered by him bit by bit. Obtained, adamantite +1. Obtained, adamantite +1. In the end, he collected all the adamantite. Only a black, long strip of mysterious iron ore remained in front of Chendong. Xiantai, a meteorite iron with extremely high hardness, never rusts, can change color by adding materials, a top-quality material for making tools, very difficult to mine. Apart from this piece of Xiantai, Zhao Hao's biggest gain was those gold glimmering refined gold particles. A total of 4 kilograms. Sounds like a lot, but in reality, it was only a palm-sized lump, because refined gold is itself extremely heavy. These refined metals are like delicate golden sand, dense and heavy. Just 1 or 2 pieces can ruin the blade of a sharp steel dagger. And they do not deform when forged in fierce flames, they can only be hammered onto the weapon with brute force. As long as the weapon contains a trace of refined metal, it immediately becomes exceptionally sharp and unusually hard. Zhao Hao's mind shifted. He took out the Zhanma Dao, grabbed a handful of refined gold, and activated the Recycle Reset skill. Prompt: Reset Zhanma Dao to increase sharpness but reduce durability? He hesitated not for a moment. Second-tier weapons were inconsequential, the key was to enhance combat power. Once he got the golden treasure chest, he could definitely exchange for better equipment. He infused the refined gold into the blade. The Zhanma Dao immediately shone with golden light, a golden line appearing along the edge, like it had been painted with golden lipstick. Checking the info: gold cutting knife, 5th tier equipment, forged with refined steel, enhanced with sharp refined gold, armor penetration increased by 100%, durability 2000 out of 2000. Zhao Hao smiled with satisfaction. The originally 2nd tier knife had become 5th tier, an extreme upgrade, but sharpness and durability complemented each other. Once durability hit 0, the Zhanma Dao would be useless. Now, the most precious thing was the refined gold on the blade. Holding the shining golden Zhanma Dao, Zhao Hao smiled. My great blade has long been honed to a ravenous thirst. He rushed swiftly along the cliff, his swift walking shoes lightly touching the stones, quickly charging downward. As he neared the ground, he stabbed the blade into the rock face. The hard stone was cut open by the Zhanma Dao, allowing him to leverage and descend slowly. The earthquake barbarian bull herd fell into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. Besides those hit by Zhao Hao's fine steel feather arrows, many were also crushed by falling rocks. Zhao Hao leaped up, swinging his blade at an earthquake barbarian bull. The bull, unwilling to yield, fiercely kicked with its hind hooves and charged its horns at the Zhanma Dao. Power Berserk, activate. With a splutter, blood spurted out. The bull's head flew off at the sound, severed cleanly by the slash gold blade, the cut neat without any bloodstain left on the blade. Zhao Hao laughed heartily, his steps unceasing as he charged at another earth barbarian bull. The slash gold blade swung out, the bull crashed into the blade, instantly bursting open its chest. Blood sprayed all over the ground, and the massive earth barbarian bull instantly lost strength and fell heavily. The other earth barbarian bulls, seeing this, angrily surrounded Zhao Hao, forming an impenetrable cordon. A ground fisher wild ox, towering a head above its peers, roared furiously and charged at Zhao Hao, swinging its massive horns. Zhao Hao slid in a tackle, quickly slipping under its belly. The golden slash knife traced a golden light in the air and directly cleaved it in two, collapsing helplessly to the ground. 3 ground fisher wild oxen fell one after another. Filled with heroic spirit, Zhao Hao wielded his great sword, feeling as if the world was his. He glanced at the durability of the Zhanjin blade and frowned. The knife's durability dropped from 2000 to 1600, losing nearly 400 points in just a few strikes. The durability of this blade is too poor, really a headache. However, Zhao Hao was attacking with full force at this moment, activating his power frenzy. The force with which he swung the blade was astonishing, and naturally, the blade couldn't withstand the charge of the earth barbarian bull. At present, although this knife's durability is dropping quickly, it is still sufficient to deal with these Earth Rift wild bulls. There are only a few Earth Rift wild bulls left standing on the field, most were crushed to death by falling rocks. According to the bet, Earth Rift wild bulls that die in the 9527 newbie village, no matter how they die, count as kill points. Only the last uninjured Earth Rift wild bull remains in front of me. It was not frightened by the death of its companion. It roared angrily, stamping the ground with all 4 hooves, kicking up dust. It charged fiercely, but it couldn't keep up with Zhao Hao's speed at all. Several charges failed to even touch the corner of Zhao Hao's clothes. Out of breath, the earth-splitting brute stopped, frantically digging the ground, preparing once again to unleash the earth-shattering skill. This skill had a long startup time. Watching it constantly clawing at the ground, Zhao Hao immediately knew it was about to release a skill and quickly dodged away. The ground cracked open, and the earth collapsed violently. Zhao Hao, however, stood steadily by the side, unharmed. The Earthcrack Bruiser panted heavily, white mist billowing from its nostrils, clearly having expended a lot of effort. It no longer had the strength to use its skills. Zhaohao's figure flashed, and the golden slash blade cut out a streak of golden light. With a dull sound, the exhausted Earthcrack Brute Bull collapsed weakly. Pale blue light dots flew into Zhaohao's body, and a white light flashed over him. Level increased again. Notification, level up, current level 9, 210/5000. Obtained, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, life plus 10, constitution plus 10, attribute points plus 5. Zhaohao's information changed to name, Zhaohao. Level, 9, 304/5000. Strength, 541, D-rank Berserk Strength *3. Agility, 503, D-rank Berserk Speed *3. Physique, 380, E-level Physique Enhancement *2. Spirit, 238. Attribute points, 15. Talents, Recycling Reset, SSS-level, Planting, SSS-level, Hearing Enhancement, F-level, Vision Enhancement, E-level, Olfactory Enhancement, F-level, Charm Enhancement, F-level, Flame Control, D-level. Skills, Illusion Dispelling, Night Vision, Demon Hunting. Combat Power, 30. Reputation, 60. Profession, Hidden Profession Demon Hunter Level 1, 10 out of 100. Combat Achievement, 1. Zhaohao was surprised to find that leveling up was actually so easy. The level 8 Earth Rift Bull wasn't even stronger than the silverback black bear. This was actually an illusion. Because he had gathered a large number of monster corpses during this period, his attribute points had surged. Wielding a 5th level weapon, the gold slicing blade, he could ignore hardness and break defenses. Although the Earth Rift Bull seemed weak, it was actually much faster than the silverback black bear. But Zhaohao possessed a D-grade speed frenzy talent, had swift walking boots to boost movement speed, and also gained attribute points from recycling and resetting. This made his speed far superior. Only at this speed can one easily dodge the charge and skill attacks of the Earth Rift Savage Bull. Otherwise, getting hit by the horns or struck by the earthquake explosion would be a death sentence. Even if others are faster, without Zhaohao's immense strength, they simply can't break through the Earth Rift Savage Bull's defense, making it hard to kill it instantly. Not to mention 5th level equipment, who even has that? For other beginners, teaming up to hunt 5th level fierce beasts is extremely difficult. Unless they recklessly risk casualties, who would dare to get injured easily? The toxin's inflammation is incurable. In contrast, Zhaohao ensures that every expert above level 4 in the 9527 newbie village has a dogskin plaster. Not to mention, he single-handedly wiped out 16 Earth Rift Savage Bulls, most of which were killed by falling rocks. Just by killing this group of earth-cracking wild bulls, the village earned 64 points. Everyone's operation interface had a leaderboard for betting points within this village. Zhaohao opened the faction betting points and saw number 9527 Rookie Village. Faction, Red Side. Points, 69. Next is the individual kill leaderboard. First place, Zhaohao, 16 points. Second place, Li Zhe, 2 points. Third place, Ibei, 1 point. Fourth place, Ren Hu, 1 point. Fifth place, Lei Jun, 1 point. 9527 newbie village is incredibly efficient. In a short time, Li Zhe and others have already scored 5 points. Although the leaderboard channel is blocked and Zhaohao cannot see the scores of the other 2 Dragon Country newbie villages, it is estimated that none of them exceed 5 points. At most, they each killed 1 or 2 level 5 ferocious beasts. 9527 newbie village experienced 3 consecutive betting victories, attribute points increased 3 times, resources doubled, and with the addition of dogskin plaster, they could let loose and killed 5 level 5 ferocious beasts in one go. The other 2 Dragon Kingdom newbie villages simply couldn't do this. The Blue Camp has about 13 newbie villages, with an average of 3 level 5 ferocious beasts killed per village, earning 3 points each, totaling a maximum of 54 points. The 9527 newbie village alone can easily crush them. At this moment, Li Zhe stood in front of the corpse of a level 5 ferocious beast, staring at the score in surprise. Ren Hu saw this and asked, "Li Zhe, what's wrong?" Lise said, just check the village score, suddenly jumped to 69 points, an increase of a full 64 points. This is too exaggerated. Run who exclaimed in surprise. I guess Big Boss Xiaohao struck again, Lise said. Damn, one person scoring over 60 points? That's insane. Run who shouted. But I just saw that his score only increased by 16 points, Lise frowned. 16 points aren't enough? The boss's strength is just too overwhelming. Run who exclaimed. Then where did those extra points come from? Did the system give them? Lise asked, puzzled. He said in a low voice, the bet said the kill method is unlimited. Boss Xiaohao might have used some kind of wide area attack to kill several fierce beasts at once. Could it be a bomb? Run who half joked, no, I'm just saying. I'm really curious about how Boss Xiaohao actually did it. Lise said, it's very likely that he set traps, using fire attacks or flooding. But even so, Boss's move was too fierce, earning over 60 points at once. I guess he probably killed more than 30 ferocious beasts in one go? The key is, what level were those ferocious beasts? Could they have been level 7? Just then, the system notification sound rang out. Tip, in Novice Village, Xiaohao, ID 9527, killed an level 8 fierce beast earthquake barbarian bull, completing the first kill achievement of a level 8 fierce beast and gained +1 reputation points. No way? Boss Xiaohao actually killed a level 8 ferocious beast? Amazing! The gap is huge, I really can't imagine how he took down a level 8 ferocious beast. Even more terrifyingly, judging from the point increase, Big Brother Xiaohao very likely killed several level 8 ferocious beasts at the same time. A level 8 ferocious beast gives 4 points, so at least more than 10 of them died. So fierce. The sense of achievement I just got from killing the level 5 ferocious beast is completely gone. At this moment, the chat channel of 9527 Newbie Village was filled with laughter and joy. I knew Big Brother Xiaohao was reliable when he made a move, awesome. Yeah, he actually single-handedly challenged an level 8 ferocious beast, really brave. You could tell as soon as he made a move, his score instantly jumped by more than 60 points, and it was less than half an hour. Amazing. Incredible. Besides this, can you say something else? My admiration for Big Brother Xiaohao is like the flooding of the Yellow River, and a single wow expresses it all. As soon as the words were spoken, the chat channel was instantly flooded with wow, awesome messages. Obviously, everyone in the 9527 Newbie Village regained their confidence and were in high spirits. As long as Big Brother Xiaohao continues to kill efficiently like this, our Newbie Village is definitely going to win. That's right, not only are we definitely winning, we're practically crushing it. With this win, the Rookie Village has won 4 consecutive bets. Awesome. I knew the great Xiaohao would only take risks if he had a plan. Who would dare to doubt the master? Other items are no different from ordinary ferocious beasts, only these two are special, and the system gives a special prompt. Xiaohao's eyes lit up. His previous steel bow was just an ordinary iron bow, designed as a longbow, with fast and stable shooting speed, but lacking in lethality and armor penetration. When facing a silverback black bear, the bow and arrow had already proven insufficient, not to mention the much more defensively strong Earth Rift wild bull, which was difficult to kill with a single arrow unless its weak point was hit. He had always wanted to increase the power of the steel bow, but was limited by the materials and found it hard to improve. Now, these two treasures came at the perfect time. Xiaohao first installed the 2 bull horns onto the bowstring of the steel bow. The natural curvature of the ox horn forms a recurved bow angle, completely changing the original longbow design. But this causes the original bowstring length to be insufficient. Ox sinew can be used to make bowstrings, but it cannot be hung directly. Ordinary ox sinew needs to be dried to remove moisture and impurities, leaving only the most elastic sinew fibers. The process is complicated and requires precision. Xiaohao had the recycling reset skill, which was extremely convenient. He used the recycling reset on 4 beef tendons and quickly obtained crystal clear, clean, and pure beef tendons. He tightly twisted these 4 beef tendons with the original steel wire of the steel bow to create a brand new bowstring. After installing the bowstring onto the bow body, what appeared before his eyes was a brand new Bao. The Bao body is crafted from refined steel and the horn of the earthquake barbarian bull. The recurved Bao design replaces the old simple longbow, making it appear more streamlined and sharp. The Bao body remains jet black, but it is no longer cold. Instead, it carries the warm and smooth texture unique to the bull horn. The bowstring is more than 4 times thicker than before, significantly increasing the kinetic energy when shooting. This bow is called the steel recurve muscle horn bow, but the name is too long. Zhao Hao took one character from several features to give it a concise and powerful name: steel fracture recurve bow. Steel represents the refined steel material used for the bow body. Fracture comes from earthquake barbarian bull, reflecting the bow's power and lethality. It can even crack steel. Recurve refers to the bow's design. Zhao Hao is very satisfied with this name. It sounds fierce and majestic, instilling a sense of fear. He checked the new bow's attributes: steel split recurve bow, forged from tempered steel and ground-cleaving barbarian bull horns, recurve bow body, with a bowstring made of special ox sinew and steel wire. Tier 4 equipment, range plus 50%, attack plus 25%, firing rate plus 50%, armor penetration plus 20%, critical rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 30%. With this bow, Zhao Hao's strength increased greatly. He stored the precious bow in the spirit treasure space and continued to process the corpse of the next ground-cleaving barbarian bull. Unfortunately, this one didn't drop a treasure chest, but he wasn't discouraged. After all, it was only the second one. He converted the attribute points and flesh of this barbarian bull into materials and began continuous recycling and resetting. Strangely, after recycling more than a dozen barbarian bull corpses, although he accumulated a large amount of meat chunks, not a single treasure chest appeared. Zhao Hao couldn't help but get angry. Is the system deliberately targeting me? More than 10 with only one bronze treasure chest, what a ripoff! But after calming down and thinking it through, he realized that only 4 of the barbarian bulls were personally killed by him, which could trigger the drop rate. The rest were crushed by falling rocks and didn't count as his kills. According to the rules, monsters not killed by oneself do not provide spiritual energy points, and naturally will not trigger the box drop rate. So after he actually killed 4 minotaurs, getting a bronze treasure chest was quite lucky. The drop rate for a box from a rift minotaur is only 6%, so obtaining one is already considered good luck. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao finally let go and continued forward. With some regret, Zhao Hao placed the bronze treasure chest in front of him and opened it without hesitation. Obtained, stealth cloak, damaged, +1. Obtained, bronze chest +1. A bronze treasure chest, and only this one item inside? Zhao Hao looked at the details disappointedly. Stealth cloak, damaged tier 2 equipment, damaged due to age, ability weakened. Provides good camouflage effect, can achieve static camouflage in special terrains such as snow and grasslands, but easy to be detected when moving. Looking at the cloak in his hand, Zhao Hao thought to himself, this hardly counts as stealth, it's more like a static camouflage suit. The cloak felt soft to the touch, with a pale cyan surface embroidered with intricate silk patterns. The material was unusual, faintly shimmering and shifting, able to change color with the environment. This was probably the secret to its disguise. Unfortunately, the cloak was worn out, full of wrinkles, stained in many places, with numerous tears and significant thread loss. This second-tier equipment was so damaged that Zhao Hao couldn't help but wonder how high its rank would be if it were intact. He had a sudden idea and used the recycling reset skill to recycle the stains and broken threads, instantly restoring the cloak to a brand new condition. The damaged parts are still difficult to repair. Carefully looking at those broken silk threads, Zhao Hao suddenly felt that this material was very familiar. He opened the Lingbao space and took out a bundle of crystal-clear silk threads, precisely the ice crystal silk originally extracted from the mysterious mummy. This thread is exactly the same material as that on the cloak. Keep your eyes on the leaderboard. Everyone quickly checked the ranking list. 95-27 Newbie Village's score was only 70 points at first, but it quickly climbed: 74, 78, 88, 93, 95, 99, 120. 200. This is too terrifying, I really can't believe it. Even seeing it with my own eyes feels like a dream. Is Boss Zhao Hao hacking? His personal score is constantly fluctuating like something's wrong. Exactly, this scene is incredible. Thankfully, Zhao Hao and we are all still in the newbie village. At this moment, Zhao Hao's points soared to an astonishing 240 and continued to rise. The previously dead earthquake beast bulls were not counted towards the points because they were killed by falling rocks, which were caused by the earthquake beast bulls themselves. The points were not credited to Zhao Hao. But this time, the big fire was lit by Zhao Hao himself. Although killing monsters with fire doesn't directly increase spiritual energy, the points all belong to Zhao Hao and are credited entirely to him. Zhao Hao stared at the points in front of him while also watching the distant sea of fire. Many fierce beasts hadn't even reacted before being engulfed by the flames. In the face of this natural violence, even the powerful beasts appeared fragile and powerless. The fire blazed fiercely, releasing high temperatures and immense energy, instantly consuming the surrounding oxygen, making it impossible for many fierce beasts to escape. For example, the most numerous flying gold-tailed bees on the plains. Their fragile golden wings were instantly destroyed by the fierce flames, then they all fell into the sea of fire. Having lost their ability to fly, they were instantly burned to ashes. A level 5 gold-tailed bee is worth only 1 point, but due to their vast numbers, they contributed a total of 360 points. Besides the golden-tailed wasp, there were also the fast level 8 gale silver wolves. The thick smoke and lack of oxygen from the fire made their legs weak, their vision blurred with stars, and they couldn't run more than a few steps before being engulfed by the flames. Each silver wolf was worth 4 points, with over 50 of them, the total came to 240 points. In addition, red-eyed hyenas, bloodburst rabbits, and sand burrow mice also fell one after another. Especially the burrowing sand rat, skilled in digging tunnels and stealth, but completely useless in the face of this roaring fire. The fire burned the ground red-hot, and the burrowing sand rat was roasted without even making a sound. The air was filled with a strong smell of smoke and a strange aroma of meat. Zhao Hao, smelling these scents, felt his stomach churn with nausea and had no appetite at all. He really hoped his sense of smell wouldn't be enhanced, he might as well just shut it off. This prairie fire spread fast and chaotically, and the blood explosion rabbits played a big role. When in danger, the blood explosion rabbits instantly self-destruct. Their blood splattered everywhere during the explosion, igniting even larger flames. Each exploding blood explosion rabbit became an accomplice to Zhao Hao's arson. The dry grassland was filled with flames spreading in multiple spots, making the fire grow even fiercer. The blaze quickly swallowed the entire plain. Zhao Hao watched the rapidly increasing points in front of him, his expression complex. Such a terrifying fire would require waiting for it to burn out before checking the corpses. But he didn't know how many useful animal bodies with extractable attribute points would remain after the fire. At this moment, the chat channel in the 9527 newbie village exploded with activity. Zhao Hao is so fierce, his individual score is almost 500. Yeah, at this speed, we'll win soon, right? Absolutely won. Just thinking about the reward after winning makes me tremble with excitement. All thanks to Big Boss Zhao Hao, after this wager our village's strength will be leagues ahead of others. That's right, Big Brother Zhao Hao is amazing, I didn't expect it could be done like this. From now on, whatever decision the boss makes, I'll follow it immediately. To be honest, I hesitated before, but now I'm nowhere near the boss, he's at level 5, and I'm only at level 1. I'm a diehard fan of Boss Zhao Hao. If the boss asks me to stand on my head with my pants down, I'm willing. The best part is, this time earning points was thanks to all of us, it feels so fulfilling to be involved. In the future, if the big boss makes a big move, be sure to tell us, so we can attack together. On the other side, the level 6 ferocious beast activity zone. Li Zhe and Renhu, panting heavily, stared at the corpse of a level 6 ferocious beast at their feet. The burly man Renhu had applied a dogskin plaster and was covered in wounds. Damn, we struggled so hard just to kill one level 6 ferocious beast, but Big Boss Zhao Hao made it look as easy as killing a chick. The gap is just too huge. That's right, this is a true boss. Awesome. At this rate, we can win just by sitting still. No wonder the boss asked us to gather resources for him with full effort from the start. I thought he underestimated the level 5 experts, but it turns out I was too young to see through the situation. At this moment, Zhao Hao stared excitedly at the leaderboard. According to the agreement, players who reach 500 points would receive an extra reward. This rule was added temporarily and it was uncertain if it would be approved, but unexpectedly the system accepted it. The betting system values fairness and reasonableness, and 500 points equals contributing half the points, which is extremely difficult. Under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible for anyone to grab so many points in a short time, so no one paid much attention to this rule. Zhao Hao felt a bit proud. Now, his points had surpassed 500, and the system automatically popped up a prompt: newbie Zhao Hao's personal points have exceeded 500, receiving an extra reward received, silver treasure chest ×1. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up, silver treasure chest. In the system's main quest, only newbies who reached level 10 could get a gold treasure chest, and he, just by winning one bet, had additionally received a silver treasure chest, a generous reward. The difficulty was high, so the system's reward was reasonable. He just hadn't expected Zhao Hao to exploit the rules to rack up such high points. The points continued to soar, though the pace slowed because most of the ferocious beasts had been killed, but some heavily injured beasts stubbornly survived. Zhao Hao estimated that with a few more dozen points, he could break 1,000, and victory would be achieved within minutes. The others were completely unaware of this. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of newbie village number 71, cries of despair echoed. Suli is bleeding uncontrollably from his injuries. Does anyone have healing herbs or no first aid? Please come to the small hill to the west to save him. It's over, Li Dan is injured too. The village's strength has greatly diminished, and even level 5 ferocious beasts are hard to deal with. Level 5 experts can barely handle level 5 ferocious beasts. A 5-person team is already in danger, yet they're still trying to challenge level 6 ferocious beasts. It's just asking for trouble. There's no other way. Our village just got 6 points. At this rate, it's impossible to accumulate 1,000 points anytime soon. We can only find a way to kill level 6 ferocious beasts to earn more points, while improving our strength, aiming to level up once or twice, and train a few level 6 experts. Maybe then we have a chance to win the bet. Stop talking, it's useless to say more now. Our newbie village is definitely going to lose. Exactly. Everyone might as well accept fate and wait for death. Sniff, I don't want to lose, I don't want to die, I'm only level 1, and all my attribute points add up to just 40. If they're all taken away, I really will die. I'm a bit better, I have 45 attribute points, but after being deducted, I'm left with only 2 strength and 3 constitution, not even strong enough to fight an ant. We lost so unfairly, it's all Zhao Hao's fault. What right does he have to betray us? Isn't it said that people from Longwood don't cheat each other? How could Zhao Hao do this to us? The rookie village of the Red faction still hadn't realized that victory was within reach, filled with complaints and despair. The newbie village in the blue camp was a completely different scene. 438 newbie village chat channel. Ajar, Lord Modi, we are incredibly lucky. Those 2 level 6 ferocious beasts fought each other to the brink of death, and we ended up picking up 4 points for free. It's simply unbelievable. Modi, I am Modi, the universe's strongest immortal, blessed by the gods, destined to dominate the universe. This is all the power of an immortal. That's right, Lord Modi is the true god, old immortal Modi is a deity. Yes, with Modi here, our newbie village will definitely win this time. Exactly, if the blue camp wins the bet, the country of Asan contributed the most. Meanwhile, the leader of newbie village number 11 was also excited. William, you used to say God bless me, but looking at the 2 points I got for free, you know it's not God, it's me blessing you. Ha, Sir William is amazing. Who would have thought that the red-striped wild boar would actually run headfirst into a tree and die after eating your ultimate dish, gazing at the stars? That's right, Lord William's dark cuisine is incredibly deadly, truly awesome. William didn't know whether to be happy or to cry. The Dragon Kingdom's agreed-upon rules didn't restrict the methods of killing. We can use dark cuisine to continuously poison the ferocious beasts. Exactly. This idea is brilliant. Although we've suffered setbacks and our strength has greatly diminished, we can definitely develop a new, efficient way to hunt the ferocious beasts. That's great. Sir William, your dark cuisine is incredibly powerful. those ferocious beasts definitely won't be able to withstand it. That's right, everyone will help you gather ingredients, you keep making the dark cuisine, take care of all the ferocious beasts, and victory will be within reach. William, I'll say it again, what I make is not dark cuisine, but truly delicious. It's just that the system doesn't understand. Yes, you're absolutely right. However, Sir William, for the honor of the newbie village, could you contribute your unbeatable dish once more? Yeah, with your cooking, we will definitely win this time. For dying. William, alright, for dying, I'll sacrifice myself once more. William excitedly remade the Gazing at the Stars and was escorted by 2 level 5 elites into the ferocious beast forest. He was full of confidence, anticipating a surge in points. But the next second, a message in the chat channel made him collapse. Sir, why? William, the hyena smelled your dish and actually turned around and left. Yeah, none of the ferocious beasts ate stargazing. Not even the dogs touched it. The scene was extremely awkward. William, I told you before, my cooking isn't dark cuisine. You actually expected to score points with delicious food, that's just wishful thinking. Forget it, maybe Sir William is right. This time, with England just coasting to a win, getting 2 points is enough. Both luck and strength are guaranteed. Exactly, even if we don't put in any effort, the blue camp will definitely win this time. Right, with the betting forces at 18-3, victory is assured. At that moment, a prompt flashed through everyone's mind. Note, the faction wager has ended. The red side accumulated 1,000 points and won, while the blue side lost. Everyone was shocked, staring at the screen in disbelief. Tip: number 11 Novice Village participates in the bet, judgment failed. Everyone in newbie village number 11 was stunned. What's going on? Did I hear wrong, or did the system malfunction? I just got started, how could it be over already? Not giving me a single chance? William, I clearly had the advantage, didn't I? Meanwhile, the people in Novice Village number 71 and number 81 also stared at the prompt in surprise. This can't be, we actually won? But our village points are very low, isn't victory supposed to require 1,000 points? Could the other 2 villages be that strong? Could it be a system bug? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. As the prompt sounded, everyone instantly opened their eyes and quickly accessed the leaderboard in front of them. Now, they could not only see the total points of their own camp but also the detailed points of the opposing side. Clicking to view, they could even see the points distribution of each village and each individual. People from rookie villages 71 and 81 eagerly checked the points of the red camp. No one understood why they suddenly won, and everyone felt uncertain. The red camp points ranking showed. First place Xiaohao, 9527 Novice Village, 902 points. Second place Li Zhe, 9527 Novice Village, 12 points. Third place AI Bay, 9527 Novice Village, 10 points. Fourth place Hu, 8 points. Fifth, Lei Jun, 6 points. Sixth, Ma Di, 5 points. Eighth, Li Hongji, 81 Newbie Village, 4 points. Seeing these scores, everyone was shocked. They were stunned for a long time. What am I seeing? Zhao Hao scored 900 points all by himself, is that possible? He must be cheating, this doesn't seem like a normal player. Stop joking, this isn't something you can fix with game top-ups. I used to criticize him, never expected him to be this powerful. Zhao Hao pulling us into the red camp isn't a trap for us at all, it's actually helping us. With his points, we don't even count as our village, the red side can still win. The top 6 are all from the 9527 Newbie Village, our points are basically useless. The 9527 Newbie Village is strong, they've won a lot before, but Zhao Hao's score is just outrageous. This guy is definitely an expert. We call people like this gambling freaks. The people from Novice Villages 71 and 81 showed complex expressions, both happy and somewhat awkward. They had scolded Zhao Hao earlier for leading them the wrong way, but now they were enjoying his victory. No wonder Zhao Hao only took the 3 of us from Longhua Village to battle against the other side's 18 villages. It turns out he had it all figured out from the start. Fortunately, we are all from Longwa, that's why he pulled us in, otherwise 95-27 Rookie Village could have wiped out the opponents. That's right, this time we owe it to Zhao Hao, we won the bet, and the strength of the two rookie villages in Longwa has significantly improved. Zhao Hao is not only strong in ability and exceptionally clever, but more importantly, he is very loyal. He truly has a big picture perspective. For the overall benefit, he was willing to let 95-27 Rookie Village take fewer rewards. If 95-27 Village were to take the resources of all 18 villages alone, it would definitely be more beneficial for them. That's right, Zhao Hao and the brothers of 9527 Village have such a grand vision. Everyone has expressed this great outlook in the chat channel. This is the Dragon Nation's people, you can always trust the Dragon Nation's people. Brothers and sisters, always remember the victory Zhao Hao brought today, remember his selfless dedication. That's right, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely reshape its glory on the battlefield of the multiverse and move towards revival. In the Blue Camp's Novice Village, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe the prompt message. William shouted angrily, F***CK. What are these guys from Lighthouse Nation doing? Losing like this, I really didn't slack off this time leading England. Yeah, with how weak our England is, we still contributed 2 points, but Lighthouse Nation's 911 Novice Village only has 6 points? How can you win with teammates like that? The Devils shouted wildly, Baka. Look at these points. You South Bongs are all slacking off together? No contribution at all. Absolutely disgraceful. Our Sakura Island contributed 10 points, the highest, while the others are all slacking. Adi was also furious. That's right, our Asan country contributed 4 points, making great sacrifices. You slackers are truly shameless. Debeo muttered, look at Zengbaiki in Italy, also slacking off. If it weren't for you guys, we would have won long ago. Park Dewan Diao cursed, Asaba. Look at the Lighthouse country's 3 newcomer villages adding up to less than 20 points, while Zhao Hao alone got 900 points. What are you good for? Impossible. There must be something wrong with Longwa's points. We protest. Corruption. Cheating. Exactly. Upholding sportsmanship and pursuing fairness are our principles at Nanbang. We strongly condemn Longwa's cheating. Come on, even though we're in the same alliance, what right does Nanbang have to talk about fairness and morals? Exactly. Nanbang, you're way out of line. Everyone's shameless, but you're really something else. System coldly prompts. No. 11 Newbie Village lost the bet, all members lose 40 attribute points, resources reduced by 80%. No. 438 Newbie Village lost the bet, all members lose 40 attribute points, resources reduced by 80%. In each newbie village on the blue side, the system's cold prompt sounds continuously. The chat channel is filled with whales, everyone's attribute points are directly deducted. With the attribute points plummeting, some even died on the spot. The prompt tone is cold and ruthless. Park Gukchang's attribute points reset to 0, def. Turtlefield Ono's attribute points negative, def. Joe Wall Lamp's attribute points negative, def. A large number of novices have died due to losing bets. Having previously experienced point deductions of 438 and 11 in the novice village, this time they were deducted 40 points, causing level 1 novices to collapse immediately. Level 2 novices barely survive, but their attribute values are pitifully low, often falling while walking or suddenly sitting down and unable to get up. Those with extremely low mental values even drool with a foolish smile, like idiots. Moreover, the resources in the blue faction's 18 novice villages are also disappearing on a large scale. Beasts, trees, and streams are all gradually vanishing. People in the faction cry out and regret. They could clearly have refused the bet, but chose to participate out of greed or cowardice, ending up in such a miserable state. Someone couldn't help but curse. Adi, you beast. We've already lost, why are you still gambling? Now we're all doomed. William, you dictator, on what grounds do you represent us in agreeing to the bet? You must take responsibility for the failure. It's all your fault, Debeo. You caused us to lose everything, you are a national traitor. Debeo hurriedly shouted, system messages are all fake. Don't believe them. I will come back like lightning, I am still your Debeo. No matter how reluctant those people were, no matter how much they cursed, the facts could not be changed. People always hold on to a fluke mentality, only when the knife truly cuts themselves will they regret it. But all of this no longer had anything to do with Zhao Hao. Now, he was ushering in his own moment of harvest. 9527 Beginner's Village. The system's cold and mechanical prompt sounded, but here it was especially pleasant to the ear. Notice, the 9527 Novice Village faction won the wager. All members receive 1/3 of the reward after each member of the blue faction Novice Village deducts 40 attribute points. Notice, all members of the 9527 Novice Village have received plus 100 attribute points. Notice, attribute points of some deceased personnel have been automatically reclaimed by the system, the red faction's reward has been deducted accordingly. Boom! This message instantly thrilled the people of the 9527 Novice Village. This system is really a ripoff, isn't it? We were originally supposed to get the attribute points of 6 out of 18 Novice villages, so each person should have around 240 points. But now it's only 100 points, way too little. I really want to curse the system, but I'm afraid of getting banned. Did that many people really die in other villages? I don't believe it. I feel like the system is deliberately faking it, knowing full well we can't tally the data but still docking points like this. That's too harsh, it's downright bullying. Just as everyone was complaining, the system sounded a new alert again. Tip: all resources in Novice Village number 9527 are quadrupled. This is awesome, resources have quadrupled. This is it. Power has greatly increased, I can't wait to go kill the ferocious beasts. At this moment, Zhao Hao stood amidst a pile of ruins, staring at the corpse before him with great anticipation. Surely, the attribute points must have skyrocketed this time. Of course, it is also possible that the bodies can no longer be recovered. Tip: Novice Zhao Hao from Newbie Village won the first faction bet, gaining plus 5 reputation. Hint: Zhao Hao initiates a faction wager victory, gaining plus 1 reputation. Hint: as the initiator of the wager, all rewards for Zhao Hao are doubled, gaining plus 200 attribute points and an additional plus 100 attribute points. Hint: Zhao Hao's score exceeds 500, receiving 2 silver treasure chests. Silent rays of light flashed one after another, and Zhao Hao's attribute points kept soaring. In front of him appeared 2 crystal-clear silver treasure chests, the rewards he had been dreaming of. In the 2 remaining novice villages of the Red Camp, cheers continued non-stop. Oh my god, I actually gained a full 100 attribute points. That's right, I didn't do anything, and I directly got 100 attribute points. To level up, I'm still 10 points short of leveling up twice, this boost is huge. With our level 3 strength, we have no problem fighting level 5 experts. This is awesome. Now we can confidently and boldly hunt wild beasts and fierce beasts, and everyone can pass the novice test. I'm so excited, pinch me quickly to see if this is real. Ha, of course it's true. Don't forget, it's all thanks to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao is amazing. Boss Zhao Hao, the eternal god. With Zhao Hao, who in our Dragon Kingdom newbie village would dare to bully us? Yes, if they bully us again, let Boss Zhao Hao have a faction showdown. I'm so jealous of the brothers and sisters in the 9527 newbie village, holding on to Boss Zhao Hao's thigh feels so good. Boss Zhao Hao is both generous and loyal, I want to hold on to his thigh too. I also want to have monkeys with Boss Zhao Hao. Brother Zhao Hao is so handsome, it's driving me crazy. At this moment, Zhao Hao had extremely high prestige in the Dragon Kingdom's beginner village and was everyone's idol. Yet his face looked unusually grim. Swish! The plane in front of him, burned and covered with corpses, was waiting for him to recycle and reset. Suddenly, the ground rapidly collapsed, and a small hill rose out of nowhere. The hill was covered with spiritual herbs, and the barren grassland disappeared. Zhao Hao was stunned. What on earth is going on? No! My body is buried right underneath. Damn! There are hundreds and thousands of corpses. My attribute points. He helplessly sat in place, really wanting to dig open this mountain to find the corpse beneath. Unfortunately, he was single with no descendants, unable to dig endlessly like the foolish old man. Just moments ago he was excited about the attribute points and treasure chest rewards, but now he wanted to cry. With so many ferocious beasts and wild animals' corpses, the attribute points extracted would definitely be far more than the system rewards. But Zhao Hao could only comfort himself, if it's not yours, you ultimately won't get it. Those corpses had been burned beyond recognition, and even after being found, they couldn't be recovered or reset. Anyway, we won the faction wager this time. We also took the opportunity to strike at other novice villages from countries opposed to Dragon Nation. Most importantly, this time Zhao Hao led 2 Dragon Nation novice villages, number 71 and number 81, to simultaneously win the faction wager, greatly boosting their strength and multiplying their resources several times over. As a result, these 2 novice villages no longer have to worry about being targeted by other countries. Our own 9,527 novice village is guarded by them, so we don't have to fear other people's wagers. Previously, the other 2 novice villages weren't as strong as they are now and were often targeted by novice villages hostile to Dragon Nation. Now, after this wager, the crisis is completely eliminated. Novice villages of other countries have been weakened and no longer dare to challenge Dragon Nation's novice villages. As for whether anyone plans to retaliate and wager against Dragon Nation again, Zhao Hao is not worried at all. Although faction wagers seem cruel, with 18 novice villages wiped out and 3 novice villages sharing the spoils, winning big while the losers lose everything, everyone wants to try it, but it's extremely difficult to actually make a faction wager happen, as opponents simply won't agree easily. Wagers can be refused. When initiating a faction wager, the conditions cannot be too harsh, and if the strength gap between both sides is too large, it will also be rejected. Only if the wager is fair, with roughly equal win rates, can greed be used to lure the other side in. But even then, the risk is high and generally no one is willing to gamble like this. Zhao Hao's earlier wager was far from 50-50, on the surface, it wasn't even 2/8, almost 19-1, and many people thought he was sure to lose. Zhao Hao must have been either insane or made a mistake to set such a wager. The blue side's 18 novice villages were betting on faction points, individual strength didn't matter at all. That's why the blue side was so excited to agree. Even though small countries that didn't hold much grudge against the Dragon Kingdom wanted to seize the opportunity to grab a share, after all, attribute points and resources were practically handed to them, why not take them? But if these people calmed down and thought about why Qingdong would make such a ridiculous bet, clearly it was a trap. Unfortunately, human greed made them find countless reasons to believe otherwise. In fact, many people in the regional chat group said Zhao Hao's mistake was purely operational, and surprisingly, quite a few believed this laughable excuse. Zhao Hao believed that although the novice villages of other countries wanted to bet using faction points, it was simply impossible. The 3 Dragon Kingdom novice villages, now much stronger, had nothing to worry about, their strength was clearly superior to others. Besides individual strength contests, the Dragon Kingdom people never feared others in bets involving cooking, alchemy, or forging. This bet not only brought peace to the Dragon Kingdom novice villages but also brought hope for strength improvement. In a great mood, Zhao Hao placed 2 silver treasure chests in front of him, ready to open them. He was curious about what good items the silver treasure chests would contain. The moment his hand touched a chest, it opened and displayed. Obtained, D-rank mission scroll +1. Acquired, weapon enhancement scroll +1. Acquired, silver box +1. Is that all? Zhao Hao felt a bit disappointed. The 2 scrolls looked ancient. D-grade task scroll, upon activation, receive a random D-grade task matching your talent level. Completion grants a reward. This counts as a medium difficulty task. Zhao Hao, curious about the task content, continued to look at another scroll. Weapon enhancement scroll, randomly enhances the current weapon upon use. This thing is not bad, but unfortunately, Zhao Hao only has 2 weapons, the gold-cutting sword and the steel-crack recurve bow. The gold-cutting sword has limited durability, it would be ruined after use, and he didn't want to waste the enhancement scroll. He could only enhance the recurve bow. Putting the scroll away, Zhao Hao opened another silver chest and received Martial Arts Manual +1. Fire Spirit Pearl +1. The Fire Spirit Pearl is one of the 5-element spirit pearls, containing powerful fire energy. It cannot be used by those without a fire affinity but can serve as a simple energy source to power certain special devices. Zhao Hao excitedly looked at the martial arts manual and clicked to learn. The pages instantly transformed into yellow light particles, merging into his body. A figure appeared in his mind, holding a simple long knife, exuding extraordinary momentum with each swing. The long knife howled through the wind, its move smooth and strikingly powerful. After the figure disappeared, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Zhao Hao's face was full of joy. Although he had obtained the gold-slicing saber, the weapon itself was of excellent quality and formidable power. He was not skilled in saber techniques, so the gold-slicing saber was just an ordinary weapon in his hands, with no deterrent effect. Now that he has mastered the Night Battle 8 Directions technique, he can swiftly slash out fierce blade rays in all directions, greatly increasing his power. The power of the Zhanjin blade is maximized, and his methods of attack have become more diverse. It's really a good thing, arriving just in time. Zhao Hao can't wait to use the Zhanjin blade to practice on a few powerful ferocious beasts. There was also a fire spirit pearl in front of him, which he held in the palm of his hand. The fire spirit pearl was extremely special and could only be used by those with fire abilities. Fortunately, he had a D-level talent for flame manipulation. But he didn't know how to use the fire spirit pearl. Suddenly, he had a thought and wanted to see if he could extract something from the fire spirit pearl. He used the recycling reset ability targeting the fire spirit pearl. The system prompted that he obtained Fire Essence +1. Fire Essence is the condensation of fire-type energy and possesses magical effects. Zhao Hao didn't understand how to use this thing. But the extracted flame suddenly sank into his palm, making him feel like there was something extra inside him. He quickly checked the details and found a new skill on the panel: Fire Attachment. Attached fire is a special fire-based skill that can imbue a weapon with the power of flames, enhancing the weapon's destructive power. Seeing the explanation, Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy. The essence of fire did not directly upgrade his D-level flame control, but enhanced the way he controlled flames, bringing new skills. This made up for the shortcomings of flame control. Releasing fire control consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy. Only when producing small flames is the mental consumption low, allowing it to last a long time. For example, when he previously used fire control to grill meat, the mental energy consumption was not significant. But when setting fires before, releasing a 3 to 4 meter long fire dragon and sustaining it for several breaths, the mental energy consumption was severe. Controlling flames requires full concentration. During this time, you cannot use weapons or attack. Once a monster gets close, there is no way to fight back. Therefore, many beginners who awaken elemental abilities team up for adventures. The team is built around him to ensure maximum damage output. Others are responsible for covering fire. Now with the skill, Zhao Hao can directly attach fire magic to the slashing gold blade or the steel feather arrow, greatly enhancing the weapon's lethality. Every slash and every arrow shot carries fire magic damage, significantly boosting power. Even fierce beasts with strong defense, tough skin, and high physical resistance cannot withstand both magic damage at the same time. When the slashing gold blade strikes, it causes armor-breaking effects, combined with fire damage, a double blow. What monster can withstand that? Flame essence is truly a treasure. The pity is that only a small amount of flame essence can be extracted from an entire fire spirit orb. And the fire spirit orb is extremely rare and very difficult to obtain. The only fire spirit orb Zhao Hao has ever acquired was found in a silver treasure chest. In the newbie village now, only he has gotten a silver treasure chest. Killing ferocious beasts currently only drops black iron treasure chests. To get a fire spirit orb, one has to rely on fate. The fire spirit orb is just one of the 5-element spirit orbs. Zhao Hao doesn't know what special abilities the other spirit orbs might have. He casually transformed the empty chest back into silver ingots and stored them in his spirit treasure space. Then, he looked at the ancient scroll in front of him, the weapon enhancement scroll. The only weapon in his hands suitable for enhancement was the steel crack recurve bow. Picking up the bow, Zhao Hao opened the scroll. Weapon Enhancement Scroll. Target: Steel crack recurve bow can be enhanced. Enhance? Without hesitation, he chose to enhance it. The scroll slowly unfurled, instantly turning into sparks of light that infused the recurve bow. A burst of white light brightened, making the bow body appear ethereal. The next moment, the appearance of the steel crack recurve bow changed drastically, its design becoming more exaggerated and flowing, with an inky black color revealing materials of steel and earth horn. On both sides of the bow were two gears. The bowstring passed through the gears, which were equipped with a rocker, shock absorbers, and various aiming tools. This is a compound bow? Zhao Hao was extraordinarily surprised. Enhancement complete, obtain steel compound bow +1. The steel compound bow is derived from the steel recurve bow, a level 6 equipment. Attack power increased by 20%, firing speed increased by 50%, critical hit rate increased by 20%, critical damage increased by 50%, range doubled, armor penetration enhanced by 50%, accuracy and critical rate each increased by 10%, silent shooting capability, supports special arrowheads and arrows. Looking at the brand new compound bow, Zhao Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was simply too powerful. The stats stirred his heart intensely. He fondly caressed the compound bow. It required less effort than the recurve bow and had a longer range. The bowstring damper ensured the arrows flew more steadily. The steel compound bow also boosted accuracy and critical rate extra, simply unbeatable. For Zhao Hao, an amateur whose archery skills were still quite average, the steel split compound bow was nothing short of a lifesaver. It could also be paired with various special arrowheads, such as explosive arrows, poison arrows, freezing arrows, stun arrows, and anesthetic arrows. As long as he could craft or obtain these arrowheads in the future, he could equip them directly, greatly boosting his combat power. Zhao Hao satisfactorily stored the steel split compound bow in the spirit treasure space. With this new weapon, combined with the gold-cutting saber, his strength had increased several times, whether in close combat or ranged attack. Looking at the task scroll in front of him, Zhao Hao hesitated a bit. Was the task difficulty too low, unworthy of his powerful weapons? He opened the scroll, and a map and prompt of the newbie village appeared in his mind. And that boundary marker should be the gate to enter and leave this fragment space. It seems this D-level mission is surprisingly easy. In other words, as long as he clicks on the quest scroll, he can leave here at any time. However, there is an additional requirement in the quest: obtaining the village chief's token. The system says there will be benefits to getting the village chief's token. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao smiled and asked, "Old man, do you know about the village chief's token?" The old man showed interest, stroked his long beard, and nodded, saying, "I know. The village chief's order is granted by the heavenly Tao. Only villages with such an order can be considered true villages, others are merely settlements. The village chief's order can ward off evil spirits, protect against divine punishment, and avoid natural disasters. It also involves tax collection, enforcing quotas, and labor services. In short, the village chief's order is the foundation and core of the village." "I see," Zhao Hao suddenly understood. "Young man, why do you ask this?" "Ah, no. Nothing." Zhao Hao originally wanted to ask if he could sell it to him, but the village chief's token was so important that he didn't dare to bring it up. He had no choice but to ask tactfully, "Old man, has the village chief's token of Wuyin village been lost?" "Nonsense," the old man denied resolutely. The old man snorted discontentedly and said angrily, "The village chief's token is bound to each village chief. How could it be lost?" "I'm standing right here. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I haven't kept it well? Are you the village chief of Kirigakure?" "That's right." "Young man, you must be from out of town, right? Let me tell you, the people of Kirigakure are simple and hospitable, but we are not polite at all to those with ill intentions. You neither come to the market nor stay at the inn, just keep pestering me with questions. What do you want?" "Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious. I've never seen the village chief's token before, so I asked." Since the old village chief is still alive and well, the village chief's token is naturally with him. Finding the village chief's token might be difficult. Even if you managed to improve your reputation, no one would entrust the foundation of the village to you. The old village chief looked at Zhao Hao suspiciously. What are you doing here? I'm here to visit the market, to buy some things. The market? The old man laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face shaking. You've come to the right place. Our Wuyin village is rich in products. Although the village is small, we have plenty of good things, good wine, good weapons, everyone in the surrounding villages knows about it. Our villagers are hospitable and will give you a fair price. What do you want to buy? Zhao Hao smiled embarrassedly, just looking around. Just looking around? The old village chief frowned. You're not trying to trick me, are you? This isn't really the market day? No, I really came for the market. I want to buy weapons. Good job, young man. Buying weapons can protect yourself and strengthen your body. Maybe one day on the battlefield, you can make a name for yourself. If you earn some battle merits, you might even come back and become the village chief. Did you go to the battlefield when you were young? That's right. The old village chief exclaimed excitedly, hands clasped behind his back, his face full of memories. I was drafted back then, went to the battlefield of slaughter, and luckily came back alive with some battle achievements, which is how I became the village chief. Zhao Hao suddenly realized and recalled that he also had some battle merits, earned from killing that mysterious mummy. It turns out battle merits are so valuable that just a little can be exchanged for a village chief. Amazing! Old Wang, this young man is here for the first time, give him a 20% discount. When the village chief brought Zhao Hao to the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, Old Wang didn't look up and continued hammering the iron block. Choose whatever weapon you want yourself, everything I have here is high quality, and the price is up to the village chief. Zhao Hao casually picked up a battle knife from the chopping board. The blade was sleek and of superior quality. Tapping lightly on the blade, the sound was crisp, and the edge gleamed with a cold light. This knife is not bad. How much is this knife? It costs 10 gold coins, but to give the village chief face, I'll sell it to you for 8. 8 gold coins? That's not expensive. Zhao Hao casually took out a large silver ingot from the spirit treasure space and placed it on the table. Is this silver ingot enough to cover it? Bang! Old Wang suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hao, blowing with such force that his face stung. This person is really formidable, like a fierce beast. Old Wang glared at him angrily. You young outsider, I gave you a discounted price, and you dare to deceive me? No. Zhao Hao hurriedly explained, it's a misunderstanding. You should get plenty of gold coins in exchange for this silver ingot, right? Young man, you dare to come to the market without bringing gold coins? Gold coins? What's that? Isn't silver enough? Gold coins are currency issued by the heavenly Tao, bearing special marks that cannot be forged. This silver ingot can at most be exchanged for less than 1 gold coin. Zhao Hao was taken aback. Then can I exchange several silver ingots to buy this knife? Or trade with something else? The village chief snorted coldly. Our Wuyin village trades according to the village chief's orders, accepting gold coins to pay taxes, not bartering with goods. Are you trying to evade taxes? I didn't mean that. This knife isn't good quality, I won't buy it for now, let me look at some others. Not good quality? Old Wang crossed his arms and stared at him. The knives from my old Wang shop, how dare you say they're not good? Zhao Hao smiled awkwardly and took out the golden cleaver from his waist. You see, I bought this in another village, the quality is very good. Old Wang's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the Zhanjin Dao, shouting excitedly, refined gold? Heavens! So many Zhanma Dao crafted from refined gold, what a real waste! With this refined gold, I can definitely forge a divine weapon and become a master craftsman. The burly blacksmith before him, like a humanoid giant beast, was holding the Zhanjin Dao joyfully. He sometimes laughed, sometimes cried, and soon he was hopping mad, cursing, who on earth is so unkind as to ruin such precious refined gold? Zhao Hao stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. He obviously couldn't say that he made the knife, right? Strictly speaking, Zhao Hao didn't actually forge the weapon, he merely used a physical method to reset the refined gold onto the surface of the horse-slaying blade, making the blade sharper and increasing its armor-piercing ability. But this method damages the material of the blade, so after prolonged use, the knife would be completely ruined, though the refined gold could still be retained. Zhao Hao just wanted to get away quickly, smiling as he said, "Uncle Wang, how do you think this knife compares to the battle knife from earlier?" Old Wang's face changed, his beard drooping, his expression as unpleasant as if he had eaten something foul. After a long moment, he grumbled angrily, "This knife has more refined metal inside, so it's indeed a bit better than that one, but the craftsmanship is far worse. This knife is trash." Zhao Hao smiled slyly, "You're right, but for me, as long as it works, it's good enough. It's enough if it can cut people, hee hee. If your shop doesn't have better weapons than this, I'll go check at another place." Old Wang's face was full of unwillingness, anger, and regret, and he didn't say a word for a long time. Zhao Hao smiled smugly, "Alright then, you're busy, I'm leaving. If there's no deal, don't blame me, okay?" Finally got away. Just as he took a step forward, Zhao Hao suddenly heard Old Wang grunt in dissatisfaction, "Stop." Zhao Hao turned around, and Old Wang, panting heavily, said, "If I don't open your eyes, I won't be able to teach you. Today, I'll let you see what a truly divine weapon is." Saying that, Old Wang walked over to the iron smelting furnace and pulled out a nearly 1 meter long black and long knife from the ventilation opening, looking like a fire poker. Just now, Zhao Hao saw Old Wang using this thing to stir the furnace fire. "Kid, watch carefully." Old Wang put this firewood-like knife into the blazing flames to heat it. The flames burned for a long time, but the blade didn't turn red at all, as if the flames were just a gentle breeze. Old Wang pulled out the knife, placed it on the forging table, and raised the big hammer, smashing down hard. Strike after strike, yet no sparks flew. Only a little bit of black slag flew up. Those were slags accumulated over many years. After all the slag had fallen off, Zhao Hao could finally see the knife clearly. It was completely dark, made of an unknown material. Unfortunately, this was a broken knife. The tip of the blade was broken, its color so black that the edge was indistinguishable. It was unclear whether it was originally black or had been blackened from prolonged exposure to fire. Old Wang disdainfully placed the knife in front of Zhao Hao. "Kid, open your eyes and see what a divine weapon really looks like." Zhao Hao touched the hilt of the knife, feeling cold and devoid of any warmth. Just as he was about to examine the knife closely, his expression changed. "This knife is surprisingly heavy?" Zhao Hao was very strong. Usually, he could easily handle light objects, but now gripping the knife with one hand was unusually strenuous. He raised the knife with great effort. "Damn! How could a broken knife be so heavy? What material is this knife made of?" He observed carefully. The blade was simple and dull, as if bearing the marks of time. Though there is no rust, it is full of a sense of wear and tear. Strangely, the blade has no edge at all, pitch black, as if naturally formed. The knife handle wasn't manually carved, yet it fits perfectly in hand. There is also a groove that perfectly fits the finger. Whether sharp or not, swinging such a heavy knife carries incredible lethality. But Zhao Hao was unconvinced. "Uncle Wang, the most important thing about a knife is its sharpness. A good knife is one that can cut people. Your knife feels like a stick, meant entirely for smashing." "Humph." Old Wang snorted discontentedly. "Kid, if you dare to clash your knife against this one, you'll soon know which is the sharp treasure blade." "Forget it, sir, this treasured sword is too valuable, I can't afford to pay if it's damaged." "Hey!" Old Wang's beard curled up, "Don't talk nonsense. Although this Daxia Longke sword is broken, it is invincible on the heavenly slaughter battlefield. Your rusty sword relies on more refined metal, but its blade is ordinary steel. Let me tell you, with one strike, your sword will shatter completely." Believe it or not? Zhao Hao's first reaction was that Old Wang's words made sense. He smiled and said, all right, this is indeed a good knife, but did you make this knife yourself?" "Ah." The blacksmith's face stiffened, and after a long pause, he stammered, "No. It's not, I got it in the ruins." "Oh? I see, I thought it was a treasure from your blacksmith shop." "Since it's your personal collection, I won't snatch it." Old Wang was so angry his teeth itched, but the old village chief stroked his beard and chuckled. Old Wang, you really got the short end of the stick this time, didn't you? Old Wang was not convinced. He stuck out his neck and said, that broken knife only improved in quality because of the mithril. In reality, it's just scrap iron. The person who made that knife is a useless blacksmith. I tell you, if you give me that mithril, I can definitely forge an unparalleled treasure blade. Alright, I know you're awesome, you're the best. Zhao Hao didn't want to argue with the old man, so as to avoid any trouble. Kid, what does that look in your eyes mean? Don't believe me? Believe it or not, give me the materials and I can casually make you a treasure blade? I believe you, I believe. Looking at the furious old man, Zhao Hao had a sudden thought. He took out a large piece of black iron ore from the Lingbao space and smiled, saying, look, together with refined gold, can this be used to forge a weapon? Old Wang was stunned for a moment, touched the material, and exclaimed, is this really black iron? Such a large and intact piece. This is a natural ore vein, and this black iron ore must have absorbed the essence of the entire vein. Where did you get this treasure? Once there was a big earthquake in the mountain split open, and I picked up this iron bar. The refined gold was also picked up on the mountain. I just casually found someone to forge a knife. My God, you really have a stroke of incredible luck. Such excellent material falling into your hands is a waste. But now that you've met me, old Wang, this dark iron and refined gold won't be in vain. Master Wang, if what you say is true, can this be used to forge a treasure weapon? Of course. With this whole piece of dark iron, combined with the refined gold, I can try to repair this Daxia dragon sparrow. Although it can't be restored to its peak condition, I can forge the other half of the blade. Refined gold is sharp, dark iron is stable, together they can recreate the glory of the past. So it was just to repair, not forging it from scratch. Zhao Hao thought this in his heart, but smiled and said, your skills are superb, I really admire you. Kid, how much are you selling this refined gold and mysterious iron for? Give me a price. Sell? Sorry, Uncle Wang, these things are not for sale right now. I plan to keep them to make weapons myself. Make them yourself? Do you have a blacksmith's business license? Do you have a craftsman level? Nothing at all. At best, you can make some simple weapons and decent farming tools. Want to forge divine weapons? That requires professional talent and qualifications. So that's how it really is. Zhao Hao smiled and waved his hand, it's okay. When I meet the right expert in the future, I'll find someone to help me forge them. Old Wang snorted coldly, a suitable expert? I am currently at the craftsman level. Besides those in the refining sect, I am also an expert on the heavenly battlefield. Such mystic iron and refined gold falling into others' hands would be a waste. Name your price, if I have it, I will definitely agree. Zhao Hao looked at him in confusion. Why was he so determined to exchange these materials with him? The old man had just shouted excitedly when he saw the refined gold, with this refined gold, I can forge divine weapons and advance to grand craftsman. Could it be that old Wang saw through this? Zhao Hao half smiled and said, Uncle Wang, you want to use these materials to repair divine weapons and thereby advance to grand craftsman? Old Wang's face flushed, he hadn't expected his thoughts to be seen through. This was his dream of many years, a lifetime of effort, and now that he finally had a chance, how could he give up so easily? The old village chief snorted disapprovingly, you're clearly an honest person, but you insist on playing tricks. You can't even coax a young man, and when the price is fair and honest, how could they refuse? Our Wuyin village values integrity, don't forget that. Old Wang scratched his head, embarrassed, alright, you're right. As long as you use the refined gold and mysterious iron to repair the Daxia dragon sparrow, it will definitely become a divine weapon. My skill can be upgraded to grand craftsman, this has been my lifelong wish. Please help me. No matter what conditions you set, I'll agree. Zhao Hao hesitated. Refined gold and mysterious iron were high-quality materials, and he hated to part with them. Exchanging for coins was useless to him, they could buy things in the village, but nobody outside recognized them. Old Wang sighed and said, meeting you is fate. This great Xia Long K can only be used as a fire-tending stick in my hands. How about this? As long as you give me the materials to repair the divine weapon, I'll fix it and give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition. What condition? As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Zhao Hao said. Don't worry, it's not difficult. In the future, on the battlefield of the heavens, when you use the great Xia Long K to kill enemies, you must let everyone know that this blade was forged by Wang Defa of our Wuyin village. So your name is Wang Defa? Zhao Hao smiled and said, Uncle Wang Defa, rest assured, I will definitely get this done. The old village chief stroked his beard and said with a chuckle, with your young strength, you can definitely enter the heavenly slaughter battlefield. Us old folks are too old, we don't qualify anymore. Zhao Hao asked curiously, does the heavenly slaughter battlefield often recruit people? What are the requirements? What should I watch out for on the battlefield? The old village chief waved his hand, you'll naturally find out about these things later. I can't tell you now because we signed a confidentiality agreement. Zhao Hao had no choice but to give up and took out the slashing gold blade and mysterious iron to hand to the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith happily accepted it. Kid, come back in a day to pick up the blade. Zhao Hao hesitated somewhat. Modern people are very alert to scams, after all, he was an outsider and the two old men didn't look completely trustworthy. Although he planned to trust them, what if he was tricked? Where could he even report it? Great Xia Martial Soul increases accuracy, critical hit, and damage by 20%, lasts throughout the battle. When injured, triggers Dragon Soul Shield, continuously regenerating health. Zhao Hao looked at the divine weapon in his hand, reluctant to put it down. Although it was incomplete, it was already an extremely powerful weapon. Just as he was immersed in joy, the system notification sounded. Notice, obtained divine weapon, completed the divine weapon has owner achievement, reward, plus 10 reputation points. Notice, divine weapon leaderboard activated, currently in the quest map, will automatically enter the leaderboard after the quest is completed. Zhao Hao was both delighted and surprised, he didn't expect the divine weapon to trigger the leaderboard system. One divine weapon could add 10 reputation points, so if he had 100 or so, wouldn't his reputation soar? But since divine weapons were rare, obtaining this great Xia Dragon Sparrow was still because it was originally a broken divine weapon, and the blacksmith had only performed simple repairs. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in the minds of everyone in the Novice village. Prompt, the leaderboard system has been activated, the divine weapon leaderboard has been opened, recording all powerful novice weapons, updated every 3 days, with rewards for the top 10. Prompt, included items are divine weapons, treasured weapons, famous artifacts, and sharp weapons. Reward, first place golden treasure chest times 1. Second place silver chest times 3. Third place silver chest times 2. Fourth place silver chest times 1. Fifth place bronze chest times 3. Rank 6, awarded 2 bronze chests. Rank 7, awarded 1 bronze chest. Rank 8, awarded 3 black iron chests. Ranked 9th, received 2 black iron treasure chests. Ranked 10th, received black iron chest times 1. Notice, rewards will be distributed after 12 hours. At the same time, everyone had a new leaderboard appear in their minds. Opening the personal interface, besides chat and personal information, there was a new leaderboard button at the bottom right. Upon opening, a row of giant stone steel illusions shining with golden light appeared. Most of the steels were dim and dull, with only one shining with golden light. Clicking on it, the steel clearly displayed the words Divine Weapon. After clicking, the list shone brightly. First place, Gale Staff, Famed Weapon, Zone 4, May C. Second place, Blazing Battle Blade, Famed Weapon, Zone 3, Hu Xiaodao. Third place, Skybreaker Spear, Famed Weapon, Zone 21, David Nupley. 10th place, Falling Cherry Blossom Blade, Sharp Weapon, Zone 1, Gazai Tailong. At this moment, the people in Area 1 were surprised to find that someone had actually made the list. Ha, it's our Sakura Island's turtle kid who's too wild. Truly the number 1 expert, impressive. Sakura Island is undoubtedly the strongest. Don't get carried away, it's only 10th place. Experts in other areas are even stronger. I didn't expect there to be experts in so many regions. These master craftsmen must be extraordinary. I thought Area 1 was the strongest, but now it doesn't seem likely. Sigh, I always thought Big Brother Zhao would be on the list, but he's not there. That's ridiculous. What's outrageous is that the turtle is too reckless. Why is it even on the list? Don't count on Zhao Hao, he's just a cook, what does he know? The argument continued, and the system prompt sounded again. Notice, rankings may still change before rewards are distributed. Final rewards are based on the rankings when the countdown ends. What does this mean? The rankings can still change? Yeah, the ranking will still change before the rewards are distributed. Fair enough, everyone just got their weapons, levels aren't high yet. In 12 hours, someone might have stronger weapons equipped. It's you, think about it. If you got a divine weapon the next second after going out and should have made the list but didn't, how regrettable that would be. Wait. Doesn't that mean Turtle Guy, ranked 10th for being too wild, could be pushed out at any moment? Gazai Tailang angrily said, Baka, you idiots, how can weapons be that easy to get? Yeah, you people from the Dragon Kingdom are obviously jealous of our Gazai Tailang, that's why you're cursing us. That's right. Master Turtle Boy is definitely going to get a reward, there's no way. Wait, so what exactly is going on? At this moment, everyone looked at the divine weapon ranking in shock. A new piece of equipment suddenly appeared and directly surged to the first place. First place, Tyrant Spear, famed artifact, Area 66, LV Zhao. Damn! This person is incredible, judging by the name, they are most likely from our Dragon Nation. Amazing! Our Dragon Nation has produced another great talent. Look, Gazai Tailang has already dropped out of the top 10. Yeah, the leaderboard is full of famous weapons, and you dare to rank with just one weapon? So embarrassing. Baka. You dragon people don't even have a single weapon, yet you have the nerve to mock us. And the leaderboard isn't decided yet, our Sakura Kingdom will definitely take higher level divine weapons and dominate the board. TCH, you guys in Sakura Island are just living in a dream world. Still better than you, we've been on the leaderboard. So what? We still can't get the treasure chest rewards. Baka. Baka. Gazai Tailang glared angrily at the ridicule from the Dragon Nation people in the chat channel, furious as he took out the wager token he had never used. Gazai Tailang, my lord, what are you trying to do? I want to make a bet with those despicable Dragon Nation people. A bet? You just lost once, isn't it unwise to gamble again? What do you know? I don't bet on strength, cooking skills, or monster kills. Then, what do you bet on? Of course, who ranks higher on the divine weapon leaderboard? Ha ha ha. Zhao Hao looked at the snacks on the table and found them somewhat plain, so he took out several pieces of carefully grilled barbecue from his lingbao space and laid them on the table. The old village chief's eyes lit up, and after trying a piece, he kept praising, full color, aroma, and flavor, perfect with alcohol. Did you make this? Zhao Hao nodded. The old village chief said excitedly, your skills are so good, why don't you just stay and open a small shop in the village? Business would definitely be booming. The blacksmith master swallowed the meat in his mouth reluctantly and mumbled, my disciple is going to become the divine craftsman, how could he be interested in being a cook? Speak up, what do you want from me today? Then he shook his head and looked at the old village chief, if you were begging me, you wouldn't be offering wine. You want to ask something of my disciple, right? The old village chief sighed, yes, Lao Wang, it's been a long time since any outsiders came to Wuing village. I want to invite him to investigate something. The blacksmith immediately got angry, slammed the table, and stood up, no. Absolutely not. My only disciple is going to be the divine craftsman, I won't let you harm him. The old village chief sighed helplessly, Lao Wang, you know this matter is about the safety of the village. No children are born, no elders die, the situation is strange. Zhao Hao's heart stirred, this must be the signal that a task is about to be triggered. Next would definitely be the task prompt, the village chief's request, and then his choice to accept or not. Excited, he spoke first. "Village chief, rest assured, I'll accept any task." The old village chief smiled. "Good kid, Lao Wang chose the right genius." The blacksmith drank silently, brooding alone. The old village chief continued, "A long time ago, our village was peaceful and quiet. Although small, the villagers lived in harmony." Zhao Hao suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, an inexplicable feeling inside. The old village chief noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Hao waved his hand, "Nothing, please continue." But later, for some unknown reason, no newborns appeared in our village for a long time. The elders also haven't passed away for a long while, and outsiders haven't come for ages. I can't recall the exact details. We haven't left the village for a long time. Every time we want to go out and see what's outside, we somehow inexplicably end up back in the village, as if there's only that thick fog out there. At this point, the old village chief raised his glass and took a bitter sip. After trying for a long time, we found that as long as we walk outward, we get lost in the fog and eventually end up back in the village. But in only one direction, those who go in become white bones, dying gruesome deaths. We elders dare not take any more risks, until one day, an outsider came. We entrusted him to investigate and gave him the village chief's order. The village chief's order is bound to the village. No matter how far you go, you will return. But that outsider never came back after leaving. Maybe he didn't want to cause trouble or encounter danger. Anyway, he left, but the village chief Ling came back by himself the next day. Since then, no outsiders have come again. We realized that the white fog not only prevents us from leaving but also gradually erases our memories. What I've said are all things I've noted down myself. As Zhao Hao listened, his expression grew increasingly strange. He had a suspicion in his heart but still did not dare to draw a conclusion. "It's nothing, old village chief, rest assured. I'm the most enthusiastic, leave this matter to me." The old blacksmith was gloomy, holding a wineglass and sighing. He was conflicted inside, not wanting his apprentice to take risks, but this matter concerned the safety of the village. As the chief said, there had been no outsiders for many years. Perhaps Zhao Hao is their only hope. Zhao Hao noticed his master's hesitation and smiled. "Master, no matter what, I am your disciple, your matters are mine. You wait here for good news, I will go with the village head." The old village head led Zhao Hao out of the house and toward the center of the village. Along the way, the old village head greeted people on the street. "Old Du, it's getting dark, be careful not to lose your yeast again." "Village chief, who is this young man? Is he your son?" "Ah. Is this the village chief's son? He looks really handsome. Is he married?" "Woman, you forgot that the village chief held a wedding banquet just a few years ago. I even brought out my treasured Nuerhong wine then. This is the village chief's son, haven't seen him for a long time. What was his name again? I can't remember either." Along the way, the old men, old women, and children all greeted the village chief. Obviously, the old village chief is highly respected in the village and gets along well with everyone. Zhao Hao looked at the villagers around him with confusion, wondering why they regarded him as the village chief's son. The old village chief noticed his confusion and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I've said before, the people of Woyin village forget things quickly, and over time, their memory keeps deteriorating. Sometimes, the villagers can't even recognize each other. Only because I often walk around the village do people remember me. Some have even forgotten what they are supposed to do each day and can only mechanically repeat what they did yesterday. If this continues, Woyin village will be finished, so I have high hopes for you." The old village chief's brow furrowed even deeper. Zhao Hao opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating, and ultimately said nothing, only smiling to reassure him. "Don't worry, old chief. This time I will definitely help the village uncover the truth." "That's great, that's great." The old village chief clapped his hands excitedly, though his once straight posture had bent considerably. They passed through the village and walked for a long time. They passed by the dilapidated ancestral hall, surrounded by thick fog outside, with a narrow path faintly visible through the mist. The village chief solemnly took out an ancient token from his chest and handed it to Zhao Hao. "This is the village chief's token, but it is bound to me. As long as I don't unbind it, the token will automatically return to me once it leaves Wuyin village. If the token returns but you don't, I will know you are in danger or have left the village. Zhao Hao took the token and suddenly understood. No wonder the village chief was so angry when he previously asked if the village chief's token was lost. It turned out that the token was bound to the village chief and couldn't be taken out of the village at all. So why did the system prompt me to find the lost village chief's token? The old village chief's expression was complicated as he sighed, "If you encounter danger, take care of yourself. Even if you leave and don't return to the village, I won't blame you." Zhao Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, old village chief, I will definitely uncover the truth and return to help everyone solve the crisis." The old village chief then took out an incense stick and handed it to him. "What is this?" Life incense, once lit, can burn for a long time. As long as a person's soul does not perish, the incense will not extinguish. It is used to determine whether a person is still alive. Whenever someone from the village goes out, they leave a stick of life incense at the ancestral hall. If the incense breaks, it means they will not return. The village will take care of their relatives, and the wife need not wait any longer and can remarry soon. Zhao Hao took the life incense from the old village chief, gently rubbing one end. Suddenly, the incense lit itself, releasing a wisp of blue smoke and emitting a strange fragrance. Zhao Hao solemnly handed the incense back to the old chief. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back." After speaking, he turned and stepped onto the path shrouded in white mist. Along the way, Zhao Hao noticed the scenery here was completely different from that of Wuyin village. The vegetation was sparse and desolate, lifeless, as if there was not a trace of spiritual energy here. The white fog gradually dissipated, but the sky turned dark and gloomy. Zhao Hao frowned, remembering that when he first entered the village it was daytime. How did it seem like night now? As the white mist cleared, the suppression on his senses was also lifted. Zhao Hao activated enhanced hearing and smell, carefully observing his surroundings. To his surprise, the forest was dead silent, showing no sign of any monsters or living creatures. Even the wilds of the 9527 beginner village would have sounds of creatures rustling through the grass, but here was nothing at all. Zhao Hao was puzzled in his heart and continued to advance slowly using the stealth cloak, ready to retreat at any moment. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure at the edge of the forest in the distance. The person was facing away from him, dressed strangely, and running outward. Zhao Hao cautiously approached, only to find that the person had no heartbeat or breath. It was a corpse. The corpse's skin was dark, the face covered in dust, the eyes vivid, revealing terror and despair. The corpse maintained a running posture, constantly looking back, as if chased by a terrifying pursuer behind. Wearing black tight leather armor and holding a peculiarly shaped spear, it was completely different from the loose robes and wide sleeves typical of the Wuyin village. Zhao Hao was puzzled. Why had this person died here? What was the reason? The corpse was very well preserved, and the dust on the ground showed it had been dead for many years. Zhao Hao stared at the strange leather armor, reached out to touch it, and suddenly the corpse began to disintegrate, turning into fine powder. The leather armor softly fell to the ground, and the wooden shaft of the spear in Zhao Hao's hand turned to dust, leaving only a rusted spearhead lying on the floor. He was stunned. What was going on? He had only touched it lightly. Zhao Hao speculated that this corpse must have been here for a long time, with the body and weapons severely corroded by oxidation. The leather armor had shattered into several pieces upon falling, as fragile as dry tree bark. Who exactly was this corpse? Could it be the stranger the village chief mentioned? The chief said that man had only come a few years ago, so how could he have decayed like this? With weapons and armor corroded this badly, it would have to be at least centuries old. Could the chief have been mistaken? Zhao Hao carefully examined the corpse with puzzlement, but due to the long passage of time, the cause of death was impossible to determine. He searched around for clues but found nothing. Just as he continued forward, a system alert sounded in his ear. Prompt: whether to leave the mission map. Once left, you cannot return. He looked around and found himself surrounded by a transparent light shield, which should be the protective barrier of Kirigakure village. He didn't expect to be able to leave the village directly by taking this path. As long as he stepped outside, the mission would be completed. However, Zhao Hao wasn't in a hurry to leave. The village chief said he could come back after leaving, but he wasn't sure if that was true. The elders were still waiting for him to bring news, with all hopes pinned on him. Leaving now would be too cruel. More importantly, he still had unresolved doubts and wanted to uncover the truth. With this in mind, he decided to turn back. He hadn't gone far when he was surprised to find that the thick fog enveloping the village had disappeared, or rather, from his side, the white mist was completely gone. But when he tried to walk outside the village again, a faint white fog appeared ahead, exactly the same as when he had just passed through. The thick fog outside Wuyin village seemed to target only those who wanted to leave the village. It had no effect on those trying to enter. Could it be that this white fog was meant to trap the villagers? In other words, the old village chief and the others weren't lost, they were trapped here by the thick fog, unable to get out. Strangers, however, were fine. What secret was hidden behind all this? Filled with questions, Zhao Hao slowly returned to Wuyin village. When he reached the edge of the small path leading away, he froze. Not far ahead was the ancestral hall, but now it looked dilapidated and in ruins. The courtyard walls had collapsed, and weeds were overgrown everywhere. Even stranger, red-eyed rats were scurrying inside the hall, as if it had become their dominion. Zhao Hao walked up puzzled, took out the Daxiaolongke knife, quickened his pace, and swung the blade at a red-eyed rat. Before it could scream, it fell to the ground, but there was no blood on the blade. This action alarmed countless red-eyed rats around. Red light flashed in their eyes as they suddenly charged at Zhao Hao. With a blank expression, Zhao Hao wielded his knife like the wind, easily killing these ordinary ferocious beasts. Soon, the courtyard was piled high with red-eyed rat corpses. He had no mood to deal with the bodies and walked heavily into the ancestral hall, pushing open the old door. The door creaked, dust falling everywhere. Obviously, no one had entered the hall for a long time. In the darkness, Zhao Hao used night vision to see over 100 spirit tablets arranged inside. In front of each tablet, a wisp of soul incense was burning. The village chief had said that as long as the soul remains undispersed, the soul incense will not extinguish. Since the spirit tablets were arranged, it meant they were all dead. So why was the incense still burning? Zhao Hao stared at one tablet and froze. Spirit tablet of Wang Defa, the old blacksmith's. A wisp of pale smoke was rising in front of it. Could the blacksmith already be dead? Then who was the one who taught him spirit techniques and helped him repair knives? Full of doubts, Zhao Hao turned and left the ancestral hall, walking heavily toward the once bustling street. Now the street was deserted, cold wind howling through the night. The neatly arranged houses of the daytime had become broken walls and ruins, a scene of desolation. Many houses had lost even their doors and windows. Zhao Hao passed by a house and recognized it as a family he had seen during the day. They were still sitting at the doorstep, but they had all turned into skeletons. These bones were not ordinary white bones, instead, they had a bronze hue. Moreover, the bones were larger than those of ordinary people and had strange bone spurs growing out. The child still held a strange rattle in his hand, with the drumhead made from the skin of some unknown animal. Although there were already cracks on the surface, suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the rattle emitted a crisp dong-dong sound. The empty streets and the people inside the houses all maintained their daytime actions. Zhao Hao finally understood where his previous unease had come from. When he entered the mist-hidden village, he saw it was bustling with noise and lively activity. Later, when passing by with the village chief, I noticed that those people were constantly walking along a fixed route, their movements mechanically repetitive. The shop owners were also continuously making the same calls and gestures. Zhao Hao walked heavily across the street and saw a rundown tavern. The tavern owner I met during the day was sitting in front of the door, holding a wine jar. Those intoxicatingly fragrant wines were actually just shattered wine jars, none were intact. Zhao Hao continued forward and arrived at the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith was still standing motionless next to the extinguished forge, holding a large hammer. Unlike the others, his muscles were still bulging, appearing intact. But Zhao Hao could not feel any sign of life in him. Sighing, he walked past the blacksmith. Clenching the village chief's order in his hand, he walked to the small door at the backyard. He pushed open the door, and inside the house, a dim yellow oil lamp was burning. The old village chief sat by the table as before, with the snack Xiaohao had brought to go with the wine laid out on it. "You're back," the old village chief's voice was weary, tinged with bitterness and sorrow. Zhao Hao nodded. "Old village chief, I'm back. I found the way out of Wuyin village and also learned what exactly happened here." The old village chief sighed. "I understand what happened too, but unfortunately, I forget everything every morning." "Ah, I thought you would leave." Zhao Hao smiled and sat down. "I don't trust you two old guys. I'm afraid you'd worry too much, so I specially came back to let you know." "Just good that you're back." The old village chief sighed, raising the wine jar and smiling bitterly. "All these years have passed, and only this jar of aged wine remains. I don't know how long it's been since anyone drank it." The old village chief tremblingly poured a glass of wine and handed it to Zhao Hao. He said with a complicated expression, "If old Du knew I secretly drank this jar of his treasured wine, he'd probably fight me to the death. Old Du is the stingiest. Unfortunately, by tomorrow, I'll have forgotten the taste of this wine. You drink it." Zhao Hao didn't drink, sighed, his expression somewhat heavy. "I guess the white fog that envelopes the village is protecting you. Those who left the village and turned into skeletons did so because they couldn't maintain their state outside the village, so they withered completely and never came back. Those who stay in the village can be revived the next day at dawn. So, old village chief, you don't want anyone to leave the village, right?" The old village chief nodded helplessly. "Yes, this situation has lasted for a long time, so long that I almost forgot. Only when everything returns to reality at night do I recall all of this." Although he had his suspicions, Zhao Hao found it hard to believe when looking at this eerie village. "Can you tell me about what happened back then?" The old village chief sighed, looked at Zhao Hao's untouched wine glass, and drank his own. The wine flowed down his body onto the ground. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, "This body won't last much longer, it's severely decayed and can't hold on anymore. This is my last puppet body, now I have only a remaining spirit. Unfortunately, this lingering soul is also nearly spent, and by then, the village will probably be nothing but ruins." The old village chief poured another cup of wine, his voice low and resonant. "That was a long time ago, so long that I can barely remember. Back then, Kiri village was still prosperous until one day, a stranger arrived. Later I found out he was from the evil path. At the time, he hadn't revealed his identity, and the villagers, being hospitable, took him in. Not long after, strange things began happening in the village. First, Suewa's little black dog suddenly went mad, for some unknown reason attacking people and killing her youngest son. I took the strong men from the village to catch that dog, but it escaped into the wild, and we didn't catch it. Then more and more strange things started happening. Giant rats appeared, with blood-red eyes. At first, there was only one, but later they came in packs. No one dared go out at night, the elderly and children were all trembling with fear. Old Wu's goat inexplicably grew huge horns and gored his wife in the chest. The village's chickens, cattle, pigs, and ducks also began to undergo eerie changes, growing huge in size and gaining tremendous strength. The most terrifying thing is that these livestock have started to harm people. Our village is located in a remote area, with scarce resources, and has always been isolated from the outside world. It's impossible for any kind of divine treasure to cause such a large number of beasts to mutate simultaneously. Although these beasts are born with demon-beast bloodlines and sometimes naturally evolve and mutate, such a large-scale transformation could never be natural. It must be artificially controlled. I immediately suspected that outsider. Old Wang and I have both been to the arenas of slaughter across the heavens, and he even inherited knowledge from the refining sect. According to him, the Beastmaster sect once left behind a legacy called the Beast Pill, which can greatly enhance the power of demon beasts and ferocious beasts. Ordinary wild beasts that consume it will also evolve into ferocious beasts. But the Beast Pill has huge side effects. Ordinary beasts cannot endure it and become ferocious and brutal. Let alone those livestock. Beast pills in the beast control sect are not for everyone, only those with special talents can communicate with beasts and soothe their minds. When old Wang and I found that outsider, he didn't hide anything and directly admitted it was him. What's even crazier is that he not only targeted the beasts but also dumped beast god pills into the river water of Wuyin village. This is an improved version of the beast pill, with stronger medicinal power and effective even on humans. Before long, everyone in the village turned into half-human, half-beast zombies stripped of their sanity. In the heavenly slaughter battlefield, these monsters are the beastmen armies used as cannon fodder by demon beasts. Once they appear, they are extremely terrifying on the battlefield. The evil power is strong. Old Wang and I joined forces, with the help of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow's power, to severely injure him, and he fled in a mess. I learned that the reason he fled here and hurried to conduct such inhumane experiments on the villagers was because a hunting squad was chasing him. Those hunting squads not only wanted to kill him for military merit but also to seize the beast control sex legacy he held. Although the heretics escaped, if the hunting team failed to earn battle merits, this pursuit would have been in vain. The mist-hidden village has already been contaminated. These guys would never let it go, and would most likely massacre the entire village as a battle achievement. The situation is extremely critical. Only Old Wang and I are strong enough to temporarily suppress the toxicity of the beast god pill, but the others have already begun to mutate. If the hunting team arrives to find this, it will all be over. The village will be razed to the ground, the village chief's order will be revoked, and everyone's souls will be scattered. Out of desperation, I came up with a plan. At this point, the old village chief's face was contorted with unbearable pain, his brows tightly furrowed, and his complexion pale as paper. It was a complex emotion: regret, heartbreak, and a deep fear. Zhao Hao's curiosity was completely piqued. He didn't know what method the old village chief had actually used back then. On one hand, the villagers were inevitably undergoing mutation, any moment potentially turning into beasts who had lost consciousness and only knew how to slaughter. On the other hand, a powerful hunting squad could arrive at any time, and the entire village faces the danger of being slaughtered. If it were himself as the village chief, it seems there would be no better choice. Zhao Hao poured another cup of wine for the village chief. The old village chief raised the cup, took a sip, and although the wine quickly spread through his body, his hand no longer trembled. Later, out of helplessness, I thought of a solution, which was to refine the entire Kirigakure village. What? Zhao Hao was shocked. Refine the entire village? What kind of operation is this? The old village chief nodded with a bitter smile. As the village chief, I hold the village chief's order and can refine Kirigakure village into my private domain, turning the ancestral hall into a permanent structure. This way, the souls of everyone in the village can be preserved. Although they lost their physical bodies, they can avoid turning into beastmen. As the level of fog-hidden village increases, as long as there are enough resources, their bodies can be reshaped. This is the only method I can think of to save both the villagers and the village. But my strength is simply not enough. I need the cooperation of the entire village. So, I told everyone about the entire plan. If everyone disagrees, I can only watch helplessly as the hunting team massacres the village. In the end, everyone accepted it. Although cruel, this is the only hope. For me, the fog-hidden village will be my life from now on. Refining the village is very difficult. First, we need to build a permanent ancestral hall that can hold souls without dissipating. Time is short, so I gathered the whole village's strength. Old Wang built the formation altar, and I engraved the formation in the ancestral hall. All the village's resources were used for construction. I also bought life incense from the Tian market. Tian market? Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. What is the Tian city? Tian city is a special market established by the Heavenly Tao. Each village can enter it with the village chief's order. Inside, there are various resources from different villages and the slaughter battlefields of the heavens. Anything you can think of can be bought there. Some resources are traded by barter, while others use Heavenly Tao gold coins. The life incense can ensure that the villagers' souls do not perish. Old Wang and I arranged formation plates around the village, connecting them into a large formation. This is the formation we obtained in the Multiverse killing battlefield, which can create unique rules for the mist-hidden village, and at critical moments can even reverse heaven and earth, making the village completely disappear and turn into a death zone. This is the last trump card we have left. If the hunting squad does not find any orc mutations or evil practices in the mist-hidden village, but still chooses to slaughter the village, then that is our only way out. But usually, the hunting squad will not do this. Why? Zhao Hao asked, puzzled. Didn't you say that the hunting squad is extremely ruthless, willing to do anything for battle achievements? The old village chief nodded in explanation. The hunting squad is a special team in the multiverse battleground of slaughter, essentially modeled after demon hunters. Demon hunters? Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. Old village chief, can you tell me what a demon hunter is? The Witcher is a special profession born from the laws of heaven, with no fixed way to become one. Each person has their own method. However, every Witcher is extremely powerful, possessing a unique growth system that allows for rapid strength improvement. Especially when dealing with evil spirits, monsters, and demons, Witchers are almost their natural enemies. Whenever a Witcher appears, evil forces and demons suffer devastating blows. Unfortunately, the legacy of the Witchers has been intermittent, with often years passing without one appearing. Without the suppression of the Witchers, heretics and monsters run rampant. Therefore, many armies have formed hunting squads that imitate the Witchers. They select talented and powerful candidates, assign hunting missions, and establish a system of merit and rewards. The hunting squad can earn a large amount of battle achievements upon completing missions, which can be exchanged for various powerful supplies, divine weapons, skills, rare treasures, miraculous elixirs, and even powerful talents. Talents can also be exchanged? Zhao Hao was amazed. Yes. Talents also exist in the celestial market, but talents that can be absorbed by anyone come from special heavenly laws and are extremely valuable. Ordinary people cannot afford to exchange so much property, and those who can afford it look down on it. Hunting teams exchange contributions for talents, which is highly tempting. If there is an orc mutation in the mist-hidden village and there has been the presence of evil ways, the hunting team will massacre the village to clean it up, then submit a battle report to gain a large amount of merit. Contaminated villages will be placed on the cleansing list. But if all the villagers who could possibly turn into beastmen die, the evil path escapes, and the mist-hidden village becomes a deserted village with no resources or merit value, they will not take the risk. Moreover, because of the village chief's decree, if they massacre the village, they will surely suffer divine punishment. Logically, this plan should have been foolproof, but I was wrong. I didn't expect human greed to be so terrifying. Those villagers were too pitiful. They sacrificed all their souls, forever trapped in the mist-hidden village, living and dying with me, unable to escape. And I, too, am trapped here, my soul slowly being consumed. All of this is not only because of the evil path, but also because of the hunting team's greed, and my own foolishness. I was too stupid. The old village chief was full of sorrow and anger, as if recounting a story and speaking to himself at the same time. I thought that as long as we passed the inspection by the hunting squad, the hidden mist village would have hoped to be reborn. They want battle achievements, and when faced with an old village chief and the village chief's orders, they would never be ruthless. I was wrong. I didn't expect them to be so cruel. Zhao Hao listened, his expression shocked. He hadn't expected such brutal methods hidden behind the hunting squad. Old village chief, how did Hidden Mist Village end up like this? Zhao Hao asked. The old village chief sighed, summoning all his strength to recall. Old Wang and I waited anxiously, having set up many contingencies, but almost all were useless. The hunting squad came. It was a 5-man squad, powerful and full of killing intent. The captain asked me about the evil path, and I told him without reservation how the evil path harmed the village, how they escaped, and how they used the beast god pill to harm the villagers. In the end, to prevent the villagers from turning into beastmen, I had no choice but to execute them with my own hands. The hunting squad checked the bodies, confirmed they died from mutation, and believed my account. They said they would officially report it, and I begged them to help secure reconstruction funds in the process. Usually, when encountering evil slaughter or extreme natural disasters, villages destroyed can receive compensation. Since Wuing Village was almost destroyed due to evil forces, with battle reports and testimonies from the hunting squad, there's a strong possibility to obtain funds, which would speed up reconstruction. I was too impatient. Sigh. I wrote a detailed report as they required, describing the injured man who entered the village back then, his behavior, physical features, and even the strange talisman he carried. At that moment, an accident happened. When Zhao Hao heard this, his expression grew complicated. he felt he had grasped a crucial clue. The old village chief said tremblingly. The moment the captain of the hunting squad heard about the token on the heretic, his expression immediately changed, his eyes full of excitement and greed. He tightly grasped my hand and urgently asked me what exactly the token looked like, wanting me to describe it in detail. At that time, I still didn't understand what I had done wrong. I described the appearance of the token, and the people from the hunting squad all laughed after hearing it, even starting to celebrate right in front of me. Through their scattered words, I learned that the token was a legitimate inheritance of the Beastmaster sect found in a new ruin on the battlefield. Though damaged, it was enticing enough. Their attitude instantly turned cold, becoming restless and eager to inquire about all information regarding the heretic and that strange token. I can't remember the details clearly, but they simply didn't believe me. They vowed to dig 3 feet beneath the hidden mist village to find that token. This is absolutely impossible. The formation beneath the village and the life incense hidden in the ancestral hall, once disturbed, all secrets will be exposed. The self-sacrificing spirits can be absorbed to enhance power, and if they find out, they definitely won't let us go. I know, there is no way out anymore. Their greed won't let them give up easily. I pretended to remember a clue and led them to search. Stepping outside, old Wang and I just exchanged a glance, and he immediately understood what I meant. At that moment, we struck simultaneously. The hunting team were elites on the battlefield, our aged bodies were no match at all. We have only one goal, to activate the formation. Once the formation is activated, Kirigakure village will be destroyed bit by bit, all living beings will lose vitality, and the villagers will be trapped to death. They quickly sensed something was wrong, but old Wang disregarded life and death, desperately sacrificing himself. In the end, the formation was activated. The hunting squad wanted nothing more than to tear me to pieces, but they couldn't kill me directly. So the captain released the fully formed grudge spirit. Vengeful spirits are real ghosts, formed from the malignant energy of heaven and earth, and grudges, formless and bodiless, unable to be killed, only continuously attacking. I have no strength to fight back against the vengeful spirits. They dare not kill me directly because I have the village chief's token on me. So they use vengeful spirits to kill me, thereby framing me as having died at the hands of a ghost. They killed me and old Wang, frantically searching the village for the token, believing my madness was caused by it. But they didn't know, everything I did was to protect the village. In the end, they gained nothing, only seizing the village chief's seal before hurriedly leaving. If they didn't leave, they would be trapped here forever with no way out. But they didn't know, I was not dead. I had long been prepared for the betrayal of the hunting squad. An array was set up below the courtyard, and a puppet was also prepared. The moment I was killed, I quietly transferred my soul into a puppet. Using the puppet, I was able to be reborn. After the hunting team left the hidden mist village, the village chief Ling returned to my side. But this also revealed that I was not dead. After the formation was activated, the mist-hidden village completely disappeared from the world. Although the village and everyone's souls were preserved, especially old Wang who was just sacrificed, his god-devouring essence was kept the most intact. But I cannot leave this place. Dying at the hands of the vengeful spirit severely damaged my soul, causing my memories to gradually fade. I can no longer rebuild the hidden mist village. So I deceived everyone, saying the village had been rebuilt and everyone had been resurrected. Zhao Hao immediately understood. No wonder the villagers still look happy, their lives harmonious, and no sense of gloom can be felt. It turns out that in their eyes, the village still exists, and life goes on as usual. Whether this is a blessing or a curse for them, no one can say for sure. I told everyone that the crisis in the hidden mist village was resolved, and to prevent the hunting squads from coming again, the formation was fully activated to hide the village. I also lied that the heavy fog outside was dangerous and advised everyone not to go out. In lies, everyone lives happily, especially the elderly and children whose spirits are unstable. With the help of life incense and formations, they come back to life during the day, making the village lively. At night, it reverts to a ruined ghost village. Old Wang's soul is intact, able to deduce some of the truth. The disappearance of the mist-hidden village was so complete that it could not escape the attention of the heavenly Tao. The secret of the hunting squad could not be hidden either. After a great battle, the heavenly Tao rules changed, the battlefield of slaughter ran red with blood, and countless people died. The battlefield began conscripting manpower from the lesser thousand world, and the members of the hunting squad had probably long since perished. Heaven and earth changed, the rules shifted, and the mist-hidden village began to gradually contact the outside world. The rules of heaven and earth permeated in, accelerating the village's decline. Just when I thought everything would develop accordingly, an outsider accidentally intruded. He concealed it well, but his eyes were full of excitement. Later I learned that he was a member of the new hunting squad. Regarding matters outside, I also extracted the information from him. He seemed to have accidentally discovered the secret of Kirigakure village from back then. He excitedly found that it was still possible to find that token here. With the rules changed, Kirigakure village could no longer remain completely invisible and would be discovered sooner or later. The old village chief sighed and said, "That outsider died, was it you who did it?" Zhao Hao poured him a glass of wine. The old village chief nodded. Yes, he didn't know that Kirigakure village had become a ghost village and thought it was truly isolated from the world. After receiving the news, he hurried to leave, wanting to find the power behind it all. To protect the village, 3 heroic spirits pursued him, but because they left their protection, they eventually turned to bones, their souls unable to return to the ancestral hall, and their life incense extinguished. Zhao Hao suddenly realized that the stranger had been killed by invisible heroic spirits. No wonder he was extremely terrified before death, he really encountered ghosts. The old village chief continued, after that, no one came for a long time, and the villagers' spirits gradually dissipated, leaving only instincts. I was powerless to maintain it, and we were about to disappear like the mist-hidden village. Until you appeared, I originally thought you and that person were accomplices, but you know nothing about the heavenly slaughter battlefield. I guess you were summoned from a minor world. Unexpectedly, you have outstanding talent and became old Wang's disciple. His obsession made me not stop him from taking you as a pupil, so even if he dissipates, he can rest assured. After hearing this, Zhao Hao finally understood the truth. The current mist-hidden village was worthless, and it made sense that the task prompt asked him to find the lost village chief's order. Investigating the truth behind the village's disappearance meant he had essentially completed the mission. This task was rated D-level, not very difficult, because there were no powerful enemies. However, to obtain the truth from the old village chief, he had to earn his trust. If Zhao Hao treated the villagers as NPCs, didn't become the blacksmith's apprentice, and didn't help the old chief, he wouldn't get the crucial information, and the task couldn't be completed. It seemed the mission was not as simple as it appeared. After completing the task, Zhao Hao could leave at any time. Watching the old village chief sitting quietly alone by the solitary light, his mood was somewhat complicated. The old village chief often couldn't help but tremble while speaking. His puppet body was gradually losing its function. Zhao Hao sighed and asked, "Village chief, is there anything I can help with?" The old village chief sighed and looked at him, slowly saying, "You are a good child, talented and kind. I have an important task to entrust to you." "What is it?" Zhao Hao asked. The old village chief shakily took out a simple and peculiar token and said, "This is the beast taming order the hunting squad wants. It hides the legacy of the beast taming sect. That rogue was very cunning back then, he left this token in Wuing village. He knew that no matter where he fled, the hunting squad would never let him go, so he had prepared this in advance, planning to one day return to the village to retrieve this chance. But later, something changed, and he never came back." "What change?" Zhao Hao understood clearly in his heart. That rogue hid in the fragment space of the small world but did not expect that Wuin village had disappeared, and for hundreds of years no one dared to enter. With the changes in heaven and earth, the rules changed, the battlefield of the heavenly slaughter broke out massively, causing heavy casualties, and no one entered that fragment space again. The rogue was unable to possess anyone and could only watch helplessly as the remnant soul gradually dissipated, eventually all falling into Zhao Hao's hands. The old village chief sighed and said, "Wuing village was destroyed because of this token. I found it in the village. Although the rogue hid it very deeply, it couldn't be concealed in front of the spiritual body. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to keep it, so I'm giving it to you." how you use it is up to you. Zhao Hao took the token, his expression complex. Obtained, Beast Taming Token +1. Beast Taming Token, special item, inherited from the Beast Taming sect. Simple description, yet extremely valuable. Zhao Hao examined the token closely, his eyes shining with delight. Inside was the method for refining beast pills, and besides the beast pills, there were secret recipes for various other pills. There were also techniques for taming, raising, and capturing beasts, a huge gain. He put the token away and smiled at the old village chief, saying, "You don't need to worry about that evil path anymore, he's dead, dead forever." What? The old village chief stared at him in shock and asked excitedly, "Are you sure that evil path is really dead?" Zhao Hao nodded firmly. Back then, that evil path hid in a small world fragment beside Wuyin village, but he was badly injured, left with only a remnant soul. He thought that one day someone from Wuyin village would accidentally enter there, and he could possess them. But who would have guessed that something would happen in Wuyin village? He was alone in that space, not knowing how many years passed, and his soul grew weaker and weaker. Until later, I accidentally entered, met him, he tried to possess me, but was completely destroyed. After Zhao Hao finished speaking, the old village chief showed a relieved smile on his face. This is retribution, karmic retribution. But my Wuyin village is too innocent, and those villagers who died are even more innocent. The old village chief listened, wanting to cry but unable even to shed a tear. He stared blankly at Zhao Hao, as if he had made up his mind. "Child, can you promise me something?" "What is it?" "Please tell me." "In my current state, I can't rebuild Wuyin village, nor can I fulfill the promise of reviving the villagers. Could you take over as the village chief of Wuyin village?" What? Zhao Hao didn't expect the old village chief to hand over the village chief token to him. Although the village chief token was in his hands, it was bound by the old village chief, and no one could use it without unbinding it. You have outstanding talent, a kind heart, the strength to kill evil, and the ability to find Wuyin village. You truly are destined. I entrust Wuyin village to you, I am at ease. As long as you continue to raise the village level, the heroic spirits in the ancestral hall can be preserved permanently. As for resurrecting them, there are countless unexpected encounters in the heavenly slaughter battlefield. Once your strength is sufficient, perhaps it can be achieved. This is the only way out I've thought of for Wuyin village. Are you willing? Seeing the long-awaiting gaze of the old village, Zhao Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, I agree. Great. The old village chief excitedly patted Zhao Hao's hand. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up in front of Zhao Hao. Obtained, village chief's token +1. Zhao Hao was taken aback. The old village chief smiled with relief. I have already unbound the village chief token, now it can be bound. Looking at this heavy token, Zhao Hao felt complicated emotions. This was not just a token, but also the old village chief's faith and lifelong obsession, a symbol of responsibility and duty. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao clenched the token tightly. Old village chief, how do I bind it? It's simple, drip your essence onto the village chief token, and it will belong to you. Zhao Hao did as told. Prompt, you have activated the village chief token, obtaining all land and resource usage rights of Wuyin village, automatically becoming the village chief. You have one free opportunity to change the village name. Once changed, other villages cannot use that name. Prompt, you have become the village chief of Wuyin village. Damage caused by evil forces to the village has been detected. The system will provide reconstruction funds. Hint, gain 20 reputation points. Hint, reputation has reached 100, earned the Rising Star achievement, unlocking the reputation exchange system. Hint, reputation reached 100, awarded the newcomer king title, and received one mysterious gift pack. Zhao Hao looked at the series of prompts on the screen with a complex expression. The old village chief's lips curled into a slight smile. Child, now you can name the village. No need to change it, let's call it Mist Hidden Village. Zhao Hao said firmly. Notification, the village naming is complete, named Mist Hidden Village. Suddenly, the system's cold voice sounded. Notification: Novice Village 9527 in Area 1 has been officially renamed Mist Hidden Village. Zhao Hao has become the village chief. This name cannot be used again. As soon as this news came out, all the newbies were stunned, and the chat channel exploded. What's going on? Aren't we in the newbie village? How did someone build their own village? It's Zhao Hao again. This guy is involved everywhere. Isn't he gambling wildly with the turtle kid from Sakura Island? How did he suddenly build a village? Who knows how to create a village? Could it be that Zhao Hao wants to win this bet by building a village? I think building a village is even more impressive than the bet. In the beginner's village of Sakura Island, the turtle kid roared angrily, "Baka! What is Zhao Hao doing? Completely ignoring my bet." People around advised, "Sir, the people of Dragon Country are plotting. They want to gather resources through the village to forge divine weapons. The people of Dragon Country are indeed good at concentrating their strength. What should we do then? We have to build our own village too. But we have no idea how to do this." At this moment, in the 9527 beginner village, now the Hidden Mist village, the villagers all stared in shock at the system prompt. Is this made by Zhao Hao? Damn! The big shot never talks normally. Turns out he was secretly building a village. Zhao Hao looked at the village before him, surprised to find that it had undergone earth-shattering changes. The sky began to brighten, the thick fog that had long covered the area gradually dissipating. The village trembled slightly, as if welcoming a new vitality. At this moment, a miniature model of the Mist Hidden Village appeared in Zhao Hao's mind. It turned out that the Mist Hidden Village was hidden within the 9527 Novice Village. The village was concealed within a secret spatial rift, and combined with the special formation activated by the old village chief, ordinary people could hardly detect it. Suddenly, the system's alert sounded. Mist Hidden Village Post-Disaster Reconstruction Gift Pack has been issued. Accept? Zhao Hao replied without hesitation, accept. This was exactly the reconstruction fund the old village chief had been desperately pursuing. For this gift pack, he had even sought help from the hunting team, which ultimately led to the village's tragedy. Now, he was also curious whether the gift pack was worth it. A flash of white light appeared, and in front of Zhao Hao was a 1-meter square box. The system prompt read, Basic Construction Gift Pack, includes Basic Building +1, Basic Item +1, Blueprint +1, Plant +1, Livestock +1, Recruitment Order +1. He had to choose one from 6 basic buildings: training ground, infirmary, forge, farm, luxurious private mansion, and mine. Zhao Hao immediately ruled out the luxurious private mansion. This was a brutal world of killing, not a place for indulgence. Although the mansion was fully equipped and even had beast-eared maids, it was completely useless. The farm seemed to fit his SSS-level planting talent and beast taming skills, capable of growing high-level spiritual fruits and herbs and raising fierce and strong beasts. However, he already had a spiritual treasure space that could grow spiritual fruits and herbs at a faster rate. The beast taming order also included a pet space for storing demon beasts. The farm's planting and breeding functions thus seemed redundant. In the end, Zhao Hao gave up on the farm and started considering the forge, thinking it might be more practical. Zhao Hao had just learned the artifact forging technique from the old blacksmith, and he himself was also an artifact forger. With the forge, his forging skills could continuously improve, and his forger level could also upgrade. Each level up would allow him to learn new skills. The forge could also create various weapons, equipment, and tools, not only accelerating the construction of Fog Hidden Village but also enhancing the overall strength of the newcomers. The infirmary was also very attractive to Zhao Hao. Not only could it treat illnesses and injuries, but it also came with an alchemy room, allowing for mass production of medicines, improving alchemy skills, and researching various prescriptions. Zhao Hao had already successfully crafted a cost-effective dogskin plaster. If the infirmary was established, he could develop advanced potions and elixirs, which he could use himself or sell for a big profit. The training ground was even more impressive. It could simulate various environments and monsters, and training there could increase comprehension and skill proficiency. Zhao Hao could simulate battles with monsters, targeting their weaknesses. Although his archery skills were not high enough yet, the training ground allowed for rapid improvement through extensive practice, potentially becoming a master archer. The training ground was not just open to one person, over 1,000 novices could use it, greatly enhancing their overall strength. The mine can connect to mineral veins and extract precious minerals. Mining is a primitive yet practical skill. The mysterious iron ore and refined gold that Zhao Hao accidentally obtained are extremely valuable and can be used to forge divine weapons. The ore can be used personally or sold for money. Each of these basic buildings has its own function, and Zhao Hao found it difficult to choose it first. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose the forging factory. This is because the reforger is his only sub-profession with a growth path, allowing him to gain new skills by leveling up. Mining at the mine is already supported by mining techniques, the dispensary's potion making can be managed with the existing alchemy furnace, and the farm can be substituted by the spiritual treasure space. Although the training ground is good, he had not forgotten his promise to the old blacksmith to become a master craftsman. So he decided to start with the forging factory, improving his strength while accelerating the reconstruction of Wuyin village. The weapons and equipment produced by the forging factory can not only strengthen beginners but also be traded for profit. After Zhao Hao made his choice, a huge virtual image suddenly appeared inside the square box before him, a complex forging factory. Inside the factory were machine tools, impact hammers, steel furnaces, and operation platforms, everything one could desire, making his mouth water. Once this virtual image is selected, a massive building can be instantly generated at any location, faster than 3D printing. However, at this moment, Zhao Hao was not in a hurry to place the forging factory. The ruins of Wuyin village were gradually reviving and slowly merging with the 9527 beginner village. After the fusion is complete, he will then choose a place to set it down. Taking advantage of this downtime, Zhao Hao continued to select the next basic construction package supplies. Basic items, exclusive reconstruction resources for Wuyin village, possessing special abilities. Choose 1 out of 4, boundary marker, teleportation array, defense sword formation, feng shui spirit spring. Zhao Hao examined them one by one. Boundary marker can delineate territory boundaries, fixed coordinates, connects mysterious merchants, wandering poets, and adventure teams, enabling cross-realm trade. It has defensive formations, can collect taxes and levies, and accept summons. Truly impressive. He suddenly recalled the tombstone-like stone tablet he had seen at the village entrance before. Could that be the boundary marker? Unfortunately, that one was already destroyed. Teleportation array, set up within the territory of the faction. Members carrying the array disc can teleport over long distances, but cannot cross realms, and it cannot be used in special environments. It's equivalent to everyone carrying a return to town scroll. Despite its limitations, it is still powerful and tempting. Feng Shui Spirit Spring, a special resource that can alter feng shui within the faction's territory, enhancing spiritual energy, strengthening personnel's physical constitution, promoting resource growth and mutation, and can be used to place heavenly materials and earthly treasures to accelerate growth, ultimately forming a feng shui treasure land. Essential for major factions and very tempting. Defensive sword formation, a basic defensive formation that can activate flying swords to kill enemies. Once charged, it attacks automatically and can also be used in coordination with personnel. It can seal powerful flying sword attacks and can kill Lord-level feral beasts at most. It attacks only once, and the formation is spoiled after use. Zhao Hao looked at these items, his heart full of indecision over the choices. The defensive sword formation can only continue to recharge after all its energy is used up, and the energy for recharging can be purchased in Tianshi. There are many basic buildings, but only 4 basic tools. These 4 tools puzzled Zhao Hao. Which one should he choose? The teleportation array is the first choice for many players, as the people of Wuyin village can return to the city at any time, which is extremely convenient. The boundary monument is mysterious and powerful. It can open trade routes, participate in resource distribution, and is the village's face while also having defensive capabilities. The defensive sword formation is even stronger. With it, the village's safety is assured, capable of destroying Lord-level beast demons. Although Zhao Hao is unsure of the beast demon's strength, Lord-level beast demons are definitely terrifying. With the defensive sword formation, the safety of Wuyin village is at least guaranteed. The feng shui spirit spring is even more incredible, continuously generating spiritual energy, subtly altering feng shui, enhancing the output of treasures and material drop rates, and even improving the villagers' constitution. In the long run, the feng shui spirit spring holds great strategic value. If all 4 items can be combined, the village would be practically invincible. Unfortunately, Zhao Hao can only choose one, making the decision even more difficult. He had no choice but to hand the difficult problem over to the old village chief. After listening, the old village chief pondered for a moment and said, "Boundary markers can be ruled out first, there is no need to choose them." Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. Could it be that the old village chief's words concealed a hidden meaning? He asked, "What do you mean?" The old village chief sighed and said, "The boundary marker of Wuyin village was severely damaged, broken into 2 halves. I kept the intact half. Originally, it was just meant to be a keepsake, but with your ability, it can be barely restored. Although it can't be made whole, it can be activated. The main function of the boundary marker is to connect to Tianshi and pay taxes. If the village remains isolated, it cannot grow strong. Only by linking to Tianshi and trading resources can the village have the motivation for sustainable development." Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy. This was truly an unexpected gain. He hadn't expected that the abandoned boundary marker could still be used. But it's still hard to choose from the remaining 3. The old village chief asked, "How do you plan to choose?" Zhao Hao hesitated and said, "I'm torn between the feng shui spirit spring and the teleportation array, it's hard to decide." The old village chief was surprised. "Then why didn't you consider the defense sword formation?" With this defense sword formation, the safety of Wuyin village would be guaranteed. When facing evil sects or hunting squads, activating the sword formation to eliminate them would be no problem at all. Zhao Hao shook his head and said, "Generally, danger doesn't require the powerful sealing energy of the defense sword formation, it's just for show. When a real disaster comes, even a defense formation can't save the village. Besides, this formation can only be used once, and recharging it requires purchasing in Tianshi, which is definitely very costly." Exactly. The old village chief nodded in agreement. The saying "when the flying sword sounds, it's worth a fortune" refers to this defense sword formation. Although powerful, ordinary villages simply can't afford it, not even Wuyin village. Only big cities can afford such formations, it's too extravagant. You made the right choice. Seeing the old village chief looking so sentimental, Zhao Hao also nodded in agreement. He said in a deep voice, "If we choose a defensive formation, everyone will only hide in the village seeking safety. Without the spirit of adventure, without going out to explore and hunt, Wuyin village will decline sooner or later." Exactly. The old village chief smiled satisfactorily. "Back then, old Wang and I quietly guarded the village all our lives. The villagers were simple and life was stable, but once faced with a strong enemy, the village would be destroyed. You made the right choice. A village only has vitality and longevity by continuously expanding outward. I suggest you choose the teleportation formation and give up the spiritual spring." Zhao Hao was somewhat surprised. "Old village chief, why do you want me to give up the spirit spring when choosing the teleportation array?" The old village chief looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, mist rising around him. His puppet body slowly fell apart, but his eyes were full of hope and satisfaction. He waved dismissively. "The spirit spring is important for the village's improvement, it can even change the village's appearance, turning it into a blessed land in the future, where everyone could become a dragon." Zhao Hao also agreed. The spirit spring's effect was obvious. "Then why do you give up the spirit spring?" Zhao Hao asked. The old village chief shook his head. "The evolution of the spirit spring is extremely slow, increasing only a tiny bit each day, insignificant. The teleportation array allows villagers to freely go on adventures, gaining more resources through hunting and exploring, far surpassing the spirit spring. This special resource, the spirit spring, is not considered rare in the battlefields of the multiverse, sometimes it can even be bought directly in the heavenly market. Besides the spirit spring, there are also powerful heavenly materials and treasures such as exotic flames and divine wood, all of which can alter the environment and even create feng shui treasures, so the spirit spring is not irreplaceable. But the teleportation array is different, extremely rare. All the current teleportation arrays are stockpiles unified and manufactured by the artifact forging sects during the Heavenly Court era. Back then, each realm had large clusters of teleportation arrays, and even every village was equipped with teleportation arrays of various sizes. Even small villages could summon Heavenly Court experts for remote support at any time. What a glorious era that was, such a pity. The old village chief sighed as he spoke, clearly unable to let go of the tragedies that befell the hidden mist village. Listening to the old chief's stories, Zhao Hao suddenly realized. If the old chief hadn't reminded him, he probably would have chosen the spirit spring a long time ago. Indeed, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. After selecting the basic props, the basic gift pack in front of Zhao Hao was reduced by a portion, and a holographic image of a teleportation array appeared. But he was not in a hurry to place it because the teleportation array must be carefully located. If placed carelessly and easily destroyed by enemies, it would be troublesome. The teleportation array needs to be well concealed and its defense must also be considered. Then, Zhao Hao continued to choose from the basic gift pack. Basic blueprint, he read aloud. Old village chief, what is the basic blueprint? Zhao Hao asked. Basic design drawings are manufacturing blueprints for certain fundamental materials or items. Owning them allows for large-scale production and processing of those items. For example, our Wuying village, although we don't have the design drawings, has its own basic resource, fine wine. Our brewed wine is rich in aroma, smooth in taste, and can even strengthen the body. Some wines can even enhance combat power. Wuying village's fine wine is very popular and also has a market in the heavenly market. By selling wine, the village's life can thrive in exchange for a continuous flow of resources. Zhao Hao recalled that the old village chief had repeatedly promoted Wuying village's fine wine. It was true after all. The old village chief continued, the neighboring village chose to make arrows. Their arrows are high quality, with good attributes, minimal deviation, and come in various types, making them very popular on the heavenly killing battlefield. Their industry keeps that village thriving. Some villages choose basic weapon design drawings, allowing them to mass-produce that weapon from then on. Basic design drawings are extremely precious things in the heavenly market, ordinary factions can hardly buy them. If you manage to get one, consider yourself quite lucky. Hearing the old village chief say this, Zhao Hao felt a surge of happiness in his heart. Isn't this precisely finding the right direction for development? Just like every country on Blue Star has its own specialty industries, growing bigger and stronger to become industry benchmarks. Zhao Hao looked at the old village chief and said sincerely, actually, all of this is thanks to you. These materials are all reconstruction supplies for Wuying village, I just happened to get lucky. The old village chief waved his hand and said, because of you, Wuying village has been preserved, and the hope of more than 600 people was born because of you. Now you are the village chief, and these supplies handed to you can truly rebuild the village. This is the best outcome. There are 4 types of basic design diagrams: giant catapult, antler bow, mining machine, and black armor full shield. The catapult is not very useful and is not needed in the beginner stage, but it is useful later when fighting other villages. The black armor full shield offers good protection but has limited functionality. Zhao Hao unhesitatingly chose the mining machine. The village has a forge, and with him is the equipment refiner. Forging requires materials. The mining machine perfectly provides minerals, complementing each other, allowing the village's industry to get on the right track. His equipment refining skills will also rapidly improve as a result, and technological progress can drive the development of the forging industry. The reconstruction gift pack also includes basic plants and basic livestock. The plant is explosive corn, which grows fast and yields high output. If not harvested in time after maturity, it bursts into popcorn. Zhao Hao read the description and couldn't help but laugh. Why not just call it a popcorn tree? The breeder is the stingtail wasp, a level 3 beast. Although not as powerful and deadly as the level 5 golden tail wasp, its honey is equally precious. Raising stingtail wasps not only enhances defense but also provides rare ingredient honey. Lastly, there is the recruitment order. The old village chief said that recruitment depends entirely on luck. It could be a bard, an adventurer, or even a not-so-intelligent minotaur. After selecting the gift pack, Kirigakure village finally appeared clearly before their eyes. It was already the early hours of the next day, with a ray of morning sunlight casting golden light, enveloping the village. The old village chief's puppet body bore its final smile as it gazed at the sunrise in the distance, gradually stiffening and becoming motionless. Zhao Hao knew clearly that the old village chief, like the villagers, was forever integrated into the ancestral hall. The heroic spirit of Huawei always guarded the mist-hidden village. He stood beside the dilapidated boundary marker and pulled out the village chief order from the spirit treasure space. At the same time, all members of Village 9527 received a new prompt message. Prompt: Village Chief Zhao Hao invites all members of Village 9527 to join Mist-Hidden Village. Those willing to join will automatically become villagers, those unwilling will have their beginner cabins disappear and become wanderers. As soon as the message appeared, a dialogue box popped up in front of everyone, asking if they wanted to accept the invitation. No one hesitated, they all chose to join. Who would want to be a wanderer now? Especially with Zhao Hao being so strong, clinging to him is the only way to have a good life. Li Zhe accepted the invitation and became a resident of Woyin village. Ibe accepted the invitation and became a villager of the Kiri village. Maddie accepted the invitation and became a villager of the Kiri village. Renhu accepted the invitation and became a villager of the Kiri village. In just a few seconds, everyone joined Kiri village. Each person's interface now includes the Villager Operation interface. Announcement: Villager recruitment has ended, and Woyin village is officially established. Announcement: Congratulations to the villagers, Woyin village has become a foundational settlement across the multiverse, protected by the Heavenly Tao, gaining 20 attribute points as a reward. Announcement: Village Chief Zhao Hao has received a reward from the Heavenly Tao, increasing attributes by 100 points. Announcement: Woyin village opens the Sky Market, supporting cross-realm trading and enjoying a 20% tax reduction. Rumble. As soon as the news came out, the sky above the village trembled. Streams of white light descended, shining on the villagers. Everyone's attributes surged, instantly increasing by 20 points. Deafening cheers erupted throughout the village. On the square, the chat channel was even more lively. From now on, we all have identities. Look at the villagers' interface, there are so many new features. The teleport back to village function actually exists. The chat became lively, and everyone quickly opened the Villager Operation interface. Teleport: villagers holding the teleport token bestowed by the village chief can activate teleportation to instantly return to Mist-Hidden Village. Usage requires a 1-minute channeling period during which it cannot be interrupted. Reminder: not usable in special environments and task maps. Villagers can use it once per day, and the village chief can use it 3 times per day. Tip: 3 or more villagers using the teleportation token can record the teleportation coordinates, allowing a return within 1 day after going back to the village. Zhao Hao used the village chief's token to directly establish a teleportation array in the Novice village square. Zhao Hao built the basic construction forge next to the mining machine. Once all the materials were prepared, he solemnly built the shrine of Woyin village next to the teleportation array. This way, everyone entering and leaving the village could see it, and the heroic spirits in the shrine would forever protect the village, helping it grow bit by bit. He opened the village chief interface. Village name: Kirigakure village. Village level: level 0. Village chief: Zhao Hao. Village population: 987 people. Public buildings: 3. Upgradable: beginner's wooden hut. Currently, only the novice cabin can be upgraded. Level 0 novice cabin, doubles stamina and energy recovery speed during sleep. Level 1 novice cabin, doubles recovery speed when not sleeping and triples recovery speed during sleep. Upgrade reward: upgrading from level 0 to level 1 grants the blessing of heaven, increasing attributes by 50 points. Damn, upgrading the wooden house can also increase attributes, that's really nice. Zhao Hao excitedly continued reading. Upgrade restrictions: newbie wooden houses of level 0 village villagers can be upgraded up to level 1, and the village chief's wooden house can be upgraded up to level 2. Reward: upgrading from level 1 to level 2 grants 100 attribute points. The village chief exclusively enjoys the privilege of upgrading to level 2, which feels especially great. To upgrade to level 3, the village must first be upgraded to level 1. Only with a level 1 village can the village chief's wooden house be upgraded to level 3, and villagers' wooden houses to level 2. Zhao Hao checked the village upgrade conditions. Population reaches over 500. Village chief's reputation exceeds 50. Complete the upgrade task or achieve the model taxpaying village achievement. Both population and reputation meet the standards. The challenge lies in the achievement of being a model taxpaying village. The former village chief cared so much about taxes because this achievement could upgrade the village. Zhao Hao decided to first upgrade to a level 1 village, so he could communicate with other villages or even annex them. But upgrading through the model taxpaying village title alone was too slow, and the tax requirements were unknown. Zhao Hao chose to complete the upgrade task. Upgrade task details. Submit 100 units of finished stone blocks, 100 units of finished iron blocks, 100 units of high-quality cloth, 100 units of refined ore, and 100 units of standard weapons within the specified time. Note: standard weapon manufacturing blueprints will be issued directly. Strictly follow the blueprints to produce the weapons, and complete the orc extermination task to qualify for the upgrade. That's simple? Although the task list was long, Zhao Hao didn't care at all. The most difficult task was refining 10,000 standard weapons. With his strength, it is impossible to complete the forging of so many weapons in a short time. On the contrary, eradicating the orcs seems more dangerous, but is actually not difficult. These orcs are merely mutated humans who have lost their sanity, their combat power comparable to ferocious beasts, with low intelligence, making them easy to deal with. Moreover, Zhao Hao will not fight alone. He will first equip all the newcomers, improving their strength, and then complete the tasks, naturally making the difficulty much lower. In addition to these functions, the Village Chief interface also has a Village Chief Tasks option. Village Chief Tasks: as the Village Chief, you possess absolute prestige and authority and are a low-level agent of the Heavenly Tao. You must unite the villagers, inspire their enthusiasm, and better uphold the authority of the Heavenly Tao. The village chief can issue tasks, and upon completion, will receive extra rewards and blessings from the Heavenly Tao. Currently, you can issue +2 village chief tasks. There are actually 2 village chief tasks that can be issued? Zhao Hao clicked to view out of curiosity. Village Chief Task 1: build a beautiful new village. Build a beautiful new village. The villagers' living environments are shabby. As the village chief, you care about their lives and decide to mobilize everyone to build a beautiful home. You can issue the beginner task: build a beautiful new village. Tip: once 1/3 of the villagers complete the novice wooden house upgrade task, it is considered initially completed, and a level 1 heavenly blessing can be obtained. Hint: when 1/2 of the villagers complete the task, it is considered basically completed and grants a level 2 heavenly Tao blessing. Hint: when all members complete the task, it is considered perfectly completed and grants a level 3 heavenly Tao blessing. Hint: under the level 3 heavenly Tao blessing, villagers who complete the task receive 60 attribute points as a reward, and the village chief receives 120 attribute points. Damn! Upgrading my novice wooden house can actually earn heavenly Tao rewards? This benefit is just too tempting. And promoting it in the form of tasks will definitely motivate all newcomers to actively complete them. After all, improving living conditions while gaining extra attributes, who would refuse that? Once completed, villagers who receive the benefits will be even more supportive of Zhao Hao as their village chief. This unconsciously strengthened his cohesion and appeal. It seems that these benefits are essentially also a test and support for the village chief. Besides that, there is another village chief task that can be issued. Village Chief Task 2: Facing the Beast Tide. Facing the Beast Tide, the rebuilt mist-hidden village breaks years of peace and will face an attack from a small beast tide. The village is currently under novice protection, and the system will automatically fend off the beast tide. But as an aspiring village chief, you decide to actively cancel the protection and confront the beast tide with your own strength. Tip: after defeating the beast tide, Mist Hidden Village will receive a blessing from the Heavenly Tao, randomly gaining +1 to formation, and the village chief will earn personal battle merit. Participants' psychic energy will be doubled, and attribute bonuses upon leveling up will also be doubled. Tip: this task carries significant risk, please choose carefully. Zhao Hao was ecstatic after reading the task. This was practically a free opportunity. He had to accept it. What other task could boost strength so quickly? Doubling the psychic energy meant every villager, even a level 1 novice, could level up rapidly. The doubled attribute bonuses upon leveling up would greatly enhance the village's overall combat power. Completing this task would make the novice strength of Mist Hidden Village leap forward, far surpassing the gains from a single resource gamble. And as village chief, bringing such benefits would naturally greatly increase his authority. Zhao Hao was eager to issue the task. However, for now, the Hidden Fog Village still needs to complete some basic infrastructure, and everyone needs to adapt to the changes. After all, the village has changed a lot. At this moment, people started to appear one after another in the Novice Square. The chat channel was lively. Look, Big Shot Zhao Hao has already uploaded the teleportation token. Everyone who agrees to enter Hidden Fog Village can get one. Don't call him Big Shot, he should be called Village Chief. I got it too, can't wait to try the teleportation order. Wow, back to the newbie village square, but the name has changed to Hidden Mist Village Collective Square, it just makes you want to dance. Yeah, the place is big and flat, perfect for square dancing. Damn, besides the teleportation array in the square, there's actually a spirit hero shrine? What is the purpose of the spirit hall? Not sure, the village chief should be able to explain. Am I the only one who has noticed that the village has a new forge? I also saw it. It shows the basic structures of the Hidden Mist Village, fully equipped with tools inside, but you need the village chief's approval to use them. So it turns out the village chief ignored the wager all along just to wait for the forging factory. With it, we can create divine weapons and compete on the divine weapons leaderboard. Damn, the village chief's move is amazing. Even top companies can understand it. Great, this time the bet with Kirigakure village should be secure, right? At this moment, Gazai Tai Lang excitedly held a blood-red long knife. Finally, the Sakura Blade ritual is complete. Haha, I've already climbed to 10th place on the divine weapon rankings. We will definitely win. Yamamoto-kun, why do you look so worried? Lord Gazai Tai Lang, didn't you say that refining this blade only requires around 20 people? How come? Humph. They're all useless, their strength is too weak, the essence and blood weren't even utilized, I wasted so much effort for nothing. These useless things are just wasting food by being alive. Don't worry, if we win the bet, we'll get everything. Lord Gazai Tai Lang is wise. Fog Hidden Village Chat Channel. Brothers, where is the village chief? The situation doesn't look good. What's wrong? Turtle Boy is really reckless, he made it onto the Divine Soldier leaderboard. Although he's 10th, we're probably going to lose this time. What's there to fear? Our Fog Hidden Village status is solid, losing once is no big deal. Yes, as long as the village chief is here, a comeback is only a matter of time. Don't panic, the village chief already has a forging factory, specifically for crafting divine weapons. Trust me, soon the village chief will forge powerful divine weapons and climb the rankings. Right, the village chief's plans are all set, amazing. Don't rush, there is still time until the end of the bet. Only when the rankings distribute rewards will the true win or loss be decided. That's right, but why hasn't the village chief started forging at the forge yet? Zhao Hao learned about Gue Zai Tailan's initiation of the bet from the chat channel, his expression odd. This Gue Zai Tailang really hasn't learned his lesson, still daring to challenge me to a bet? What's even stranger is that the divine weapon rankings haven't changed at all. Logically speaking, the name at the top of the leaderboard should have changed long ago when returning to the real world. So why is there no sign of any movement at all now? Not even the name of Dasha Longke appears on the leaderboard, which is utterly unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Hao had a thought and took out the Dasha Longke from the Lingbao space. Immediately, the rankings fluctuated drastically, and Zhao Hao's Dasha Longke directly soared to first place. First place, Dasha Longke, Divine Weapon Remnant, Zone 1, Zhao Hao. At the same time, Gazai Tai Lang, who had just entered 10th place, was immediately pushed out of the rankings. Zhao Hao finally understood that it was because of the Lingbao space that his Dasha Longke blade did not appear on the leaderboard. Lingbao space is a small world fragment he recovered. Special spaces sometimes block chat channels and leaderboards. This discovery stirred something in Zhao Hao's heart. If he hid some things in the Lingbao space and then made bets with others, wouldn't it be exploiting a loophole in the system? However, he had no real intention of doing so. After all, the system represented the will of the heavenly Tao, not an ordinary program, so it would surely punish him. At the same time, Gue Zaitai from Area 1 was arrogantly shouting with pride. Ha ha ha! People of Longhua, where is Zhao Hao? What about your so-called divine weapons? Aren't you going to challenge me? Come on! Is this person crazy? Yeah, I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Today you'll see for yourself. Gue Zai is too wild. You're only in 10th place, what's there to be proud of? So what if you're proud? Dare to hit me and try. I really want to beat this guy to death. Yeah, he's so annoying. Lord Kazaidaru is amazing. Our Sakura Island finally has hope this time. Although we taught the people of Dragon Country a lesson, I can't feel happy at all. After all, our opponent is the even more detestable Sakura Island Devils. Oh my god, look at that. What happened? The god weapon rankings have changed. It's unbelievable. I suspect I misread it. Quick, look. How did Zhao Hao suddenly become number 1? This must be a bug, right? This is outrageous, absolutely unacceptable. This is ridiculously fake. I'm going to report Zhao Hao for cheating. I could accept getting first place, but the first place actually holding a divine weapon? Are you kidding me? Yeah, this is the highest level weapon, and we are all still beginners. How can he wield a divine weapon? But there is a damaged character on the back of this divine weapon. What does that mean? Maybe it's an incomplete divine weapon. He used some tricks, but even so, Zhao Hao's strength has increased. Wouldn't it be even harder for us to defeat him? Stop sighing. Isn't the worst off person right now Turtle Kid, who is too reckless? Ha ha ha. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. He embarrasses himself every time he makes the leaderboard. Just feeling proud for a few seconds, then it's all over. How come I can only laugh at such a tragic thing? At this moment, in the newbie village, Gazai Tailang held the falling cherry blade, staring at the leaderboard in disbelief. This feels like a dream. Turtle Boy Teru, impossible. My Sakura falling blade is unmatched in the world, how could I drop in the rankings? Turtle Boy Teru, you lost. You brought defeat to our Sakura Island. You cruelly slaughtered your own people just to temper this broken sword. In the end, you nearly lost the bet. This broken sword, this broken swordsmanship, you are a demon, too cruel. Yamamoto, I curse your ancestors. You agreed to temper the treasured sword back then, so why pretend to be a good person? When you were the first to kneel before me and beg to be killed, why didn't you say anything? Turtle Boy Taro, you demon, you are a sinner of our Sakura Island. You'd better disembowel yourself to apologize. Abdominal opening? That's something only cowards do. I will win by any means necessary. Put. Yamamoto looked in horror as the falling Sakura blade pierced him, blood pouring out, but strangely it did not drip to the ground. The blood seemed to be wildly absorbed by the falling Sakura blade. He was bewildered and incredulous, while Gazai's lips curled into a fierce smile. How dare you insult the falling cherry blade, insult the blade crafting techniques of the Gazai family. Our family's blade skills are the strongest. I will never lose. The falling cherry blade becomes a sharp weapon after absorbing 100 people. The more it absorbs, the more it will become a divine weapon. I will definitely win the bet. But you won't see that day when I claim victory alone, and all the village's resources belong to me. I want to be number 1 on the divine weapon leaderboard, get the golden treasure chest, and conquer the newbie village with the divine weapon. I want to dominate all realms, With a wild laugh, Yamamoto collapsed helplessly to the ground. Gue Zaidalang wielded a knife, his eyes glowing red fiercely, and charged into the newbie village like a madman. A villager knelt down in fear, Lord Kazaitaro. The next second, his voice abruptly stopped. Put! The cherry blossom sword precisely pierced his neck. There was no murderous intent on Kazaitaro's face, instead, he smiled with enjoyment. Absorbing essence one by one, he wielded the falling cherry blossom blade, cutting and killing anyone he saw. This indiscriminate attack caused heavy casualties among the newcomers, who were completely unprepared. These poor people never expected the strongest in the village to suddenly go berserk and turn on them. Many were caught off guard. Sakura Island was originally a distorted society where the strong ruled. Faced with Turtle Boy's reckless rampage, some people's first reaction was to stand at attention and bow. Many died still in a bowing posture. A large number of newcomers died tragically as Gazai Tailang charged into the newbie village square. The remaining people finally realized this guy was crazy, aiming to kill everyone. They refused to give up without a fight. Although their talents varied in strength, no one was willing to be lambs to the slaughter. The newbies launched a desperate assault, shouting for help in the chat channel. Gazai Tailang was incredibly powerful, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. At first, he faced great danger. But as the killing continued, the cherry blossom sword in his hand began to reveal a terrifying power. A horrifying aura surged through his whole body, and combined with his mysterious ninja techniques, he forcefully carved a bloody path. The newbie's daggers were no match for his cherry blossom sword. The small newbie village quickly ran red with blood. Meanwhile, the chat channel in Area 1 exploded. Everyone was discussing whether Zhao Hao suddenly reaching first place on the Divine Weapon Leaderboard was due to cheating or recharging. Damn! Turtle Boy is going crazy, slaughtering everyone in the rookie village, trying to use live sacrifices to refine the broken blade and seize the top spot on the Divine Weapon rankings. Too tragic, hundreds of people have already died in the village. Earlier, he led experts to kill low-level beginners to refine the blade. We tacitly agreed to it for the sake of winning the bet, but we never expected it to backfire on us. This guy has completely lost it, he wants to sacrifice all of us. As the chat heated up, the entire Zone 1 was boiling with activity. What the hell? Killing his own villagers, that's sick. So the Sakura blade is refined using living sacrifices, how cruel. This cruelty actually fits the characteristics of the islanders. Although islanders are cruel, I didn't expect them to be this harsh to their own people. This group of Cherry Islanders is so twisted that it doesn't surprise me at all. Ashiba. These are the barbaric people of the Sakura Island. From now on, as long as their rookie village enters Area 1, we must eliminate these evil Sakura Islanders immediately. That's right, the Sakura Islanders are truly evil, and of course, the Dragon Nation people aren't clean either, it's just that the Dragon Nation is powerful, and we can't beat them. The Divine Weapon rankings haven't distributed rewards yet, and the resource gamble of Turtle Boy is still ongoing. In the chat channel of the Mist Hidden Village, everyone was discussing the major news just transmitted from the Area channel. Great, if Turtle Taro really sacrifices all the newbies from their village, wouldn't that mean total destruction? Yeah, watching these guys who have been living well these days slaughter each other, it makes me feel extremely satisfied. Me too, just sitting back and watching the show. Don't celebrate too early, Turtle Taru's reckless actions are meant to use evil methods to sacrifice the demon sword. Once the demon sword becomes a divine weapon, our village might lose. I'm worried too. Originally, the village chief had arranged the divine troops, so we were sure to win, but with Gazai being so reckless, my mind is all over the place. Don't panic, trust the village chief. Exactly, the village chief will always be our pride. Zhao Hao, upon learning Gazai's actions from the channel, was completely baffled. What kind of thinking is this? Using living people as sacrifices to forge divine weapons? Truly foolish. Divine weapons have spirits, and the key is their spirituality. Spirituality allows the divine weapon to cooperate with its owner, helping you kill enemies like a combat partner. Spirituality also enables the divine weapon to grow and adapt to your fighting style. cultivating spirituality isn't easy. It requires nurturing with spiritual arts and providing rare heavenly materials or mineral essences for the divine weapon to absorb. Even so, it still takes years of accumulation for the divine weapon to resonate with its owner's intentions. Some artificers try to take shortcuts by hunting powerful demon beasts and sealing their souls into divine weapons, but those can only be considered fake divine weapons. There are even more cruel ones who plunder human spirituality to forge weapons. These weapons will turn into demonic or evil weapons. Demonic soldiers possess certain characteristics of divine soldiers but lack spirituality, having only terrifying demonic nature. Because the vengeful souls used to forge them carry anger, resentment, hatred, and pain. These emotions intertwine, endowing the demonic soldiers with immense power. Demonic soldiers emit a dreadful, bloodthirsty frenzy aura. Anyone who tries to control them will eventually be reversed by the demonic soldiers and turned into killing machines. Zhao Hao knew that these killings were merely providing essence and blood to the demonic soldiers. He was certain that Gazai Tailang would eventually devour all the residents of the Novice village. By then, he would no longer be himself but a puppet of the demon soldier's will. Gazai Tailang would also become a tireless killing machine. The outcome was extremely tragic, but Zhao Hao felt no sympathy. After all, those 100 lives were delivered by Gazai Tailang's own hands. Such a person deserved to be punished. Even if Gazai Tailang didn't die, he would become a bloodthirsty demon, losing his humanity, wreaking havoc everywhere, and becoming the prime target of demon hunters. Zhao Hao's hidden profession as a demon hunter had yet to level up because leveling requires killing demons, and there were simply no demons to be found in the Novice village. He imagined that if he ever confronted Gazai Tailang wielding the demon soldier's weapon in the future, the scene would surely be spectacular. It's just that he didn't know if Gazai Tailang would still have consciousness at that time. If he did, realizing that the demon blade he had forged only served to provide experience to Zhao Hao would surely shock him beyond words. But that was a matter far in the future. Zhao Hao was only surprised by Gazai Tailang's behavior but didn't care. He knew Gazai Tailang could never forge a divine weapon, so he was certain of winning the bet. If he won, Gazai Tailang would face double the punishment and his strength would greatly diminish. Since the bet was not yet over, he went to claim his reward first. Prompt: Are you sure you want to submit the task completion status? Zhao Hao submitted the task without hesitation. Notice, progress on D-rank mission The Disappearing Mist Hidden Village has been submitted. Notice, mission completed with extremely high completion rate, rated SSS-level. Obtained, silver treasure chest ×1. Obtained, reputation +2. He didn't expect the completion quality to be so high, yet the reward was only a silver treasure chest. Although a bit disappointed, since the task level wasn't high, he came to terms with it. Tip: extra hidden quest The Lost Village Chief's Order completed. Obtained, silver treasure chest ×1. Obtained, blessing of the heavenly way ×1. Notification: Zhao Hao, village chief of Kirigakure, has completed the first D-rank mission and gained +5 reputation points. As the notification appeared, 2 silver treasure chests suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hao. A golden halo descended from the sky, enveloping him, then vanished in an instant, as if nothing had happened. But Zhao Hao clearly felt that something had increased inside his body. What has the heavenly Tao left inside me? He curiously checked the details of the heavenly Tao's blessing. Heavenly Tao's blessing: you have been chosen by the heavenly Tao, with a slight increase in luck value increased by 1%, and a chance to trigger the last-ditch survival effect. This feeling is just like the luck child in novels, encountering adventures as soon as you step out and even managing a last-ditch counterattack against the big boss. Looks like from now on, I'm really holding on to the heavenly Tao's thigh. Zhao Hao looked eagerly at the 2 silver treasure chests. Opened the first one. Obtained, defense arrow tower blueprint +1. Obtained, water spirit orb +1. Acquired, silver box +1. Only 2 items? He was somewhat surprised. Then he opened the second treasure chest. Obtained, A-level quest scroll +1. Obtained, iron mining permit +1. Acquired, silver box +1. Iron mining permit? What is this? Zhao Hao clicked to check. Iron mining permit, issued by Tiandao, allows the generation of an iron ore vein in a mountain range, producing 20,000 units of iron ore per day. For every 100 units mined, 20 units are deducted as mining tax. This permit can be upgraded. Not bad, but a 20% mining tax is quite high. Zhao Hao frowned and calculated carefully. 20% of the iron ore mined every day is taken away, and the remaining 80% still needs to be traded, with taxes imposed on the transactions. In this way, the iron ore mined with hard work actually yields only about half its value to oneself. He felt somewhat confused. Isn't the heavenly Tao omnipotent? Resources should be unlimited, so why impose taxes to maintain the system? In any case, holding the iron ore mining permit, combined with mining machines, ensures that the iron ore resources of Wuyin village will flow endlessly. This provided a stable supply of materials for the forge, and the forging industry in the Hidden Mist village would soon experience rapid development. Zhao Hao put away the iron ore mining map and turned his gaze to another item in the silver treasure chest, a great emission scroll. Unlike the simple and dark grade demission scroll, this scroll had a complex pattern and a brass-like color, resembling an ancient bronze artifact that had been handled many times. Thinking of the benefits gained from the great demissions, Zhao Hao was full of anticipation for this great emission scroll. He clicked to view the scroll's details. Activate great emission after use, seal the dark abyss. The mission difficulty is high, there is no limit on participants, and rewards are equally divided among participants. Zhao Hao was stunned. This mission was fixed and could not be triggered randomly like the great demissions. The same mission could be attempted by many people simultaneously, with no limit on the number of participants. In an extreme scenario, he could even lead hundreds of people from Hidden Mist Village to challenge it together, increasing the success rate. But Zhao Hao didn't intend to do so because the rewards would be divided among many participants, resulting in very little personal gain. The key to completing the mission was the effective use of manpower. Since the mission was dangerous, the Dark Abyss was no good place. Taking inexperienced newcomers could mean sending them to their deaths in vain. Since the task was dangerous, Zhao Hao decided not to activate the scroll for the time being, to avoid being forced to complete it within a set time after triggering it. So he put away the mission scroll and turned to check the items in another silver treasure chest. It was a water spirit pearl, one of the 5 elements spirit pearls, containing powerful water elemental energy. It could be used by those with water or mutated ice elemental talents, and could also serve as a simple power source to operate special tools. Although its description was similar to that of the fire spirit pearl, it was clearly something valuable. Unfortunately, Zhao Hao did not have water elemental talent, so he could not activate its power for now. To avoid waste, he decided to extract it later when he acquired water elemental talent. Finally, he saw the blueprint for making a defensive arrow tower. Defensive arrow tower blueprint can be used to craft a basic defensive arrow tower. Once installed, the tower can fire multiple arrows in succession or perform single target sniping with different arrows. Manual operation yields better results. This thing is amazing. If placed in the village, it's like adding an extra defense tower. It can also fire rapidly or snipe accurately, especially useful when a beast horde attacks. However, it consumes a lot of arrows, so it can only be used for emergencies at critical moments. Zhao Hao put away the crafting blueprint and casually dismantled 2 silver treasure chests into silver pieces. Then he opened the village chief's task interface, ready to post his first task after taking office. Build a beautiful new village. Zhao Hao finished editing the task content and clicked publish. All the novices in Kirigakure village heard a prompt in their minds. Villagers, the village chief is speaking. Immediately following was the roar of the loudspeaker, and everyone clicked on it, confused. Task interface pop up. I am Village Chief Zhao Hao, welcome to Wuyin Village. The village has just been established, and we need to work together to build a beautiful home. Please upgrade your novice wooden house from level 0 to level 1, those who complete it will receive 50 attribute points as a reward. Once the whole village finishes, everyone will gain an additional 60 attribute points. The task lasts for 1 day. The first 10 to complete it will receive a first-tier equipment item gifted by the village chief. Zhao Hao released the first construction task, while the mission to fend off the beast wave is not urgent for the time being. After the attributes are improved, release the second task, and take the opportunity to get the forge up and running, enhancing the overall strength of the village. The task details read: materials required to upgrade the novice wooden house: 50 wood, 50 stone, 10 animal bones, 4 beast hides, 4 iron blocks. Once the news broke, the entire fog-hidden village erupted in excitement. What is this? The village chief personally issued a task? Amazing, before we could only receive system prompts, now the village chief speaks directly, and tasks come with attribute rewards. The village chief is so awesome, directly adding attribute points for us. This is too great. The village chief keeps assigning us tasks. Won't our strength improve rapidly? Don't think it's that simple. The tasks issued by the village chief definitely have restrictions. Renhu said, the reward for this task is amazing. It can boost over 100 attribute points. It's such a great deal. Lu Peng said, you're overthinking it. A single person leveling up can only get 50 attribute points. Additional rewards can only be claimed when everyone completes the novice wooden house upgrade. It requires the entire team to finish, which is quite difficult. No way, the resources aren't hard to find, we can all get them. That's true, but with over 900 people in the village searching for resources together, there just aren't enough resources to go around. Yeah, like Shirtu Mountain, there are many, but everyone has to level up, and a few small Shirtu Mountains are simply not enough. What's more critical is that finding resources takes too much time. If 1 or 2 people don't finish, everyone's efforts go to waste. I'll try first. I have the logging talent, so gathering wood is easy. Any brothers with mining talent? Let's share resources for higher efficiency. Great idea. Let's team up. The village chief is really amazing. The novice village has changed a lot in a short time, and the teleportation array is simply incredible. With 3 people gathering the teleportation tokens, we can set up a simple 2-way teleportation array, making it much easier to find resources and fight monsters. Yeah, no need to worry about wearing dark clothes outdoors at night, we can go straight back to the cabin to rest. That's right, no more overnight stays in the wild. The upgraded cabin's rest effect is definitely better, but I don't know the specifics? I'm not sure either, but someone will finish upgrading soon. Let's watch then. I guess I'll just watch. The requirements are too harsh, too many resources, not enough time. I don't have high hopes. Zhao Hao looked at the chat content and shook his head helplessly. Is this task difficult? The upgrade requirements for a level 1 novice wooden house are simple, only requiring some common basic materials. He still has quite a bit of unused wood in his spiritual treasure space, as well as a good amount of iron blocks, animal bones, and pelts obtained from resets. The only thing missing is stones, which aren't very useful. He has no reserve of them in his space. As a professional artifact refiner, Zhao Hao mastered mining techniques, making it incredibly easy to gather stones. He walked outside the village, aimed at a stone, directly used the mining skill to break it, then reset it, instantly obtaining the needed stones. Others needed pickaxes for mining, but he didn't, which was incredibly convenient. After acquiring the resources, he immediately teleported back to the newbie plaza and returned to his wooden house. Zhao Hao submitted the materials, and an upgrade button appeared behind the wooden house. Previously, the button was gray, but it turned green after all the materials were gathered. He clicked upgrade, and the system prompted that the upgrade was successful. The wooden house's functions greatly improved, with stamina and energy recovery speeds doubled, and sleep recovery faster. As the village chief, he also received additional attribute bonuses. The wooden house instantly emitted a bright light, booming as it grew larger, more than twice its previous size. The exterior walls were built with stone blocks, and the doors, windows, and fences were neat and attractive. Inside the house, there were simple beds made from animal skins and bones, greatly improving the environment. This commotion caught the attention of the villagers. Wow, it's Zhao Hao. Finally seeing the village chief in person. Look, the words village chief are directly displayed above his head, so cool. He just upgraded the novice wooden house and even posted a quest. The new house is really impressive, way better than before. Unfortunately, we have no tools or skills, so it's hard to get the materials needed for the upgrade. I want to upgrade too. Living better can also earn attribute rewards. The village chief even gave everyone tier 1 weapons, such great benefits. I need to work hard to grab weapons, can't miss out. Everyone was envious and excited, eager to improve themselves. Yeah, this wasn't clearly explained beforehand. It's really not easy to get complete animal hides and bones. Most of the beasts and ferocious animals we kill end up without intact bodies. Zhao Hao saw the villagers' complaints in the chat channel and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Upgrading the wooden house to gain attribute points is theoretically something everyone would want. But thinking about it, everyone has to go out and chop a lot of wood, gather a large amount of stone and iron ore, and hunt various animal resources. This work is not easy. Everyone has to hold various tools and spread out to work. Moreover, if all the newbies do this, wouldn't the time spent killing monsters and leveling up be seriously wasted? Is there a better way to solve this problem? Zhao Hao fell into deep thought. It would be great if everyone could share their resources with each other. Although there is a trading channel in the newbie village, it only allows barter, which is inefficient and lacks standardized pricing. He cannot impose fixed prices. It would be much better if there were a unified currency. There seem to be gold coins in the world of slaughter among the heavens, but they are produced by the heavenly way and are extremely precious, only circulating in the heavenly market. Even if he could get a few thousand gold coins to distribute to the villagers, it would be too wasteful. Gold coins can buy quite a lot in the heavenly market, but unfortunately, only the village chief can freely trade there. For others, even if they have gold coins, they are useless. Zhao Hao thought to himself, if only he could create a freely convertible system with a unified currency unit, how great that would be. Just as he was pondering, the village chief's token on his body suddenly started to glow. He curiously took out the village chief's token, a look of delight appearing on his face. At this moment, many villagers in Wuyin village had already started preparing to go out to cut trees and mine stones, while some hesitated and felt conflicted. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded simultaneously in everyone's mind. Notice, Village Chief Zhao Hao has successfully activated the village contribution store. All villagers can use contribution points to exchange for supplies, or contribute supplies to earn contribution points. What is this? Everyone stared at the prompt on the screen, instantly stunned. What new trick is the village chief up to now? Immediately, everyone was surprised to find a contribution shop added to the operation interface. Opening it, the middle displayed the product shelves, the left side had the exchange window, and the right side showed the message bar and the leaderboard. At this moment, a prompt flashed in the message bar. Notice, Village Chief Zhao Hao contributed plus 100 wood, gaining plus 100 contribution points. Notice, Village Chief Zhao Hao contributed 20 iron pieces, gaining 100 contribution points. Notice, Village Chief Zhao Hao contributed 100 beast bones, gaining 500 contribution points. Notice, Village Chief Zhao Hao contributed 100 stones, gaining 100 contribution points. As system notifications kept popping up, the contribution shop was filled with various supplies. On the contribution leaderboard, Zhao Hao's name was prominently listed. First place, Zhao Hao, Village Chief, contribution value 800. The villagers were talking excitedly. What does the village chief want to do by creating this contribution shop? I've guessed it. The materials contributed by the village chief can be exchanged for contribution points, and we can also use contribution points to exchange for things. I tried, and exchanging supplies requires contribution points. In the supplies contributed by the village chief, 1 unit of wood equals 1 contribution point, beast bones 2 contribution points, and iron blocks 5 contribution points, all are materials for upgrading the wooden house. Great, this way we don't have to laboriously gather materials, we can directly exchange contribution points for materials. Then how do we earn contribution points? Can the herbs I have contribute to exchange points? Does it mean that items contributed by everyone can be exchanged by others using exchange points? Awesome! This way our village shares resources, and everyone trades according to their needs. It's much more convenient than bartering. That's right, the village chief is amazing for making resource sharing possible in our village. Now upgrading the wooden house doesn't require doing everything alone. Exactly, everyone can divide tasks to chop trees, gather stones, and find beast bones, then use the remaining contribution points in the shop to exchange for the materials they lack. The contribution shop is fair and transparent, with records of how much everyone contributes. The more you work, the more you earn. Look, the village chief uploaded lots of new materials again. Medicinal plasters, tier 1 equipment, everything's here. It's such a good deal, I need to quickly exchange my materials for contribution points. Notice, villager Rin who contributed 2 level 2 spirit herbs, gaining 20 contribution points. Notice, villager Rin who exchanged 10 wood and 10 stones. Damn, Rin whose speed is insane. The villagers instantly erupted in excitement. Ren who laughed, just good luck. A small amount of wood will be exchanged quickly, everyone needs to hurry, otherwise later there won't even be anything left to grab. Don't worry, as long as there are contribution points, others will continue to contribute materials. Then I have to hurry and chop wood, no time to waste. I want to go too, but I'm empty-handed right now. What am I supposed to use to chop? At this moment, system prompts sounded one after another. Village Chief Zhao contributed a common mining pick plus 20, earned contribution points plus 200. Village Chief Zhao contributed a common iron axe plus 20, gaining contribution points plus 200. Village Chief Zhao contributed ordinary steel saw plus 20, gained contribution points plus 200. Village Chief Zhao contributed bone picking knife plus 20, gained contribution points plus 200. Everyone became instantly excited upon seeing the news. The village chief contributed so many tools? They are all used for cutting trees and quarrying stones, which is a huge help. Although it's a bit expensive, having saws and axes greatly increases the efficiency of chopping trees. Great! I was just worried about not having tools, now gathering resources will be much faster. Where did the village chief get these things? Definitely forged them himself. At this moment in the forge, Zhao Hao wiped his sweat, busy making tools. Making so many in a short time, he was also tired. Forging tools doesn't give much experience, and it doesn't upgrade weapons quickly. But thinking about the village's development, he could only work hard. He hadn't planned to do it himself initially, but after activating a special mechanism, he became very motivated and continued forging. The villagers desperately exchanged their materials for contribution points, hoping to save enough to redeem tools and quickly gather resources. Finally managed to get a pickaxe, but these stones are so hard, mining is really difficult. I thought the pickaxe would be faster, but it still takes a lot of time. I wish there was a way to improve the efficiency of chopping trees and mining stones. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Mist Hidden Village has activated life profession training, with the training location at the Spirit Hall beside the communal square. Everyone looked at the profession introduction and immediately became extremely excited. Village Chief, this move is too generous. Unbelievable, our village can actually change life professions directly in the Spirit Hall? Life professions are so powerful, leveling up can also increase attributes, and some even have skills. With these professions, chopping trees and mining are much more convenient. I thought the heroic spirit shrine was just a scenic spot, but I didn't expect it to be this important. I'm going to change my profession right now. Wait for me, I'm still outside the village, luckily I can still use return to town. For a moment, everyone rushed eagerly toward the hero's shrine. Previously, Zhao Haowo was worried about how to let the villagers quickly acquire resources without affecting their monster killing and leveling up. At this moment, the old village chief's thoughts arrived. Since returning to reality, the old village chief and the other heroic spirits can only stay in the ancestral hall and cannot go outside, otherwise, their spiritual forms will dissipate. But the old village chief said that the 5 elements spirit pearls can be offered as sacrifices in the ancestral hall. As long as all 5 spirit pearls are gathered, the heroic spirits can briefly manifest in the outside world and move freely. Although their spiritual forms have weak attack power and cannot fight or produce, they all had professions in life. Right now, Zhao Haohai only has the water spirit pearl, so the heroic spirits can only manifest briefly one at a time, each time for no more than 10 minutes. Therefore, he had to limit the number of trainees and the consumption of contributions to prevent too many people from flocking over. He originally thought the heroic spirits could only stay quietly, but unexpectedly, they had this kind of use. Each of these heroic spirits has professional skills. By training through them, others can quickly master various life skills. Previously, Wuyin Village relied on its strong production capacity to obtain all kinds of materials in Tian City, including professions like brewing, weaving, and smelting. To support the various life professions emerging next, Zhao Hao urgently crafted a batch of tools. At this moment, in the Wuyin village square, villagers were rushing over one after another, crowding around the heroic spirit's shrine until no one could pass. Why can't I get in? The village chief hasn't opened the door yet. Everyone line up first come first served, alright? Why? I came first. You didn't line up just now, does that make sense? The arguing grew louder and louder, when suddenly, a notification sounded simultaneously in everyone's mind. Please be quiet and line up in an orderly manner. This voice was different from the cold, mechanical system prompt. It carried authority. Everyone was stunned, just as Zhao Hao walked out of the ancestral hall. Seeing the village chief, the scene immediately fell silent, followed by bursts of cheers. Finally seeing the village chief in person, he's much more handsome than his profile picture. The village chief is really handsome and charming. Village chief, I love you. Zhao Hao smiled and nodded, saying, I understand everyone's desire to acquire life skills, but I must remind you that these professions consume a lot of time and offer very limited talent growth. Upgrading later becomes even more time-consuming. Unless your talents are suited for it or not suitable for combat, specializing in life skills is far less efficient than leveling up by killing monsters. Hearing him say this, many villagers calmed down. Although life professions were good, they took too much time. Rather than wasting time, it was better to kill more monsters and level up. Those resources like wood and stones could wait until others contributed them to the mall before exchanging. After all, the produced goods wouldn't all be kept for personal use. Many people then turned around and hurried off to kill monsters and level up, while also checking if they could open treasure chests. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Please, everyone, line up orderly according to your contribution points in the contribution mall and follow the rules. Now Zhao Hao is the village chief of Wuyin village, holding absolute prestige. Not only because of his great strength, but also because he has the power to expel people from the village. Most importantly, Zhao Hao led the village to win multiple bets, earning the villagers a large amount of attribute points, and the village acquired abundant resources. All these achievements are thanks to Zhao Hao, including various benefits, infrastructure development, the opening of the contribution shop, item uploading, and the unlocking of life professions. These measures are all designed to help the villagers grow quickly. The villagers clearly understand that Zhao Hao has their best interests at heart, so their respect and support for him come from the heart. At Zhao Hao's command, the originally chaotic scene immediately became orderly. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion according to their rankings in the contribution value mall. Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction and opened the gate of the heroic spirit ancestral hall. At the forefront was a tall young man about 26 or 27 years old, looking extremely excited. He rubbed his hands together and walked excitedly into the ancestral hall. The others all looked at him with envy, guessing what life profession he would awaken. Zhao Hao also watched him curiously. This person is already at level 3, quite powerful, and his name is Wang Yud, a good name. Zhao Hao's expression changed slightly. Could it be that this luck is all related to the surname Wang? Wang Yud left the ancestral hall with a face full of excitement after just 10 minutes. How is it? What's inside? The villagers gathered around, asking this and that. Wang Yud held back his excitement and said proudly, there's a middle-aged man inside, with an amazing physique, all muscles. I was drooling just looking at him. Unfortunately, he thought my strength wasn't enough. But after he asked my name, he reluctantly nodded and said, your talent is a bit lacking, but as long as you work hard, you can become a good blacksmith. The man started teaching me blacksmithing skills. I'm now a level 1 blacksmith, able to make simple tools and farming equipment. The only problem is I don't have a blacksmith's hammer yet, my equipment is lacking. Everyone listened with envy. Blacksmith? That's awesome. Yeah, being able to craft equipment and weapons, brother, you're going to get rich. Blacksmithing is one of the best professions, I want to learn it too. Manhwaedit shook his head and said, the blacksmith job change has very high requirements. My strength is already at 100 points because I have put a lot into strength. But that uncle still looked down on me. I guess if you want to switch to blacksmith, the strength requirement won't be lower than 100 points either. What? Blacksmith requires 100 points of strength? Everyone was shocked. What a pity, I put all my points into agility before. It's over, no chance for blacksmith. The crowd looked on with envy as Manhwaedit happily left. He hurriedly walked toward the forge, that was truly the blacksmith's domain. Shortly after, a tall and beautiful girl walked in. After a while, she came out excitedly, her face beaming with a smile. So? What did you encounter in there? Your strength definitely isn't enough to be a blacksmith. What life skills have you learned? I met a kind old lady who taught me tailoring and even gave me a set of tools. What use is tailoring? Tailoring is great too. You can make fabric clothes, and even armor, light armor, heavy armor. Most importantly, after leveling up, you can learn combat skills. Really? That amazing? I want to learn tailoring too. Tailoring requires high agility and spirit, nothing special beyond that. Why did she encounter an old lady? Wasn't it supposed to be a blacksmith uncle inside? Who knows, there might be many people inside. Then, another person entered the Hall of Heroes, and when he came out, his expression was a bit strange. I didn't see the blacksmith, nor did I meet the old lady. It was a thin middle-aged man. He taught me mining skills, how to identify and extract ores, and even how to refine ores. Envious. Miners are amazing, iron ore is a rare resource, I want to become a miner too. One villager after another went in, coming out excited. I learned the pharmacist skill, I can identify herbs and brew medicine. So envious, can we be friends? The pharmacist needs high HP and spirit points. I had studied some medicine before, and the pharmacist really values professional skills. Sigh, it looks like I have no chance. At this moment, another villager came out, wearing clothes printed with RT-marked fish killing for 10 years. I learned butcher skills, which match my previous profession well. Leveling up can even awaken combat skills. It seems this life skill training will randomly assign based on each person's traits. By the way, the people everyone encounters inside are all different. How can there be so many different people in the ancestral hall? Yeah, this ancestral hall doesn't look like it can accommodate so many people. Wait, since it's called the Heroic Spirit Ancestral Hall, could it be full of heroic spirits inside? That's very possible. Where exactly did the village chief get this Heroic Spirit Ancestral Hall from? Not sure, but this ancestral hall is really impressive. With it, everyone in the beginner village can learn life skills. Yeah, not to mention anything else, just this favor alone, we must pay respects to the heroic spirits in the ancestral hall. Exactly, those heroic spirits speak so kindly and are very capable. What did they do back in the day? At this moment, Zhao Hao was surprised to see the ancestral hall of the heroic spirits shimmering with spots of light, as if something was continuously falling into it. He curiously probed with his psychic power. The old village chief's voice came, that is the power of faith. Power of faith? Zhao Hao was puzzled. Yes, when a ghost does good deeds or helps people and is recognized, it generates the power of faith. What use is the power of faith? It can nourish the shadow spirits, enhance their strength, and gradually restore their spiritual bodies. We old-timers have been stuck in that ghostly place for so long, our memories and spirits are fading. With the nourishment of the power of faith, we can recover quickly. I see. Don't think it's easy. The power of faith can only be generated through regular ancestral halls where people worship. Such ancestral halls must be protected by the heavenly Tao. The Spirit War Shrine in Wuyin Village is a legitimate structure recognized by the heavenly Tao because of the village chief's decree. Illegally built temples that use spiritual power to trick faith are considered evil objects and will be punished by the heavens. Demon hunters love killing evil objects the most. The power of faith accumulated by the slain evil objects will be seized by the demon hunters. Demon hunter? Zhao Hao's heart stirred. The old village chief continued, "Once you gather all 5 elemental spirit pearls, our spirits, nourished by the power of faith, might restore their former strength and assist you." Zhao Hao was overjoyed, not expecting such a benefit. However, he did not force the villagers to worship the heroic spirits, since it was voluntary after all. But those newcomers who undergo life vocational training will naturally develop respect for the heroic spirits, and over time their faith will also increase. Zhao Hao looked at the long line of people. Everyone was very enthusiastic about the life vocational training. At this rate, it would probably be impossible to finish everything today. Using this time, he went to the forging factory again and started crafting various materials. The hammer used by the blacksmith, the scissors of the tailor, and the saw of the carpenter, he made them all himself. Unfortunately, he was an artificer but ended up doing blacksmith work. He had to wait for the other blacksmiths in the village to complete their job changes. Once tools were available, everyone could use the forging workshop to craft various supplies. Zhao Hao placed the tools he made into the contribution shop. The villagers who changed professions quickly obtained the necessary items and started busy making products in their respective trades. The forging workshop was filled with the sound of hammering. Wangyud and 2 blacksmiths forged farming tools like hoes, shovels, and scissors. The stonemason made pots, bowls, plates, ceramics, and glass, while the carpenter crafted furniture and parts. Wuyin village instantly became lively. Although these villagers with life skills didn't hunt monsters or gather resources, they were not worried. Because the items they made were sold in the contribution shop, they could exchange them for a large amount of contribution points. Zhao Hao took out an iron or mining permit and went to the mountains beside the village. After activating the permit, the mountain rumbled, and the entire mountain range turned into an iron ore vein. Then he took out the mining machine blueprint and crafted various components according to the plans, including memory units, drilling equipment, levers, and more. Once all components were complete, he assembled the mining machine and placed it in the mine. The villagers who changed careers to become miners were ecstatic. "The village chief is amazing, there's actually a mine in the village. Finally a place to put our skills to use. The iron block problem is solved." The miners kept mining with mining machines and pickaxes, then refined the ore into iron blocks. As soon as the iron blocks appeared in the contribution shop, they were snapped up immediately. The miners used contribution points to exchange for other supplies. Except for the villagers who were killing monsters to level up, everyone else was fully engaged in construction. Resources kept pouring in and were deposited into the contribution shop, which stocked pots and pans, farming tools, animal resources, fur, bones, medicinal herbs, and drugs. Wuyin village was a scene of prosperity. Zhao Hao inspected the newly upgraded beginner's wooden house and planned to immediately upgrade it to a level 2 beginner's wooden house. Level 2 beginner wooden house requirements: 200 wood, 100 stone, 20 iron blocks, 8 beast skins, 20 beast bones. For cement, for glass, 1 calming powder. Besides the increased quantity, there are actually several new resources added. Zhao Hao was not worried about acquiring the resources. He believed he could quickly buy these things at the contribution mall. Calming powder, a simple medicine, could be crafted by an apothecary. Glass and cement could also be made by a stonemason. Zhao Hao originally thought the stonemason was useless, but unexpectedly, this unique profession turned out to be quite valuable. After all, upgrading the beginner wooden house required glass and cement. He recalled that someone had complained about having the worst job transfer before, but now, everyone would probably envy him. With resources in place, the villagers began upgrading their novice wooden houses one after another. Tip: Villager Wangyud has completed the novice wooden house upgrade, gaining plus 50 attribute points. Tip: Villager Wangyud was the first to complete the novice wooden house upgrade, gaining a tier 1 weapon plus 1. As the system prompt appeared, the chat channel erupted. Who is this Wangyud? Never heard of him. Out of the loop, he's the village's top blacksmith. No, the village chief is the #1 blacksmith. Since when did the blacksmith profession get so powerful? That's the advantage of the lifestyle class. Manhwaedit has made many tools, his contribution points are second only to the village chief. The lifestyle class is useful too. I want to upgrade quickly. Reaching level 10 gets you a silver treasure chest. The gold treasure chest definitely goes to the village chief. Manhwaedit was really lucky, he was the first to switch to blacksmithing, crafting tools and accumulating the most contribution points. Seeing him be the first to complete the upgrade of the novice wooden house, others also quickened their pace, completing tasks one after another as system notifications kept appearing. Zhao Hao watched as the village gradually got on track and breathed a sigh of relief. The rebuilding of Wuyin village and planning for development had taken a lot of time recently, so it was time for him to focus on killing monsters and leveling up. If the golden treasure chest was stolen, it would be disastrous. With his current strength, low-level killers posed no threat to him, so he needed to target stronger beasts. As the village chief, he could use the village chief's order to view a mini-map of the surrounding terrain. Soon, he saw on the chief interface a plain to the northeast of Wuyin village, with monsters around level 10. The map showed the territory ranges of monsters from level 1 to 10. After selecting his target, Zhao Hao quickly headed in that direction. Anyway, if there was anything happening in the village, he could teleport back at any time. When he arrived at this grassland where level 10 monsters roamed, he saw a group of giant beasts moving around from afar. That body shape, huge like a small mountain. Holy shit! It's over 10 meters tall, almost 20 meters, right? What kind of monster is this? It looks a bit like an elephant. But compared to a normal elephant, this creature's entire body is covered with thick, sturdy hair, like wearing a layer of armor. Its ivory tusks are over 2 meters long, thick and curved, with terrifyingly sharp tips. If you were stabbed by these tusks, you'd probably die immediately. Zhao Hao used the delusion-breaking skill to scout the giant elephant. Ferocious beast, frenzied wild elephant. Level 10. Combat power 40. Traits: short-tempered, extremely united, skilled at teamwork, high intelligence. Talent: constitution enhancement, rank. Crit rate 10%. Not bad, a crit rate of 10%, plus an E-rank talent. As expected of a level 10 ferocious beast. However, this massive body would definitely be at a disadvantage if it fought head-on. Zhao Hao is powerful, but if he gets hit directly by the tusks or the long trunk, he probably won't be able to withstand it. It seems the only option is to use strategy, not brute force. A level 10 ferocious beast can provide approximately 1,800 points of spiritual energy. Killing 5 of them will allow you to reach level 10. There's no need to confront dozens of giant elephants head-on. It's decided, sneak in quietly and carry out the surprise attack plan. He put on the stealth cloak and wore swift walking shoes, silently approaching the giant elephants. He skirted the edge of the grassland, tiptoeing through the grass. A little closer to a lone rampaging wild elephant. This wild elephant is some distance away from the herd, leisurely grazing. He grabs a handful of grass and puts it into his mouth. Although the stealth cloak can provide invisibility, moving at high speed causes rustling and leaves traces on the grass. The ferocious beast is highly intelligent, and elephants are naturally smart, so Zhao Hao must be even more cautious. Slowly approaching. 200 meters. 100 meters. The distance is closing in, now less than 10 steps away. The giant elephant still didn't notice, swinging its long trunk as it continued to eat grass. These enormous creatures simply don't eat enough green plants to fill their stomachs. These giant elephants almost eat non-stop every day, only by doing so can they maintain their massive strength. Although they are huge and fierce beasts, they only eat grass. Grass is not very nutritious, contains little protein, and unlike carnivores, they can't quickly fill up on fat and meat chunks. Carnivores are also large, but they don't need to chew grass every day. Suddenly, this giant elephant stood upright, staring at a nearby patch of grass, its eyes continuously moving, looking very puzzled. It felt something odd about that patch of grass. It didn't quite fit with the surrounding environment. If it were smarter, it would notice the grass had been pushed aside on both sides, clearly different from the straight-growing grass nearby. But after all, it was just a beast, never having encountered such a situation, unable to understand. It shook its head, watching its companions leisurely grazing, and decided to lower its head to continue enjoying the grass. Just at the moment it lowered its head, Zhao Hao moved. His speed was astonishing, aided by the swift shoes. He reached the giant elephant almost in the blink of an eye. It didn't matter that his stealth mode was deactivated. He gripped the Dasha Dragon Sparrow blade tightly, raised the blade high, activated the Berserk Strength mode, instantly doubling his power. When the giant elephant realized what was happening, it only had time to lift its head before seeing a cold flash of the blade cutting across its throat. With a sharp slit, blood sprayed everywhere. Its throat was severed, air hissed strangely from the wound, and fresh blood gushed out like a stream. Zhao Hao swung the blade forcefully, the dragon sparrow blade sliced through and withdrew, the blade spotless and bloodless, truly a divine weapon. The giant elephant's pupils began to lose focus, its body swayed and collapsed softly. Its massive frame hitting the ground kicked up dust and flying grass fragments. Blue light surged into Zhao Hao's body. The system notified, kill the berserk wild elephant, gain 1800 spiritual energy points. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao quickly pressed the retrieval reset on the giant elephant's body, acquiring an E-grade talent physical enhancement. He felt delighted inside, didn't linger, nor dismantle the corpse, and turned to sprint wildly toward the edge of the distant grass thicket. The remaining dozens of giant elephants charged here madly. Zhao Hao had just ambushed and killed one. The sound of the giant elephant collapsing and the dust it kicked up alarmed the entire herd. They ran astonishingly fast, howling toward the sky, shaking the grassland. The ground trembled, making Zhao Hao stagger as he ran. Looking back, he saw the giant elephants were almost upon him. With one stride of their long legs, they covered the distance equivalent to several of Zhao Hao's steps. Zhao Hao quickly rushed up a rugged solitary mountain nearby. The elephants reached the foot of the mountain and found their huge bodies made it impossible to climb the steep slope. But they refused to let him go, surrounding the mountain's base, determined to wait for him to come down and take revenge. Zhao Hao stood at the mountaintop and sneered, "Fools, then you just wait here." He took out the village chief's order and activated the teleportation token embedded within. White light converged into a magic array, flickering with strange brilliance. Zhao Hao stepped into the array, a flash of white light, and his figure disappeared. The elephants found no one on the mountain, howled in anger, but had no way to deal with it. The next moment, Zhao Hao appeared in the Novice village square. His village chief order not only allowed teleportation but also served as a teleportation certificate, making it easy to return here. You must summon a small virtual teleportation rule before you can perform long-distance teleportation. This process cannot be interrupted. If it is, the formation must be rebuilt. To teleport back to the village, safety must be ensured, so it's impossible to use during battle. When Zhao Hao decided to ambush the giant elephant, he had already prepared a way out. Returning to the Novice village, he happily opened the skill to recycle and reset. Prompt: Reset E-grade talent Constitution Strengthening +2? He chose to reset without hesitation. If the upgrade succeeded, he would gain the D-grade Constitution Berserk skill. The result disappointed him. Prompt: Reset completed, talent upgrade failed, gained, Spirit +1, failed again. But it didn't matter, there were still many wild giant elephants on the plains, all with E-grade Constitution strengthening. Killing a few more would surely succeed. Zhao Hao quickly left the village and headed toward the level 10 area. That herd of giant elephants was probably still guarding the solitary peak. He used the stealth cloak and swift boots to move quickly. From afar, he saw dozens of enraged wild elephants roaring around the solitary peak. They didn't understand how Zhao Hao suddenly disappeared and lingered for a long time. This was troublesome, too many giant elephants and no chance to strike. Suddenly, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up as he spotted two giant elephants in the grass. One male and one female, pressed tightly together, the female elephant letting out a cry of alarm. It turned out they hadn't joined the siege but were present at a crucial moment. Zhao Hao didn't hold back, he would never miss a double kill opportunity handed to him. Using his stealth cloak to become invisible, he quietly approached. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters. He held his breath, moved gently, getting extremely close. These two elephants didn't notice at all. The bull elephant's movement showed it had reached a critical moment, unable to pay attention to anything else. Zhao Hao seized the opportunity and suddenly swung the Dasha Long K blade. To ensure a guaranteed kill, he ignited the blade, and the flames instantly flared up. The Berserk power boost was activated immediately. Zhao Hao aimed at the female elephant below and accurately swung his blade. The Dasha Dragon Sparrow's blade was incredibly sharp, piercing straight into the female elephant's throat. The female elephant clearly did not expect the strike, her eyes filled with fear. It just opened its mouth but didn't even have time to roar, its body gradually weakened, and it sank to its knees. Zhao Hao chose to strike the female elephant first because after the female was injured, the male elephant would have a hard time shaking off his emotional impact in a short period. Sure enough, the female elephant collapsed to the ground, but the male elephant didn't stop its charge. Instead, it crouched more proudly, with its hind legs pushing off the ground, sprinting wildly, ears flicking non-stop like it was going mad. Zhao Hao swung the Dasha Long K blade again, a flash of cold light, cutting the male elephant's throat, blood splattering everywhere. It trembled violently, then stiffened and fell to the ground, motionless, dying heroically. Zhao Hao reached out and placed his hand on the bodies of the two giant elephants. Tip: kill the rampaging wild elephant to gain plus 1800 psionic energy. Recycle successful, gained E-level talent constitution enhancement plus 2. The distant elephant herd was disturbed by the noise, but they were too far away to catch up. Zhao Hao didn't hold back and directly used recycling reset to collect 2 corpses. Obtained 12,000 kilograms of meat. Obtained 2 pieces of tough beast hide. Obtained 2 elephant trunks. Obtained 24 giant bones. Obtained 2 beast skins. Obtained 1 giant elephant whip. Obtained 4 ivory tusks. Obtained 8 beast tendons. Obtained 1,200 kilograms of animal fat. The carcass disappeared instantly, and all the resources entered Zhao Hao's spiritual treasure space. These 2 giant elephants were the size of small mountains, with each having 12 tons of meat. Roasting so much meat was time-consuming and labor-intensive, but luckily the village had professional cooks to help handle it. Zhao Hao put all the meat into the contribution shop, exchanging 2 contribution points per pound of raw meat. This batch alone earned him 24,000 contribution points. Killing monsters during wilderness adventures not only yields loot but also accumulates a large amount of contribution points. But currently, apart from Zhao Hao, no one can kill 2 raging wild elephants at once. At this moment, everyone following the contribution shop was shocked. Damn, the village chief contributed 12 tons of meat at once? This is amazing. What kind of monster did the village chief kill? Oh my, I was just surprised at how fast Wangit's contribution points were rising, but now looking at the village chief's generosity, there's simply no comparison. Ha, the chef is overjoyed. So much meat can be exchanged for just 2 contribution points, and after making barbecue and various dishes, it can be traded back for several times the contribution points. Damn, being a chef is really in demand. Is it still not too late to learn now? Zhao Hao was not so optimistic. The rampaging elephant herd was wildly charging towards him again. This time they stayed at the foot of the mountain, not letting Zhao Hao sneak into the mountain to hide. Zhao Hao was not foolish, he turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction. Although wild elephants run fast, they are large in size and consume a tremendous amount of energy, so they cannot run for long. The herd will definitely give up after chasing for a while. Suddenly, a massive elephant roared angrily, shaking the air itself. Zhao Hao was blown away by a powerful shockwave. Damn! It can even attack with sound waves? Even more terrifying, the giant elephant stomped the ground hard with its 4 feet, and the herd responded in unison. The distant grassland soil rolled like waves, and the giant wave surged toward Zhao Hao. This is bad, things have gotten serious. Zhao Hao quickly changed direction, desperately running to the left. He had never run this fast in his life. He didn't expect the herd to have skills, even more terrifying than the earth-shattering bull's move, devastating and cataclysmic. The swift shoes helped him speed up, wind rushing beneath his feet, wishing he had a few more legs. Running, he took out some spicy rabbit shreds from his spirit treasure space and swallowed a few bites. These top-tier foods can temporarily boost attributes. This spicy shredded rabbit can increase his agility by 20% for 10 minutes. Then he allocated the newly gained attribute points and previously unassigned free points all to agility. Now, only agility can save him. Zhao Hao's speed increased drastically again, rushing out quickly towards the edge of the grassland. His body leapt out, with soil and gravel bursting up behind him, surging like a mountain flood. Over there was a dense forest, with trees over 10 meters tall being shattered by the impact on the soil layer. Zhao Hao ran in a panic, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. If he had been hit, he would probably have been smashed to pieces long ago. Are level 10 ferocious beasts really that strong? Actually, the commotion this time was caused by the combined effort of 50 to 60 rampaging wild elephants. A single wild elephant probably couldn't achieve this level of power. Zhao Hao kept running, and some of the wild elephants behind him had already stopped chasing. They are massive in size, usually just grazing and rarely doing intense exercise, so they can't run for long. Only the massive elephant king still bit down and refused to let go, continuing to chase. Zhao Hao ran while looking back, seeing the elephant king pulling away from the other wild elephants, and snorted coldly. He took out his bow and arrow, selected a fine steel feathered arrow, and added flames. The arrowhead ignited with fire. He drew the bow, aimed, and shot an arrow. Arrows pierced straight into the elephant king's body, with armor breaking and fire damage taking effect immediately. Although the elephant king was pierced and felt pain like small sticks stabbing into its roots, it was not injured in its muscles or bones. It only staggered slightly and continued the chase. Zhao Hao kept shooting arrows, one after another, piercing into the elephant king's body. After more than a dozen arrows, the flames burning inside the elephant king caused intense pain. It was panting heavily, utterly miserable, finally letting out a resentful roar before slowly turning and retreating. It gave up the pursuit, realizing it couldn't catch up with Zhao Hao in terms of speed. Although I hate him enough to stomp him to death, the two berserk wild elephants just killed by Zhao Hao are in their breeding season. These wild elephants have difficulty breeding, with offspring only every few years, and they value their descendants greatly. Zhao Hao not only killed two rampaging wild elephants, but this also dealt a huge psychological blow to the elephant king. After all, when someone is silently taken out, who would dare to continue reproducing? Naturally, the elephant king was furious. But it wasn't that easy for it to leave. Zhao Hao pressed forward step by step, bent his bow and drew an arrow, releasing another shot. This time, his aim was even more accurate. Bang! A reinforced steel feathered arrow pierced straight into the elephant king's anus. The elephant king roared in anger and turned around to furiously chase after Zhao Hao. Bullying the elephant king was just too much. Zhao Hao saw this and immediately turned and ran away. After a few steps, the elephant king, panting heavily, gave up the chase and started to go back. But just as it turned, its butt was struck by another arrow. At this moment, the elephant king's eyes were bloodshot. It roared angrily and stomped the ground fiercely with its four hooves, causing the earth to tremble continuously. But this little commotion was easily dodged by Zhao Hao, who mockingly gave a middle finger. The elephant king stopped its frenzy, realizing that chasing Zhao Hao was futile, and turned back to its herd. Zhao Hao chased while shooting, mastering the kite tactic to perfection. Arrows rained down, leaving the elephant king covered in wounds, blood streaming profusely. It understood that desperately pursuing would only lead to a dead end. Its only chance of survival was to run back to the herd. The last arrow struck the elephant king. Zhao Hao's arrows were all used up, so he drew the Daxia Longke blade and rushed forward without hesitation. The elephant king, this big boss, rarely had a chance to be alone. The elephant king staggered, its wounds bleeding profusely and its strength nearly exhausted. It urgently needed to eat. It grabbed some nearby plants and ate fiercely. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Hao leapt up and swung his blade forward with a flash. The Daxia Longke blade, a divine weapon, cut into flesh with every strike, causing blood wounds to immediately split open on the elephant king's body. It roared in anger, pain igniting its final burst of vitality, and turned around to pounce wildly at Zhao Hao. Although the elephant king was severely injured, its terrifying tusks still made Zhao Hao wary. If struck fiercely even once, Zhao Hao would definitely suffer serious injuries. Zhao Haoshuan quickly leapt backward, dodging the Elephant King's attack. But the Elephant King, exhausted, could no longer control its movements and carried its momentum forward a few more steps. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Haoshuan struck again. He suddenly jumped up, and the Da Xiaolongke blade slashed toward the Elephant King's abdomen. The blade cut a bloody gash, and fresh blood gushed out. After landing, Zhao Haoshuan rolled twice, holding the blade in one hand, watching the Elephant King warily. The Elephant King's abdomen was dripping with blood. Its massive size and height meant Zhao Haoshuan could only strike its abdomen. Attacking the head or heart, vital spots, was extremely difficult. Even jumping to attack would easily put him in danger. The Elephant King is now at the end of its strength, and Zhao Hao has no need to risk his life recklessly. The severe pain in the Elephant King's abdomen drove it mad. It wildly shook its head and long trunk without regard, suddenly sweeping toward Zhao Hao, generating a fierce wind at incredible speed. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and with a flash of the blade, he struck straight at the elephant's trunk. The elephant trunk was instantly severed, and the half-trunk, carried by momentum, struck Zhao Hao, the heavy blow numbing his internal organs and forcing him to step back twice. The elephant's trunk was as thick as a water bucket, incredibly solid. Fortunately, Zhao Hao had armor protection and enhanced physique, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The Elephant King howled painfully towards the sky, its voice piercing. The elephant herd in the distance also responded to its call. These wild elephants would soon rush over, there was little time left. Zhao Hao knew retreating was easy, but the chance to kill the Elephant King would also vanish. He gritted his teeth and swung his blade, hacking at the Elephant King. Each strike was deep, the wounds burning and emitting a charred stench. The Elephant King roared in pain, blood flowing like a torrent, still crazily lunging at Zhao Hao. This resilient physique was astonishing, but it also plunged Zhao Hao into unprecedented danger. Just as Zhao Hao pierced the Elephant King with the Da Xiaolongke blade, the Elephant King's head shook violently. Its large trunk swung fiercely towards Zhao Hao, smashing him to the ground, and he rolled awkwardly 3 or 4 meters away. At this moment, the Elephant King unleashed its bloodlust, stamping its 4 hooves on the ground, preparing to launch a magical attack. Zhao Haoshuan quickly stood up, twisted his waist, and fiercely swung the Da Xiaolongke blade with both hands. The blade shot out like a meteor, stabbing straight into the Elephant King's chest. The Elephant King immediately stiffened, his attack interrupted, and his whole body erupted with a terrifying yellow light. His eyes turned blood red as he let out a fierce roar and charged crazily at Zhao Haoshuan. Calmly, Zhao Haoshuan reached out and said faintly, "Come back." The Da Xiaolongke blade instantly flew out from the Elephant King's body and precisely landed in his hand, the blade clean and bloodless. This was a newly discovered ability of Zhao Haoshuan, the blade could automatically return. However, at present, he could only control the blade's recall and could not freely maneuver the blade's trajectory. It was like Captain America's shield, it could be thrown and recalled but could not fly freely like a flying sword. As the blade pierced the Elephant King's heart, the Elephant King knelt with reluctance, then crashed to the ground, stirring up dust. Moments later, blue light flickered on the Elephant King's body, and spiritual energy flew into Zhao Haoshuan's body. Killed level 11 Fierce Beast Berserk Elephant King, Elite, gained 2100 spirit energy. Notification: Zhao Hao, Chief of Wuyin Village, killed level 11 Fierce Beast Berserk Elephant King, gained 2 reputation points. Hint: defeat elite ferocious beasts to gain an additional +2 reputation points. Zhao Hao recalled that when he killed a level 10 wild elephant before, he didn't gain any reputation, clearly because that level had already been farmed by others. Now, by killing a level 11 ferocious beast, he regained reputation, indicating that someone else's strength was close to his. Based on psychic energy value calculations, that person would soon reach level 10 as well. Fortunately, he acted first and seized the initiative. A layer of white light suddenly glowed around Zhao Hao, and his whole body felt warm and comfortable. The fatigue from before disappeared, and the injuries he sustained in the battle with the Elephant King were rapidly healing. This was a sign of leveling up. In great spirits, Zhao Hao knew that he was finally about to level up. Notice, your level has advanced to 10, gaining strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, and free attribute bonus plus 5. Notice, Village Chief Xiaohao of Mist Hidden Village has reached level 10, becoming the first novice in Area 1 to reach level 10, completing the novice quest and obtaining one golden treasure chest. This message instantly spread throughout the entire Area 1, causing a huge uproar. It's been less than 2 days, and Xiaohao has already reached level 10. Damn, the only golden treasure chest in Area 1 fell into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, so infuriating. The Dragon Kingdom stole our golden treasure chest, that's so despicable. The newbies from Nanbang Nation kept complaining, and even the others in the Daju Alliance advised them to stop making a fuss. Don't be like this, it's really embarrassing. Stealing the country's name is prestigious, but you guys steal watermelons and TVs. You're the best at stealing stuff, keep a low profile. Newbies in Longwa sneered. Huh, the village chief doesn't need to steal, the golden treasure chest is there, you can get it once you reach level 10, why don't you level up yourself? If you've got the skill, level up to 10 yourself. Don't even talk about the gold chest, you guys can't even get the black iron chest. At the same time, some people realized that the golden treasure chest was out of reach and could only hope for the silver treasure chest. However, only the top 10 in the regional channel could get treasure chests, and everyone lacked confidence. Really disappointing. After Xiaohao got the golden treasure chest, his strength increased even more. We can't catch up. Don't panic. He's leveling up so fast because he must have squeezed resources from others in the Dragon Kingdom newbie village. It's harder for others to level up. That's right, he didn't kill all the rookies, but used the village chief's authority to squeeze out benefits and concentrate resources on himself, which is why he leveled up so fast. This Xiaohao is really sinister. But the newcomers to Longwo were stunned, the village chief is exploiting us? There's no future? What a joke. Go take a look at the Hidden Mist Village, the construction is in full swing, it's not like that at all. The contribution store has everything, from daily necessities like rice, oil, and salt to pots, pans, dishes, bedding, and even toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. Regardless of talent or rank, everyone in the village can find their own path, and each person is full of hope for the future. Where can you find a village chief like this? Forget it, there's no use arguing with these people, you'll never wake someone who was pretending to sleep. At this moment, the other newcomers in the village were still hyping themselves up. Don't worry everyone, Xiaohao took the golden treasure chest, the rest of the chests are off limits to the people of Dragon Country. Xiaohao has drained the resources of the Dragon Country people all by himself. Their level up speed will definitely be slower than ours, all the silver treasure chests are ours. So, should we bet on who gets the most silver treasure chests? Yeah, or even bet on who will be the second to reach level 10. Without Xiaohao, the other Dragon Country people don't stand a chance. Exactly, all the Dragon Country resources went to Xiaohao, will definitely level up the fastest. Great! Which village dares to bet against the Hidden Mist Village this time? Brother, you know my Asan's overall strength has dropped lately, everyone is having diarrhea, maybe the water doesn't agree with us, so let's let others take this opportunity. Brother, you know last time we lost badly in the bet against Ding, we didn't even have a betting order and had to rely on others to hold us up. Brother, you also know our smelter wants to help, but without the betting order, we can only miss the chance. After asking for a long time, no village dared to bet against the Hidden Mist Village, the psychological shadow was too great. By the way, Big Brother, don't you still have a betting order in your hand? Big Brother, you are the lighthouse, you have to guide us. Big Brother, we believe in you. Big Brother, let's do it. Go for it, Dad. Ah, cough cough, I think it's better to stay calm. I just messed my pants again. Sorry, I need to go deal with it first, down, down. At this moment, Xiaohao saw a golden light shining down on him from the sky, and a golden treasure chest appeared before his eyes. Picking up the chest, the system prompt sounded, notice, a level 10 novice has appeared in Wuyin Village. Restrictions lifted. Paths from Wuyin Village to other villages unlocked. Xiaohao stared at the prompt in surprise. Although there were many ferocious beasts around, the situation was changing. Taking a few steps forward, it felt as if an invisible force was blocking the path ahead. Now that Zhao Hao had reached level 10, the blockade around the outskirts of Wuyin village was finally lifted. As long as he was strong enough, he could even pass through the village and reach another novice village. Though there were numerous ferocious beasts, natural disasters, and sudden dangers on the way, he had no time to dwell on that. The elephant herd was already very close. Zhao Hao quickly crouched and placed his hand on the Elephant King. The system prompt appeared: kill the level 11 Berserk Elephant King, Elite, to trigger extra drop rate and obtain a silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chests are rare, and a smile appeared on Zhao Hao's lips. The higher the drop rate, the better the quality of the chest. Usually a 1% drop rate yields mostly black iron chests, but there is still a chance to get silver chests, or even golden chests, though the probability is extremely low. When the drop rate reaches 10%, the chance of obtaining high-quality treasure chests increases. He also discovered that the first time he killed a fierce beast of each level, the chance of treasure drops was almost 100%, and the quality was quite high. This was an additional reward, a benefit Zhao Hao had concluded on his own. The vibrations from the herd of elephants running grew stronger and stronger, so Zhao Hao hurriedly put away the silver treasure chest and continued to recover the Elephant King. Recovery successful, obtained E-level talent Constitution Enhancement +1, E-level talent Earth Power +1, Skill Earth Surge +1, Earth Essence Fragment +1. So many good things surprised Zhao Hao greatly. Constitution Enhancement was a common talent of the Berserk wild elephants, but the Elephant King actually also had the Earth Power talent to control the Earth, along with the Earth Surge skill, which was exactly the ability the Elephant King used earlier to make the land churn. Besides that, he also obtained an irregular granular item of earthy yellow color, emitting a strange glow. Holding it in his hand, it felt heavy. Zhao Hao placed it into the spiritual treasure space and immediately used the recovery reset function to convert the Elephant King's body into various resources. Obtained, 10,000 kilograms of meat. Obtained, 1 tough Elephant King hide. Obtained, 1 elephant trunk. Obtained, 12 tough giant bones. Obtained, 1 giant Elephant King whip. Obtained, 2 sharp ivory tusks. Obtained, 4 Beast King tendons. Obtained, 1,200 kilograms of animal fat. Obtained, 1 king beast heart. Resources were quickly collected into the space. At this moment, the herd of elephants had charged close by, rushing towards Zhao Hao with a cloud of dust. The furious herd's eyes were bloodshot, roaring incessantly. The king beast's dying screams had enraged them, driving them into a berserk state. Zhao Hao didn't hesitate and took off running. If not now, then when? Although these wild elephants were furious, they were not agile enough and had limited stamina. Zhao Hao ran around the grassland twice, and the herd gradually gave up the chase, their arrogance fading. He did not continue pursuing but instead found an open area and used the teleportation token to instantly return to Wuyin village. In the village square, people gasped as he emerged from the teleportation array. The village chief is back. The village chief is really handsome. Is this what a level 10 expert looks like? Even walking has such presence. When will we be able to hunt monsters together with the village chief? The village chief has never teamed up with others, he always goes solo. If we could team up with the village chief, leveling up would definitely be much faster. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Zhao Hao had a thought. Taking the villagers to kill monsters wasn't impossible, especially these level 10 berserk wild elephants. Although it was dangerous, by using kiting tactics, everyone could gain spirit energy and level up faster. However, killing level 10 fierce beasts was risky and required careful planning. Back in his own room. The house was no longer a small wooden cabin, but a modest brick and wood structure. Inside were a simple bed and animal skin bedding. Zhao Hao sat down and began to inspect the loot. First was the golden treasure chest. The chest radiating golden light was extremely precious, and opening it for the first time granted an extra luck bonus. Zhao Hao opened the chest with great anticipation. Obtained, 1 pet egg. Obtained, 1 psychic stone crafting recipe. Obtained, 1 gold chest. Seeing the simple item before him, Zhao Hao was slightly taken aback. This was a bit too simple. It completely lacked the luxurious feel of a gold chest. In front of him was a strange pure white object, about the size of a soccer ball. That is a pet egg. Zhao Hao clicked to view the details. Pet egg, a special item that can randomly hatch pets, with quality related to the owner's talent and strength. Tip: hatching requires the owner's essence blood. Pets hatched with essence blood have 100% loyalty and share a deep connection with the owner. Tip: consumes 1 drop of vital essence daily, hatching after 5 days. Looking at the pet egg, Zhao Hao felt hopeful. With his own strength and talent, what kind of pet could he hatch? If a dragon hatches, that would be really awesome. Then he would also be considered a dragon knight. He cut his finger and let a drop of his essence blood fall on the smooth eggshell. Unexpectedly, the essence blood didn't slip off but quickly seeped in, like soaking into gauze. Immediately, fine red threads appeared inside the eggshell, spreading like blood vessels. A faint spiritual wave emanated from the egg. Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy, delight, intimacy, as well as longing and excitement. This emotion was somewhat similar to the spirit emotions within his Daxia Dragon Sparrow Blade. He was curious whether pet eggs could be tested with a bit of spirit technique. Anyway, if it didn't work, he would stop. So he cast the spirit touch technique taught by the old blacksmith professor on the pet egg. A blue light dot sank into the white eggshell. The will inside the egg grew more solid, and the emotions were conveyed more precisely. Besides joy and happiness, there was also an urgent longing. It was more like a kind of hunger, a craving for food and energy. Zhao Hao was a bit stunned. You're still an egg, starving like this even before you're born? As a future pet, loyal 100%, bloodline connected, naturally must be well fed. But what can an egg eat? Keep adding essence and blood? The absorption of essence and blood is limited, only 1 drop per day. He can't eat other things like eggs anyway. Suddenly, he remembered the beast pill formula recorded on the beast control order given by the old village chief. This is a fine product of the beast control sect, capable of enhancing the beast's constitution and strengthening its bloodline. Although Zhao Hao had no talent for beast taming and could not become a beast tamer, he could still refine beast pills. Administering them to ferocious beasts or wild animals could enhance their strength. Zhao Hao was uncertain whether these beast pills could be given to his pet egg. He couldn't help but want to try. So he took out the alchemy furnace and began preparing the ingredients according to the beast pill recipe in the beast taming order. Most of the medicinal ingredients in the spiritual treasure space were grown by himself, specifically for refining beast pills. Previously, he hadn't mastered the formula and didn't know which herbs to use, but now they had all been transplanted into the spiritual treasure space. Nourished by the essence of grasses and trees, they had grown well. After preparing the ingredients, he placed them into the alchemy furnace and began refining. His past experience refining dogskin plasters made him confident. Before long, a batch of beast pills was completed, 10 in total. The system prompt sounded, "Notice, Zhao Hao, village chief of Mist Hidden Village, has successfully refined beast pills, gaining 5 reputation points. Beast pill, intermediate medicine, contains many impurities. When consumed by beasts, it can enhance bloodline talent and strength. Notice, the medicinal power of beast pills is strong. Ordinary wild beasts with low bloodline and weak strength may experience side effects when consuming them. The stronger the beast, the better the absorption." Zhao Hao looked at the prompt, feeling uncertain and not knowing how to administer the pet egg. Should he just crush it directly and put it in? But the beast pill contained many impurities and obvious side effects. Could he purify it first? He tried targeting a beast pill with the recycling reset, and saw the gray-black, ping-pong ball-sized beast pill suddenly shrink by half, becoming the size of a grain of wheat, its color turning gray, with the black impurities disappearing. Obtained, premium beast pill plus 1 premium beast pill, rich in energy, low in impurities, extremely effective when taken by beasts. Zhao Hao smiled inwardly at the prompt and continued using the recycling reset to extract impurities. The beast pill gradually became crystal clear and shrank to the size of a soybean. But the next moment, the beast pill suddenly shattered into pieces. Clearly the material couldn't support such quality. Zhao Hao was stunned, but unwilling to give up. He continued using the recycling reset. Recycling successful, obtained, Beast Spirit Pill Essence plus 1 Beast Spirit Pill Essence, essence extracted from top-grade pills, impurity-free, contains the essence of the Beast Spirit Egg, enhances bloodline, talent, and strength after ingestion. Johao was dumbfounded. Was this thing really that powerful? It turned out to be the essence of the Beast Spirit Pill. This meant the white transparent Beast Pill he just recycled and reset had evolved into a Beast Spirit Pill. It just hadn't fully formed into a Beast Spirit Pill due to ordinary materials and his limited pill refining skills. The white essence in his hand, both glossy and gaseous, was gently dripped by Zhao Hao onto the pet egg. Instantly, he felt a strong desire and anticipation emanating from inside the pet egg, which even trembled slightly, as if eager to hatch. The essence vanished instantly as the pet egg absorbed it. Zhao Hao sensed the little life inside expressing satisfied joy, even letting out a contented burp. He hadn't expected the essence extracted from the beast pill to nourish the pet egg. If this continued, the pet would surely be exceptionally powerful when it hatched. He excitedly extracted the essence again and fed it. But this time, the pet egg only absorbed a little, and the rest of the essence dispersed. The will of the pet egg told Zhao Hao that it was already full and satisfied. It seemed impossible to feed it infinitely, which was a bit disappointing. However, Zhao Hao was still content. For others, without spiritual roots, they simply couldn't enhance the pet's intelligence, nor feel the pet egg's longing, let alone refine pills to extract essence. Now that the pet egg had been enhanced, he wondered what kind of little monster would hatch from it. He put the pet egg into the Lingbao space, then turned to look at another item, the recipe for making the psychic stone. Psychic stone crafting recipe can create basic psychic stones for special items. Tip: the basic psychic stones can store psychic energy and also absorb psychic energy. Materials: tin block ×2, iron block ×1, silver ×1, copper block ×1, glass ×1. Seeing this tip, a gleam flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Crafting psychic stones isn't difficult, but their function is powerful. They can store psychic energy, meaning that besides absorbing psychic energy themselves, they can also collect and store excess psychic energy, and others can absorb psychic energy from them as well. Looking at the formula in his hand, Zhao Hao smiled, thinking that this thing would definitely be very useful in the future. With the Ling Energy Stone, the main products of Wuyin Village gained a new addition. Although the Ling Energy Stone cannot directly enhance combat power, Zhao Hao believed its crafting formula was more valuable than the mining machines and defense arrow towers. Many villagers in the village had weak combat abilities and average talents, making it difficult for them to gain enough Ling energy points for upgrades by teaming up to kill monsters. Even when teaming with experts, the Ling energy points were distributed based on contribution, not evenly. Those support-type villagers, although responsible for scouting and control in battles and contributing greatly, received very few Ling energy points, which was extremely unfair. There were also some villagers focusing on life professions, who acquired Ling energy points slowly and had low monster killing efficiency, but excelled in life skills. Like the blacksmith Wang Yud, who is now an indispensable figure in the village with many contributions but could only exchange for some basic resources and weapons, offering limited strength improvement. The appearance of the Ling Energy Stone changed all this. They could absorb the Ling energy points stored in the Ling Energy Stone to directly level up. The Ling energy points came from those villagers with strong combat power and rapid upgrades, who stored surplus Ling energy points in the Ling Energy Stone when killing monsters, then placed them in the contribution shop for sale. In this way, the strong could focus on leveling up without worrying about life resources. Villagers with life professions could easily obtain Ling energy points and develop their skills with peace of mind. This win-win situation spurred faster development of Wuyin Village. However, the production of psychic stones requires various ores. Although there is iron ore in the village, tin and copper ores can only be collected through wild exploration. Psychic stones do not need to be mass-produced, making a few dozen for the shop is sufficient. Since not everyone can afford them, and many villagers with life skills have limited resources and contribution points, the price of psychic stones naturally won't be cheap. In the short term, a small number of psychic stones is enough to support the villagers of Wuyin Village. As strength and levels increase and resources become abundant, it's possible that everyone will have a psychic stone in the future. Zhao Hao looked at the two treasures in his hand with deep feeling. Indeed, they were golden treasure chests. Although they don't directly improve combat power like weapons, their long-term value is huge. especially the pet egg, which made him eager to find out what kind of pet he would get. After putting these things away, Zhao Hao took out the silver treasure chest that dropped from the Elephant King. Upon opening it, he obtained a special arrow crafting pack and a silver box. The crafting pack contained recipes for ice arrows, explosive arrows, and poison arrows. Zhao Hao looked at the instructions, almost drooling. Although his steel split composite bow is powerful, it currently only uses refined steel feather arrows. These arrows have decent lethality and range, with strong penetration, but against the massive raging wild elephant, the damage is still insufficient. They can pierce the opponent's body but cannot cause severe harm or kill. It's like a Type 38 rifle, long range and strong penetration, but limited killing power. Special arrows make a difference. Ice arrows can freeze and slow down enemies, greatly reducing the speed of the berserk wild elephants, making kiting tactics easier. Poison arrows and explosive arrows provide greater lethality. The defensive arrow towers in Wuyin village consume a large number of arrows, and the village can easily supply the wood, stones, beast sinew, and iron tools needed for these towers, so the real expenditure is on the arrows. Currently, the village craftsman can only make simple bone arrows, which have weak lethality. If the recipes for these 3 special arrows can be used for mass production, the defense capability will be greatly enhanced. Zhao Hao wouldn't even need to make arrows personally, and the contribution points could be reasonably utilized. He put away the recipes and checked other loot. Previously, he was chased by a herd of berserk wild elephants and didn't have time to examine or synthesize new talents. Now he has 4 E-grade talents at hand. 3 of them are constitution enhancement talents. 2 E-grade constitution enhancement talents came from that pair of desperate lovers. Perhaps there is some kind of synergy between them that can increase the success rate of talent resets. Zhao Hao first tried to reset these 2 E-level talents. Reset failed, gained, spirit +2 really bad luck, failed again. Now only the E-level physique enhancement talent on the Elephant King and his own physique enhancement talent remain. This time, he hoped for no more disappointment. After all, it was produced by the Elephant King, so the quality should be better. If it failed again, Zhao Hao would have to continue hunting the rampaging wild elephants to improve the success rate through quantity. Reset successful, gained, D-level talent Physique Frenzy +1. Physique Frenzy, a tribute talent, triples physique attributes, comes with the passive skill Tenacity. Toughness, gain a continuous buff when injured and bleeding, slowly regenerating health. As expected of a D-rank talent, even just 1 rank higher makes a huge difference compared to the previous E-rank talent. The Constitution attribute increased from double to triple, and it comes with the Toughness skill, essentially giving him a mini berserker. The continuous healing when injured makes it an essential blood tank talent for any tank. In addition, he also acquired a new E-rank talent, Earth Affinity. Earth Affinity, an elemental talent that enhances affinity and perception of earth-based abilities, increasing their power when used. Gains Earth's blessing when standing on the ground, boosting defense by 50%. This is really a great thing. Stepping on the ground can greatly enhance defense, no wonder the Elephant King has such strong vitality. Besides physical strengthening, Earth Affinity also plays an important role. Now Qingdong has both Physique Frenzy and Earth Affinity, which is equivalent to having the Berserker and Lawn Shield skills, making him a super tank. Even more impressive, he has learned a new skill, the Surge of the Earth. Surge of the Earth, an earth element skill that launches an energy attack in a designated direction, causing the earth to surge and inflicting tremendous damage. Tip: the skill range and power are related to the user's earth affinity and mental strength. No wonder the Elephant King's attacks are much stronger than those of ordinary berserk wild elephants. Obviously, the Elephant King has an innate earth affinity, making his earth abilities more powerful and his mental strength higher. Now all of this belongs to Zhao Hao, giving him more diverse attack methods. In addition to the bow and arrow, he also had long-range elemental attacks, which could be considered a form of minor control skill. Although Earth Surge wasn't the strongest among all elemental controls, Zhao Hao had seen the most powerful one, which was Lei Jun's lightning manipulation. Zhao Hao possessed multiple abilities such as paralysis and stun, and lightning attacks could bypass all armor and defenses. He envied this talent greatly. However, Lei Jun was still alive and well, remaining a top expert in the Mist Hidden Village. As an elite villager, Zhao Hao didn't dare to make a move easily and could only hope for an opportunity in the future. After checking all the gains, he opened the attribute panel. His current attributes are: Name, Zhao Hao. Level, 10, 120/10,000. Strength, 942, D-level strength frenzy *3. Agility, 940, D-level speed frenzy *3. Constitution, 1020, D-level constitution enhancement *3. Spirit, 410. Talents, recycle reset, SSS-level, planting, SSS-level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, F-level, charm enhancement, F-level, fire control, D-level, earth affinity, E-level. Skills, break illusion, night vision, demon hunting, fire attachment, earth surge, mining technique, spirit pointing, night battle all directions. Combat power, 52. Reputation, 107. Profession, hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100. Battle achievements, 1. Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction. After a significant boost in strength, he began crafting another type of item, spirit energy stones. The materials were scarce, and only he had enough metal on hand. He made about 10 spirit energy stones, placed them for sale in the contribution mall, and simultaneously revealed the crafting recipe. As soon as the psychic stone was put on the shelf, the villagers immediately noticed. Ha! The village chief has come out with something new again? What is this? Where did the village chief get such an awesome thing? Quick, look at the instructions for the psychic stone, it's amazing. This is simply a blessing for our life studies department, no more worrying about insufficient spiritual energy. From now on, spiritual energy can be sold, that's great. The village chief even posted the formula: although the crafting requires more materials, it's not complicated. Spiritual energy stones will definitely become a must-have. I need to make more to exchange for contribution points. The psychic stones sold out shortly after being listed. They were not bought by ordinary life-type players, but by powerful experts with high monster killing efficiency. Zhao Hao also placed the crafting recipe for special arrows in the contribution shop. Thanks to the efforts of the villagers of Wuyin village, 4 defense arrow towers had already been built, forming a protective circle around the teleportation formation and the spirit shrine. This area is the core of the village. Next, the forge and mine will also be equipped with more arrow towers, as these places are the economic lifeblood of the village. With the crafting recipe for special arrows available in the contribution shop, many life-type villagers started making them, earning a large amount of contribution points and showing high enthusiasm. As the number of dedicated life-type villagers increased, the speed of upgrading the novice wooden houses far exceeded Zhao Hao's expectations. Those cutting trees focused solely on chopping, the miners concentrated on mining, and the smelters were busy refining, resulting in extremely high efficiency. Zhao Hao looked at the village chief's panel and saw that over 700 novices had completed upgrading their wooden houses and received rewards. However, quite a few strong experts had not upgraded yet, instead concentrating on improving their strength and accumulating contributions. Concerned about this affecting reward distribution, Zhao Hao issued an announcement urging everyone to complete the novice wooden house upgrades as soon as possible, reminding them that the next phase's task rewards are generous and encouraging them to hurry up. The announcement rang through the chat channel 3 times, and the villagers' eyes lit up. They all sprang into action, actively gathering resources. Who hasn't upgraded yet? Speak up quickly, what resources are you lacking? I still need over 100 wood. Delivered within 2 minutes. Urgent report for those needing wood, the logging team is on its way to support. The entire fog-hidden village suddenly became vibrant, and the atmosphere grew more enthusiastic than ever before. After all, if others can finish just 1 second faster, they can start the new task 1 second earlier too. So everyone gave their all, and resources kept flowing into the contribution mall. Finally, the last person completed the upgrade of the beginner's wooden house. A prompt immediately popped up in the mind. Village Chief Task 1: Build a beautiful new village completed. All villagers receive level 3 Heavenly Dao Blessing, plus 60 attribute points. The village chief additionally receives plus 120 attribute points and plus 10 reputation. As soon as the prompt sounded, Every villager in Wayne Village instantly gains 60 attribute points. So awesome! Before, upgrading the beginner's wooden house earned 50 points, this time everyone completed it and got 60 points for free. Are there still village chief tasks? I want to take a few more. Didn't the village chief say that the second phase of tasks will be released soon? What are the second phase tasks? I can't wait. The village chief said we will gain a large amount of experience, and we might even level up to 10. Really? How many strong beasts do we have to kill to reach level 10? The village chief wouldn't lie to us. At this moment, a loudspeaker sounded in their minds. Villagers, the village chief is going to speak. Immediately, the task interface popped up. Excellent performance in the first phase of the village chief tasks. The second phase task is now announced: defend against the beast tide. Battle of the Beast Tide. The founding of Wayne Village breaks the peace of the sealed land. Village Chief Zhao Hao leads everyone to resist the Beast Tide attack. Participating in the battle grants double spiritual energy points and double attribute growth. Defeating the Beast Tide, Wayne Village will be blessed by the Heavenly Way, with +1 random formation, and the village chief will gain personal battle merit. Beast Swarm Mode monster drop rate doubled, unlimited kill method. Seeing this news, the villagers were ecstatic. What kind of divine setup is this? The Beast Wave means a large number of monsters come right to your door, no need to go out hunting them? Yeah, and you get double spirit energy points for killing monsters. It's awesome. Levels are definitely going to soar. And the attribute points gained from leveling up are doubled. This isn't a task, it's practically giving out benefits. Now I understand what the village chief meant. If the Beast Tide breaks out, everyone's level in the fog-hidden village will instantly skyrocket, and will quickly reach level 10. Getting the remaining treasure chest rewards will be no problem at all. Exactly, we can even boldly speculate that we from Fog-Hidden Village might claim all the remaining treasure chests. Amazing! The village chief is simply incredible. As village chief Zhao Hao issued the task, a countdown timer appeared on everyone's operation interface. There was 1 hour left before the Beast Tide strike, and everyone hurriedly used the final moments to prepare intensely. Defensive arrow towers are especially important and can play a huge role in resisting the beast waves. Besides arrow towers, a large quantity of arrows must also be produced. After all, there are many hunters in Wayne Village. The hunters are skilled at setting traps, using bows and hidden weapons, so arrows are consumed in large quantities. In addition, fortifications, traps, torches, and first aid supplies are also being produced in an orderly manner. The entire Kirigakure village was bustling with activity. Large quantities of trees, stones, and ores were transported back to the village in batches through the teleportation arrays. Defensive arrow towers and various weapons continuously emerged. The sound of hammering continuously echoed in the forge. Everyone was giving their all, trying to kill as many monsters as possible in the Beast Tide battle to level up. This opportunity must not be missed. Just as the villagers were nervously preparing for battle, a prompt suddenly sounded in their minds. Notice, number 911 Rookie Village has initiated a faction bet against Fog Hidden Village. The blue faction includes 911, 86, 438, and 15 other rookie villages, while the red faction consists of Fog Hidden Village, number 71, and number 81 rookie villages. Please choose whether to accept the bet. Bet details: the outcome will be determined by the number of chests obtained after leveling up to level 10. The faction with more chests wins. The bet is fair and valid. What is going on here? Everyone in Fog Hidden Village was momentarily stunned. At the critical moment, the blue faction actually challenged them to a bet? And the leader turns out to be a rookie from the Lighthouse Country? Pulling in so many underlings at once, the style is completely in line with the usual approach of the Lighthouse Country. But no one expected there to be such a good deal? Has the Lighthouse Country not lost enough yet? You haven't even received the reward from the last resource wager, and now there's another one? This is a faction wager. The blue faction, these rookie villages of the Min Cook Alliance, are very aggressive and arrogant. But thinking about it carefully, the bet is on who can get more level 10 treasure chests. What does it matter if the blue faction has more people? The contest for the treasure chest is all about which side's top experts reach level 10 first. Most of these villages lost previous bets, with resources and strength nowhere near those wealthy and powerful villages. Besides, the mist-hidden village is about to be attacked by swarms of monsters, and the spiritual energy value will even double. There's simply no comparison. Simply put, this time the blue side is basically courting death. The mist-hidden village instantly erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha, the blue square actually wants to gamble again? Are they out of their minds? At first, it was a pity that there was only one betting order per village, so they couldn't gamble again. Didn't expect them to come knocking on the door themselves. No wonder, they thought the village chief leveling up quickly was because he was exploiting village resources, but now they think there are no resources to help the experts level up by 10. Great opportunity, quickly agree. Wait, does the faction betting on the selected village mean automatic consent? Yeah, I totally forgot. Isn't this lighthouse nation shooting itself in the foot against its own underlings? If they lose, the underlings will probably turn against the boss. The lighthouse nation thought they could rally the masses with a single call, but ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Will the two beginner villages of Longway refuse? Otherwise, the bet won't be valid. Hurry and persuade them, they must agree to this good deal. At this moment, the chat channel in Zone 1 was buzzing with excitement from the blue team. The Lighthouse Nation did a great job. I've wanted to bet on the Dragon Nation for a long time. This time, it's a sure win. We have so many beginner villages, concentrating resources to ensure we can produce level 10 experts, at least 10 of them. The Dragon Kingdom can't achieve this. But Longwa still has 2 beginner villages, and they haven't used resources. What if they concentrate them? Can't even do the math? 2 villages can produce at most 2 level 10s, yet still lose. Yeah, at most 4 level 10s, can't win. Dragon Kingdom is definitely going to lose. But with such an obvious flaw, would Dragon Kingdom really agree? In the chat channel, the newcomers from Village 71 and Village 81 stared at those self-righteous guys and couldn't help but mock them. You guys on the blue side are way too full of yourselves, huh? You think everyone is as dumb as you? We would never agree to betting on factions. Exactly, trying to trick us? No way. Come on, brothers from the Dragon Kingdom, everyone agree. Believe in the strength of our mist-hidden village. That's right, rest assured, the blue side's Mizuno alliance is just giving it away. The entire village of Kirigakure can cover all the treasure chests. Trust us, agree to it, it's a guaranteed win with no loss. We're all brothers here, we'll carry you. But, although we're all fellow Dragon Country people, isn't your Kirigakure village a bit too arrogant? Yeah, this is a faction wager, don't joke around. Brothers of the Kirigakure village, there's no need to be fooled, just refuse outright. At this moment, the people of Kirigakure village were hopping mad. Why are these 2 newbie villages of the Dragon Kingdom so distrustful of their own people? Such a good opportunity, how could one refuse? Oh no, what if they refuse? At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Prompt, the red factions Village 81 and Village 71 have declined the faction wager. Does the Hidden Mist village agree to the wager? If agreed, it will participate separately as part of the red faction. Even if other allies refuse, can we participate alone? I didn't expect such a good opportunity. Great, we have to agree. Don't rush, let's first hear what the village chief has to say. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. Notice, the Hidden Mist village has agreed to the wager, the faction wager begins. Suppressed excited laughter erupted from the blue team's Area 1 channel. The Hidden Mist village is way too arrogant, they actually dared to agree? Foolish, thinking they are great just because they won a few times, this time we will make them lose everything. Yes, avenge our past humiliations. Everyone on the blue side got excited. Previously, they suffered devastating losses in the bet against the Kirigakure village, some villages lost several times in a row. To them, the Hidden Mist village became a mental demon. As long as they could win against them once, they were willing to pay any price. To them, the hidden mist village was scarier than the monsters outside. However, some discordant voices broke this excitement, and the atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Ahem, I understand everyone is happy, but the hidden mist village lost. The resources allocated to us from so many villages are not nearly enough. As soon as this was said, someone immediately found it odd. Yeah, we beat the hidden mist village, but 18 villages sharing the resources of one village, it just doesn't make sense. Exactly, if the hidden mist village had one village would take the resources of 18 villages. Our loss basically means we're helping the enemy, right? As soon as this statement was made, the scene instantly erupted. What nonsense are you talking about? How could our blue team lose? Yeah, 18 against 1, how could we possibly lose? We have lost before in history, you know? Are you a traitor? You don't even understand such simple arithmetic? This time, India, don't slack off again. Last time it was because you dragged us down that we lost. You're talking nonsense. Last time, Assam was so brave and even got 4 points. Your Nangbang is the one slacking off. You dirty Assams, how dare you question the strength of our Nangbang? To be honest, the Minju alliance had long been divided internally, outwardly harmonious, but secretly scheming against each other. The factions hadn't even started their bet yet, but everyone was already in an uproar, shifting blame onto each other. Especially in the newbie villages where there were already existing conflicts, the situation was even harder to reconcile. Even the leaders of the Lighthouse Nation couldn't suppress the chaos. Alright, stop arguing and show some respect for La Shiqiao. We need to hurry up and level up, we must win this bet. Yes. Trust Lighthouse Dad, with him leading us, we will definitely win. That's right, we need confidence. The superiority of the Pod Alliance is obvious. This is just the first victory, there are more to come. Exactly, Kirigakure village owes us, and we must collect every debt. It must be said, the Lighthouse Nation has strong influence, but many people only pretend to obey because they're afraid of his power. It can't be that everyone genuinely unites around Laxikio just because the Lighthouse country is so powerful. After all, the Lighthouse country has 3 beginner villages in Zone 1, making it very strong. Although the Dragon country also has 3 beginner villages, it is still at a disadvantage because it has been targeted. At this time, those who wholeheartedly support the Lighthouse country begin to flatter and praise incessantly. That's right, great. We must continue to weaken the fog-hidden village, sooner or later forcing these arrogant rookies from the Dragon Nation into despair, making them regret opposing us. Good. Defeat the fog-hidden village. Steal everything from the Dragon Nation people. The fog-hidden village is destined to fall, long live the Lighthouse Nation. All the villages in the Blue Camp immediately fell into revelry, as the Aeson Kingdom began their traditional song and dance performance. Chop chop chop. It's so cold, I'm playing with mud in the northeast, and there's no home in the northeast. For them, singing and dancing are the last spiritual support and hope. In contrast, Novice villages 71 and 81 are clouded with worry and anxiety. They promptly refused the Blue Camp's bet, saw through the enemy's plot, and avoided the trap. But unexpectedly, the Hidden Mist village actually agreed to this faction wager. And one village has to go up against a full 18 novice villages on the blue side. Had they known this, they should have joined the wager too. At least the red side has 3 villages, giving them a better chance of winning. Now, how can one village stand against 18 villages? The odds are slim. Rookies numbers 71 and 81 anxiously discussed in the chat channel of Area 1. Sigh, the brothers from Kirigakure are too young. Yeah, they got cocky after winning a few resource bets. Such an obvious trap, and they actually fell for it? But some people are optimistic about Kirigakure, especially Zhao Hao. Do you think Big Brother Zhao Hao agreed to the wager because he's confident he'll win? Brother, although I want to believe that too, it's not realistic. Training experts requires a massive amount of resources. Kirigakure has indeed gained quite a bit of resources, but even with those, no matter how strong someone is, they still have to team up to challenge high-level ferocious beasts to earn spirit energy points. No. As far as I know, Zhao Hao has always been a lone wolf, taking on stronger ferocious beasts by himself, which is why his level increases so fast. You also said it's Xiao Hao, and there's only one of him. The village chief is him, but what about the others? Everyone admires Zhao Hao, but they know his growth consumes a huge amount of resources, affecting others leveling up. Zhao Hao's success model cannot be replicated. Of course, many people firmly believe that as long as Zhao Hao is around, the Mist Hidden Village will definitely win. Many sensible people began to pour cold water on this idea. Have you ever thought about it? For the Mist Hidden Village to win the bet, it must have 4 or 5 experts teaming up to kill the powerful ferocious beast. To cultivate a level 10 expert, 4 or 5 people need to team up, and the others must give up leveling up to help one person accumulate spiritual energy. That's right, only through spirit energy points and the final blow can a person level up quickly. But have you thought about this? Even so, Kirigakure village can at most produce 1 or 2 level 10 experts. Yet this wager is about which faction has more level 10 experts, the one who gets more treasure chests wins. What uses 1 or 2 level 10 experts from Kirigakure village? Yeah, do you really believe what they say? Do you seriously think Kirigakure village can monopolize all the level 10 experts and take all the treasure chests? Is that realistic? The moment the words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Everyone knew this was unrealistic, impossible. Sigh, it looks like the Hidden Mist Village is really going to lose. What should we do? At this point, we just have to accept it. Fortunately, in this camp wager, only the Hidden Mist Village is on the line. If they lose, their resources will be divided among the 18 rookie villages. It's not exactly aiding the enemy, at most, it just pulls Hidden Mist Village back to its former state. From the looks of it, if Dragon Nation really wants to rise, it has to rely on our rookie villages 71 and 81. Right, we are the last hope of Dragon Nation. Hidden Mist Village clearly can't be counted on anymore. What a pity, I quite like Zhao Hao from the Hidden Mist Village, he's very capable, but agreeing to the bet this time was just too arrogant. Sigh, heroes all have the same flaw, they are glory hungry and like personal heroism. Zhao Hao clearly made that mistake. At this moment, the chat channel of Hidden Mist Village was full of jubilation. Brothers, this is awesome. It's like falling asleep and someone hands you a pillow. Didn't expect the blue faction to have 18 villages sending us benefits, this is fantastic. Haha, the task issued by the village chief is truly a timely reign. The village has built a large number of arrow towers and weapons, and everyone is fully armed. With this beast-tide battle, everyone has double psychic power bonuses, so charging to level 10 is absolutely no problem. Yes, in this beast-tide battle, don't hold back. Our village must claim all the treasure chest rewards, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the village chief's hard work. That's right, after winning, all the newbie villages in the blue faction will be severely damaged. Losing 2 consecutive faction bets will greatly reduce their strength, and they will never threaten us again. No more words, I just want to say, the village chief is forever the god. That's right, the village chief is really amazing, very strategic. As soon as the village chief task was announced, the Beast Tide War began. The opposing blue faction immediately took action. I suspect Xiao Bideng is a spy for the Dragon Kingdom. Brother, you're right. The faction lost the bet, from now on the lighthouse can't fool the little brothers into risking their lives. Exactly, who would want to follow this kind of leader? Losing every time along with his brothers? The countdown ended, and Wuyin village welcomed the Beast Tide War. This battle tests the village's construction and strength. If they hold on, experts will emerge in the village, resources will be abundant, and the Hidden Mist Village will rapidly rise, unstoppable by anyone. But if they can't hold out, the crushing defeat will not only cause heavy losses to the village but also result in losing the faction bet. Therefore, Zhao Hao doesn't need to mobilize, everyone is like they've been injected with adrenaline, standing ready and eagerly awaiting the Beast Tide's arrival. The patrol team sent a message. Brothers, the Beast Tide is coming. A large number of level 1 beasts are rushing over. The fastest are the level 1 red-eyed rats, and there are too many of them. It's terrifying. Now I finally understand why it's called a beast tide. Have you ever seen an ocean made up of red-eyed rats? At this moment, from all directions, swarms of red-eyed rats surged out from the mountains, forests, and rivers, covering the sky and the ground. The number is astonishing and shocking. Although the red-eyed rats are first-level beasts with average combat power, their massive numbers make them extremely threatening. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would probably faint from fear. Zhao Hao gave the order in the channel. All fire-type ability users, gather. Against the red-eyed rats, fire attacks are the most effective. The Hidden Mist village was well prepared, piling up large amounts of dry wood and animal fat around the perimeter. When the red-eyed rats charged, Zhao Hao continuously fired fire arrows with his steel-split composite bow. Attached rocket arrows ignited into large flames as soon as they hit the ground. The grease was also set ablaze, with towering flames and continuous crackling sounds. A large number of red-eyed rats were burned to death by the raging fire. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. But some slipped through the net, using corpses as cover to break through the fire barrier and rushed straight into the village. At this moment, the arrow towers of Woyin village began to show their power. All the defense arrow towers were manned, constantly replenishing arrows. Various types of arrows were fired frantically, especially the explosive arrows. The explosive arrows would detonate after a countdown at their location, specifically designed for densely packed red-eyed rats, and were extremely effective. Those red-eyed rats that dodged the explosive arrows and fire attacks were immediately surrounded and viciously beaten by the fully armed villagers as soon as they entered Woyin village. "Brother, save one for me, you're too quick to act. First come, first served. Red-eyed rats have low energy value, there will definitely be stronger ones later." "I know, but right now I can only solo the red-eyed rat, it's a rare opportunity." For the villagers, killing 1 or 2 lone red-eyed rats is pure luck. Although the energy value is low, it has double bonus, and red-eyed rats are safe and easy to kill. Killing 4 or 5 will level you up, and no one wants to miss such an opportunity. No red-eyed rat can escape alive. The overall strength of the Hidden Mist village has greatly increased. After several bets, everyone's attribute points have significantly improved, and completing the village chief's tasks caused a sudden surge in attributes. Now, dealing with the red-eyed rats is absolutely a one-sided massacre. Before long, all the red-eyed rats on the field were wiped out. Villagers who were slow could only kill 1 or 2 and stomped their feet in frustration. Those with good luck killed several in a row and were overjoyed. "This is awesome, I really hope the beast tide comes a few more times." The beast tide battle practically gives away spiritual energy points, such a great benefit. I was worried it would be dangerous, but now it's not difficult at all. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Zhao Hao shook his head quietly. It's not that the beast tide is too easy, but that the strength of Woyin village is too strong. Normally, the beast tide battle should be very difficult and extremely risky. The system also warned that although the village has top experts, most people are weak. The system exists to weed out the weak. Anyone who doesn't reach level 10 is eliminated. Under these circumstances, even experts will find it difficult to make an impact in the beast tide battle. The strong can gain double spirit energy and critical rate bonuses, but the weak will be directly eliminated. After all, even Zhao Hao cannot face thousands of red-eyed rats alone. Although he can protect himself, the red-eyed rats will definitely break through the village and slaughter wildly. Even the slaughter system didn't expect that Zhao Hao, leading the Mist Hidden Village, would win several betting matches in a row. Each time they won, the strength of the Mist Hidden Village increased significantly. Now, the lowest level villagers in the village are all level 2, and their attributes are stronger than the level 5 villagers of other villages. Almost all of the more than 1,000 people are experts. With so many experts together, fighting the red-eyed rat became much easier. What was originally a tense defensive battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even villagers with weaker talents can easily kill red-eyed rats under the attribute bonuses. At this moment, the teleportation arrays in the square lit up one after another, and the outer patrol teams hurriedly returned. Everyone's face turned pale, filled with fear. "Brothers, what's going on?" someone asked. A patrolman gasped, "It's terrifying, Over 1,000 wild dogs are rushing from all directions. How many? Someone asked. Estimated 3 to 4,000. Wild dogs are top-level fierce beasts, and there are so many? The intensity of the beast surge is skyrocketing too fast. The first wave was just ordinary beasts, but the second wave jumped straight to level 1 ferocious beasts. I've never seen so many level 1 ferocious beasts before. Where were they hiding? Another team member said tremblingly, not just wild dogs, there are also level 2 ferocious beasts, red-striped wild boars, and quite a few of them. It's truly unbelievable. Didn't expect so many boars to be this terrifying. The atmosphere on the scene changed abruptly, and everyone felt panicked. They originally thought it was a bonus, but unexpectedly the second wave of beast tide brought so many strong beasts. How do we fight? The weaker villagers were especially scared. Zhao Hao quickly sent a message, don't panic, enter the defense line according to the plan groups. Hunters and those with ranged talents form the first squad to complete the sniping task. Experts above level 5 lead the rest in protecting other villagers, and the remaining people defend by squads, coordinating with the arrow towers. Everyone stay steady. Under Zhao Hao's command, the villagers acted swiftly. The arrow towers kept loading special arrows, and all kinds of traps and tools were also set up. The village entrance was heavily fortified with layers of defense, boulders and cover were densely arranged, making the defensive line highly conspicuous. These covers and obstacles were simple, some just piles of large stones stacked at the village entrance. The stones were not fixed in position, some placed to the left, others to the right, staggered front and back. There were also chevaux-de-frise pits, completely dividing the originally flat road. This was done to disperse the charging monsters, splitting them with obstacles and slowing their speed. Otherwise, thousands of wild beasts charging madly would be impossible to stop with manpower alone. After everything was set up, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Thousands of wild dogs surged forward wildly, a dark mass with red eyes roaring, baring their teeth and claws, saliva flying, directly attacking Wuyin village. The ferocious beasts in the tide seemed to be enraged by some mysterious force, acting extraordinarily violent. But once the wild dogs entered the obstacle zone, they were instantly split into dozens of smaller groups, and their speed was greatly reduced. Then, the arrow towers unleashed a volley of ice arrows. Each explosion slowed down the wild dogs' movements, some were even frozen solid. The hunters in the front line aimed and shot, while villagers who had awakened wind and fire abilities also joined in the attack. Zhao Hao did not intervene against the level 1 ferocious wild dogs. They provided too little spiritual energy value. To level up, it was necessary to kill higher-level ferocious beasts. These low-level monsters were more cost-effective for villagers to increase their strength. More than 20 hunters who had changed professions kept firing arrows, and the traps began to take effect. As the wild dogs just bypassed the obstacles and charged, their paws were caught in animal traps, causing them to howl and struggle in pain. Immediately after, an arrow pierced a throat, killing it on the spot. One hunter shouted excitedly, reached level 4, awesome. Another wild dog fell into a pit trap and was burned alive. The arrow tower began its second wave of attacks, shooting explosive arrows that, combined with traps, eliminated all the trapped wild dogs. Despite this, the number of wild dogs remained vast. Soon, hundreds of wild dogs broke through multiple lines of defense and rushed into Wuyin village. The villagers at the entrance had long since taken up arms, fighting fiercely. Led by groups of experts, they charged forward without hesitation. In Lei Jun's group, he stood firm, swinging his hands as the power of lightning quickly gathered, instantly forming a massive lightning net that enveloped the pack of wild dogs ahead. Thunder roared, the wild dogs trembled all over and began to convulse. Although the lightning covered a wide range, its lethality was limited, it could only paralyze them and stop their movements. That was already enough. The villagers seized the opportunity, wildly slashing with their weapons. The immobilized wild dogs fell one by one, blood splattering and screams non-stop. As the wild dogs collapsed, a blue glow flickered. Hurry, there are 2 more over there, don't let them escape. Brother, I spotted them first. Sorry, I'm killing them first. Stealing monsters is one thing, but even the corpses? The villagers were immersed in the frenzy of monster killing. After all, it was double spiritual energy points. Who would pass that up? Soon, the wild dogs were slaughtered to exhaustion, and their corpses were quickly hung in the contribution shop to exchange for contribution points. Zhao Hao exchanged all the wild dog corpses for contribution points, and no one could surpass him in contribution points. As the village chief, he strictly followed the rules and never gave himself any special treatment, otherwise, the contribution shop system would collapse. At this moment, Zhao Hao was lying on his bed at home, leisurely observing the thumbnail map of Wuyin village through the village chief interface. The second wave of monsters had appeared, consisting of level 1 and 2 ferocious beasts. The third wave would include level 3, 4, and 5 ferocious beasts, and the number and level of monsters would significantly increase in the fourth wave. Although the village defenses were currently strong, Zhao Hao knew he would eventually have to act personally. During this time, he had to continuously strengthen his power. Looking at the bodies piling up in his Lingbao space, he began repeatedly using recycling and resetting, rapidly improving his attributes. Obtained, Strength +1. Acquired, Agility +1. Acquired, Agility +2. Zhao Hao almost non-stop recycled and reset, his attributes skyrocketing like a rocket, much faster than slowly searching for corpses himself. Leading the villagers of Wuyin village to improve their strength and rapidly develop the village was truly a wise move. Although Zhao Hao's ability to recycle corpses was strong, he couldn't personally search for every single corpse. Now, with the contribution shop, he can gain a large amount of attribute points just by sitting, which feels great. After completing the corpse recovery reset, he threw all the corpse resources into the contribution shop. In this way, the contribution points spent on exchanging corpses were not only offset but actually earned a large profit. Handling the corpses was troublesome, but Zhao Hao meticulously extracted valuable resources like meat chunks, beast bones, beast tendons, and beast teeth, whose combined value far exceeded that of the corpses themselves. Many villagers, especially butchers, would dissect corpses themselves to exchange raw meat for contributions or to make food, but their demand was limited. Over 90% of wild beast corpses were handled by Zhao Hao, converting them into his attribute points. Although he did not directly take action and gave the spiritual energy value to others, the one who experienced the greatest increase in strength was him. The last level 1 wild dog fell, and all the wild dogs were eliminated. Before the villagers could catch their breath, a large group of red-patterned wild boars rushed over. Compared to the wild dogs, red-patterned wild boars were faster and had stronger jumps. Their tough skin and incredible strength gave them tremendous impact force. Being punctured by their tusks would either kill or maim. But these advantages were useless against the multiple defense lines of Kiri village. The speed of the red-striped boars was greatly slowed, turning them into stationary targets. The defensive arrow towers shot ice arrows, slowing their movements. Poison arrows gradually drained their health after hitting. Explosive arrows delayed their detonation, quickly weakening the red-striped boars in combination with the oil and traps on the ground. Bang bang bang, the rain of arrows surged like a tide, and the red-striped wild boars fell one after another. Each red-striped wild boar's body was continuously blown apart. Even with their thick skin and tough flesh, they couldn't withstand such fierce attacks. The luckier ones, who were only lightly injured, barely avoided the defensive arrow tower's fire. Immediately after, traps, hidden weapons, and hunters' bows on the ground all launched a coordinated counterattack. After a round of bloody battle, the ground was covered with corpses. Those red-striped wild boars that barely broke into the fog-hidden village were met with fierce assaults from villagers wielding various weapons. At this time, the fog-hidden village's forge could produce second-tier weapons, and occasionally even third-tier weapons when luck was on their side. Compared to the first-tier fine steel daggers, second- and third-tier weapons came in more varieties, but the most popular remained the horse-chopping swords. Some villagers with greater strength preferred using wolf tooth clubs, a simple-to-make weapon with powerful force, excellent armor penetration, and easy handling. As for complex weapons like long spears and long swords, without systematic training, they were far less convenient to use than large machetes. Poochie! Poochie! With the sound of blades cutting into bone, the red-striped wild boars charging into the village fell in pain, wailing continuously. These wild boars were 4 meters long, their sharp tusks were excellent materials for making weapons, and their meat was a delicacy for roasting. More importantly, their fat was a crucial fire source for the village in the absence of petroleum, providing fuel for fire attacks. In the end, thousands of red-striped wild boars were completely consumed by the villagers. As the last boar fell, many participants emitted a white light, showing signs of leveling up. Haha, leveled up. Didn't expect to reach level 4 so quickly, so awesome. Yeah, the red-striped boars were originally level 2 beasts with over 200 spirit energy. With double bonuses, that's 400. I grabbed 2 and leveled up a notch, so lucky. Me too. Though I know we might not beat the stronger beasts ahead easily, aiming for level 10 is tough, but reaching level 3 or 4 is pretty good. I got a boar and even dropped a treasure chest. Whoa, bro, you're so lucky. What kind of chest was it? Hee, just a black iron chest. As soon as he said this, everyone expressed envy. A black iron chest? Tell us what you got, let us learn. Not bad, a piece of red striped armor. Although the defense is limited, it lets me push forward more. Maybe I can kill a few more strong beasts in the next wave. You're really lucky. Why didn't I get a treasure chest? Everyone was envying the lucky person who opened the black iron treasure chest when a shout came from nearby. Oh my god, it's a bronze treasure chest. It actually dropped a bronze treasure chest directly. No way, a level 2 ferocious beast can drop a bronze treasure chest, that's hard to believe. Don't forget, the previous mission hint said that this beast tide not only has double spirit energy value, but the monster drop rates have also greatly increased, so dropping a bronze treasure chest is reasonable. I really envy them, it feels like leveling up isn't exciting anymore. Many people receive treasure chest rewards, the vast majority being black iron chests, while a few got bronze chests. The scene was filled with laughter and joy. But Zhao Hao stood alone by the window, staring intently at the miniature map of the mist-hidden village. On the map, red glows flickered, showing 3 types of ferocious beasts in the next wave of the beast tide: level 3 blue-eyed wolves, level 4 brown bears, and the most troublesome level 5 sand burrow rats. The burrowing sand rat can move silently beneath the sand and soil, making no sound as it travels. Unless one has super strong senses, ordinary villagers cannot defend against its sneak attacks at all. Zhao Hao didn't expect the attack power of the third wave of beast tide to surge, and he had to take action personally, otherwise, the villagers wouldn't be able to hold them off at all. He quickly posted a message in the chat channel, briefly introducing the characteristics, weaknesses, and countermeasures of the 3 types of ferocious beasts. Sharpening the spear at the last moment may not make it sharper, but it still shines. Understanding the enemy situation in advance can significantly reduce civilian casualties. At this time, the beast horde was still outside the village, giving the villagers some time to prepare. As a large number of red-striped wild boar corpses were sent to the contribution mall, Zhao Hao also seized the time to recycle and reset, enhancing his strength. Others were busy repairing their equipment, while the apothecaries worked hard to concoct various medicines. The contribution mall has plenty of restorative potions and simple healing remedies. The most popular are dog skin patches and power pills. Dog skin patches can quickly heal injuries and are easy to use. Power pills have a strong effect, increasing strength by 50 points after taking them. Although the effect lasts only 10 minutes, it can help weaker villagers survive the next wave of beasts. The arrow tower was continually replenished with arrows, and the damaged traps and obstacles were urgently being repaired. The entire defense system was tense yet orderly. Before long, waves of wolf howls came from outside the village, each piercing and harsh, causing everyone's faces to show signs of tension. But when they saw the figure at the village entrance standing with his back to them, their gazes instantly became fervent and resolute. Zhao Hao stood alone at the village gate, holding the Dashia Longke, his eyes fixed on the distance. When the first blue-eyed wolf appeared, the crowd began to stir. Zhao Hao warned in a low voice, "The blue-eyed wolves are extremely fast and have strong armor-piercing abilities. Their weak points are the eyes and the lower back. Don't engage them head-on, attack their weak points." Hearing this, the villagers immediately calmed down. With the village chief here, everyone felt reassured. After the blue-eyed wolves broke through the barriers, the arrow towers began to shoot, but their speed was extremely fast, reducing the power of the arrows. However, the traps on the ground played a role, causing many blue-eyed wolves to fall due to slipping while sprinting. The villagers all used their talents to fight back. One person could reflect light, another could emit light, turning himself into a big light bulb. The two worked together. The former reflected the strong light emitted by the latter, creating a powerful flash grenade that hit the two protruding eyeballs of the blue-eyed wolves, causing widespread blindness. Some wolves even became blind in both eyes. There was also a villager's unique talent that amazed Zhao Hao. One person could accelerate plant growth. He had previously scattered vine seeds on the path the blue-eyed wolves had to pass through. The vines instantly grew wildly, tripping the fast-sprinting blue-eyed wolves. These strange talent combinations had unexpectedly effective results. Zhao Hao's eyes sparkled, especially at the villager who could accelerate plant growth. If combined with his planting ability, it would be simply unbeatable. However, his ability actually only worked by quickly ripening the plants, consuming their vital energy. The ripened plants would wither very quickly. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that his talent is only at level E. Under the combined attack of the unique talents of the villagers of Kirigakure, the blue-eyed wolves suffered heavy casualties. After struggling through numerous obstacles, they finally stumbled into the village. What greeted them was Zhao Hao wielding the great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade. Night battle in all directions. The flash of blades gleamed, and 7 or 8 blue-eyed wolves instantly fell to the ground, dead. Village chief, you're amazing. Brothers, charge. Don't let the village chief steal the show. The other villagers, inspired by the village chief's momentum, shouted in unison and charged toward the blue-eyed wolves. Under Zhao Hao's guidance, everyone pinpointed the weaknesses of the blue-eyed wolves. The attacks never stopped, and the blue-eyed wolves fell one after another, their screams ringing out continuously. Just as the blue-eyed wolves were about to be wiped out, a deafening noise came from outside the village. A group of brown bears, each 6 or 7 meters tall, appeared, numbering in the hundreds. Faced with the simple barriers made of stones and wood outside the village, these bear-like brown bears the size of small mountains pay no attention. Their sturdy bodies easily topple the obstacles, charging straight through. With a swipe of their claws, the barriers shatter into pieces. Fortunately, they were not the first wave of fierce beasts, or the barriers would have been destroyed long ago. The traps on the ground had no effect on them at all. They moved unhurriedly, stepping directly over the pits, even crushing the soil beneath. The traps turned into shallow little holes, which the brown bear easily crossed. However, moving slowly also had its advantages. The brown bear moved slowly, providing an excellent target for the village's defensive arrow towers. Bang! Bang bang! Ice arrows were fired one after another. The brown bear's body stiffened, with an extremely high hit rate of the arrows. Then came poison arrows, explosive arrows, and a rain of arrows from Zhao Hao and the hunters. Regular arrows are useless against brown bears, only explosive arrows and poison arrows are effective. The steel feather arrow shot by Zhao Hao was even more of a bane. With one shot, the brown bear was severely wounded, and the villagers easily slaughtered it. Not only that, the villagers also mixed the honey of the stingless bees they raised with poison and scattered it on the paths taken by the brown bears. Seeing this move, Zhao Hao was full of praise. When he dealt with a silverback black bear back then, he also used a similar method, which worked exceptionally well. What shocked him even more was the way honey was used. He witnessed with his own eyes a villager awaken to rubber body abilities, holding honey, suddenly stretching out a hand. The arm and palm were infinitely elongated, as thin as a rope, swung out far away, and the whole person turned into a long rope. Then, he skillfully placed a large clump of honey next to the exploding arrows, in the pitfall, and even beside the wood coated with animal fat. Next, his arms and palms slowly retracted, converging and reshaping like a big rubber man. This series of actions was clean and decisive, leaving Zhao Hao dumbfounded. He never expected that the village chief's subordinate would hide such a formidable expert. Just as the villagers were anxiously setting up defenses, a group of brown bears charged over. Although the beast horde state made the brown bears extremely excited, they had no resistance against the honey and were all attracted by the fragrance. However, this was just a trap. A brown bear had just licked off a piece of honey when a nearby exploding arrow suddenly detonated, blowing its mouth to pieces. Another brown bear rushing toward the honey fell headfirst into a pitfall. Yet another bear pushed aside its companion excitedly to lick the honey, but the surrounding wood instantly caught fire, turning it into a fire bear, screaming in pain. Even if a brown bear manages to eat the honey, it will soon become poisoned and stagger unsteadily. These tough-skinned, thick-fleshed creatures have strong vitality and continue to advance toward Wuyin village. Zhao Hao stood at a distance, holding his steel-split composite bow, firing repeatedly with refined steel feather arrows. Each arrow accurately hit a brown bear, severely injuring them. The villagers immediately rushed up, brandishing their machetes, and the injured brown bear soon fell to the ground. As a level 4 ferocious beast, the brown bear was powerful under the double spiritual energy enhancement. Before long, white light flashed on the bodies of many villagers, and their levels increased. Some lucky individuals even received treasure chests. As their strength increased, the brown bears were driven back step by step under poisoning and hidden weapon attacks, and the battle became one-sided. The villagers of the Hidden Mist village quickly harvested these huge ferocious beasts, with cheers rising continuously. But Zhao Hao's expression was unusually solemn. He stared at the red glow on the thumbnail and quickly sent a message in the chat channel. Zhao Hao shouted a loud warning, "Attention, the next wave of enemies is level 5 ferocious beast burrowing sand rats. They are skilled at underground stealth, suddenly leaping out during attacks with extreme speed to bite the throat. Everyone must not stand on soft sandy ground, try to take cover behind trees or hard rocks. Burrowing sand rats are extremely difficult to deal with, hidden underground where they can't be seen or hit." But Zhao Hao, relying on his enhanced hearing talent, can sense their movements. However, the sand rats move too fast for him to keep directing everyone continuously. Fortunately, many villagers also have talents to detect the burrowing sand rats. "These guys are all underground, everyone be careful," someone shouted. "They're too fast, they're rushing into the village." The obstacles previously destroyed by the brown bear were useless against the burrowing sand rat. Zhao Hao's face was grim as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, his eyes full of killing intent. With a wave of both hands, he released a wave of energy that made the ground undulate like a giant wave. Before the burrowing sand rat could react, it was shaken until disoriented, stumbling out of the ground in a daze. The arrows from the defense towers shot out one after another. Although the burrowing sand rat was fast, unlike the brown bear with its thick skin and flesh, once forced into the open, these fast but fragile creatures were quickly shot dead. "The village chief is amazing. What skill is this? How many secret weapons does the village chief still have? So cool, the village chief is awesome. Don't say anything, just kill, seize the opportunity first." Zhao Hao kept his eyes fixed on the ground and continued to unleash the earth surge. The ground shook violently, leaving the burrowing sand rats dazed, with some even directly knocked unconscious in the soil. "Brothers, charge! Don't be afraid, the village chief is here. The village chief has broken stealth, kill him quickly." Zhao Hao was gasping for breath, continuously using earth surge, which consumed a great deal of mental energy, causing his mental attribute to increase slowly, far less than the other attributes. With this move, the burrowing sand rats, who had lost their stealth, were surrounded and eliminated by the long-desiring villagers. More than 3,000 burrowing sand rats were distributed, with 2 to each person, all level 5 ferocious beasts. Under double spiritual energy effects, many people directly leveled up. Inside Wuyin village, white light flickered, and battle intent ran high. One treasure chest after another appeared. "Ha, I got a bronze treasure chest, I'm really rolling in it." The drop rate of level 5 ferocious beasts is so much higher than that of level 2 ferocious beasts, getting treasure chests feels great. The strongest level 5 ferocious beast ended up being the weakest in the village chief's hands, really gratifying. When the last sand-burrowing rat was killed, the third wave of the beast tide ended perfectly. The villagers began to busy themselves with repairing supplies, recovering their strength and injuries, and strengthening defenses. Zhao Hao frowned deeply, staring at the map of Wuyin village. The fourth wave, which is also the last wave of the beast tide, is about to arrive. This time, there is only one type of monster. Zhao Hao's expression was unusually grim. Hint: the sleeping troll king has appeared in Kirigakure village, leading the troll warriors to invade. Beasts prefer to devour powerful humans, so be on guard. Hint: the Beast-Tide mission difficulty has increased, with rewards enhanced. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhao Hao felt a mix of emotions. It's actually a demon beast? How could a Beast-Tide have demon beasts? He told the villagers the news, but they were unusually excited. Awesome, the demon beasts have arrived. This time we can get the first kill on the demon beast. Fierce beasts can drop bronze treasure chests, demon beasts will definitely drop gold treasure chests. With the village chief here, we're not afraid of the demon beasts. That's right, the village chief can totally hold on. Zhao Hao complained in his heart, who said the village chief could hold on. But now, he could only desperately hold on through the final wave. A group of giant-like monsters appeared on the outskirts, and Zhao Hao couldn't help but curse, damn! These monsters are too strong. In his line of sight was a creature that was both ugly and strange. It was his first time seeing such ugly monsters. They were humanoid, walking upright, 3 or 4 meters tall, with thick upper limbs. Their faces looked like clay roughly shaped by a 3-year-old child, with distorted and disproportionate features. Their skin was wrinkled and dirty, and their flesh seemed to be pieced together from soil, iron scraps, and stones. Zhao Hao used illusion breaking to check the details. Troll warrior, special creature, a communal humanoid species, rumored to have mutated from humans, capable of going without food, sleep, or rest. This was the first time Zhao Hao had seen such a bizarre creature. They had no clear level or ability markers. Many troll warriors carried various huge and strange weapons, some even directly grabbed a stout tree more than 10 meters long, far more powerful than the wolf tooth clubs used by the villagers of Wuyin village. These troll warriors carried heavy weapons but moved with ease. Some trolls, while walking, stretched out their hands and instantly uprooted huge boulders, carrying them like small mountains as they continuously advanced toward Wuyin village. More than 20 troll warriors, like small mountains, pressed toward the village. Get ready! There are 20 troll warriors ahead, each over 10 meters tall with extremely strong defense. Follow my command, use ranged attacks, release ice arrows to block their advance, and buy us time. Zhao Hao's voice echoed in everyone's minds. The crowd was shocked. Ahead? Where? I don't see anything. 3,000 meters away, no, now only 2,600 meters, moving very fast. The villagers of Wuyin village, possessing special talents, had long sensed these terrifying creatures and were all dumbfounded. The troll's figures grew clearer, the leader about 10 meters tall, grabbing 2 giant stones in its hands and suddenly hurling them toward where Zhao Hao was. Holy shit, this is too exaggerated. Zhao Hao was stunned as the boulders flew in like 2 small mountains. Quick, dodge! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared at the entrance of Wuyin village, like a giant bowl covering the village from above. This was the boundary marker defense activated by Zhao Hao. The boulders roared toward them like giant cannonballs. Zhao Hao's eyes sharpened. If struck by the rock, even his protective shield might break, so he couldn't take the risk. His figure flashed as he rushed out of the village, wielding the Dasha Longke blade, and swung a slash, night battle 8 directions. The giant rock shattered on the spot, dust flying everywhere. Zhao Hao, covered in dust and dirt, retreated back into the village. Just as he was catching his breath, 2 giant trolls appeared in the distance, half-crouching with their hands raised high holding giant trees. Zhao Hao's eyes narrowed, it's never ending. 2 more giant trolls began to sprint, smashing all obstacles in their path, yet remaining unscathed, charging straight toward the village. As they ran, each massive footfall made the ground tremble beneath Zhao Hao. They absolutely must not be allowed to reach the village. Zhao Hao quickly made his decision. Swish! The next moment, he drew the steel-split composite bowstring to full draw, aiming at a giant troll ahead. Suddenly, a crystal-clear ice arrow appeared in front of the giant troll, freezing its body stiff. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao shot the long-charged steel-feathered arrow, precisely piercing through the giant troll's chest. The giant troll rolled on the ground for more than 50 meters, with several parts falling off its body. However, it shook its head and stood up, looking dirty and disheveled. Then, its body trembled violently, and the stones and debris on the ground gathered onto it again. Soon, the giant troll was restored to its original state. Zhao Hao frowned tightly. These trolls are too hard to deal with, and they can recover quickly even after being injured? How are we supposed to fight this? Could it be that all troll warriors have this ability? If that's really the case, then the battle is impossible to win. They almost don't die? After calmly analyzing, Zhao Hao thought it was impossible. It was understandable that the Troll King had special abilities, but ordinary soldiers also didn't die? That didn't make sense. There must be a secret he hadn't seen. He used his supervision to closely watch the troll in the distance. He discovered that there were two types of trolls. One type was huge and bloated, covered with stones, dirt, and even plants, resembling a small mountain. Zhao Hao temporarily called them tank warriors. Another type has a slightly slimmer build but long arms, holding weapons, branches, or large stones, skilled in long-range throwing. He called them throwers. Tank warriors mainly rely on their strong bodies as weapons. Along the way, he bulldozed through, destroying all obstacles. Among them was the tank troll warrior that was struck by Zhao Hao's ice arrow. That monster fell and was injured. However, the part that fell was not its real body, just the thick armor and chitinous layer on it. This armor was incredibly thick and mixed with other substances. The troll's surface was humanoid, able to run on legs and also throw simple tools. Since it is a humanoid creature, its weak spot should logically be the heart or the head. Thinking this, Zhao Hao squinted and pulled back the string of the steel split composite bow. A steel feather arrow with a fire attachment whooshed out, aiming straight at the head of the tank troll warrior ahead. The arrowhead pierced through the head. Unexpectedly, the troll still charged forward fiercely, without any pause. It was as if the arrow had hit a strand of hair, not the head. Zhao Hao was stunned. Isn't the head supposed to be the weak point? Then it can only be the heart. He took out another steel feather arrow, aiming at the troll's heart. An arrow was released. The troll's massive body became an excellent target. With Zhao Hao's arrow skills continuously improving, this arrow hit precisely in the left chest. The troll seemed struck by lightning, clutching its chest in pain. Zhao Hao's face showed a look of joy. However, in the next second, the troll angrily pulled the arrow out of its chest, rubbed its chest as it stood up, and continued forward. Nothing happened after all? Is the heart too strong, with abnormal recovery ability? Or did it simply miss hitting the heart? Although trolls resemble humans, they are not human beings. Their heart structure might be different. Considering the obvious pain when hit by the arrow, the weak point is not far from the left chest. Zhao Hao decided to try several more times. He was sure to find a flaw. He pulled back the steel splinter composite bowstring once again. The steel-feathered arrow, with strong piercing power, instantly shot toward the troll's chest. Hit the left atrium precisely. The first arrow struck the left atrium but had no fatal effect. This time, aim for the center of the heart. If it still doesn't die, shoot the arrow at the right atrium. At this moment, the troll with an arrow in its chest trembled all over, blood mist spraying from its front. Seeing this, a trace of joy flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Previously, no matter how severely those troll warriors were injured, no blood was seen, as if they were not flesh and blood. But now, this tank troll warrior, having been shot in the chest at the heart, actually bled. It seems this is their fatal weakness. Strangely, their heart is located right in the center of their body. The struck troll warrior lost control, suddenly falling backward with a loud crash, dust flying everywhere. Although it did not die instantly, it struggled to stand up, staggered a few steps, and eventually collapsed to the ground with a thud, crawling with difficulty. Seeing this, Zhao Hao quickly notified everyone in the chat channel. Everyone, attention, the troll warriors' hearts are in the center of their chests, defense towers should aim there when shooting. After finding the weak spot, attacking became much easier. Zhao Hao controlled the steel split composite bow, taking advantage of its ultra-long range and the penetration power of steel feather arrows, continuously aiming at and shooting the troll's hearts. However, he soon realized that those slender, long-armed throwers were exceptionally agile, even able to block his arrows with their arms. Zhao Hao did not expect these troll warriors to be so troublesome. The traps on the ground were almost ineffective against them, and their massive bodies were nearly immune to the hunter's arrows. At the same time, the throwers hurled huge stones and trees at the transparent protective shield above Wuying village, producing loud banging sounds as the shield continuously vibrated. Although it temporarily blocked these attacks, the shield could only resist falling objects from above and could not withstand the trolls' frontal assaults. The shield was originally designed to defend against small-scale calamities and meteorite storms, focusing mainly on the dome overhead. Even so, the boundary marker's protective shield still greatly limited the remote throwers' capabilities. Now the trolls could only charge forward with their massive bodies. The villagers saw the protective shield overhead steadily blocking the flying boulders and trees, and also saw those huge tank-like troll warriors being shot down by Zhao Hao's arrows. Their fear vanished instantly, replaced by excitement on their faces. "Don't panic. Trolls have weaknesses, we can defeat them," someone shouted. "With the village chief here, we're guaranteed," the villagers responded in unison. "Great, the village chief is so imposing. Following the chief means meat every day." "Ha, with the village chief here, these trolls are nothing at all. Right now, I just want to follow the chief and collect some spirit energy." The villagers of Wuying village regained their composure, full of confidence, and, cooperating with village chief Zhao Hao, launched a counterattack against the troll warriors. Especially, the defensive arrow towers on the Wuying village ship played a huge role. Although the ice arrows couldn't kill the trolls outright, their freezing effect effectively blocked the trolls' advance. Once a fast-running troll was hit by an ice arrow, it often fell to the ground. Due to their huge size, trolls had great inertia and unstable balance, making them very weak after falling and difficult to get up quickly. Explosive arrows and poison arrows had some effect, but nowhere near that of the ice arrows. Poison arrows were useless against these trolls covered in thick keratin layers, as their skin contained no blood and the poison could not penetrate. Explosive arrows' blasts could only damage the surface layer, unable to cause fatal injuries. However, the villagers' various talents played a key role. For example, the villager who could stimulate plant growth applied their ability directly onto the trolls. Troll bodies contained a large amount of soil and plants, and under the ability's stimulation, the plants rapidly pierced through the trolls' bodies, causing internal damage and rendering the highly defensive trolls powerless to resist. Other villagers also used their talents to fight together. Zhao Hao shot the final steel-feathered arrow, and the trolls on the field collapsed one after another, emitting painful roars. But they had not yet died, their vitality was extraordinarily strong, and they kept writhing on the ground. At this moment, the villagers couldn't help but prepare to rush forward to slice the trolls and compete for the spoils and spirit energy. Everyone wanted to make a few more cuts and get a bigger share of the benefits. But Zhao Hao was filled with doubt. Logically, the final wave of the beast-tide attack should be exceptionally strong, especially since the Troll King, the monstrous beast, should have already appeared. Why had there been no sign of it yet? Zhao Hao used his super-strong vision, hearing, and sense of smell to observe carefully, and apart from these dozens of huge troll warriors before him, he did not detect any trace of the Troll King. Could it have the ability to turn invisible? Just as Zhao Hao was puzzled, he stared in shock at the fallen troll warriors. Their thick hides kept peeling off, and some even lost their limbs. The scene was utterly grim. The villagers of the mist-hidden village grew even more agitated upon seeing this, gripping their large knives and shouting to charge forward. Zhao Hao's expression changed abruptly, and he shouted urgently, "Everyone, retreat! Come back quickly! Don't get close to those troll warriors." Though the villagers didn't understand why, they habitually obeyed and turned to leave. A few hesitated, wanting to seize the chance to act, but were frightened by the scene before them. The injured troll warriors began shaking violently, their bodies rapidly shrinking as various sand particles and iron fragments fell off. They kept losing limbs, even shaking off their heads, writhing on the ground like a disgusting mass of flesh. These chunks of flesh and tissue gradually merged, forming a troll towering 50 meters high, far larger than an ordinary troll warrior. Its entire body was pieced together from the corpses of numerous troll warriors, with its head also composed of several trolls fused together, barely showing the black holes of a mouth and eyes. 2 arms were made up of 2 troll warriors, while its massive thighs consisted of the bodies of several troll warriors connected end to end. Zhao Hao looked up, this colossal figure almost blocked out the sun. No wonder the Troll King had not appeared until now, it turned out to be composed of these troll warriors. The villagers were terrified, screaming as they fled in panic, finally experiencing the fear of being ruled by giants. Facing the terrifying troll, Zhao Hao immediately used the reality-breaking skill to examine the creature's details. Demonic Beast, King of the Trolls. Level, 2nd grade. Combat Power, 80. Characteristics, brutal and bloodthirsty, fond of devouring, can transform its body into steel, extremely strong defense, iron-level weapons are ineffective. Drop rate, 30%. Buff, 10 times psychic value. Looking at the system information, Zhao Hao suddenly understood. Previously, when querying a single troll warrior, the level and drop rate were not displayed because they were not in their complete form but in a special state. This meatball can transform into an iron body, making all iron weapons ineffective. It seems only his Dasha Dragon Sparrowblade can break through the defense. This is really troublesome now. The other villagers simply can't contribute. However, only a monster this strong deserves to be the boss. The distant Troll King left the people of Kirigakure village dumbfounded. Damn! Bringing such a big boss to deal with us? Kirigakure village must be really valued, huh? How do we fight like this? As soon as the monsters come at us, we'll all be crushed to death. Can the village chief hold on this time? Everyone panicked, but Zhao Hao's few words restored everyone's confidence. The Troll King drops with a 30% rate, guaranteed to contain a golden chest. Level 2 monsters carry demon cores, all treasures. It has a 10-fold psychic energy bonus. Killing it will let more than a dozen people level up by 10. Don't be afraid. Zhao Hao's words motivated everyone like a spell. Everyone's eyes turned red, especially the experts above level 7, who stared at the giant Troll King. 10 times psychic energy value. During the Beast-Tide battle, monsters have double the psychic energy value, so landing a single hit might level you up. Zhao Hao commanded, strong fighters above level 6, team up with me to kill the Troll King. The others attack using defensive arrow towers. Its body is immune to damage, so don't use poison arrows or explosive arrows, use ice arrows directly. Those with elemental talents, use talent-based ranged attacks. Experts above level 7 like Li Zhe, Ma Di, Ai Bei, Run Hu, Lei Jun followed Zhao Hao. They killed many monsters during the Beast-Tide battle and quickly leveled up by about 3 levels. Zhao Hao stared at the Troll King and said in a deep voice, its body can turn into steel, ordinary weapons can't hurt it, only my divine weapon can injure it. Does anyone else have special weapons or legendary weapons? Everyone looked at each other, thinking the village chief was overestimating us. At this moment, Zhu Pengfei scratched his head and said, I awakened the ability to morph my body parts. I can transform my arm into a long blade, and my whole body into a giant blade for 3 seconds, reaching the level of a treasured weapon. But the Troll King is too big, it's hard to get close, unless you hit its weak spot for significant damage. Don't worry about that, a skinny man, Wang Qua, spoke up. He had awakened a rubber body. My talent allows me to turn my body into rubber, directly bouncing enemies away, enough to reach the side of the Troll King. But if that's the case, once the troll opens its mouth, I'll become the delivery man, Zhu Pengfei hesitated. Li Zhe said in a deep voice, my metal control can temporarily restrain the troll with the steel body. Lei Jun laughed and said, lightning can paralyze and penetrate steel, and its conductivity can also enhance my attacks. The discussion made everyone's eyes shine even brighter. Although their sizes differed greatly from the trolls, they relied on a combination of talents to form an advantage. Zhao Hao was the first to draw his steel-split composite bow, knocked a fire-infused steel feather arrow, and aimed at the distant Troll King. The arrow pierced the troll's skin, and the troll's entire body instantly emitted a dark glow, transforming into an iron body. Attack! Zhao Hao ordered, and a sudden rain of ice arrows fell. The troll swung its arms like windmills, ice arrows shattering against its limbs, covered in white frost. He roared angrily, ice shards flying everywhere, but was still bound by the ice crystals, unable to move. Zhao Hao switched to the ice arrow, the bowstring quickly pulled taut under the ring's blessing, firing more than 10 arrows consecutively. Ice crystals instantly covered the entire troll. Although it had great strength, it was temporarily unable to break free. During this brief stalemate, everyone's talents worked together to form a lethal suppression against the Troll King. At that moment, Wang Kui stepped forward. He placed both hands on Li Zai and Lei Jun respectively, his body gradually stretching, his waist continuously bending. "Let's go," he suddenly shouted. Li Zai and Lei Jun, like stones shot from a slingshot, soared instantly into the sky, aiming straight for the Troll King. Wang Kui's body was stretched thinner and thinner, his arms extended like ropes, tightly grabbing the two. Li Zai and Lei Jun flew out like two giant kites. At this moment, Zhao Hao stood firm, his fingers moving non-stop, continuously shooting out ice arrows. The Troll King roared angrily but was unable to move. Not only was Zhao Hao's rain of arrows dense, but the defensive arrow towers of Wuyin village also shot ice arrows at the Troll King, striking its body. Li Zai had already closed in, swinging his hands to unleash his innate ability. The Troll King's steel-like black skin suddenly contracted tightly, producing a piercing sound, its face showing a painful expression. Its body twisted and fused like a twisted dough. But a few seconds later, it gritted its teeth and struggled, slowly returning to its original form with violent strength. Lei Jun also acted quickly, swinging both hands, two arcs of electricity wrapping around the Troll King. Amid the crackling sounds, the Troll King trembled all over. Although it had tough defenses, it was conductive. Lei Jun's electricity was absorbed and transmitted to its heart. The Troll King knelt on the ground in pain, roaring in unwillingness. Taking advantage of its convulsions, Li Zai continued to control the skin, slowly causing it to wrinkle. Bang! With a loud crash, the Troll King's outer skin cracked, iron fragments flying, and the steel shell broke. This allowed it to temporarily regain mobility. It roared, swinging its arms, furiously attacking Lei Jun and Li Zai, vowing to kill the two little bugs who dared to hurt it. At that moment, Lei Jun and Li Zai's figures flickered as they quickly retreated, their speed increasing more and more. With a whoosh, they returned to their original place. Wang Kui's body gradually returned to its original form as well. He exaggeratedly rubbed his arm and shouted, "Damn, you two are way too heavy, I almost couldn't pull back." Wang Kui's arm was red, clearly much longer than before. "Forget it, I can't use my talent again in the short term, my arm will take a long time to recover." Zhao Hao didn't expect Wang Kui's rubber body talent could be used like this. This guy had pushed his talent to the extreme. Most importantly, Wang Kui's rubber body is immune to Lei Jun's lightning damage, can resist Li Zai's metal control, and can even complement the abilities of both. Once all talents are developed to their fullest, they all have astonishing effects. The iron body, the Troll King's most trusted defense, had been destroyed. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao ordered a full assault. Bone arrows, feathered arrows, ice arrows, poison arrows, and explosive arrows were fired in rapid succession, with all kinds of innate abilities joining the attack against the distant Troll King. The Troll King roared angrily toward the sky, the strange black hole-like organ on his head, resembling both an eye and a mouth, emitting eerie sounds. "What's going on?" someone wondered. "Look how uncomfortable it is it about to unleash its ultimate move?" another person said nervously. "Quick, who can withstand its fluctuations?" everyone anxiously asked. At this moment, a thin young man with a slightly sleazy aura stepped forward. "Everyone, step aside, let me handle this." "Damn, Lu Peng, what are you going up for?" someone questioned. Lu Peng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll take this hit. My talent is damage reflection. Although it's D-level, passively it can reflect 20% of damage, and actively it can reflect one enemy attack. It can only be used once a day, and after use, the talent is locked for a day." This talent is really bizarre, everyone chuckled in disbelief. Zhao Hao also felt helpless. This talent was both weak and strong, reflecting one attack was powerful, but it could be used only once and left the user incapacitated afterward. It was useless in solo fights but could play a key role in the fog-hidden village team. The body of the Troll King convulsed faster and faster until finally, boom! A black beam of light shot out from its pitch-black mouth, heading straight for mist-hidden village. Lu Peng sneered coldly, "Reflect." A silver-white arc of light instantly illuminated his body. The black light wave collided with the light arc and was reflected 180 degrees, shooting back at the Troll King even faster. The Troll King watched helplessly as the energy surged into its body, strangely without a sound. The next moment, bang! Bang bang bang. It kept bursting apart, dark red blood seeping from the cracks, like a shattered doll. The Troll King screamed in agony, clutching his chest, half kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. This was precisely the moment to deliver a crushing blow to the fallen adversary. He charged to the front, with villagers following closely behind. He swiftly appeared before the Troll King. The troll half-kneeling, Zhao Hao pushed off the ground and leapt into the air. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the night battle 8 directions. Blades struck repeatedly, tearing through the skin and flesh of the Troll King. Zhao Hao landed without looking back, swung the Daxia Longke blade fiercely, and suddenly released his grip. The blade pierced the troll's heart, the hilt almost stabbing through its body. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade is a divine weapon, and the troll was weak and powerless, so this strike hit a vital spot. The troll screamed miserably, fresh blood gushing continuously from its heart. The dark red blood within its body suddenly ignited, the cracks glowing red, emitting a terrifying aura. He suddenly raised his wrist and smashed the hammer onto the ground. Boom! A powerful wave swept through the surroundings, and the shockwave sent the approaching villagers flying. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! One by one, they fell to the ground in a sorry state, some coughed up blood, some had broken arms, their faces pale, looking at the distant Troll King full of fear. Too terrifying. One move almost wiped out the entire army. Zhao Hao also rolled on the ground several times in a sorry state, barely standing steady, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs throbbed with tingling pain. Because he was closer, he was more severely injured. This is the final big boss, indeed difficult to deal with. Even in a weakened state, a single strike can severely injure many from the Kirigakure village. At this moment, the Troll King slowly stood up. His entire body looked as if engulfed in flames, with deep crimson light flickering along the broken patterns. It howled towards the sky, turning its enormous head. The black hole at its center, resembling both a mouth and an eye, stared coldly at the people of Kirigakure. Damn, this didn't even kill it, it's too strong. We're doomed, we're all injured, what do we do? It's terrifying, even the village chief has fallen, now it's over. Zhao Hao has always been the village people's god of war, pillar, and spiritual support. He led the villagers to repeated victories, and everyone not only enjoyed the benefits of his resources but also deeply depended on him. He didn't even realize his dependence on him. At this moment, when Zhao Hao fell, everyone seemed soulless, panicking. Disoriented, with only fear in their hearts and no confidence. Looking at the Troll King standing up again, the aura filling his entire body was even stronger than before. Lei Jun, Li Zhe, and the others shook their heads helplessly. I can't use lightning anymore, Lei Jun said with a bitter smile. My spiritual power is drained, so I can't control metal either, Li Zhe said regretfully. Wang Qua also sighed, I have already done my best. For a moment, everyone looked hopelessly at the distant Troll King and the village chief struggling on the ground. They wished so much that the village chief could stand up again, swing his big knife, and lead everyone in a charge. But Zhao Hao weakly supported himself on one hand, yet still couldn't get up. Just as everyone fell into despair, streaks of white light suddenly flashed from the heroic spirit shrine in the square of the mist-hidden village. An inexplicable emotion surged within everyone's hearts. It was anger, persistence, a strong desire to fight, and a burning will to protect. At the same time, it carried a deep sorrow, feeling heartache for the cowardice of the villagers of the mist-hidden village. The villagers of the mist-hidden village all clearly felt that obsession and emotion in their hearts. Did you feel that? What, exactly is it? Everyone was full of confusion. At this moment, a hunter holding a bow and arrow whispered, I seem to have felt the uncle who taught me hunting skills. He's questioning me, why am I scared, why didn't I go protect the village? He lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the Troll King not far away. Yes, this is our village, and also my home. The wooden house I built with my own hands, everything I've fought for. Troll King? Come on, if you want to destroy Mist-Hidden Village, you'll have to step over my corpse first. He gritted his teeth, slowly drawing his longbow, and took out an ordinary bone arrow from his backpack. His eyes burning with fighting spirit, he steadfastly aimed at the Troll King. Whoosh! The bone arrow cut through the air, flying straight toward the Troll King. Unlike Zhao steel-splitting composite bow, the bone arrow left a clear trajectory. The Troll King stared coldly and reached out to block it. Put! The bone arrow pierced through his arm and embedded itself in his body. The Troll King cried out in pain and took 2 steps back. The onlookers were all stunned, and the hunter himself was also dazed, looking at the bow and arrows in his hands with confusion. Did I shoot this? When did I become this strong? Shock and joy flashed in his eyes. I understand now. I have obtained the will of the heroic spirit, a special buff that can only be possessed with the approval of a heroic spirit. The will of the heroic spirit boosts all attributes and recovery speed by 100% during battles in the mist-hidden village. It also grants a heroic spirit aura that deals fixed true damage to all intruders. What? Everyone was shocked and found it hard to believe. But their inner faith was ignited. No matter how strong the demon beasts are, the Troll King is not invincible. With the Spirit Shrine and the will of the spirits guarding us, even ordinary hunters can injure powerful demon beasts. As long as we stand in Mist-Hide Village, we are never alone. The villagers' eyes rekindled the fire of battle. Those determined to protect the village glowed faintly with a white light. I have felt the will to protect. My spirit power has returned. I felt it too. The Troll King isn't that scary. Zhao Hao watched all of this, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Hao had long noticed that the villagers of the mist-hidden village relied too much on him, which posed a risk. So he deliberately reserved spiritual energy points to train experts in the village and also helped build wooden houses to enhance their overall strength. Now it seems that these efforts were not in vain. After this battle, the villagers became more united. Moreover, this unity no longer depended on Zhao Hao but came from a heartfelt recognition of the hidden mist village. Everyone understood their own responsibilities and was willing to protect this place with their lives. Zhao Hao stood up, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his laughter hearty. Come back! The Daxia dragon sparrow blade stabbed out from behind the Troll King, the blade tracing a bright red arc stained with blood. Immediately, the blade happily returned to Zhao Hao's hand. He gently stroked the blade and found it was still clean and free of blood. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The moment to defeat the Troll King has arrived. Great Xia martial soul activated. Great Xia dragon sparrow blade skill activated, hit rate, critical rate, and damage increased by 20%. When taking damage, gain dragon soul protection, continuously restoring health. Sparrow transforms into dragon/activated. Attack power increased to 300%, with a 50% chance to reduce the enemy's defense and damage reduction by 15%. Berserk strength activated. Strength instantly doubled. Zhao Hao's entire body erupted with intense energy. His figure flickered in and out of sight, his feet forcefully stomping the ground, leaving 2 deep pits. He charged towards the Troll King without any fear. The Troll King swung his massive arm fiercely, but Zhao Hao neither dodged nor evaded. In the next second, Lei Jun roared angrily, "Lightning! Hold him!" His whole body flickered with lightning, crackling, as he exerted all his strength to release the lightning, then collapsed weakly onto the ground. Lightning struck the Troll King, causing his entire body to tremble. The thunderbolt ignored defenses and struck directly at the heart. Immediately, bone arrows, ice arrows, and poison arrows all shot toward the Troll King. Countless daggers and swords whirled through the air, controlled with full force by Li Zhe. Weapons charged straight at the Troll King. Bang bang! The Troll King trembled all over, the villagers' attacks carried real damage. A blood-red heart beating violently was faintly visible on his chest. A gleam flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Daxia slash! Golden light flashes on the Daxia dragon sparrow blade, ready to deliver the final strike. Daxia slash! The Daxia Longke blade releases a skill that instantly deals 1000% attack damage to the enemy and reduces their healing effect by 10%, with a 60% chance to stun. A flash of golden light, the Daxia Longke blade instantly swells several times in size, becoming a huge longsword shining with golden light. The great sword chops toward the Troll King's head, slicing from the neck down to the chest, leaving a bright red bloodstain. The stun effect immediately activates, and the Troll King stands stiffly in place, motionless. Zhao Hao seized the opportunity, aimed at the heart, and with all his strength, plunged the Dasha Dragon Sparrow blade into the chest of the Troll King. The Troll King roared in pain, its heart contracting violently as a powerful energy erupted from its body. Boom! Its body exploded, red light radiating, destroying all nearby buildings, stones, and trees. Lei Jun had just arrived to assist, but he weakly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As the red light approached, he closed his eyes in despair and gritted his teeth with a smile, saying, "It was worth it. Quick, get out of the way." Zhao Hao suddenly collapsed in front of Lei Jun, with the Blood Wolf battle armor activated to its limit. Bang! He was thrown by the impact, slammed hard onto the ground, and kept rolling non-stop. Village Chief! The crowd was shocked, urgently shouting. Lei Jun opened his eyes and, seeing Zhao Hao standing in front of him, couldn't help but tear up. He rushed over to help him up. Why? Zhao Hao is the village chief of Wuyin Village, possessing a powerful talent above sea level. Everyone once speculated he was B level, or even A level, with a boundless future. He has no reason to risk his life for an ordinary D level villager. Lei Jun's heart was full of shame and emotion. Zhao Hao coughed painfully, spitting out fresh blood, his injuries shockingly severe. At this moment, a faint golden light appeared on his body, and the dragon soul of protection manifested. The skill of the Dasha Dragon Sparrow blade blocked fatal damage at a critical moment and continuously restored his life. The power of this divine weapon played a decisive role in this battle. Thanks to the protection of the Dasha Dragon Sparrow blade, Zhao Hao dared to step forward and save Lei Jun. At that moment, he didn't think much and instinctively protected Lei Jun. If Lei Jun had just died like that, it would have been no loss to Zhao Hao. On the contrary, he could have recovered Lei Jun's body and gained the precious lightning talent. But Zhao Hao didn't choose that path. This was perhaps his last stand and principle. With his SSS-level talent in